Chapter 1. On a late autumn night, the forest was enveloped in a profound silence, with a gentle breeze whispering through, carrying the coolness of the season that sent a shiver down one's spine. In a secluded corner deep within the woods, a solitary little house stood quietly. Inside the dimly lit abode, the scene was laid bare, revealing a cramped space in disarray. 3 individuals were gathered around a weathered wooden table, which was strewn with peanut shells, beer bottles, and an assortment of banknotes, varying in denominations. They clutched playing cards in their hands, cigarettes hanging from their lips, as smoke enveloped the room in a hazy shroud. By their attire and manner of speaking, it was evident they were part of the gang, with handguns tucked into their waistbands. In a corner of the house sat a middle-aged man, bespectacled and seemingly refined, yet he had no right to partake in the revelry. His hands and feet were bound. Gagged and leaning against the wall, he fixed a tense and anxious gaze upon the 3 men, clearly a hostage in their clutches. All right, I've told you, it's been ages since we played," one of the gang members, who was slow to act, chuckled. His companion shot him a glare just as he reached for a card, when suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was violently flung open. Immediately, a flashbang was hurled inside, illuminating the entire room in an instant. The blinding light and deafening explosion caught everyone off guard, forcing them to shield their eyes with their arms while hastily drawing their firearms. A figure clad in black, wielding a weapon, darted into the room, followed closely by 5 or 6 others, similarly attired, brandishing their guns and shouting commands. As their vision and hearing gradually returned after the brief disorientation, the kidnappers comprehended the dire situation they were in upon seeing the special forces. 2 of them resigned themselves to their fate. However, one of the kidnappers, unwilling to surrender, contemplated resistance after all. What if he could escape? But before he could even raise his weapon, the first member of the special forces who entered the room fired without hesitation. Bang! The would-be resistive kidnapper's hand was shot through, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured hand and howling in agony. The other 2 kidnappers, witnessing this, swiftly discarded their weapons and obediently raised their hands to their heads. It was merely a kidnapping. They wouldn't be permanently disabled, and they would settle the score later, emerging as formidable figures once again after a few years. The first SDU member in the room noted the 2 had given up and discreetly signaled to his comrades. Understanding the cue, several team members approached and placed handcuffs on the subdued kidnappers. "Mr. One, are you all right?" After securing the captors, one of the men moved to the bound individual to free him. "It's nothing." Mr. One rubbed his wrists and waved his hand dismissively upon being liberated. "Are you Lu Hao?" Only after his rescue did Mr. One finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon standing, he noticed the masked SDU member before him, whose eyes sparked a flicker of recognition, prompting his inquiry. It's me, Wen Anku." "Long time no see, your hearing is still impeccable," Lu Hao replied, removing his mask with a calm smile. "How lie, is that truly you? I heard from your parents that you joined the force, but I hadn't seen you in years. I never imagined you'd become part of the SDU. "Splendid. It's promising. It's good for young people to have their own aspirations," Mr. Wen said, gazing at Lu Hao with a sense of pride as he patted his shoulder. Lu Hao smiled faintly. "Wen Anku, let's leave this place. It's not suitable for conversation." "Indeed, let us depart." As they spoke, an SDU member approached Lu Hao, reporting, "Boss, we haven't located the 4th kidnapper. The 3 captors have already been taken away by our colleagues." Lu Hao nodded slightly at the member, saying, "Xing, have the brothers regroup." "Yes, sir." The team member named Xing was none other than Zhou Xingxing, currently serving under Lu Hao. Lu Hao, the captain of Team A of the Flying Tigers, was also the commander, having achieved this rank at the tender age of 26, though his true age was certainly more than that. At 26 in his previous life, Lu Hao had an accident, retaining his memories, akin to one who had not consumed the Mengpa soup, reliving his life anew. Born into a family that barely scraped by, it was only as Lu Hao grew up that he realized he had been reborn into a parallel world reminiscent of a Hong Kong film. Having experienced the absence of parents in his previous life, this existence allowed him to understand the essence of familial bonds. As a time traveler, how could he squander this opportunity in such a fascinating world. The pivotal moment arrived when they successfully rescued the hostage, and as they made their way outside, Lu Hao keenly detected a faint beeping sound. His expression shifted dramatically as he yelled, "There's a bomb." With that, he summoned all his strength to push the individuals blocking the exit, propelling them forward. Just as he stepped out of the house, a thunderous explosion erupted. The sound of the blast reverberated through the forest, the shock wave obliterating the windows and doors of the little house, flames and debris scattering in all directions. The immense explosion hurled Lu Hao through the air, his body tracing an arc. In that fleeting moment, his final thought was, "Damn it." As Lu Hao lost consciousness, the world appeared to come to a standstill. Yet within him, a voice began to resonate. "Ding! The system has been officially activated. Detecting host on the brink of death. The system will autonomously repair the body and facilitate world traversal." In the dark night, with the wind howling, it was a night of murder, rather, a night of slaughtering the innocent. Who is it? Why am I bound? At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan found himself ensnared within a burlap sack, shouting in terror, his voice rife with helplessness and indignation. Yet, the only response he received was the searing fists of the assailant. Indeed, the very individual pummeling the sack containing Yi Xiaochuan was none other than the protagonist, Lu Hao. "Bro, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I just arrived today and haven't offended anyone." Yi Xiaochuan howled in agony, his body curled within the sack, his voice growing hoarse. Strangely, upon hearing Yi Xiaochuan's cries, Lu Hao felt an inexplicable surge of joy the louder the victim screamed. The harder Lu Hao's fists fell. "Stop hitting me, I'm gonna die. What kind of world is this?" Yi Xiaochuan, in utter disbelief, questioned his misfortune. How could one be abducted from a peaceful sleep and subjected to such brutal treatment? He thought his luck couldn't possibly worsen, yet unbeknownst to him, a far more lethal assault awaited him. Lu Hao remained silent, merely gazing coldly at the burlap sack on the ground. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on his lips, his eyes glinting with mischief. With a swift motion, he extended his right leg and executed a long-lost martial arts technique, the infamous cut-off descendants. Time rewound to a few days prior, just after Lu Hao had traversed into this world. A low voice emanated from Lu Hao as he lay on a patch of grass, quickly regaining his senses. The moment he regained consciousness, he instinctively reacted. After a few rolls, Lu Hao took cover behind a sturdy tree, gripping his firearm, the 416 Hong Kong dollars, vigilantly surveying the surrounding forest. The 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle was the standard issue for the SDU, weighing 3.49 kilograms, standing 240 millimeters tall, with a total length of 893 millimeters, an effective range of 850 meters, and a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, along with 3 additional magazines. As the captain and an exceptional marksman, Lu Hao's arsenal was undoubtedly more extensive. In addition to the 416 Hong Kong dollars, he carried a PSG-1 sniper rifle on his back, a Glock 17 handgun strapped to his right thigh, and 3 grenades affixed to his chest. Wasn't I injured in the explosion? Why is it that only this rifle is damaged? Lu Hao pondered, reaching to inspect his back. His ballistic vest bore significant damage, and the PSG-1 sniper rifle was indeed compromised. However, he found it peculiar that he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Isn't this the crime scene? As he surveyed his surroundings, bewildered, a foreign voice resonated in his mind. "Host need not worry, the system has already repaired your injuries." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mask of astonishment. "Curse you, system?" As a traveler, Lu Hao was certainly aware of the legends surrounding systems. It was said that those who possessed one often reached the pinnacle of success, save for a select few who fell victim to misfortune. With an IQ soaring to 200 in this lifetime, he quickly grasped the entirety of the situation. "Are you the one who caused my transmigration?" Indeed, the voice of the system resonated once more. "Then why have you not appeared all these years?" The system would only manifest when the host was on the brink of death, officially binding itself and assisting the host in their initial journey through the realms. "Are you implying that I have traversed once more?" Lu Hao scrutinized the surroundings. He found himself amidst a dense forest, unable to discern any peculiarities, save for the fact that this place seemed different from where the kidnappers had previously hidden. Indeed, this world was akin to a televised rendition of a mythological realm. Mythology? Unravel me. The most enigmatic belt? Lu Hao's immediate thought was of the unfortunate Yi Xiaochuan, along with the tragic Gao Yao. Though Gao Yao would later become Zhao Gao, betraying the world, he alone had not betrayed Yi Xiaochuan. And what had Yi Xiaochuan done? He had wronged this one and that one. Contemplating this, Lu Hao felt an overwhelming ire, wishing to stuff his size 45 feet directly into Yi Xiaochuan's mouth. After digesting this for a moment, Lu Hao posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Am I able to return? Of course, upon completing the narrative of the traversed world, or if the host alters the storyline, they may return to the main world, and time in the main world will come to a standstill after the host transmigration. With the system's assurance, Lu Hao finally felt at ease, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. I shall embrace this immense fortune. System, pray tell, what are your specific abilities? This system is succinctly known as the Invincible Multiverse Sojourner System, possessing the capability to traverse cinematic worlds. Its primary mission is to assist the host in ascending to the zenith of existence, becoming a carefree immortal amidst the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, a song suddenly echoed in Lu Hao's mind. I am free among men, originally a celestial being in the heavens, yet, given his disposition, it is improbable for him to remain untouched by worldly desires. He is a carnivore, not a herbivore, and is likely to indulge far more than just a little. After entering a new world, the system would issue various tasks, which were optional for the host to undertake. Completing these tasks would yield certain rewards, serving merely to motivate the host. This system possesses the ability to exchange for all things, contingent upon having sufficient points. Upon each return to the main world, the host would acquire corresponding points, which could also be earned through completing system-issued tasks. How intriguing! No mandatory tasks. What an eye-opener! Lu Hao jested upon hearing the system's introduction. The duration of time spent in the traversed world is at the discretion of the host, with no imposition from the system. Additionally, the system grants a space that can sustain life, which expands as the host's strength increases. Oh, space? Subsequently, guided by the system, Lu Hao entered the space, eager to explore. He was uncertain of the size of others' initial spaces, but his own was undeniably vast, resembling a miniature world unto itself. The area was approximately the size of a football field, with an indeterminate height certainly quite high, accompanied by a small sun suspended above Lu Hao's head. According to the system, within this space, Lu Hao was akin to an invincible deity, free to act as he pleased.
Truly, using a gauze net to wipe one's bottom is quite a feat. Lu Hao gave a devilish smile, then didn't stay in the space for a long time and immediately went out. The basic functions of the system have been introduced. Now there is a system grand prize package. May I ask if the host wishes to open it? Open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent. Copy ability and full comprehension. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation method, the vast Yin-Yang Cannon. The system rewards 100 points of integral, a world map, and 1 lottery draw. The heroic Yin-Yang Cannon. What type of cultivation method is this? Why does it sound a bit improper? Lu Hao wondered. It's the vast Yin-Yang Cannon. This cultivation method can enhance the host's internal energy and that aspect of ability during dual cultivation, and will also return a portion of internal energy to the female. The more times it is used, the faster the host's strength will increase. TSK, speaking so pompously, isn't it still a dual cultivation method? Or is it improper? It's so proper that I like it. Lu Hao showed another playful smile. Now, the rewards will be distributed. As soon as the system finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and then a large amount of posturous cough. A large amount of knowledge flooded into his mind. After a while, Lu Hao shook his head a few times. Now he finally knew the specific effects of copy and full comprehension. The copy talent can copy all the martial arts cultivation methods of the other party. Even if one becomes an immortal in the future, one can copy the magical powers and spells of the gods. Full comprehension allows any newly learned martial arts cultivation method to instantly reach perfection. Truly, the little cow taking a plane is extremely awesome. Lu Hao couldn't help but side-eye. In addition, the effect of the world map is also very powerful. Every time one a world, the map of this world will change. And even the host's position is clearly marked out. Of course, the effect of the world map is not limited to this. Even the coordinates of the characters in the play are on it. The vast Yin-Yang canon is just an auxiliary dual cultivation method that can only bring benefits to each other during dual cultivation and isn't even considered an internal energy cultivation method. But there is another advantage, which is that there are no bottlenecks on the cultivation path. According to the system, there is nothing that can't be solved by one dual cultivation. If it doesn't work, do it a few more times. Lu Hao himself is willing. There is still one lottery draw in the system grand prize package. May I ask if the host wishes to draw a lottery now? Draw a lottery. As soon as Lu Hao's voice fell, a large disc-like thing appeared in his mind, with things marked on it, and a red pointer began to rotate rapidly. After rotating a few times, the pointer began to slow down until... Congratulations to the host for winning the top-notch cultivation method, the invincible golden body divine art. After the system's voice appeared, strange pictures and a large amount of text appeared in his mind. Immediately, Lu Hao felt a warm current surging in his body, spreading throughout his body, and his skin began to slowly turn golden. After about a minute, Lu Hao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, looked down at his golden hands, was slightly stunned, and then, the invincible golden body divine art, the famous stun of Gu Santong and Tianxia No. 1. System, what are these warm things flowing in my body? Could it be internal energy? Yes, the invincible golden body divine art is not only a top-notch defensive cultivation method, but also an internal and external cultivation method. The host can view the attribute panel to know his specific situation. Attribute panel? Lu Hao whispered and said a few words, and a panel appeared in front of him. Host. Lu Hao talent. Copy. Full comprehension realm. First class initial stage internal energy. 80 years cultivation methods. Vast Yin-Yang canon. Invincible golden body divine art martial arts. None charm. 99 integral. 180 years of internal energy. How is it possible to suddenly source so much internal energy without exploding and dying? Lu Hao stared blankly at the attribute panel for a moment. Because of the host's full comprehension talent, the invincible golden body divine art was directly cultivated to perfection with the system. Even if one suddenly has a 1,000-year increase in internal energy, one won't explode and die. Lu Hao nodded after hearing this, but soon noticed something amiss. Are you kidding me? With 80 years of internal energy, one is only at the first-class initial stage realm? And after cultivating the top-notch cultivation method to the full, one only has 80 years of internal energy. The host has a lot of internal energy but doesn't know any martial arts moves. Relying solely on the internal energy to reach the first-class realm, as long as one learns any martial arts, one will immediately reach the first-class peak or even break through to the innate realm. In addition, this cultivation method focuses on body tempering and defense, and internal energy is only supplementary. The system's metaphor is very simple. It's just like Xiang Yu. He had the strength to lift mountains and overturn the seas. But he had only brute strength and didn't know any profound martial arts. What if Xiang Yu knew a set of the 18 palms of subduing the dragon? What does this charm of 99 mean? I don't remember having such a great charm. Seeing his charm so high, Lu Hao's, but the system's voice quickly made his droop. Ding! 90 of the charm is the effect by the system. Lu Hao was for a moment. He pouted and said, forget I asked. Every time the system can help the host change his appearance for free and input the cultural knowledge of this world. Do you wish to change? Change. The next second, Lu Hao's previous black combat uniform instantly turned into a grayish-white long robe and trousers. Delicate patterns were embroidered on the cuffs and hems of the clothes. The material was very comfortable, and was very fitting, showing off his tall and straight figure well. However, the change was not limited to this. Even Lu Hao's hair changed significantly. His originally short and neat hair now grew rapidly, was tied into a top knot and fixed on top of his head, looking both energetic and capable. The top knot was also wrapped with a grayish-white turban. Lu Hao's new outfit added a lot of ancient charm to him, and had the dressing style of the people in the Qin dynasty. After the transformation was completed, some knowledge of the Qin dynasty also appeared in his mind. Then Lu Hao checked the equipment on his body. Although he doesn't know any martial arts now, fortunately, his defense is top-notch, and his fighting skills cannot be underestimated. He is the consecutive 3-time champion of the Hong Kong Island Police Fighting Championship. How could that be in vain? Moreover, he still has a gun in his hand. No matter how high one's martial arts are, one is afraid of a kitchen knife, let alone a gun, and he doesn't have just one gun. Even with 100 points of integral, one can exchange for some third-rate martial arts. But he simply looks down on them. Who would spend money to buy when there is a free $0 purchase? Lu Hao put large equipment such as sniper rifles and assault rifles into the space and only kept a Glock pistol hidden in his arms. Now the system task is released. The host can choose whether to do it or not. Task 1. Kill Yi Xiaochuan. The reward is 2,000 points of integral and 1 lottery draw. Task 2. Change Gao Yao's fate. The reward is 2,000 points of integral and 1 lottery draw. Task 3. Teaching Zheng how to be a great emperor throughout history, or one can also rise up in rebellion oneself. The reward is 30,000 points of integral and 1 lottery draw. Task 4. For each female related to the plot taken in, the reward is 500 points of integral, and this reward can be. Lu Hao was stunned after hearing the system's release tasks. After a few seconds, he said lightly, "Each of your tasks hits my heart. How can I refuse?" Turning his own thoughts into an opportunity to gain benefits. Who can refuse? Absolutely can't refuse at all. Accept. After Lu Hao accepted the task, and then he opened the world map and looked at his location. After the position, he slowly walked in one direction. During this period, Lu Hao also generally understood the degree of integral exchange. The 100 points of integral given by the system are not much, but one can exchange for quite a lot of things. His damaged sniper rifle can be repaired for 5 points of integral, that a new one can be bought for 10 points of integral, and 1 point of integral can be exchanged for a base amount of ammunition. But he doesn't lack anything now, so he doesn't need anything for the time being. 100 points of integral can only be exchanged for third-rate and bottom-rate martial arts. Lu Hao naturally looks down on them. So he plans to save the integral for future plans. Soon, Lu Hao walked out of the woods on foot and walked about 1 kilometer towards a place, arriving at the outside of the city gate of a place. This place is a small county town. The city wall is almost made of piled up, and there are a few sparse soldiers standing guard on it. There are also a few soldiers wearing armor guarding both sides of the city gate. Lu Hao walked in with his head held high. He has really never admired the ancient scenery. After fighting for so many years, he will relax here. After a few days, in Lu Hao's courtyard, a young man in a gray robe came into the courtyard and reported to Lu Hao about the whereabouts of Yi Xiaochuan and others. My lord, those 3 have arrived in the territory of Kuaiji. At this time, Lu Hao, holding a fake tang knife, was practicing vigorously in the courtyard. His movements were smooth and powerful, but there were only a few moves back and forth. This knife was made by Lu Hao, asking the craftsman to imitate the tang knife. Since most weapons in the Qin dynasty were made of bronze and the craftsmanship was a bit poor, it was called a fake tang knife. As for the swordsmanship, it was a set of third-rate swordsmanship that he obtained a few days ago by raiding a bandit lair and replicating the swordsmanship of the bandit leader. It was barely a set of third-rate swordsmanship called the 7-step sabered, as the name implies. It only had 7 moves. Although it was very trashy, after all, it was free, which made Lu Hao, who was just starting to learn martial arts, have a great interest in practicing martial arts. Although he had reached perfection in this swordsmanship, he didn't slack off and still practiced for half an hour every day. Finally here, after Lu Hao finished the last move and put away the knife, he looked at the people around him and said with great interest, "Yes, it won't take them long to enter the city. Do you want the brothers to?" The young man stood respectfully beside Lu Hao. When he said this, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he made a gesture of wiping his neck with his palm. Lu Hao naturally understood what he meant, but he still waved his hand. "No, they came here through all the hardships. Don't even let them have a full meal. Besides, we don't need our people to do it. Notify the pavilion head of Kuaiji." Lu Hao inserted the knife back into the sheath and showed a smile full of unknown meaning. "Yes." The young man pressed his left hand on his right hand, bowed to Lu Hao, and then turned around and left. Since Lu Hao destroyed several bandit lairs and replicated a set of third-rate swordsmanship and third-rate swordplay, he had reached the early stage of innate realm and was almost invincible in this world. Lu Hao didn't know what realm Xiangyu, Ming Tian and others were in now, but they definitely couldn't reach the first-class level. Judging from the drama, there was no fancy internal energy flying everywhere, which proved that the internal energy mental methods in this world were not perfect. Without internal energy, or without the assistance of a powerful internal energy mental method, even if one had excellent martial arts skills, the lowest level of internal energy could only reach the second-class level at best. As the system had predicted, after Lu Hao learned martial arts, even the lowest level would quickly improve his realm. Of course, the rewards from suppressing the bandits were not limited to this. He also saved several people in the bandit lair and obtained a large amount of Qin Ban Yang and a small amount of gold. Gold had a relatively small circulation in this era. Most common people used qinbanyang as the common currency, and most of that gold was held by the high-ranking officials and nobles. It was said that the first emperor was cruel, but why didn't anyone praise the contributions he made? Unifying the writing, currency, expanding the territory, fighting against foreign races, building the Great Wall, and so on. Although a lot of people died during the construction of the Great Wall, after all, it was for saving more people. The title of the first emperor through the ages was not in vain. The young man in gray robe just now was one of the people saved by Lu Zhanyuan. In order to thank Lu Hao for saving his life, the young man chose to follow. When this young man reported his name, it really surprised Lu Hao. Thus, Lu Hao brought several people who followed him to Kuaiji, bought a spacious courtyard, and quickly recruited some swordsmen. After the young man left, Lu Hao returned to the hall to rest for a while, then changed into a white robe and walked out of the courtyard, strolling slowly towards the city gate. After about 10 minutes, Lu Hao came to near the city gate. Seeing that the person he wanted to wait for wasn't there, he started wandering around the small stalls near the city gate. It didn't take long before the voice that made him want to shoot came from the position of the city gate. Sir, we three came from a very far place. Lu Hao looked back and immediately recognized Yi Xiaochuan, who was dressed like an Indian. This time, Yi Xiaochuan had a bandage around his head and somehow stuck some hair under his nose. Although he had simply disguised himself, Lu Hao still recognized him at a glance. This time, Yi Xiaochuan was being wanted. In order to avoid the pursuit of the officers and soldiers, he, Xiong Yu, and Xiong Liang behind him had disguised themselves. When Lu Hao saw Yi Xiaochuan, his palm itched immediately. During these days, he had already thought about how to deal with him. He definitely had to kill him, but he wouldn't let him die so easily. Otherwise, what would be the fun? Yi Xiaochuan's glib tongue quickly deceived the officers and soldiers guarding the city, and he smoothly entered the city with Xiong Yu and the other two. The unsophisticated Yi Xiaochuan even took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures everywhere. Where do you think you're going, fugitive? Just as Yi Xiaochuan was taking pictures with his mobile phone everywhere, a voice came from behind him, scaring him. 1 for 500 coins, 3 for 1,500 coins. I'm going to make a fortune today. Lu Hao followed them about 10 meters behind, looking at this familiar yet strange fellow villager, and couldn't help the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Perhaps only he knew what kind of treatment Yi Xiaochuan was about to receive. After hearing the voice of catching the fugitive, Yi Xiaochuan quickly turned back nervously. He saw a middle-aged man in a white robe smiling at the three of them. It wasn't easy for Yi Xiaochuan to get into the city. How could he let someone arrest them easily? Immediately, he wanted to strike and control this middle-aged man, but was stopped by Xiang Yu. Uncle, long time no see. You still like joking so much. Seeing the smiles on the faces of Xiang Yu and Xiong Liang, Yi Xiaochuan immediately understood that he had been played. Brother Fan, long time no see. How have you been recently? Xiong Liang laughed heartily at Fan Zhang. I'm fine, but you may not be. Now the wanted notices are posted all over the major towns. Fan Zhang looked at Yi Xiaochuan's embarrassed face and teased him. Xiaochuan, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Fan Zhang, an old friend of mine. We came here to seek refuge with him this time. Brother Fan, don't joke with the junior. His name is Yi Xiaochuan, my newly accepted disciple. Xiong Liang smiled slightly and introduced the two to each other. Uncle, I offended you just now. Yi Xiaochuan still greeted Fan Zhang politely. Haha, it doesn't matter. Come on, let's go to my place and have a good chat. Fan Zhang seemed quite interested in Yi Xiaochuan and pulled his arm towards his residence. My lord. Just as Yi Xiaochuan and the others walked forward a few steps, a voice came from behind Lu Hao. Lu Hao didn't even turn his head and knew who it was. It was the pavilion head of Kuaiji. His hearing and memory were still very strong. How's it going? Are things all ready? Lu Hao looked at Yi Xiaochuan's figure and asked indifferently. Everything is ready. Just waiting for you to hand over the person to me. The pavilion head of Kuaiji was extremely respectful to Lu Hao. It was obvious that he had been bribed by Lu Hao. Good. Go back and pack your things. I'll hand over the person to you tonight. And you set off overnight. Lu Hao waved his hand at the pavilion head of Kuaiji. Yes, Yi Xiaochuan, as a fellow villager, I'll give you a big gift. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and his voice was filled with a hint of playfulness and mockery. After saying that, he strolled slowly towards his courtyard. Late at night, when all was quiet, Lu Hao, the previous young man, and two other companions, all dressed in black night clothes, quietly came to Fan Zhang's residence. Fan Zhang was a cultured person and also the county lieutenant of Kuaiji. The place he chose to live was quite literary. His residence was located on the edge of Kuaiji County, far away from the noisy market, and was adjacent to the mountains. The houses were scattered in an orderly manner, and the courtyard was deep, revealing a literary atmosphere everywhere. It was a good place suitable for literati to live. Certainly, it is also an excellent place suitable for kidnapping. the four of them quietly entered the village. Avoiding making any noise. As soon as they stepped into the inner courtyard, they smelled a very strong scent of alcohol. It seemed that Fan Zeng had spared no expense for their arrival. Lu Hao made a gesture to the others, which meant to disperse. This silent communication was simple yet practical, perfectly suitable for this situation. As the captain of the Estiel, Lu Hao briefly taught them several of the most commonly used methods. Seeing this, the three of them nodded in agreement and then scattered in different directions, slowly approaching different rooms in Fan's mansion. Lu Hao also started looking for Yi Xiaochuan alone, after about a few minutes. Several sounds similar to those of pigeons rang out in Fan's mansion. This was the secret signal they had agreed upon beforehand. After hearing the sound, Lu Hao quickly retreated to the designated meeting point. In a courtyard of Fan's mansion, three black-clothed men were observing the surroundings warily, and beside them was a bulging hemp sack. When Lu Hao came to their side and opened the sack, he saw that Yi Xiaochuan had been knocked unconscious and was inside. Then he made a gesture to retreat. Seeing the gesture, one of the black-clothed men picked up the sack and followed Lu Hao's steps. In the darkness of the night, the four of them left Fan's mansion quietly, as if they had never appeared. Just as a certain great poet said, "Quietly I leave, just as I quietly came. I wave my sleeve, not taking away a single cloud." After leaving Fan's mansion, the group came to the place where Lu Hao had made an appointment with the Kuaiji Pavilion Chief, a secluded gazebo. "Sir," the Kuaiji Pavilion Chief had been waiting here with a person. Seeing Lu Hao and the others approaching, he quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Lu Hao motioned for the black-clothed man to open the sack. When Yi Xiaochuan's unconscious body appeared in front of him, Lu Hao showed a greedy look. Of course, not for his body. He wasn't that perverted. Lu Hao reached out and felt around Yi Xiaochuan's neck, then grabbed the magical pendant and yanked it off forcefully with a sudden pull. Lu Hao looked at the pendant in his hand and smiled, then said to the others, "Tie up the sack and stay 10 zhang away from me." Just as the others moved away from the gazebo, a voice from the system appeared in Lu Hao's mind. Could this tiger-shaped pendant be able to travel through time? After hearing the system's introduction, Lu Hao frowned slightly with a look of confusion on his face. The remaining energy in the tiger-shaped pendant is almost zero now. It might take 1,000 or 2,000 years to accumulate enough energy to travel through time again. After hearing this, Lu Hao nodded. Taking the tiger-shaped pendant was just to prevent it from being by Yi Xiaochuan's side. As for traveling through time, with the system, he really didn't care about this. However, since it had the effects of strengthening the body and so on, it was still a good thing and worth wearing. Of course, he would wash the tiger-shaped pendant thoroughly when he got back and maybe change the pendant chain by the way. After putting the tiger-shaped pendant into his bosom, Lu Hao stretched out his fist and smashed it hard into the sack. The intense pain immediately woke Yi Xiaochuan up in the sack. He struggled to break free from the bondage, but the sack was too strong for him to break free. Yi Xiaochuan shouted in panic, his voice filled with helplessness and anger. However, the only response he got was Lu Hao's cold silence and his fists that were as fierce as fire. Although Lu Hao's movements seemed very casual, every punch and kick landed precisely on the vital parts of Yi Xiaochuan's body, making him feel unprecedented pain. Yi Xiaochuan pleaded painfully, his voice already hoarse. However, Lu Hao seemed to not hear him at all and continued to beat Yi Xiaochuan in the sack silently, every punch hitting the mark, making him extremely satisfied. It wasn't until Lu Hao had been attacking for 2 minutes that he slowly stopped. His fists were now covered with quite a bit of blood. He also knew that if he beat any longer, Yi Xiaochuan might die. He wouldn't let Yi Xiaochuan die so easily. Lu Hao looked coldly at the sack on the ground. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. With a shrill scream, Yi Xiaochuan in the sack lost consciousness directly. Obviously, he had been knocked unconscious from the pain. And after hearing that miserable scream, Lu Hao seemed to have ascended to a higher level, thoroughly enjoying it. When he turned around and left, Lu Hao was in a great mood, as if he had let out a pent-up anger. With a satisfied expression on his face, Lu Hao came to the side of the Kuaiji Pavilion Chief and the young man and said a few words. Yes, the young man who had reported the news to Lu Hao before was the young Han Xian. The young Han Xian, who went hungry for 3 days out of 9, had mediocre martial arts skills and was no match for a group of bandits. He was quickly tied up by the bandits. However, even in his prime, Han Xian's martial arts might not have been very strong. His strength lay in military strategy, planning, and training troops. Han Xian was tied up by a group of bandits and taken to the mountain stronghold. The bandits originally wanted to, but who would have thought that Han Xian was even poorer than them? There was no way, so the bandits had to lock him up in the mountain stronghold and starve him for a few days. Already going hungry for 3 days out of 9, after being starved for 1 day, he was dizzy. Just then, Lu Hao rushed into the bandit den brandishing an M. Just like that, Lu Hao accidentally saved Han Xian. and the young Han Xian, in order to show his gratitude for Lu Hao's and because he had no home to go back to, chose to follow Lu Hao.at least he could get a mouthful of food and survive in this chaotic world. Lu Hao took out a small cloth bag from his bosom and handed it to Han Xian. Inside this cloth bag were some amoxicillin capsules, which were for treating Yi Xiaochuan's inflammation. For this, Lu Hao specifically used his points for the first time. He spent 1 point to exchange for a box of amoxicillin capsules. Yes, Lu Hao wanted to send Yi Xiaochuan into the... It would be too easy to let him die, but it wouldn't be satisfying at all. What was the highest means of torture? First, physically torture him, and then mentally torture him. In the huge imperial palace. Let Yi Xiaochuan, this lecher, see those beautiful palace maids and then find that his manhood is gone. What a pain that would be. Lu Hao didn't want the eunuchs to help Yi Xiaochuan complete the last step. This step should be carried out by him personally to feel really good, since there was no way to eat egg yolks and insert feathers in advance to expel the body's moisture. This might very likely cause a fatal inflammation. There were no good anti-inflammatory drugs in this era, so in order for Yi Xiaochuan to survive smoothly until Lu Hao kindly got him some anti-inflammatory drugs. Yi Xiaochuan, you're really nice. As for why he wanted Han Xian to go along, it was very simple. To ensure absolute safety. With someone following, the Kuaiji Pavilion chief wouldn't act in a duplicitous manner. Lu Hao said to the Kuaiji Pavilion chief, and then turned away with 2 black-clothed men. The Kuaiji Pavilion chief was slightly stunned. Just as they had walked a few steps, Lu Hao stopped and turned around with a smile. Didn't I give you the deposit? Don't worry, there will be a generous reward when you come back. After getting Lu Hao's assurance, the Kuaiji Pavilion chief nodded repeatedly, with a smile on his face as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Han Xian said lightly to the Kuaiji Pavilion chief. The Kuaiji Pavilion chief said to the person he had brought, the position of Kuaiji Tingzhong, no matter how small it may seem, is an officially recognized title by the court. Even if, in the worst-case scenario, there is a curfew and his title becomes ineffective, Lu Hao has already taken care of everything up and down. Soon, the 3 of them, along with their 3 horses and a sack, left the Kuaiji city gate. After riding nonstop for a few minutes, they arrived at a mountain several kilometers outside Kuaiji. This is the place. Under the guidance of the Tingzhong, the 3 of them entered a thatched cottage in the mountain. At this time, the thatched cottage was still brightly lit, seemingly waiting for their arrival. Perhaps hearing the sound of the horses' hooves, the old man in the thatched cottage walked out after Han Xian and the others dismounted. Then, in a soft and shrill voice, he slowly said, "Why did you come so late? I was about to go to sleep." Hearing this voice, the Kuaiji Tingzhong couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. If it weren't for Lu Hao needing to use such a person, he wouldn't have come into contact with someone like this. Eunuch Wang, sorry to trouble you, please do it now. After the Tingzhong gave a look to Xiaokong beside him. Xiaokong directly carried the sack on the horse's back into the thatched cottage. This eunuch Wang used to be an executioner in the palace, the kind who specifically plucked hair and shaved heads. That it took the Kuaiji Tingzhong a lot of effort to find out that there was such a person around Kuaiji. Eunuch Wang stretched out his aged hand and waved it in front of his eyes. The meaning was obvious. No payment, no service. Seeing this, the Kuaiji Tingzhong quickly took out a small cloth bag from his bosom and handed it to Eunuch Wang, after weighing the money bag in his hand. Eunuch Wang nodded in satisfaction. "Come in with me, you still need to help me." After all 3 of them entered the cottage, Eunuch Wang spoke again. "First, let the person inside out, then take off the kid's pants." After Eunuch Wang finished speaking, he turned around to find his tools. Xiaokong, do as Eunuch Wang said. He definitely wouldn't do this kind of dirty work. Han Xian was Lu Hao's man, let alone at present. He could only let the subordinate who ate with him do it. Looking at the bloody sack in front of him, Xiaokong swallowed his saliva, then his hands trembled as he untied the binding of the sack. Yi Xiaochuan's miserable appearance was immediately presented to the 3 of them. Now, Yi Xiaochuan didn't have a single good spot on his body. His face was also beaten beyond recognition, and there seemed to be several fractures on his body. The most crucial thing was that a certain part was still bleeding continuously. Tingzhong, this. Xiaokong obviously didn't want to take off Yi Xiaochuan's pants, but the Kuaiji Tingzhong still ordered him to continue. However, he and Han Xian both turned their heads to the side involuntarily. Xiaokong's hands couldn't help but tremble, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. He slowly walked forward. Soon, Xiaokong let out a retch, then couldn't hold it in and directly ran out of the thatched cottage, along with the sound of vomiting. Everyone curiously looked outside the house, and Eunuch Wang just glanced indifferently at the person vomiting outside the house. Then came to Yi Xiaochuan's side. He considered himself someone who had seen the world. but when he walked up to the sack and saw a certain part of the person inside, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Is there still a need to do it? Hearing Eunuch Wang's words, Han Xian and the Kuaiji Tingzhong were really curious and couldn't help but look at the position of the sack. They saw that the person on the ground, a certain place, was now like a mass of minced meat. It was already rotten beyond recognition. After seeing this, the Kuaiji Tingzhong felt a wave of nausea in his stomach and directly followed Xiao Kong's footsteps and also ran out. 2 of the 4 had retreated. Only Han Xian was still suppressing the feeling of nausea. He turned his head to the side, but in his heart, he was thinking, what on earth did he do to offend the master? To make the master deal with him in such a cruel way? Of course, Han Xian was just curious. After all, during these few days of contact, Lu Hao gave them the impression of being a very steady, courageous, and mysterious man. Although Lu Hao usually looked very serious, he was very good to them. At least, there was meat and wine every meal, and they talked and laughed. They ate whatever Lu Hao ate. Such a good person actually got so angry with someone. One could imagine what kind of heinous thing this person had done. Han Xian also secretly promised in his heart that he would definitely send him to the place he should go. A few days later, Lu Hao was still doing morning exercises in the courtyard. This was a good habit he had developed over the years. Master, the first batch of Yingxiangzui and Jiareniang are ready. Just as Lu Hao finished practicing and was about to wash his face, a thin young man came to his side and said respectfully. This person was also one of the people Lu Hao rescued from the bandit den and followed him. Named Zhaosun. I see. Yingxiangzui and Jiareniang were 2 kinds of wines that Lu Hao brewed himself according to his memory. After all, as a genius student from the University of Hong Kong, this wasn't difficult for him. In this era, their wines were very turbid and had a low alcohol content. Without systematic distillation, relying solely on fermentation, if one wanted to make money quickly, there was nothing more profitable than selling wine. Yingxiangzui was for men. After being processed by Lu Hao, the alcohol content of the wine was around 40 degrees, much better than the current rice wine with only a dozen or 20 degrees. Jiareniang was a kind of fruit wine, delicious and sweet, with only a dozen degrees, suitable for women to drink. Are Han Xian and the others almost in Xianyang? Lu Hao wiped the dust off his face and asked the person beside him indifferently. According to their speed, they should be almost there. Zhaosun replied respectfully. Hearing Zhaosun's answer, the corners of Lu Hao's mouth slightly turned up, and he nodded in satisfaction. By the way, has it been taken care of in Peixian? It has been taken care of, just waiting for us to send someone there. But master, our money is already running out. Zhaosun lowered his head and spoke out the trouble in his heart. Lu Hao saw that Zhaosun could read and write and was very flexible-minded, so he directly made him the chief financial officer. Due to the large amount of expenses during this period, only going out and not coming in, the money Lu Hao stole from the bandit den was almost gone. Money? Lu Hao smiled indifferently and continued, isn't that batch of wine ready? By then, you'll probably have too much money to count. Hearing Lu Hao's words, Zhaosun also laughed, with a big smile on his face. Don't worry, the more the better. Lu Hao looked at Zhaosun and shook his head with a smile. Thinking that choosing him to manage the money was really the right choice, he wasn't afraid that Han Xian, Zhaosun, and the others would have ulterior motives either, because the system had a function to check the loyalty of others. For those people he rescued, each of their loyalties was above 80, and Han Xian and Zhaosun even reached 90. Let Lu Zhanyuan open tomorrow, just right to promote our wine. Yes, after receiving Lu Hao's order, Zhaosun happily left the yard. Lu Zhanyuan was a name Lu Hao borrowed from a very famous brothel. However, Lu Hao's Lu Zhanyuan wasn't for that kind of thing. Instead, it was for accompanying guests while drinking. It could be said that it only provided entertainment and didn't offer sexual services. It was considered an elegant establishment for entertainment in this era, a place for singing and dancing, although later it evolved into a brothel. Of course, if both parties were willing, Lu Hao wouldn't stop them. With the elegant establishment and the advent of the fine wine, I believe a large amount of money will flow into Lu Hao's pocket, so as to make plans for his future arrangements. Just wait a few more days. Elsu. We'll meet soon. A child makes choices. Lu Hao. We'll have both. Lu Hao looked in a certain direction and showed a meaningful smile. The dividing line and the path in the woods. This path is surrounded by thick bamboo groves and trees. The sunlight filters through the gaps in the bamboo leaves and, forming a mottled. The air in the bamboo grove is extremely fresh. Taking a deep breath, it seems that one can wash away the dust in one's heart and feel a kind of tranquility and comfort that has never been experienced before. This is rare in any modern place. At this time, Lu Hao is making a fire by the side of the road and roasting a plump chicken. Under the roasting of the flames, the skin of the chicken gradually begins to turn golden and sizzles with oil. He skillfully turns the roasted chicken to ensure that each side is evenly heated, adding the secret sauce and honey halfway. It immediately emits an attractive aroma that pervades the entire air and makes people salivate. Just when Lu Hao's appetite is greatly whetted, finally here, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. A slight smile appears on the corner of Lu Hao's mouth as he continues to turn the already ate, mature roasted chicken in a carriage. Father, I'm sorry to have made you suffer. A gentle and charming voice rings out in the carriage, filled with deep apology and guilt. My dear child, this is not your fault. Thanks to your efforts in managing things up and down, your father was able to escape alive. Inside the carriage, El Gong is sitting in a corner of the carriage, looking at LG, who is gentle, dignified, and a bit self-reproachful. He shakes his head slightly and responds in that hoarse and vicissitudinous voice. The El Gong's family originally lived in Shanfu County, Dang Commandery. They could be regarded as a prominent family in the local area. However, they had a feud with a local bully. The bully not only took a fancy to the two El sisters, but also wanted to seize their family property. Of course, El Gong was unwilling. Although he resisted, the bully colluded with the local county magistrate, getting El Gong imprisoned without reason. It was LG who sold most of the family possessions and managed things around to get El Gong out of prison. Now, as soon as El Gong got out, he took his family and escaped from Shanfu County. Now they are still aimlessly looking for a place to settle down, but our money is already running out. What will we do in the days to come? LG's voice is full of worry. Just as she said this, an alluring aroma wafts into the carriage. So fragrant. What kind of thing is this fragrance? El Su, who is sitting next to LG, also smells this aroma at this time. El Su immediately lifts the curtain of the carriage and pokes her head out to look outside. Sister, father, there is a person in front. Hearing El Su shout, LG and El Gong can't help but curiously poke their heads out to look. Sure enough, not far ahead, they see a figure sitting on the ground. A glint of surprise and curiosity flashes in El Gong's eyes. Unexpectedly, in this wilderness, they can still encounter such an enticing food. Perhaps we can go forward and discuss with that strong man. Offer some money in exchange for some food to satisfy our hunger. Maybe El Gong doesn't know that because of satisfying their taste buds, his two daughters are about to be exchanged for a roasted chicken. Just having escaped alive, the El Gong's family, along with some servants, didn't prepare much food. Hurrying on their way in a hurry, they haven't rested for a moment this morning, haven't had a single drop of water, let alone eaten. Already extremely hungry, when they smell this fragrance, they can no longer hold back. He's not afraid that the person in front is a robber. His servants are about 7 or 8 in number. Dealing with one person, if they can't beat him, running away should be no problem. After considering it comprehensively, El Gong tells the coachman, "Whoa." 1 minute later, Lu Hao's honey, roasted chicken, is also ready. And the people who should arrive are here. The carriage stops about 10 meters away from Lu Hao. With the help of the coachman, El Gong slowly gets out of the carriage and walks towards Lu Hao. "This strong man, sorry to trouble you. May I ask what kind of food it is that smells so fragrant?" Hearing the voice coming from behind, Lu Hao turns around and sees that familiar figure in front of him. El Gong has white, streaked hair on his head and is wearing a simple robe. His face looks extremely haggard. "Hello, old sir, it's just a roasted chicken." Lu Hao stands up and smiles very gracefully at El Gong. Just kidding. When facing the future father-in-law's inquiry, if he doesn't act a bit, doesn't show his elegance, how can he court his daughter? Sure enough, Lu Hao's performance gives El Gong a very good first impression. He smiles and says, "Roasted chicken? Then why does it have such a strange fragrance?" Lu Hao explains that he uses an exclusive sauce, thus fooling El Gong. Seeing Lu Hao being elegant and talkative, El Gong smiles bitterly at this time and says, "Originally, I wanted to exchange some food with the strong man, but there is only one chicken, so forget it." That El Gong sees that roasted chicken sizzling with oil. Although it is extremely enticing, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. Moreover, he is a literati, so he has to give up that. "Oh, may I ask, old sir, haven't you eaten yet? If you don't mind, would you like to share it with me?" Lu Hao quickly tries to gain some favor. Who knows? El Gong waves his hand with a smile and says, "This would be inconvenient. You don't know, strong man, there are still 2 family members in my carriage." And there are also some servants. One chicken. Oh, that's what the old sir is worried about. Hearing this, Lu Hao gently raises his eyebrows and smiles. He walks with a leisurely gait towards the horse tied at the edge of the forest and takes a package from the horse's back. There are some sorghum cakes in here and some specially made pork of mine that if the old sir doesn't mind, you can distribute them to your family members to enjoy. After looking at the package that Lu Hao opens, El Gong falls into deep thought. In this desolate wilderness, people's hearts are hard to fathom. Even though the young man in front looks gentle and harmless, he doesn't dare to relax his vigilance easily. Old sir, this dried pork is specially marinated in sun, dried by me. That it's not only delicious, but also easy to store. Seeing that El Gong doesn't say anything anymore, Lu Hao immediately knows what this old man is worried about. He takes out a piece of dried pork and puts it in his mouth to chew. Seeing Lu Hao being so straightforward, El Gong no longer hesitates. In that case, then I'll trouble the strong man. After saying this to Lu Hao, he turns around and shouts at the carriage, "My dear child, Sewer, you both come down." The two people in the carriage hear El Gong's words and quickly get out of the carriage. While waiting for El Gong's words and smelling the aroma of the food, this is simply an ordeal for the two of them who are already starving. Two beautiful women, one big and one small, like fairies walking out of a painting, lightly get out of the carriage and walk towards the direction of Lu Hao and El Gong with gentle steps. The big beauty is LG, the so-called most poisonous empress in history. But in Lu Hao's view, LG's life is tragic, at least in this drama. Her blackening is completely inseparable from Yi Xiaochuan. First, she misjudged her feelings. And later she married a rascal pavilion head, who wouldn't turn black in such a situation. In ancient times, having several wives and concubines was normal. But this Yi Xiaochuan guy, but now it's okay. Yi Xiaochuan is out of their sight. Now he probably has taken up his post and become a eunuch. LG is wearing a simple and elegant long dress. The skirt gently sways with her graceful steps. Her skin is as white as jade. Her face is mature and intellectual. The slightly raised corners of her mouth show a kind of dignified and elegant temperament, making people can't help but be infatuated. Beautiful picture here. Next to her is the little beauty El Su, wearing a light pink dress, the skirt gently fluttering, as delicate as a flower. That pink color sets off her fair skin, making her look even more pure and lovely. Her face is cute and charming, and a pair of bright eyes sparkle like stars, showing a kind of. She slightly lowers her head, seemingly a bit shy, quite having the feeling of a next-door little sister. Beautiful picture here. This makes Lu Hao, who has eaten vegetarian food for many days, feel his heart fluttering, but soon he returns to calm. He secretly praises in his heart that the casting director really made the right choice. The two of them quickly come to Lu Hao's front. They slightly bend down and perform a standard ancient etiquette, saying in unison, "LG, El Su, pay our respects to the strong man." Their voices were clear and melodious, making Lu Hao's blood surge a bit. Looking at the two of them, Lu Gong also showed a proud and gratified smile on his face. Lu Hao quickly returned the greeting, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Ladies, you're being too kind. I'm Lu Hao. It's truly a great honor to meet you too. It's a blessing that has spanned 3 lifetimes." His words and deeds fully demonstrated the grace of a noble family, which really satisfied Lu Gong, this so-called father-in-law. What he didn't know was that the person who satisfied him in front of him was actually calculating in his mind how to win over his 2 naturally beautiful daughters. As Lu Hao introduced himself, Lu Gong and the others officially got to know Lu Hao. The servants of the Lu family took out some simple tables, chairs, and benches from the carriage for them to use. Then Lu Hao also took out some dried pork and distributed it to them. "Mr. Lu, 2 ladies, please taste the special dried pork I made." Lu Hao placed the package containing the dried pork on the table in front of them and took out a long and thin piece of dried meat to taste first. It wasn't that he didn't understand etiquette, but he wanted to demonstrate that the food was not poisonous. "Come on, let's also have a taste." Lu Gong picked up a piece with a smile and stuffed it into his mouth. The 2 sister flowers were already starving. They also took the dark red dried meat to their mouths and took a small bite. It's stringy. The dried meat is stringy. This is pork?" After tasting a mouthful, Lu Gong was the first to find it incredible. After all, the cooks in this era couldn't cook well, resulting in pork being fishy and smelly. But the dried pork he just ate had no strange smell at all. Instead, the meat had a peculiar fragrance, and the texture was firm, making people have endless aftertastes. It's pork. It's made by a special method to remove the fishy smell and then dried. Seeing the old man's extreme surprise, Lu Hao introduced it again. It's really incredible. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious pork." Just as Lu Gong was full of praise, Lu Hao raised his eyebrows and smiled calmly. "Having meat but no wine is not the way to entertain guests. Please wait a moment, 3 of you." After saying that, Lu Hao got up and went back to the horse side, took out 2 pots of wine and returned to sit beside everyone. "This is hero's drunk." Lu Ji was stunned when she saw the wine Lu Hao took out, and then let out a surprised sound. "Oh, hero's drunk. What a good name. But, Jir, how did you know about it?" Looking at the 2 pots of wine in Lu Hao's hand, Lu Gong gently stroked his beard a few times, turned to look at Lu Ji curiously. "Father, it's like this that I found out that the magistrate of Shanfu County is a lecher and loves wine very much. Coincidentally, I heard that a new wine called Hero's Drunk appeared in Kuaiji a few days ago, that it's very popular, and there's a shortage of supply at S.O. I sent someone to buy a few bottles of Hero's Drunk for him, at the price of 1 gold per bottle." When Lu Gong heard his daughter Lu Ji say this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What? 1 bottle is worth 1 gold? You know, 1 gold can be exchanged for thousands of Qin Banliang coins. And 1 Qin Banliang coin is enough for a person to have a full meal." Lu Gong finally understood why his family wealth was almost gone. It turned out that it had all been used to buy wine. Lu Hao was now using the strategy of hunger marketing, and in addition, the first batch of wine was originally not much. He set the price at 20 Qin Banliang coins per pot. But with a daily limit of 100 pots, that is to say, only those who consumed at Lichuan Courtyard were eligible to buy Hero's Drunk. Of course, just being eligible and secretly promoting Hero's Drunk was originally something Lu Hao asked Zhao Sun to do. However, unexpectedly, before Zhao Sun had time to spread the news, someone was already promoting it. Slowly, in just a few days, it reached the price of 1 gold per pot, and there was still a shortage of supply. In just over half a month, these 2 kinds of wine became popular in several nearby towns. There were countless people coming to Kuaiji to buy wine every day, which indirectly contributed to the development of Kuaiji's GDP. "Mr. Lu, such a precious wine. After hearing Lu Ji's introduction, Lu Gong knew how precious this wine was. He originally planned to decline politely, but was interrupted by Lu Hao. "Mr. Lu, money is something external to the body. When encountering such a fine wine, why not drink it happily together?" Lu Hao smiled, and his words showed a kind of calmness and magnanimity. After saying that, he poured half a bowl of Hero's Drunk for Lu Gong and some jiarenyang for the sister flowers. "All right, since the gentleman is so kind, my daughter and I will gratefully accept." After Lu Gong said that, looking at the clear-as-water Hero's Drunk in front of him, he picked up the bowl, gave a slight gesture to Lu Hao, and then raised his head and took a big gulp. As a result, after taking this sip, Lu Gong's face instantly turned red. He frowned tightly, widened his eyes, as if he had been burned by something. Why is this wine so strong?" At this time, Lu Gong only felt the spiciness of the wine constantly hitting his throat and abdomen. It was as if there was a blazing fire burning. And Lu Hao introduced to him, "Mr. Lu, this wine is a rare fine wine in the world. Its strength is naturally extraordinary. You can't drink it in big gulps. Taste it slowly, and you will surely feel its extraordinariness." Hearing this, Lu Gong nodded, picked up the bowl again, and carefully took a sip. This time, he really found that although the wine was extremely strong, the aftertaste was long and intoxicating. He couldn't help but praise. "Good wine, truly good wine. The gentleman is really thoughtful, and no wonder it's a wine worth 1 gold per pot. It's completely different from the wines he usually drinks." After a little wine entered their stomachs. Soon the conversation of the few people started, chatting about all sorts of things across the world. And because Lu Gong couldn't hold his liquor, after drinking the half bowl of wine Lu Hao poured for him, he was already tipsy. As for Lu Ji and Lu Su, their faces were slightly red. They only took a small sip of jiarenyang and didn't drink much. However, after a simple meal, Lu Hao managed to integrate into their group. From the conversation, Lu Gong learned that Lu Hao was going to Paste Inn. This immediately reminded Lu Gong that he had an old acquaintance with the magistrate of Paste Inn. Plus, his whole family was currently homeless. So he immediately decided to go to Paste Inn with Lu Hao. Just like that, with 1 horse, 1 carriage, and a few servants, a group of 10 people set off towards Paste Inn in a grand manner. After getting along for a few days, Lu Gong thought that Lu Hao was not only proficient in both civil and military skills but also very humorous. The most important thing was that his 2 daughters had a good impression of Lu Hao. And Lu Ji even put on her golden silk feather dress directly. Lu Hao immediately understood what it meant. Joking, his charm was not something to be underestimated. After several days of contact, the Lu Gong family also knew that Lu Hao had no family dependents, which made him even more satisfied with this young man. Until that day, Lu Gong's satisfaction with Lu Hao reached its peak. On this day, Lu Hao was riding a horse, chatting with Lu Gong and the others in the carriage. Suddenly, there was a great noise of horseshoes in the distance ahead, and a continuous stream of shouts filled the air. The Lu Gong family in the carriage suddenly panicked. Lu Gong also just remembered that they hadn't encountered any bandits robbing them on this journey. Whether it was luck or something else, he didn't know. But facing this sudden noise, he instantly became worried. Soon, more than a dozen burly men rode horses and held sharp blades and came right in front of them. Just as Lu Gong was about to plead for mercy, you saw these more than a dozen burly men dismount from their horses. Kneeling on one knee in their direction, they shouted loudly, "My lord!" These people were exactly Lu Hao's men. The reason why Lu Gong and the others didn't encounter any bandits on this journey was very simple. It was because Lu Hao's men had cleared them all along the way. From Kuaiji to Shanfu County, and then to Peixian, all the large and small bandit dens within a radius of 100 li in these places had been wiped out by them. When Lu Gong and the two sister flowers saw these people kneeling in their direction, they immediately understood subconsciously that these were Lu Hao's men. What they couldn't imagine was that Lu Hao, who looked gentle and proficient in both civil and military skills, actually had so many subordinates. "Get up, Wang Hu. Why are you here?" Wang Hu, one of the earliest people to follow Lu Hao, joined him together with Han Xian and the others. However, he is different from Han Xian and Zhao Sun. He is naturally bellicose and restless, and his martial arts are among the top among those Lu Hao recruited earliest. Thus, the first batch of swordsmen recruited by Lu Hao was led by Wang Hu, and he was ordered to fight to support the troops, and when eradicating bandit lairs, he could also train the soldiers. Wang Hu, who was the leader, stood up and gave Lu Hao a simple smile. "My lord, it's still Han Xian and Zhao Sun. They were worried that you might be in danger alone, so they specifically sent me to look for you." I said, "My lord's martial arts are above mine. How could there be danger?" This Wang Hu is simple-minded and single-tracked. Usually, he is a bit simple-minded, but when he starts fighting, he is extremely ruthless. Originally, it was only a 2-day journey from Shanfu County to Peixian County. But Lu Hao hadn't returned for 3 days, which had to make Han Xian and the others worried. So they sent Wang Hu from the action group to lead people out to look for him. "Han Xian, he's back?" When Lu Hao heard what Wang Hu said, he gave a knowing smile, and his eyes showed a satisfied look, as if he was satisfied with the loyalty of these people to him. "Yes, my lord. He just arrived in Peixian today," Wang Hu said respectfully to Lu Hao. "All right, I got it. You go ahead and clear the way, and let's rush to Peixian first." "Yes." Wang Hu flipped onto his horse and led the people to guard about 10 meters in front of Lu Hao's convoy. Lu Hao. This is, over the past few days, in order to get closer to the L family, Lu Hao proposed to address each other by their first names directly. "Lord L, these are my subordinates. They were worried about my safety, so they came to look for me." Lu Hao turned around and smiled at Lord L in the carriage. "Unexpectedly, you are not only proficient in both civil and military skills, but also have so many loyal and righteous people under your command." Lord L complimented with a smile. This time, he completely put his mind at ease about Lu Hao. Originally, he always thought that Lu Hao was a swordsman who had read a lot of books. Although proficient in both civil and military skills, he didn't know about his family background. If his daughter married him, he didn't know if she would live well. Now it seems that he had. Since Lu Hao had these subordinates, it proved that this young man was definitely extraordinary. On the way, Lu Hao caught up with Wang Hu and the others and was talking about something. Only then did Lord L say to LG and L Su in the carriage, "What do you two think of Lu Hao?" LG was slightly taken aback, then came to her senses. She knew exactly what her father meant, so she quickly replied, "Lu Hao is a humorous and talented person. Not only is he extremely literary, but also highly skilled in martial arts. He is truly a rare young talent." "That's right. Lu Hao is really a very good person," the innocent L Su said with a voice full of innocence, not understanding what Lord L meant, and just said what was in her heart. Seeing that both of his daughters praised Lu Hao so much, Lord L smiled and continued, "If one of you two had to marry Lu Hao, would you be willing?" As soon as this question came up, the atmosphere in the carriage immediately became tense. After hearing what Lord L said, the two sister flowers, LG and L Su, instantly blushed. L Su shyly lowered her head, and her hand kept tugging at the corner of her clothes. Her heart was filled with shyness and uneasiness, but LG was different. Although a bit shy, after the shyness, she was the first to speak. "De jure is willing." After LG said that, she shyly lowered her head. And when L Su heard that her elder sister had taken the lead, a sense of loss immediately welled up in her heart. After getting LG's consent, Lord L nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps because he had found a good son-in-law for himself, Or perhaps he had found a good husband for his daughter. Dividing line when Lu Hao and his party arrived in Peixian. It was almost sunset. Compared with Kuaiji, Peixian is not only less prosperous, but also much smaller in terms of land area. But Lu Hao came to Peixian not only because the L family would settle in Peixian. More importantly, Peixian has rich mineral veins, with a lot of coal and iron ore. The iron ore is one of Lu Hao's goals for this trip. After they entered the city, they were directly led by Wang Hu to a mansion. "My lord, we're here," Wang Hu dismounted and said respectfully to Lu Hao. Lu Hao looked at the spacious mansion in front of him, which was no smaller than the one in Kuaiji, that he nodded in satisfaction. Lu Hao dismounted and took a few steps to the carriage. "Lord L, it's getting dark. Please condescend to stay in my mansion for one night tonight." After hearing this, Lord L got out of the carriage and looked at the mansion in front of him for a moment. "This mansion is no smaller than his previous one. Thanks to your care all the way. Now that we have arrived in Peixian, we don't want to cause too much trouble. We can just stay in the inn tonight." After hearing what Lord L said, Lu Hao immediately knew what this old man was thinking. He wanted to stay, but didn't want to agree so readily. As a person who had lived 2 lifetimes. How could Lu Hao not see through his little thoughts? "What are you talking about, Lord L? Since we have come to Peixian, how can we let your family stay in the inn?" Lu Hao made it very obvious. He had laid his cards on the table. He just had his eye on your daughter. Let's see what you do. When Lord L heard this, he was overjoyed. "Since that's the case, I'll follow the host's arrangement. Jier, Sewer, come down. We'll stay in Lu Hao's mansion tonight. At this time, the door of the mansion in front of them was opened, and the people coming were Zhao Sun and Han Xian. My lord. The two bowed respectfully to Lu Hao with clasped fists. "There's no need for so much formality. Han Xian, have all the things been done? Returning to my lord. Everything has been taken care of. And all that needed to be dealt with has been dealt with." What Han Xian meant was that Yi Xiaochuan had successfully taken office. As for that Kuaiji kiosk chief, he should be dead by now. "Good, very good." After getting Han Xian's reply, Lu Hao was very happy and asked someone to prepare the meal to welcome the honored guests. At this time, Zhao Sun looked at Lu Hao with a smile. "My lord, why don't you take the honored guests to the fragrant? A new cook has just arrived there, and his cooking skills are unparalleled." Lu Hao was slightly taken aback and looked at the smiling Zhao Sun. When Wang Hu heard about eating, his eyes also widened. "That's right. The food he makes is delicious, with a lot of variety, and the names are even stranger. I like that Peking duck the most." When Lu Hao heard Wang Hu mention Peking duck, how could he not know who this cook was? But he was curious. Gao Yao shouldn't have come to Peixian so early. He didn't go to look for him himself. How could he come to Peixian earlier than him? All right, then let's go to the fragrant. The fragrant is one of Lu Hao's money-making tools, a very proper restaurant. As soon as Zhao Sun arrived in Peixian, he opened the Lichuan courtyard and the fragrant. "Lord L, come to my restaurant and let's have a few more drinks." Good. My lord, come with me. The location of the fragrant is not far from here. We can get there quickly on foot," Zhao Sun said as he led the way in front. At the same time, somewhere in the Xianyang Palace, thousands of miles away. "Damn it. Who on earth? Why did they do this to me?" A person dressed as a eunuch was chopping firewood in a spacious yard. The voice was small, but there was a slight shrillness in the voice. "That's right. This person is the newly evolved Yi Xiaochuan." Yi Xiaochuan was holding an axe and mercilessly destroying the firewood in front of him with all his strength. "I just arrived in the Qin dynasty and have no grudges with anyone. Why did they attack me so mercilessly?" The pale Yi Xiaochuan said this and subconsciously looked down at his crotch. Clang. As a playboy, losing that is no different from killing him, and now he's been arranged to enter the palace. "What are you doing, Yi Xiaochuan? I told you to chop firewood. Look at what you've done to the firewood, and you even threw the axe away. Are you not satisfied with my arrangement?" A voice that was sarcastic and shrill came out of the house. No, Wang. Just now my hand slipped, and the axe flew out. I'll continue chopping firewood right away. When Yi Xiaochuan saw that dead eunuch come out, a smile immediately appeared on his face, perfectly demonstrating what it means to be a sycophant. "Well, this is good. Hurry up. After young master Hu Hai finishes his dinner, he's going to take a bath. If you haven't finished chopping the firewood by then you..." The middle-aged eunuch looked at Yi Xiaochuan with a flattering smile and was extremely satisfied. After leaving a word, he left with the young eunuchs by his side. Yi Xiaochuan stared viciously at the backs of these eunuchs, walked to the axe, picked it up. "Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you wish you were dead. Can I, a modern person, be bullied by you? Wait until I figure out how to please Hu Hai. Then it will be your death day. I don't care if Hu Hai is the one who caused the downfall of the Qin dynasty. Right now, whoever can help me is the good person. After whispering a few words to himself, Yi Xiaochuan waved the axe in his hand again and continued chopping firewood. A few days ago, Yi Xiaochuan was just sent into the palace and was completely in a daze. Not only did he suffer inhumane treatment, but he was even going to be sold into the palace as a eunuch. What was even more abominable was that these damned eunuchs actually bullied him. Who was Yi Xiaochuan? A modern playboy. How could he be willing to be humiliated? So on the first day he entered the palace, he confronted that middle-aged eunuch. The other party didn't let him off easily and immediately sent 2 young eunuchs to teach Yi Xiaochuan a lesson. Yi Xiaochuan still had some skills. He knew some simple fighting techniques, and dealing with 2 young eunuchs was definitely not a problem. However, where was this? The palace. There were plenty of eunuchs here, and no matter how capable Yi Xiaochuan was, he couldn't fight against 6, 8, or 10 hands. The middle-aged eunuch directly sent 6 more young eunuchs and gave Yi Xiaochuan a set of combination punches, hitting him so that stars danced before his eyes. After this battle, Yi Xiaochuan had no temper left. However, Yi Xiaochuan, who was not willing to be under others, quickly wanted to fight his way up. There was no way to escape. In order to live a better life for himself, he could only climb up. Just like this, another problem arose. What could he do? Cooking. No serving people. It would be more appropriate for people to serve him. So he came to a conclusion. Except for picking up girls and photography, he couldn't do anything that he couldn't pick up girls now. As for photography, there was no camera in this era, and his mobile phone had also disappeared. So, right now, he was almost good for nothing. Just like this, after being listless for 2 days, he finally got by chance. He learned that he had been sent to serve Hu Hai, that notorious second-generation emperor who caused the downfall of the country. From then on, Yi Xiaochuan learned to be forbearing. He had just arrived, and it wasn't his turn to serve closely yet. He was just waiting for an opportunity when he saw Hu Hai. That would be his chance to rise up. Then he would rely on his power to find the people who harmed him and torture them all cruelly one by one. On the other side, Lu Hao, who helped Yi Xiaochuan find another position, led Lu Gong's family under the guidance of Zhao Sun. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, the few of them came to a 3-story building. It occupied quite a large area, looking like it was over 1,000 square meters. There was a sign hanging at the door, on which were written the 3 big characters Fragrant Hall of Abundance in bold. Before they even walked into the main entrance, they could smell the aroma of the dishes wafting out, which immediately whetted Lu Hao's appetite. Although it was just dusk at this time, the first-floor hall was crowded with people. And there were still people sitting on both sides waiting at the door. Modern queuing started right now. Zhao Sun led Lu Hao, Lu Gong's family through the hall and came to a private room on the 3rd floor. The decoration was quite nice, very elegant. My lord, this is reserved especially for you. You and the honored guests. Please wait a moment. I'll go down and make arrangements right away. After Zhao Sun nodded slightly to Lu Hao and Lu Gong's family, he exited the private room. Unexpectedly, Lu Hao, you actually have such a large business. After seeing Lu Hao's mansion and the fragrant hall of abundance, Lu Gong was extremely satisfied with Lu Hao now. The smile on his face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Although among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants ranked last, Lu Hao was obviously not an ordinary merchant. You flatter me. I wonder if the 2 young ladies are still satisfied? Lu Hao turned his gaze to LG and El Su. The 2 of them nodded shyly and didn't say anything. Soon, the wine, dishes were successively served by the waiter. Lu Hao looked at the roasted chicken, braised pork that he hadn't seen for a long time, and was almost drooling. Lord Lu, please, taste how this cook's skills are. Lu Gong didn't have much fondness for these dishes, although they smelled good. They looked gaudy. He was more interested in the yingxiangzui that had just been served. After all, this era was dull and almost every man had a special liking for wine, provided they had money. All right. Come on. Lu Hao picked up a piece of braised pork for each of El Su and LG. 2 young ladies. Taste this. It looks like it should be very delicious. This braised pork looked bright red in color, crystal clear, and was full of elasticity, like duang. After 3 rounds of drinking, several people were completely conquered by Gao Yao's cooking skills. In this era, Gao Yao's cooking skills could really be described by the title of kitchen god. At this time, Lu Gong was already drunk. Lu Hao saw that the time was ripe and didn't hesitate any longer. Hesitation wasn't his style. Oh, burp. If you have something to say, just say it. We're not outsiders. LG, who had already drunk some Jiaran Yang, had a slightly red face. Hearing Lu Gong say this, her face was like a ripe apple. Lu Hao came to this world alone, without any relatives. LG and El Su. the two young ladies, were naturally beautiful and gentle and virtuous. I'm so bold as to want to marry the two young ladies that I hope Lord Lu will grant your approval." At this time, Lu Gong, who was shaking his head and swaying, laughed heartily after hearing Lu Hao's words. He picked up the wine and signaled to Lu Hao to drink it all in one gulp. "I also have this intention. I want to betroth my young daughter to you, but I didn't know how to bring it up. Maybe because he was drunk." Lu Gong didn't understand that Lu Hao said he wanted to marry too. Lu Hao could only reiterate again, "Lord Lu, please forgive my rudeness. I want to marry the two young ladies." When Lu Hao said this, Elsu opened her eyes wide and looked at Lu Hao. Although Elji was also a bit surprised, she wasn't as shocked as Lsu. In just a few days, the intelligent Elji could easily see that Lu Hao and Elsu also had feelings for each other. What surprised her was that she never thought Lu Hao would be so direct. "Oh, marry both. Yes, the two young ladies are one gentle and charming, the other cute and clever. It's really hard to choose. So I might as well marry them both. Please, Lord Lu, grant your approval." If it were usually when Lu Hao proposed to Lu Gong, maybe Lu Gong would have to think about it carefully for a while. But now, Lu Gong didn't hesitate at all. "Since that's the case, if Su Su has no objections, then I also agreed." Lu Gong was shaking his head and swaying, looking like he might pass out drunk at any moment. Lu Hao secretly rejoiced that it's done. The culture of drinking at the dinner table is truly terrifying. This time, Elsu was also stunned and didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Elji sighed and took the initiative to hold her sister's hand. "Su Su, don't you also like him? Since that's the case, what's there to hesitate about?" "Sister," Elsu's delicate face turned bright red. She shyly looked at Elji and then nodded firmly with a determined look in her eyes. "I'm willing." After hearing this, Lu Gong stood up and laughed heartily. "All right, then we'll set the date for the wedding." As soon as he said this, the whole person passed out drunk and lay. Lu Hao looked at the two of them and showed a bright smile. The two sisters were very embarrassed by Lu Hao's look and both lowered their heads. "Two young ladies, it's getting late. I'll have someone send Lord Lu and you back. After I find someone to choose an auspicious day, I'll come to marry the two young ladies. Just leave everything to you. Lv." She cast a coquettish glance at Lu Hao, her eyes brimming with tenderness, which instantly sent Lu Hao's blood surging, even causing a certain physical reaction. However, this matter couldn't be handled rashly. After all, it was their first marriage, and moreover, she was still a virgin. How could he be so casual? Thus, Lu Hao forcefully suppressed his desire, summoned someone, and sent Lv and her sister, along with the drunk Lv Gong, back home. Then, under the guidance of Zhao Sun, he came to the kitchen. It was already around 9 o'clock in the evening. But the kitchen was still bustling with activity. There were also several people dressed like waiters hovering around a chef who was tossing a wok. Then, Lu Hao heard that special and familiar voice. "I've already told you, this special braised pork in the Gao family's recipe can't be rushed. It all requires time, and he is also crucial. Oh, Master Gao, we're not in a hurry, but the honored guests are." "Yes, the guests have urged several times already. We really have no choice. Can you shorten the time a bit?" The waiters explained helplessly. "How can that be? That would ruin the reputation of our Gao family." Seeing Gao Yao's serious working attitude, Lu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Sun behind him was really good at pleasing people. Seeing Lu Hao nod, he immediately walked over. All right, you can go out first. Offer each table of guests a pot of Xiongzue as compensation." Zhao Sun stepped forward to dismiss these waiters, and they didn't dare to disobey. Yes, after the waiters left, Lu Hao came to Gao Yao's side and saw the slight beads of sweat on Gao Yao's forehead and his busy hands. What a dedicated person. How could he be friends with someone like Yi Xiaochuan? Speaking of which, his sister Gao Lan was also blind. She knew that Yi Xiaochuan was a playboy but still clung to him. In the end, not only did she get taken advantage of herself, but her elder brother was also harmed. "Gao Yao, let me introduce you. This is my lord, Lord Lu Hao." Zhao Sun waited until Gao Yao finished stir-frying a dish before opening his mouth. "Oh, the boss? Hello, boss. I'm Gao Yao, the new chef. I wonder if the boss is satisfied with my cooking skills." Only then did Gao Yao notice a strange young man standing behind him at this moment. He wasn't as arrogant as in the original drama in the small restaurant and spoke to Lu Hao politely. Lu Hao listened to Gao Yao's tone and smiled slightly. "Very good. I'm very satisfied. Your dishes are novel and extremely delicious." Hearing that this big boss, Lu Hao, was satisfied, Gao Yao was extremely happy and said with a smile, "As long as the boss is satisfied, I can cook many other dishes that you definitely haven't tasted before." Zhao Sun was very good at pleasing people. Seeing that Lu Hao was so satisfied, he immediately said, "My lord, there is no one to take care of the kitchen in Xiangmenlo now. Do you think we can let Gao Yao? Lu Hao nodded with a smile. Yes. From now on, Gao Yao will be responsible for the kitchen. Leave all matters in the kitchen to you. I hope you work hard. When Xiangmen Lu opens in Xianyang, I will take you with me, and you will surely become a renowned chef known throughout the world, and you can choose any wealthy young lady or noble maiden. After hearing Lu Hao's assurance, Gao Yao was stunned and stared at him blankly. It took him a long time to come to his senses. A chef god? Can I become a chef god? For a chef, there is no one who doesn't want to stand at the top. Just like a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good chef. Yes, you definitely can. Lu Hao had great confidence in Gao Yao. In this era when cooking techniques were scarce, if Gao Yao couldn't outshine other chefs in cooking skills, it would be a waste for him to be a time traveler. Hearing Lu Hao's words, Gao Yao's eyes kept shining with a strange light. The passionate look in his eyes towards Lu Hao made others, if they didn't know, think he had some special interest. Thank you, boss, for giving me this opportunity. I won't let you down. An extremely excited Gao Yao finally found a glimmer of a sense of belonging for the first time. Originally, having been inexplicably transported here, he was a bit listless. Yi Xiaochuan wasn't by his side either, and without much, Gao Yao could only end up working as a chef in some small restaurants, although his cooking skills were undeniable. His behavior seemed very strange to outsiders, making him appear extremely unsociable. By chance, he heard that there was a kind of wine in Kuaiji that was extremely strong and couldn't be compared with the current wines. Gao Yao immediately decided to go to Kuaiji because he knew that Yi Xiaochuan liked drinking. Maybe this wine was brewed by Yi Xiaochuan. Even if not, with Yi Xiaochuan's personality, he would definitely be able to go there. And then they could meet in Kuaiji. However, when Gao Yao spent several days arriving in Kuaiji, Yi Xiaochuan, whom he had been longing to see, wasn't at the place where the wine was sold. There was no other way. His money had run out, and just then, Zhao Sun was hiring chefs, so he went to apply and was successfully hired. His excellent cooking skills, seeing Gao Yao extremely excited. Lu Hao nodded with a smile and left with Zhao Xuan. In the private room on the 3rd floor just now. My lord, we have already taken control of the iron ore mine and paste in. The next step is to start excavation. My lord, our manpower has exceeded 1,000, and they all have a certain level of combat ability. My lord, I have already contacted Xiao He, the chief official in Paisian. As you said, this person is truly a great talent. In the private room on the 3rd floor, Zhao Sun, Wang Hu, and Han Xian each reported some situations to Lu Hao. Lu Hao nodded and looked at Zhao Sun and said, the matter of excavating the iron ore must be carried out secretly. Although the magistrate of Paisian has taken our money and can turn a blind eye, we still can't be careless. Yes, Zhao Sun nodded solemnly. Wang Hu, select 200 of the best fighters to protect the iron ore mine. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them without mercy. The iron ore, although not vigorously mined in the current Qin dynasty. These are strategic resources. If discovered while being privately excavated and reported directly, it might cause a little trouble to Lu Hao. This is something he doesn't allow. He must firmly hold the iron ore in his hands. In the future, for his grand ambitions, he will rely on these iron ores. That's right. After several days of consideration, Lu Hao decided that he wanted to experience the thrill of charging into battle and have a taste of being an emperor who founded a country. The current first emperor simply didn't deserve this title. Then, for someone like him who had traveled through time with a system that if he didn't achieve anything, it would really be a shame for these numerous time travelers. He also wanted to give this Yingzheng a lesson on what it means to be a peerless emperor. Han Xian, you and Wang Hu will start secretly recruiting soldiers and horses tomorrow. Don't be afraid to spend money, but it must be carried out secretly without making a big fuss. The stronger the people recruited, the better, and the more intelligent, the better. Also, see if you can find some descendants of the Mahis school. After the first emperor unified the 6 states, the descendants of the Mahis school disappeared from people's sight. Now, it might take some time to find them. However, if found, they will be of great use to Lu Hao. Yes, Han Xian, Wang Hu, and Zhao Sun exchanged glances with each other, and excitement flashed in their eyes. They clearly knew what Lu Hao intended to do. Han Xian was even more delighted, feeling that he had definitely followed the right person. For a moment, the loyalty of the 3 of them reached 100%, and they completely became Lu Hao's most loyal subordinates. Early the next morning, in a side room in Lu Hao's mansion. What? LV Gong's eyes widened in astonishment as he listened to LVG's words. Yes, father. Last night, you agreed to Lu Hao's proposal to marry me and Su Su. LV she sat smiling on a stool, looking at LV Gong who was leaning on the bed. This, alas, forget it. Lu Hao is extremely outstanding. You two sisters can support each other after marrying into his family. This is also good. LV Gong forced a smile and rubbed his still aching head. He never expected that Lu Hao would propose marriage while he was drunk last night, and without his awareness, he had betrothed both of his daughters to one person. Suddenly, he felt a bit sad. His two precious daughters were now someone else's. LV Gong, are you awake? Lu Hao came to the outside of LV Gong's side room, saw the door of the side room wide open, and walked in directly. Yes, I'm awake. Just drank too much last night and have a bit of a hangover. LV Gong looked at Lu Hao with a smile, and a hint of regret could be heard in his words. It was as if he was saying that he had been drunk last night, and what he said didn't count. But who was Lu Hao? He simply ignored what he said, that I'll have my servants make you some hangover soup later. By the way, my subordinate reported to me just now that he has found a propitious date, in 2 days. It will be an auspicious time. What do you think, Mr. LV? After Lu Hao finished speaking, he looked at LVG, who had stood up, and smiled gently. Hearing this, LVG shyly lowered her head and didn't dare to look at this man who was about to become her husband. In 2 days, so soon. LV Gong also stopped pretending and sat up straight. It is said that in 2 days, it will be the best day of this year. So, hearing Lu Hao say this, LV Gong looked at the shy LVG and sighed. All right, then it will be in 2 days. Lu Hao, I hope you can treat Zhe and Su well. Of course, I will definitely treat them well in the future. After hearing LV Gong nod, the corners of Lu Hao's mouth turned up in a smile. On the day of the grand wedding 2 days later, at Lu Hao's residence. This time, Lu Hao's mansion was decorated with lanterns and festoons. The red lanterns hanging high on both sides of the mansion's gate swayed gently in the wind. People came and went inside the mansion. Busy yet orderly, the servants shuttled through the corridors, carrying various items in their hands, with smiles on their faces. For today's wedding, Gao Yao even came to be the main chef himself. To repay Lu Hao's kindness of recognizing his talent. Gao Yao had started preparing 2 days ago when he found out, because he wanted to create a Manchuhan banquet for Lu Hao, with 108 dishes. This would be a wild dream in modern times. Firstly, the ingredients would be a problem. However, here, nothing was impossible. The entire Lu mansion was immersed in a festive and busy atmosphere, waiting for the upcoming grand wedding moment. The prominent families and clans in Peixian County all came to Lu Hao's mansion, bringing generous gifts. As the owner of Xiangmen Lu in Lu Zhanyuan, Lu Hao was originally looked down upon by these prominent families. After all, in this era, merchants were at the bottom. However, since the hero's drunk and beauty's brew they drank every day were produced by him, if they made Lu Hao unhappy and he refused to sell, they would have nowhere to cry. Moreover, Lu Hao was marrying the 2 daughters of Mr.LV still had some prestige among the literati. So these people also put aside some of their misgivings and came to curry favor with Lu Hao. Thus, almost all the well-known wealthy families and clans in Peixian County came. The magistrate of Peixian County, Zhou, arrived. A loud voice rang out, and Magistrate Zhou of Peixian County walked into the mansion with several people. Mr. LV, Magistrate Zhou, it's been a long time. After hearing the magistrate come, Mr. LV immediately walked out of the main hall and went straight to the courtyard to greet him. Mr. LV, I never expected that after not seeing each other for many days, the day I see you again is the grand wedding day of your 2 daughters. Truly a double blessing. Magistrate Zhou was only in his early 40s. A bit younger than Mr. LV, and chatted with Mr.LV with a smile on his face. Mr.LV marrying off his daughter was of course a major event. To put on a grand show, he had sent an invitation to the magistrate. Come, let's go into the main hall and talk. Mr.LV led Magistrate Zhou and his entourage to the main hall. Along the way, the wealthy families and clans greeted the magistrate, and Magistrate Zhou nodded and smiled in response one by one. Lu Hao, this is Magistrate Zhou of Peixian County. This is the Chief Clerk of Peixian County, Xiao He, and this is the Sheriff of Peixian County, Xia Haing. Lu Hao, dressed in a black and red wedding gown, stood in the main hall. Mr.LV saw him at a glance and quickly introduced 3 or 4 people to him in one breath. But Lu Hao's gaze lingered on Xiao He and Xia Haing for a few more seconds. Because one was a civil official and the other was a military general. More importantly, this Xia Haing was actually an ancestor of Boss Chao. Lu Hao greeted each of them when Magistrate Zhou saw Lu Hao in person. Although he was slightly surprised, he immediately smiled and said, Mr. LV's 2 daughters have good taste. Just as Lu Hao was about to say something, unexpectedly, a fierce quarrel came from the entrance of the mansion. I am Lu Bang, the head of Sichuiding. I am also here to congratulate Mr. LV. Why won't you let me in?" Hearing this, Lu Hao squinted and smiled. "Everyone, please forgive my poor hospitality that I'll go out and see what the commotion is about. Please trouble my father-in-law to take the honored guests inside to take their seats." After Mr.LV nodded, he greeted everyone and walked inside. A murderous intent appeared in Lu Hao's eyes. It was hard for him to get married. This ungrateful fellow actually chose this time to cause trouble? What's going on? Lu Hao walked to the entrance of the mansion with a gloomy face. He saw Zhao Sun arguing with a slovenly-looking man. "My lord." Seeing Lu Hao come in person, Zhao Sun quickly greeted him respectfully and then turned to glare at Lu Bang. "This man is disheveled, his hair is unkempt, and we didn't invite him. So we blocked him outside the mansion gate." Lu Hao looked at Lu Bang. This slovenly appearance. His clothes are also tattered that it's really hard to imagine that this man will be the founding emperor of the Western Han dynasty in the future. After seeing the main person come out, Lu Bang quickly bowed with a salute. "I am Lu Bang, the head of Sichuiding. I am here especially to congratulate." At the entrance of the gate, there were many people coming in and out. Lu Hao didn't have the need to argue with him here. After all, even if the dogs in Lu Hao's house ate well today, it wouldn't matter if he didn't come. "Well, thank you. Come in." Seeing Lu Hao being so straightforward, Lu Bang immediately became complacent and made a contemptuous sound towards Zhao Sun. "Look at the magnanimity of your master." Lu Bang came here for two things. One was to beg for food and wine. He had been starving for 3 days and 9 meals. He hadn't had a full meal for several days, and he hadn't even had a taste of the hero's drunk sold in Xiangmenlu for so many days. The reason was simple. He had no money. If he had money, he wouldn't be starving for 3 days and 9 meals. The second was that he had something he wanted to discuss with Lu Hao. Of course, there might be some threatening elements in it, but for the sake of living a prosperous life, this risk was worth taking. Lu Hao walked in front, also thinking about Lu Bang's appearance. It couldn't be just about getting free food and drink. It was impossible to say that he had no brains at all. After all, he was able to deceive Yi Xiaochuan and Gao Yao. One becoming a corvée laborer and the other becoming a government slave. Such a person couldn't possibly have no wisdom. Moreover, there was even a rhyme that the children in Peixian County made up for Lu Bang. Third Master Lu, of the 3rd class, cheats for food and drink. Among the 1,000 households in Peixian County, 990 are deceived. Lu Hao thought of this, and the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. He thought to himself, 990 out of 1,000 households deceived. This guy is definitely a talent. Lu Bang, with the character G and rank 3rd. No matter what Lu Bang was like in history. But in the drama, do you really deserve to be called 3rd? I'm not free to deal with you today, but since you came to my door yourself, I must give you a good treat some other day. Just as Lu Hao was thinking this in his heart, Lu Bang stepped forward and casually said 2 words, "Mine." Lu Hao's steps paused, and he turned to look at Lu Bang, that Lu Hao's face showed no sign of dissatisfaction. He still had a smile on his face. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Today is my big day." Understood. Lu Bang, of course, wouldn't make Lu Hao unhappy today. It wouldn't do him any good either. But when Lu Hao continued to walk forward, his eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. How dare a small hooligan threaten him? He really didn't know his own limits, the dividing line. Today, LG and Su are undoubtedly the most prominent focuses of the whole venue. The 2 sisters stand side by side. LG's temperament is as fiery as fire, while Su's temperament is as gentle as water. All the guests present are amazed by them. For 2 sisters to marry the same person simultaneously will surely be regarded as a good story wherever it happens, in the presence of many witnesses. Lu Hao completed the wedding ceremony with the 2 of them. The wedding ceremony in the Qin dynasty was rather elaborate, even more so than the bowing ceremony that emerged during the Northern Song dynasty. The bride removes the veil, performs the hand-washing ceremony, the sharing of the same meal ceremony, the nuptial cup ceremony, the hair-tying ceremony, etc. Although it is a bit troublesome, from now on, they are legally married. Those who initially followed Lu Hao now hold various positions. Big or small, in Lu Hao's power, especially Han Xian, Zhao Sun, and Wang Hu, they are extremely happy because they know what grand plans their lord has. After getting married, perhaps within a year or so, one of the 2 young ladies will be pregnant. By that time, if they truly achieve great success and fame, and when the child grows up, he will be the new emperor. The birth of an heir is something that those who follow Lu Hao are very willing to see. These people and many guests are all feasting and drinking merrily today, with Gao Yao personally in the kitchen. This wedding is made extremely perfect. Lu Hao even directly pulled Xiao He and Xia Hoing from Lord L's table and came to the table of Han Xian, Gao Yao, and others to drink together heartily. County Magistrate Zhou has no objections either. After all, he secretly received money. Yes, for convenience, Lu Hao had some large round tables made overnight. Eating alone at a small table is so boring. Eating together like this creates the right atmosphere. During the meal, Lu Hao, Han Xian, and others had a very pleasant conversation with Xiao He and Xia Hoing in the time of one meal. They directly established a friendship as for Gao Yao. Although he felt a sense of accomplishment seeing everyone enjoying the dishes he made, he seemed a bit out of place at the table. After all, he was just a cook, but fortunately, there was Lu Hao. Lu Hao chatted with Gao Yao about everyday matters and promised him that he would find a match for him after some time. People eat the 5 grains. How can they completely abstain from desires? Gao Yao isn't a eunuch now. When Gao Yao learned of Lu Hao's intention, he felt a mix of melancholy and joy. He was melancholy because he couldn't see Yi Xiaochuan and might not be able to return to the modern world. He was happy because he was highly respected here and was actually going to have descendants in the Qin dynasty. In the dead of night, a grand banquet has come to an end. After getting Han Xian, Xiao He, and others drunk, Lu Hao, full of energy, came to a side room. 2 beautiful ladies were waiting for him here. Tonight is surely a sleepless one. The door of the side room slowly opened. A faint fragrance rushed towards him, a mixture of sandalwood and the unique fragrance of women, making him feel refreshed. Lu Hao took a deep breath, gently stepped into the room, and closed the door. After taking a few steps, his gaze fixed on the edge of the bed. There, LG and Elsu were sitting upright, waiting for his arrival. They were dressed extremely beautifully today, like blooming flowers in the night. The two had already changed into new clothes at this time. LG was wearing a brocade feather dress with delicate patterns embroidered on it. Her complexion was rosy, her eyes full of affection, exuding a noble and elegant temperament. Elsu was wearing a light pink dress. There was a hint of shyness and nervousness in her eyes, making people feel pity. When Lu Hao's gaze met theirs, they both slightly lowered their heads, and a blush appeared on their cheeks. The 2 charming beauties sat in front of Lu Hao, and at this moment, silence spoke volumes. Lu Hao was deeply attracted by the scene in front of him. He felt his heart pounding, as if it was about to jump out of his chest, although his actual age was that of a 52-year-old lecher. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He slowly walked between the 2 and sat down, taking a deep breath and trying to calm his excited mood, looking at the 2 beautiful ladies on both sides. An indescribable feeling welled up in Lu Hao's heart that he reached out and gently held the small hands of LG and Elsu. Both of their hands trembled slightly, but neither of them pulled away. Today, we are finally married. Lu Hao's voice was, making LG and Elsu's hearts beat a few beats faster. LG looked up, her eyes filled with firmness and tenderness. Husband, being able to spend this moment with you is the greatest honor in our lives. Elsu also gently looked up, with a shy and expectant glint in her eyes. Yes, we are willing to accompany you by your side forever. Lu Hao was deeply touched by their words. Although he had many women around him in this life, none of them had reached the stage of discussing marriage. He never expected that he would get married on his first time traveling through. Although he initially just wanted to take these 2 in, when this day really came, he was a bit at a loss. As the night gradually deepened, the moonlight outside the window shone into the room, adding a touch of romance to this warm moment. Lu Hao couldn't hold back any longer. He lifted their hands and gently kissed them. This made the inexperienced Elsu extremely shy, and she kept her head down, not daring to look at him. Unlike Elsu, there was a burning flame in LG's eyes. The 2 looked at each other. Lu Hao let go of Elsu's hand and tightly embraced LG in his arms. Lu Hao's lips directly pressed against LG's red lips. His kissing skills were not unfamiliar, but carried a unique, domineering, and deep affection, making LG feel both surprised and thrilled. Although LG was a bit bolder than Elsu, she was also extremely flustered at this time and responded to Lu Hao with her inexperienced but equally passionate kissing skills. Their kisses intertwined, as hot as fire. Lu Hao's hands gently caressed LG's back, every touch full of tenderness and longing, making LG feel both nervous and happy. And LG also tightly held the lover in front of her, pressing her body tightly against his. Lu Hao could even feel the majestic breasts in front of his chest. At this moment, the 2 were completely immersed in each other's embrace, as if the outside world's interference had been blocked. Their kisses became deeper and more passionate. The next day, the dazzling sun was already high in the sky. Only then did Lu Hao come out of the room, closing the door quietly on tiptoe. Not wanting to disturb the sleeping beauties, the sunlight shone on him, Warm and comfortable, he took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air and the fragrance of flowers and plants. After walking out of this courtyard, Lu Hao immediately saw Lord L sitting in the pavilion. This time, Lord L's eyes were fixed on this direction. Father-in-law, you got up so early. Lu Hao greeted with a smile, seeing Lord L's complexion was not good. Early? It's already past noon. Where are Jier and Su Su? Lord L looked at Lu Hao disapprovingly. Originally, when he got up this morning and didn't see Lu Hao and the two sisters, he was worried about his two newlywed daughters. But after seeing Lu Hao come out alone and still not seeing the two daughters, he became even more worried. Lu Hao had a good foundation in martial arts and a strong body. Could it be that the two, Jier and Su Su are a bit tired and still resting? Lu Hao recalled last night, and a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. But in Lord L's view, Lu Hao's smile looked extremely improper no matter how he saw it. Lord L could only interrupt his reverie by making a sound. Are they okay? Lu Hao was startled upon hearing this and immediately understood. Don't worry. Father-in-law, they are my wives now. Of course, I won't let them feel unwell. Lu Hao wasn't lying about this. Last night during the wedding night, the effects of the grand Yin-Yang scripture took effect. He could clearly feel the internal energy in his body increasing bit by bit. Although it is scarce, it can increase 1 year's worth of internal energy in one night, which is by no means a small amount. Moreover, while the vast Yin-Yang canon brings internal energy to him, it also transfers internal energy into the bodies of the two of them and can help them quickly recover from their injuries. This is the benefit brought by the dual cultivation technique. As for why they haven't woken up yet, it's normal. They were too exhausted. After hearing Lu Hao's assurance, Lord L nodded in satisfaction. Well, it's already noon. You should go and have some food. Zhao Sun came to look for you just now. I don't know what it's about. After saying that, Lord L turned around and left. Seeing the somewhat lonely back of this old man, Lu Hao immediately thought, should he find a cheap mother-in-law for him? Lu Hao didn't eat, but instead asked the servant to inform Zhao Sun to come to the main hall to see him at tea this time. He was still full of energy and could fight for another day and night without a problem. My lord, Zhao Sun arrived at the main hall to meet Lu Hao within a few minutes. Well, I heard from my father-in-law that you were looking for me. Lu Hao saw that Zhao Sun's expression was somewhat solemn and immediately asked directly. Yes, my lord. Lu Bang came to visit early this morning. I refused on the grounds that my lord had something to attend to. But that fellow Lu Bang seemed to know something. He quietly whispered the word mine to me and then said he would come to visit again later and left. After hearing this, Lu Hao smiled faintly. Lu Bang said the same thing to me yesterday. It seems that he has discovered the matter of the mind. It doesn't matter, since he has come to seek death on his own. How could we not oblige? Then, Lu Hao gave Zhao Sun a few more instructions. After hearing Lu Hao's words, Zhao Sun nodded, but still asked worriedly, My lord, although this move can temporarily eliminate the hidden danger, I don't know if Lu Bang has any accomplices. Judging from Lu Bang's fearless appearance during his 2 visits, he should have told this secret to someone else, so he's not afraid of us using force. Lu Hao sneered, and a cold and fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes. Humph, accomplices? That stupid fellow Lu Bang. Who would be his accomplice? Even if there is, I can probably guess who it is. Go and control the peddler who sells dog meat by the city gate. His name is Fan Kuai. If Lu Bang told someone about this, it would only be Fan Kuai, although Zhao Sun didn't know why Lu Hao was so certain. He immediately obeyed. Yes, it turned out that when Zhao Sun and his men first arrived in Peixian, Lu Bang had discovered the secret on the mine. That was before Lu Hao asked Wang Hu to increase the manpower on the mine. Lu Bang, who was starved for 3 days and 9 meals, relying on that meager salary, how could it be enough for him to live? Although some people would support him a little usually, such as Xiaohe, Fan Kuai and others, but their support was not enough for this guy to squander. In order not to starve himself to death, Lu Bang would always go hunting in the mountains to satisfy his hunger. Just during that hunting, he happened to see Zhao Sun and his men going to mine the iron ore.at first. Lu Bang didn't take it seriously and thought they were this people. But once he saw Zhao Sun and Lu Hao again, he understood after figuring this out, he dared to come and demand benefits fearlessly. Just as Lu Hao said, Lu Bang only told Fan Kuai. Because Xiaohe was a government official, Lu Bang was afraid that he was in cahoots with Lu Hao and others. If he ended up getting nothing but losing everything, that would be troublesome. So for safety reasons, he chose to tell Fan Kuai. He was also very confident. He thought that a businessman like Lu Hao would put interests first and wouldn't do anything bad to him. Telling Fan Kuai was just for insurance, and since Lu Hao and others had just arrived in Peixian and didn't have time to investigate him, that's why he was so unscrupulous. However, What he didn't know was that the biggest mistake he made in his life was trying to scheme against Lu Hao. Lu Hao never accepts threats, especially from such people. In the evening, the Elle sisters came out of the room after resting for a long time. The two of them only felt a little tired. But there were no other discomforts. As soon as they came out, they drank the red date water that Lu Hao had prepared for them. Facing Lu Hao's such considerate care, the Elle sisters were very touched. Lord Elle saw that his two daughters were fine and then felt at ease. Just when they were about to have dinner in the evening, Zhao Sun came to find Lu Hao again with a solemn face and whispered in his ear, "My lord, Lu Bang has come." Lu Hao frowned slightly and thought to himself, "This Lu Bang always shows up at the wrong time. Since he is so anxious, then oblige him. Father-in-law, two ladies, I have something to attend to and will be back soon. You can enjoy your meal first." Hearing this, Lord Elle nodded. "Go ahead. A real man should focus on his career. Jier and the others will understand." The Elle sisters also nodded obediently and looked at Lu Hao affectionately with their eyes. Lu Hao smiled slightly, got up, and followed Zhao Sun to a tastefully decorated reception hall. Lu Bang had been waiting there for a long time. Lu Hao didn't stand on ceremony. As soon as he entered the door, he sat down on the main seat, and Zhao Sun stood beside him. "Brother Lu looks rosy. It seems that you had a great time with the two ladies last night." As soon as Lu Bang said this, Zhao Sun, who was standing beside Lu Hao, immediately became angry and glared at Lu Bang and said, "Lu Bang, my lord has arrived. If you have something to say, hurry up." Lu Bang looked at Lu Hao expressionlessly, glanced at the angry Zhao Sun beside him. "It's nothing much. I already know about the mine. But don't worry, I'm always tight-lipped. But recently, I'm a bit short of money." Zhao Sun snorted, "We have plenty of money. But are you not afraid of losing your life if you take it?" Hearing this, Lu Bang immediately sneered. "Do I look like such a reckless person? Would I dare to come and visit without any preparation?" Seeing Lu Bang's disgusting appearance, Lu Hao didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. "I asked your preparation this person. Bring him in." Lu Hao's voice echoed in the empty hall, carrying an unquestionable majesty. As his voice fell, two swordmen in black tight clothes escorted Fan Kuai in, one on each side. Although Fan Kuai was a general who founded the country with Lu Bang, he couldn't withstand the large number of people sent by Zhao Sun. With two fists unable to defeat four hands and no weapon to defend himself, he could only be captured. When Lu Bang saw Fan Kuai appear in front of him, he immediately broke out in cold sweat and his face turned ashen. His brain spun rapidly and countless thoughts welled up in his mind. Who is this person? I don't know him. After Lu Bang was slightly stunned, he quickly regained his composure. He pretended not to know Fan Kuai and tried to distance himself from Fan Kuai. "You." Hearing Lu Bang say this, a surge of anger welled up in Fan Kuai's heart. He glared at Lu Bang, his eyes full of disappointment and anger. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. He originally thought he could help Lu Bang, but never expected that Lu Bang would abandon him so heartlessly. "I have nothing more to say. Anyway, I've said everything I need to say. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Fan Kuai took a deep breath, straightened his chest, looking much tougher than Lu Bang. He still gritted his teeth and persisted, not admitting that he knew about the mine. Lu Hao watched the performance of the two of them, and a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. He understood exactly what little schemes they were up to. "Humph, interesting. I don't care if you know each other or not. Lu Bang, that you've provoked the wrong person. I am not someone that a mere Sichuiting Chong like you can afford to provoke." After saying that, Lu Hao didn't give Lu Bang a chance to react and immediately shouted towards the door, "Someone, my lord." Immediately, 4 or 5 more swordmen in black tight clothes rushed in from outside the door, holding longswords and bowing respectfully to Lu Hao. "Drag this person down and castrate him. Then take him to the mine to mine the or I don't want to see him again." Lu Hao ordered them, pointing at Lu Bang. "Yes." Hearing this sentence, Lu Bang's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Lu Hao in horror. He originally thought that a way to get rich had come and that he could soar into the sky with this in the future. But he never expected that his scheme would be discovered by Lu Hao so quickly, and that Lu Hao would be so ruthless. Not only was he going to make him mine the mountain for him, but he was actually going to castrate him, while Fan Kuai stood silently by the side. His heart filled with helplessness and sorrow. He also knew that his fate would probably be similar to that of Lu Bang. In short, it was all too late. No, Lu Hao, you can't treat me like this. I'm the head of the Sisui Pavilion. If you treat me like this, the court won't let you off." Lu Bang still tried to intimidate Lu Hao even at this point. Ha ha ha. As soon as Lu Bang's words were out, Lu Hao and the swordsmen like Zhao Sun all burst out laughing. The head of the Sisui Pavilion. What a high-ranking official. A lowly minor official actually regarded himself as someone important. The head of the pavilion. Is that a big official? Haven't we killed such people before? What are you still standing around for? Take him away and treat him well. A slight upward curve appeared at the corner of Lu Hao's mouth, showing a disdainful expression. Yes, several swordsmen directly dragged Lu Bang towards the door, completely ignoring Lu Bang shouting and yelling. Lu Hao, you can't do this. Please spare me. I'll never dare again. I'll be your ox and horse. I'll be your servant. Please don't treat me like this. Lu Bang was being dragged out while shouting words of begging for mercy, but Lu Hao seemed not to hear. Soon, this annoying voice disappeared. Fan Kuai, being friends with someone like Lu Bang might be your greatest loss. Take him to the mine to dig or to see his performance, that if he behaves well, he might be spared. Lu Hao looked at Fan Kuai meaningfully and said softly. As for Fan Kuai, Lu Hao hadn't decided how to deal with him yet. What he lacked most now was actually brave generals, a founding general who followed Lu Bang. How could Fan Kuai be an incompetent person? But after all, he had conspired with Lu Bang, so Lu Hao couldn't easily let him off. Let him be a miner for a while and see his performance before making a decision. In fact, Fan Kuai was quite unlucky. It was simply a bolt from the blue. Lu Bang could have found anyone, but he chose him and told him such an important secret. Initially, Fan Kuai didn't want to agree, but couldn't withstand Lu Bang's persistent pestering. Considering their friendship over the years and the fact that Lu Bang was already old and had achieved so little, he finally agreed. Fan Kuai walked away dejectedly. Being taken away by two swordsmen, Lu Hao looked at Fan Kuai's back and said to Zhao Sun beside him, "Tell Wang Hu to have the people at the mine keep an eye on Fan Kuai. His martial arts are not low, don't let him escape." Zhao Sun smiled faintly. "My lord, rest assured he definitely won't be able to escape." After the dividing line, in the days of continuous gunfire, Lu Hao and his wives were extremely affectionate. However, even the two sisters joining forces were no match for Lu Hao, although they now had some internal energy in their bodies. After experiencing it for a while, Lu Hao gradually reduced the number of fights. This finally made the two sisters heave a sigh of relief. After the absurd days passed, it was time for great development. LG slowly took over Zhao Sun's position as the chief financial officer. It wasn't that Lu Hao didn't trust Zhao Sun, but rather he entrusted him with a more important task. Now, although Xiangmenlu and Lu Zhanyuan were very famous within a radius of 100 li in places like Kuaiji, Shanfu County, and Kuaiji, but their influence in other places was too small. Thus, the money was earned slowly. So, Lu Hao had Zhao Sun lead people to open branches widely. It would be best to open Xiangmenlu and Lu Zhanyuan in all the towns of the Qin state. Only in this way could they have money to recruit soldiers, buy horses, and forge weapons. Incidentally, Lu Hao established a chamber of commerce, while being able to make money quickly. It could also purchase a large amount of grain and horses to prepare for future battles. After LG took over Zhao Sun's work, she then had a deeper understanding of Lu Hao's industries. However, similarly, faced with so much wealth, she didn't know what to do for a moment. Fortunately, with Lu Hao's continuous comfort, LG regained her confidence and took control of the financial power. However, after taking control of the finances, LG quickly discovered a huge expense in the finances. That is, the mine. Of course, at this time, she had absolutely no idea about what was going on at the mine. There were over 1,000 people mining iron or day and night at the mine, and the food, drink, and other expenses were no small amount. Every day, it consumed half of the income of Xiangmenlu and Paistin County. This discovery startled LG. She quickly asked Lu Hao, fearing that something might go wrong. When Lu Hao saw LG coming to ask, he didn't hide anything and simply introduced the situation of the mine, saying nothing else. But who was LG? She quickly understood what Lu Hao was up to. However, knowing the answer, instead of being melancholy, she was extremely excited. Knowing that her husband had such great ambitions, which woman wouldn't be happy? LG also secretly made up her mind to help Lu Hao manage the family and finance as well. Let Lu Hao have enough energy to do what he wanted to do. LG's this thought also laid a good foundation for what Lu Hao did later. Half a year later, among the 46 counties of the Qin dynasty, half of the counties had the presence of Xiangmenlu and Lu Zhanyuan. The popularity of Yingxiangzui and Jiariniang was simply unimaginable. With such booming business, it was impossible to say that no one was envious. However, as long as anyone dared to make trouble, they all disappeared the next day. On the other hand, Wang Hu and Han Xin, following Lu Hao's orders, went everywhere to recruit soldiers. In just 3 months, they secretly recruited over 10,000 elite soldiers, all young and strong with extremely high physical fitness. With a little training, they could be thrown into the battlefield to see blood. In the following months, Han Xin was in charge of training the large army, while Wang Hu continued to recruit soldiers with his men. Although 10,000 people was a large number, it still couldn't make a big splash. Originally, with just these trusted subordinates, some had to go recruit soldiers, some had to guard the mine, some had to train the large army, and some had to open branches, etc. The number of trusted people became extremely scarce for a while. But who was Lu Hao? When he first contacted Xiaohe and others, they all left a good impression on each other. 1 month after the wedding, Xiaohe, Xia Haing, Zhou Bo, and Xiaoshan were all recruited by Lu Hao into his service. It was really strange. Was Paistin County really so blessed with outstanding people? Many of the founding generals and civil officials who followed Liu Bang were from Paistin County. After Xiaohe, Zhou Bo, and Xiaoshan were recruited into his service, Lu Hao didn't let them idle. He had them supervise the craftsmen by Wang Hu to start forging weapons and armor. It was worth mentioning that Wang Hu somehow managed to find some Mahist disciples. With the addition of the Mahist disciples and the methods of iron refining taught by Lu Hao, now hundreds of iron swords, spears, and other weapons and armor could be forged every day. Now, all the large-scale production activities were in full swing. Looking at Lu Hao on the other side, he was quite leisurely. Taking Xia Haing and dozens of swordsmen, he was on the way to Tuan to snatch Yushu. One day ago, Lu Hao was sitting leisurely in the pavilion in the mansion, drinking tea and enjoying the breeze. He opened the world map and took a look. He saw that Ming Tian's coordinates had actually left Xianying and were moving quickly towards the location of Tuan. Lu Hao, of course, didn't idle. He had Xia Haing select dozens of top-notch swordsmen and go with him to Tuan. Xia Haing's martial arts skills were not low. At least he was stronger than Wang Hu. Coupled with these excellent swordsmen, dealing with some small fries was more than enough. Even if they encountered a force of hundreds of people, Lu Hao and his group wouldn't be afraid at all. After all, Lu Hao's invincible golden body skill was quite heaven-defying. After reaching the perfect level, as long as he still had physical strength and internal energy, he could keep it activated. A few days later, "My lord, we should be able to reach Tuan in another day's journey." When Lu Hao and his group just dismounted to rest for a moment, Xia Haing handed over a water bag and said, "Yes, we don't need to enter Tuan territory. We'll almost reach the destination in a while." Lu Hao took the water bag and said calmly, because according to the world map, Ming Tian's position had changed. After staying in Tuan for 1 day, he had already started his return journey. Today, they would leave the range of Tuan. That is to say, that General Jin, the first warrior of Tuan, might launch a surprise attack on them after they left Tuan territory today. In that case, Lu Hao would act according to the situation. After a short rest, the group set off again and continued their journey towards Tuan. "My lord, look over there." After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Hao and the others arrived at a mountain path. Xia Haing, who was in the front, was the first to notice something. Everyone's gazes followed the direction of his finger and saw that not far ahead was a steep cliff. The cliff wall was as straight as if it had been cut by a knife. They slowly approached and stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down. Dozens of meters below, 2 groups of people were engaged in a fierce battle. Down below, a team of armored and well-trained soldiers had formed a circle, tightly guarding a carriage. These soldiers were precisely the Ming family army led by Ming Tian. The warriors of the Ming family army were all brave and battle-hardened. Among the current troops that the Qin dynasty could rely on, the Ming family army was the only one. And facing them were a group of masked people. They were numerous, over 100 in number. Although their masked costumes varied, it was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye that these people had clearly undergone strict training. Their leader was General Jin, the first great general of Tuan. He held a long sword and every strike was extremely ruthless, aiming to kill with 1 blow. It seemed that he wanted to finish the battle quickly. After all, this place had already left the territory of Tuan. And who knew when Ming Tian's reinforcements would arrive? Judging from the situation on the battlefield, this battle had been going on for some time. Weapons and corpses of both sides were scattered on the ground, and the blood had dyed the land red. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Despite the bravery of the Ming family army, the other side had an absolute advantage in numbers. Moreover, the people General Jin brought this time were also the elite of Tuan. Gradually, the Ming family army fell into a disadvantage, and Ming Tian, the commander of the Ming family army, was held back by General Jin and couldn't go to support the Ming family army soldiers. Ding, the Ming family swordsmanship, the 18 styles of the swimming dragon, etc. were discovered, and the host can copy them, just as Lu Hao was watching the battle. A system prompt appeared. Copy.a. An enormous amount of martial arts skills instantly appeared in Lu Hao's mind. Although most of them were of the third rate, the 18 styles of the swimming dragon was a second-rate martial art. Internal energy cultivation methods can increase internal energy, while martial art moves won't. This 18 styles of the swimming dragon was the most powerful martial art Lu Hao knew so far. It was far more powerful than the seven-step saber he had practiced some time ago. No wonder it was Ming Tian. His family had such a profound heritage. In this era when martial arts were scarce. He actually knew so many martial arts. Lu Hao secretly admired in his heart. Just then, the situation on the battlefield below changed again. Meng Tian and the Ming family army soldiers were now fewer than 20. While General Jin and the others still had over 50. I respect you as a man. Still the same words. Hand over the person and I'll let you leave. General Jin, holding a long sword, gasped for breath as he looked at the battered Meng Tian in front of him. He only wanted to snatch Yu Shu and didn't want to perish with Meng Tian. Meng Tian and the Ming family army were really too brave. More than half of his own people had been lost, while the Ming family army soldiers had lost less than 2/3. If they continued to fight like this, they would really perish together. Dream on, you killed our Qin soldiers. The Ming family army will never let you go. Even if we fight until the last soldier, the Ming family army will not hand over the person. At this time, Meng Tian was covered in wounds and a large amount of blood was gushing out, but his eyes were as firm as iron and showed no sign of retreat. He resolutely refused General Jin's proposal. Meng Tian's words were like a heavy hammer hitting General Jin's heart. He knew that he wouldn't come to a good end today. It seemed that either Meng Tian would die or he would. For the sake of getting the beautiful woman, in his view, everything was worth it. Since that's the case, then let's see who's better in a fight. Kill. General Jin roared and took the lead in attacking Meng Tian with his long sword. And the melee began again. As the first great general of Tuan, he still had some skills. With the elite soldiers he brought, he could fight against Meng Tian for so many rounds and even wound him. Meng Tian was also extremely impatient. These people had emerged out of nowhere and shot several of his subordinates with arrows as soon as they showed up. These people were all extremely skilled and decisive in killing. Although they were masked, Meng Tian judged that they should also be people in the military. So the question arose again. Who sent them? Some hostile forces in the court who didn't want him to complete the task given to him by Yingzheng? Or did the king of Tuan dislike his daughter being taken into the Zhanyuan palace and sent someone to intercept them halfway? However, the current situation didn't allow him to think too much. One wrong move, and he might end up capsizing in the gutter and dying here. Meng Tian could only exert all his strength from childhood to deal with the current situation. However, no matter what, General Jin and the others still had the upper hand. Coupled with Meng Tian losing too much blood, he was about to be unable to hold on now. The remaining dozen or so soldiers of the Ming family army, seeing Meng Tian's situation, no longer cared about protecting the carriage and came to his sides to fight bravely. Meng Tian, the great general of the Qin dynasty and the commander of the Ming family army. Going to die here today? It's really a bit unwilling. Just as Meng Tian was feeling unwilling and about to lose consciousness, a loud shout came from afar, followed by the sound of numerous horseshoes. Shameless villains, daring to intercept and kill the soldiers of the Ming family army. Who gave you the guts? Kill. Leave not a single one alive. The people coming were Lu Hao and the others. After hearing these words, Meng Tian completely lost consciousness and fainted to the ground. It seemed that he saw hope, so he instantly lost the energy that had been ing him. Lu Hao took action not for any other reason, but because foreigners dared to kill our Chinese sons, and the Ming family army soldiers were the ones Lu Hao admired. Just this point was enough for Lu Hao to take action. He really didn't hesitate. It only took a few minutes from when he discovered them to when he arrived. These soldiers who defended their country and shed blood and sacrificed their lives on the battlefield were the most worthy of respect and also worthy of Lu Hao's saving. As for the possibility of becoming enemies in the future, that would be an internal conflict. Even if they died, it would be at the hands of the Chinese people. Moreover, Lu Hao had an IQ as high as 200. To dominate the world, would he still need to kill a lot of people? At least, he wanted the Ming family army. The Ming family army was a brave and battle-hardened force, most suitable for expanding the territory. Since Yingzheng in his later years wouldn't be able to make use of them, then Lu Hao would give him a hand. When General Jin saw Lu Hao and the others coming, his heart immediately sank by half. Damn it, still a step too late. But who are these people? Why did they come so quickly? The outfits of Lu Hao and the others, except for Lu Hao and Xia Haing who were dressed in white long gowns. The other swordsmen were all in black, tight-fitting clothes. It was naturally different from that of the officers and soldiers or the Ming family army when Lu Hao and the others arrived. The remaining dozen or so soldiers of the Ming family army immediately breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who these people were, judging from their tone, they should be here to help them. The Ming family army soldiers quickly surrounded and protected Meng Tian, slowly withdrawing from the battle. General Jin and the dozens of people he led were handled by Xia Haiying and the others. Shizhong of the Ming family army, Zhou, thanks to the heroic rescue. After the surviving soldiers of the Ming family army disengaged from the battle, a soldier covered in blood came to Lu Hao and bowed with clasped hands. You're welcome. Under broad daylight, there are actually people daring to attack the officers and soldiers within the territory of our Qin dynasty. These people are really lawless. Zhou heard Lu Hao's words and highly agreed. And also felt extremely sorry for his dead comrades. They didn't die on the front battlefield but were ambushed. It's really. Even now, the commander of the Ming family army is on the verge of death. He couldn't imagine what would happen to the Ming family army into the Qin dynasty if Ming Tian really had any misfortune. Forgive Zhou for being so bold as to ask. But where are the gentlemen from, and why did you bring so many experts here? Sure enough, those who could serve as team leaders in the Ming family army were not all reckless people. Lu Hao casually fooled him with a sentence and then quickly changed the topic. Who are you protecting? Are they injured? Facing Lu Hao's, Zhou nodded and said anxiously with a worried look, that's the commander of our Ming family army. General Ming Tian. He was besieged by the enemy and is now unconscious. Zhou was quite straightforward and wasn't afraid that Lu Hao had other motives. Oh, General Ming Tian. Lu Hao showed a slight surprise on the surface and then took out a small ceramic bottle from his bosom and handed it to Zhou. This is the hemostatic medicine I made myself. It has a remarkable effect that if you don't mind, take it to stop the bleeding for General Ming. Don't ask Lu Hao why he did it. If you must know, it's because he has studied traditional Chinese medicine. After arriving at the mythical land, he ordered people to make a large quantity of something that would definitely come in handy in the future. Zhou was slightly stunned for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Thank you, sir, for the great kindness today. Please allow the Ming family army to repay you in the future. He really had no choice. Just now, when he came to greet Lu Hao, he also wanted to ask if there were any medicines like hemostatic drugs. They didn't have those medicines on them, and those who had the medicines had fallen in the distant battle. Now, each of them was covered in wounds, and it was obviously unrealistic to rejoin the battle to get the medicine. After Zhou received the hemostatic drug, he thanked Lu Hao and quickly ran back to Ming Tian's side. Sergeant, won't that person deceive us? Is this really a hemostatic drug? A surviving soldier of the Ming family army looked at the drug in Zhou's hand and asked worriedly. In fact, this was also what Zhou was worried about. But in this situation, he obviously had no other choice. After thinking for a while, Zhou said seriously, probably not. If they wanted to harm us, they wouldn't need to deceive us. They could just kill us directly. Wouldn't that be more straightforward? What the sergeant said makes sense. Then quickly apply the medicine to the general. This bleeding hasn't stopped, just as the soldiers of the Ming family army were applying the hemostatic drug to Ming Tian. Lu Hao turned his gaze to Xia Haiying and the others. The people brought by Xia Haiying were truly top-notch swordsmen, facing the elite soldiers of Tuan who only knew how to kill. They were not the slightest bit afraid. Their movements were swift, and every time they swung their swords, it was as natural as flowing clouds and water, quickly slashing the Tuan soldiers under their swords. While Lu Hao and Zhou were chatting just now, there were very few people left standing beside General Jin. Only a few were still tenaciously resisting and relying on his abundant physical strength and passable martial arts skills. Xia Haiying actually fought evenly with General Jin for a while. The entire battlefield was filled with a thick smell of blood and a murderous atmosphere. There were only 6 people left beside General Jin at this time. And he himself was also wounded in many places. Who are you? Our target is not you. General Jin still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by an attack from Xia Haiying. Xia Haiying understood the principle of striking while the iron is hot. He knew that if he fought against the uninjured General Jin, he would surely die. After several cries of pain, none of General Jin and his subordinates could stand anymore, but none of Xia Haiying and the others were injured or killed. My lord, the enemy has all been killed. Lu Hao walked over. Seeing Xia Haiying covered in a large amount of blood, he quickly reported, Xia Haiying and you all, remember one thing I said. On the battlefield. You must learn to finish off the wounded. Lu Hao looked at the people and then drew out the tang knife hanging from his waist and swung it directly at General Jin's head. Xia Haiying didn't understand what Lu Hao meant at first, but the next second they all understood. General Jin, who had just been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, actually rolled a few times, dodged Lu Hao's blow, and then quickly rushed towards Yushu's carriage. Ha ha ha. She belongs to me, General Jin shouted as he ran, spitting out a large amount of blood from his mouth continuously. His current injuries were more serious than Ming Tian's. Even if Lu Hao didn't take action, he didn't have much time left. Soon, General Jin reached the carriage. His eyes began to soften, and he murmured softly, Yushu, you belong to me. I won't let anyone take you away. After saying this, General Jin's eyes became fierce. He turned onto the horse and directly drove the carriage towards a nearby cliff not far away. His intention was obvious if he couldn't have it. No one else would either. The soldiers of the Ming family army were extremely nervous when they saw this scene. They had lost so many people, and Ming Tian was also injured. In the end, it turned out to be such an ending. However, they could only roar angrily and sadly. They were too far away to save Yu Shu. On the contrary, Lu Hao just stood there, smiling and watching the carriage rush out of the cliff. You're really a good person. I just couldn't figure out how to make her disappear without a trace. You've just done me a big favor. It should be nice to be buried with a horse. I hope it's a mare. The reason Lu Hao was so calm was that when Lu Hao and Xia Haing brought people here just now, two swordsmen with good legs came down from the other side and quietly came to the back of the carriage. Taking advantage of everyone being busy in the battle and having no time to take care of themselves, these two took Yu Shu away from the carriage. Lu Hao was thinking at first that if Ming Tian asked where Yu Shu had gone, he would say that she had been abducted by several masked people when no one was paying attention. Now, it's good. General Jin was buried with the carriage right under everyone's noses, which saved him the trouble of having to explain. At this time, Xia Haing and the swordsman had started to finish off the wounded on the corpses. Sure enough, there were still two pretending to be dead. Unfortunately, they met Lu Hao, who was good at finishing off the wounded. So of course their act of pretending to be dead failed. Only then did Xia Haing and the others understand the importance of finishing off the wounded. All the heroes, the kindness today will be engraved in the hearts of the Ming family army. Zhou Li bowed deeply to Lu Hao and the others with great gratitude. The hemostatic drug that Lu Hao gave him just now was very useful, and Ming Tian's bleeding stopped quickly. But his face was extremely pale, and he hadn't woken up it should be because of excessive blood loss. Don't be so polite. Quickly send your general to be treated. Lu Hao smiled indifferently. Please leave your name, hero. When my general wakes up, I will definitely visit and thank you. After hearing this, Lu Hao laughed heartily. If we are fated, we will meet again. After saying that, he and Xia Haing and the others got on their horses and galloped away in one direction. On a hill a few li away from Ming Tian and the others. Who are you? Why are you taking me away? When Yu Shu saw Lu Hao for the first time, her heart, which had never seen much of the world, started pounding wildly. 99 Lu Hao's charm of up to 99 is really a fatal attraction for women. But she quickly came to her senses and questioned Lu Hao. And Lu Hao looked at Yu Shu in front of him, and a subtle throb couldn't help surging in his heart. Why Yu Shu is refined and, with fair and delicate skin like porcelain, as if it could be pinched out, and every inch reveals an extreme delicacy and luster. Her facial features are as delicate as a painting, with eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, a straight nose, and light-colored lips, and every part exudes charming charm. Yu Shu's beauty is the kind that cannot be described in words. She is like a fairy walking out of a painting. So beautiful that it takes one's breath away. Picture, what makes her different from the Lu sisters is that she has both the mature charm of LG and the petite and exquisite features of El Su. It's simply a combination of the two, which couldn't help but make Lu Hao look at her a few more times. Why? Because I've taken a fancy to you and want to take you back to be my bandit's wife. Ha ha ha. As soon as Lu Hao said this, Xia Haing and those swordsmen burst out laughing. Hearing this, Yu Shu felt extremely shy and very nervous. I am a concubine of the Great Qin. How dare you make me be your bandit's wife? A concubine of the Great Qin? What a bluffing title. Hearing Yu Shu's words, the corners of Lu Hao's mouth twitched slightly, and his tone was full of disdain. Tell me, dare I? Dare, Xia Haing and the others said in unison. You don't have to think about being a concubine of the Great Qin anymore, because in their eyes, you have now fallen off the cliff with the carriage. You'd better be my concubine. Lu Hao raised his eyebrows and smiled, reached out and put his arm around Yu Shu's waist, and with a leap of 2 meters, landed precisely on the horse's back. Giddy up, after a few days. In the Xianyang Palace. What? Princess Yu Shu is dead. Ming Tian is still injured and hasn't woken up yet. After hearing the report from a eunuch, Ying Zheng immediately flew into a rage. Damn it! Who dares to be so presumptuous? How dare they attack a general of our dynasty on the land of the Great Qin? The little eunuch trembled all over when he heard Ying Zheng's words. Your Majesty, this servant doesn't know. According to a sergeant who came back alive, the other side was all masked. If no one had come to their rescue, they might have sacrificed their lives for the country by now. Investigate, conduct a thorough investigation, order the imperial physicians in the palace to quickly treat Ming Tian. I don't want our dynasty to lose a general because of a trivial matter. Understood. The eunuch retreated slowly and submissively. Walking out of the palace. Your Majesty, don't worry. General Ming is a fortunate man and will surely be fine, a soft voice said. Ying Zheng, who was of a corpulent build, looked towards the speaker. This person was Yi Xiaochuan, who had been in the palace for over half a year. By now, he had replaced Gao Yao's former position and become the director of the Central Chariot Office. Speaking of Yi Xiaochuan's rise, it was quite simple. Half a month after entering the palace, he got an opportunity to meet Hu Hai. At that time, Hu Hai was just a young lad who knew nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. And what was Yi Xiaochuan best at? Of course, it was playing to curry favor with Hu Hai. He prepared a lot of entertainment, such as playing do di zhu, mahjong, and even taught Hu Hai all the 18 postures he mastered. This delighted Hu Hai so much that he immediately promoted Yi Xiaochuan and had him serve by his side. However, how could Yi Xiaochuan be willing to just play with him by his side? So he waited secretly and finally got a chance to approach Zheng. Then, through his sweet talk, he first won Zheng's favor, and a few months later, he took the current position. What do you know? Zheng said, Meng Tian is a great general of our dynasty. Now that he has suffered such serious injuries, it shows that our dynasty's territory is not peaceful. Moreover, if Meng Tian doesn't wake up, then the Meng family army. Zheng couldn't bear to think further. In the current Qin dynasty, Meng Tian is the only general who can be considered outstanding. The others are either old or injured. The only one who can resist foreign races is the Meng family army led by Meng Tian. Hearing Zheng's words, Yi Xiaochuan scoffed in his heart. Even if Meng Tian is alive. So what? With such a prodigal son like yours, even a few more Meng Tians wouldn't be enough. During the time when Yi Xiaochuan took power, he had been trying to find out who wanted to harm him. However, now there was simply no way to investigate. He followed the clues and traced them back to the magistrate of Kuaiji, but the magistrate of Kuaiji never returned to Kuaiji after that. This lead came to an abrupt end, and there were no other leads at all. This made Yi Xiaochuan extremely angry, just like having a belly full of fire but unable to vent it. Zhao Gao, summon all the ministers to the palace to discuss matters. Zheng pondered for a moment and then slowly spoke. Hearing this, Yi Xiaochuan quickly nodded and said, yes. At this time, Yi Xiaochuan had already become the sycophantic official Zhao Gao. Back then, he had been thinking about how to get rid of Zhao Gao and take his place, never imagining that the Zhao Gao he had been looking for so long was actually himself. Yi Xiaochuan slowly walked out of the main hall, but his mind was thinking. He wondered how Meng Tian's injury was. It sounded quite serious. What if he died? Wouldn't the 300,000 Meng family army be leaderless? In that case, could he insert some of his own people into it? Right? He wanted to have military power. With military power, he would have the right to speak. After Zheng's death, by eliminating Liu Bang and Xiang Yu, he could become the first eunuch emperor in history. It must be said that after Yi Xiaochuan became Zhao Gao, his thoughts had changed a lot. Zhao Gao at most just thought about how to curry favor with Zheng, climb up, and hold great power in the court. But Yi Xiaochuan was still more cunning than the Gao Yao version of Zhao Gao, and even had the audacious idea of becoming the first eunuch emperor in history. But would Lu Hao agree? Dream on. On the other hand, Lu Hao had been away for more than half a month on a round trip. The journey there was fast, but the return journey wasn't so fast. They took 7 or 8 days to cover a distance that would normally take 4 or 5 days on the way back. Lu Hao perfectly demonstrated his personal charm. The people of Tuan admired force. And women were no exception. They admired men with high martial arts skills. How could Lu Hao miss this opportunity to show off? When hunting in the forest, he fought head-on with wild boars and tigers, and single-handedly defeated more than a dozen bandits. With his powerful martial arts skills and almost overwhelming charm, he instantly conquered Yushu. Now Yushu didn't mind at all that Lu Hao had abducted her, and even felt a bit fortunate. Going to Xianyang to be a concubine was truly a helpless move. After all, who would want to marry a nearly 50-year-old old geezer? But now, everyone thought she was dead, so she could control her own life. Currently, this thought was based on the situation before she met Lu Hao. After meeting Lu Hao, she felt that he was a man sent by heaven and a hero who came to rescue her on a colorful cloud. One day before arriving in Paste Inn, Lu Hao and the others stayed at the Fragrant Tower in a county town. There was a special room reserved for Lu Hao in every Fragrant Tower, so that he could have a place to stay whenever he went anywhere and wouldn't have to stay in an inn. Unexpectedly, your business spreads across so many places. After having enough to eat and drink, Lu Hao and Yushu stood on the second floor of the Fragrant Tower, overlooking the bustling scene below. Yushu couldn't help but let out a sincere sigh. The hall on the first floor was bustling with noise and excitement. Like a happy ocean. On the central stage, several dancers were dressed in magnificent costumes and danced gracefully to the rhythm of the music. Their dancing postures were so beautiful that it seemed they could bring people's souls into that beautiful melody. Around the stage, some songstresses were singing beautiful tunes softly. Their singing and the dancers' postures complemented each other perfectly, adding a touch of elegance to the entire fragrant tower. Of course, in this happy atmosphere, there were naturally those pleasure-seeking men. They laughed and talked loudly around the dancers and songstresses, and a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere filled the entire fragrant tower. What you know is just the tip of the iceberg. What Yushu saw were only some of the fragrant towers in Sisui Commandery. There were 46 commanderies in the Great Qin, and now more than half of them had his businesses. Moreover, there were some unknown secrets. You really make me more and more curious. You said before that you would abduct me to be your bandit wife, but obviously, you're not a bandit. Not a bandit. Nor a foreigner, yet daring to oppose the court. Who on earth are you? Yushu looked at Lu Hao, those clear eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. This man, from the outside, was handsome and had extraordinary martial arts skills. His actions revealed a calm and composed temperament, making her couldn't help but be fascinated by him. However, after getting along for a few days, she found that she could never figure Lu Hao out. Me? You just need to remember that I'm your future husband and your strong backing. Looking at Yushu's confused expression, Lu Hao couldn't help feeling love and pity. He gently reached out his hand and stroked Yushu's head tenderly. That action full of doting and care. Hearing this, Yushu's cheeks immediately flushed with a blush. She shyly lowered her head, that delicate appearance making Lu Hao's heart flutter. In these few days, although their relationship had become increasingly intimate, Lu Hao had always maintained a sense of restraint and respect. He didn't want to be forceful. A forced melon is not sweet, and only conquering with personal charm can bring pleasure to a man. However, at this moment, looking at Yushu's shy appearance, the defense in his heart seemed to loosen a bit. Lu Hao swallowed his saliva. In these few days, he had had a lot of intimate contact with Yushu but had not gone further. The desire in his heart was like a burning flame, getting stronger and stronger. He stared at Yushu, that affectionate gaze as if it could melt her. That kind of childhood goddess was now standing in front of you, shyly looking at you. Who can understand this feeling? Lu Hao embraced Yushu in one swift motion and gently kissed her on her cherry lips. Yushu was slightly startled, a flash of shyness and nervousness crossing her eyes, yet she did not resist. In these few days, their relationship had progressed rapidly. They had been embraced, and their hands had been held. Lu Hao stood up at this point, slapped the table forcefully, and the sound reverberated in everyone's hearts like a war drum. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out from him, and a domineering aura influenced everyone present. Hearing Lu Hao's words, Xiao He, Xia Haing, and others were directly stunned on the spot. Although they knew that Lu Hao had great ambitions, they didn't expect that Lu Hao's vision was not only limited to the territory of the Great Qin. He even wanted to eliminate all foreign ethnic groups. If all foreign ethnic groups were really eliminated and the entire Great Qin was obtained, the territory of the Great Qin would more than double. The area of the Qin dynasty was only about 1/3 of the current country. Yes, Lu Hao's intention was obvious. First, integrate all the land belonging to the Chinese people, then send troops to fight against Goguryeo, Beach, and Japan. They could even fight all the way to ancient Rome. The ambition of the Lord is beyond our reach. Now Xiao He admired Lu Hao so much that he was completely prostrate. The same was true for Xia Haing, Wang Hu, Zhou Bo, and others. However, Xiao He's problem came up again. Lord, if we send troops to fight against foreigners, even if we can do it without being noticed, our troops will be greatly damaged. What should we do if Zhang passes away and we don't have enough troops to deal with the enemy? Xiao He's words made everyone fall into silence immediately. Seeing that everyone was stumped by Xiao He's problem, Lu Hao smiled meaningfully and said, "Who said that controlling the Qin dynasty must use our own troops?" Wang Hu, Xia Haing. Hearing Lu Hao calling them, the two quickly stood up and respectfully said, "Here, order the two of you to continue recruiting troops and supervising the production of weapons and armors." Yes, the two received the order and sat back in their original positions again. Xiao He, Zhou Bo, Chao Shun. Here, appoint the three of you as military advisors and go to Shu County tomorrow to join Han Xian and others to assist them in accelerating the progress. Yes, after everyone left, I couldn't be idle either. I will set off for Xianying tomorrow. After Lu Hao gave his orders to everyone, he smiled and sat back in his seat. Xianying? Is it a bit for the Lord to go to Xianying alone? Xia Haing became a little worried. Although he knew that Lu Hao was extremely skilled and they couldn't defeat Lu Hao in a fight with a dozen of them before. But now Lu Hao was the backbone of them, and he couldn't afford to lose. It's okay. I will take Zhong Liemo and some swordsmen with me. Moreover, Zhao Sun has already led people to reach Xianying to open a branch of Xiong Man Lu. So there won't be any problems. Hearing Lu Hao say this, Xiao He immediately nodded with a smile. Oh, has Zhong Liemo come back? In that case, we can rest assured. Zhong Liemo, one of the 5 tiger generals under Xiong Yu's command before, was extremely brave and loyal. Even if Wang Hu and Xia Haing joined forces, they couldn't defeat Zhong Li Imo alone. Half a month later, in the mountains at the border between Shu County and the Chang people, protected by more than 100 swordsmen, Xiao He and the other three went deep into the border between Shu County and the Chang people. At this time, Han Xian and others had already occupied most of the Chang people's territory. Han Xian was indeed a famous military strategist. Although he was a bit immature now, with the assistance of Long Zhu, Ingbu, and others, he forcefully defeated the Chang people's army. 3 military advisors. I've been eagerly awaiting you. Finally, you're here. In the central army tent, Han Xian was dressed in military armor. Looking heroic, he walked into the tent and showed a delighted expression when he saw Xiao He and the other three. General, you're being too kind. Xiao He stood up with a smile and replied, General, leading the army to corner the Chang people's army within half a month, such a feat is enough to be admired by people all over the world. The three of us coming here is just like adding flowers to the brocade, adding a bit of luster to the general's victory. Not at all. Han Xian waved his hand modestly. This is all the credit of generals like Ingbu and Long Zhu. Without their brave charges, how could I be so successful? The arrival of the 3 military advisors is like a timely help. I believe that with the assistance of the 3 military advisors, we will surely capture the Chang people in one fell swoop, expand the territory for the Lord, and establish great military achievements. Han Xian was full of confidence, holding 200,000 elite troops with sufficient food, grass, weapons and armors, and having harvested a large number of cattle, sheep and horses in the past half-month. Now Lu Hao has sent 3 more military advisors to him. He believed that he could quickly eliminate all foreign ethnic groups and make them completely disappear from the world map. All right, stop flattering each other. I, Lao Shou, am actually not much of a strategist. If you want me to lead troops in battle, I'm a bit interested. General, why don't you consider letting me lead a detachment of troops too? Zhou Bo looked at the two flattering each other and smiled at this time. Zhou Bo was a man of both civil and military abilities and one of the earliest generals to rise up with Liu Bang. He was also quite skilled. I will consider Mr. Zhou's proposal. Now, let's think about how to woo-woo. Report. Before Han Xian could finish speaking, there was a loud bugle sound outside the tent, and a soldier came into the tent and knelt on one knee to report. Report, Generalissimo, the Chang people's army is preparing to launch a surprise attack on our army. They are now approaching within 30 miles of our military camp. Oh, that's great. If they had hidden in the mountains, it would have been really difficult for me to find them. After hearing the report, a glint of excitement flashed in Han Xian's eyes. After thinking for a few seconds, he waved his hand and ordered the soldier in high spirits. Pass on my military order. Assemble the troops and prepare for battle. Yes. The soldier immediately turned around and left to convey Han Xian's order. General, don't be careless. The Chang people are at a disadvantage now. But they still launched a surprise attack on our army. There might be some conspiracy in this. Xiao He, not as expected of a mastermind. Xiao He immediately smelled something fishy. Who would have thought that? Han Xian laughed heartily. My great military advisor. You can rest assured. We have the secret treasure given by the Lord, the telescope of the farthest vision. The telescope of the farthest vision is actually the telescope. Before Han Xian led the army to set out, Lu Hao exchanged 10 single-tube telescopes from the system, which could observe the scene within 30 kilometers. In this way, they wouldn't be surrounded. Oh, the Lord actually has such a secret treasure. After Han Xian introduced the function of the telescope of the farthest vision to Xiao He and others, they were all very surprised. Report. There was another voice outside the tent, and the person who walked into the tent quickly reported to Han Xian. Generalissimo, the messenger from General Long Zhu reports that a large number of cavalry have appeared about 20 li behind our army, and they don't seem to be the Chang people's army. After the man finished speaking, Han Xian frowned slightly. It seems that the Chang people really joined forces with others and wanted to defeat us in one fell swoop. Humph, what a delusion. Pass on the order. Order General Long Zhu to use crossbow carts, Zhuge crossbows, and other long-range weapons, and definitely give a heavy blow to the invading enemy. Yes, the Maha's disciples had not been here for a long time without any achievements. At least with Lu Hao's help, they had developed these long-range weapons with a large killing range. Everyone, wait until I return victorious and we can have a good chat. After Han Xian finished speaking, he walked out of the tent. General Han, wait for me. I'll go with you too. Zhou Bo was excited when he heard this. The violent gene in his body also became active. Seeing Han Xian walk out of the tent, he quickly chased after him. Only Xiao He and Xiao Shen, the two literati, looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Han Xian led Zhou Bo to the front line and observed every move in front with the telescope. In front of them was an endless plain. In the distance, the dust was billowing. Tens of thousands of cavalry were raising a large amount of dust in front, and tens of thousands of infantry were following closely behind. Han Xian put down the telescope and slightly narrowed his eyes. There was no trace of panic or fear on his face. Instead, it was a sneering smile of contempt. Prepare the divine armament army. At Han Xian's order, tens of thousands of armored men armed with crossbows stepped out in front of the formation and waited quietly for Han Xian's command. These men were all equipped with shinbi bows. The bow body was 3 feet and 3 inches long, and the string was 2 feet and 5 inches long. The maximum range reached more than 300 steps, with extremely powerful force, which was simply a nightmare for cavalry. Under Lu Hao's command, there were currently 50,000 various crossbowmen. Among them, there was a battalion of 10,000 shinbi troops, each equipped with a shinbi bow. There were 30,000 repeating crossbow troops, paired with 15,000 repeating crossbow carts, as well as large crossbows such as Zhuge crossbows and Huangjin crossbows. The last type of crossbowman used the 8-bull crossbow, with a maximum range of over 1,000 meters and extremely powerful force, which was a divine weapon for siege warfare. However, relatively speaking, it required 10 people to operate it together. When the Chang cavalry reached about 1,000 meters in front of Han Xian's army, Han Xian spoke, "Get ready." The 10,000 shinbi troops began to look forward expectantly. When the army was less than 500 meters away from them, Han Xian shouted angrily, "Fire." Tens of thousands of powerful crossbows instantly left the crossbow devices and shot rapidly towards the distant cavalry. In the face of the powerful Shinbi army, the leading cavalry force of the Chang people was directly shot into a sieve. Han Xian nodded in satisfaction, with a smile on his lips. Getting one step closer to the 3 lights task Lu Hao had given him, the advantage of the Shinbi bow was its long range and fast reloading. It could be reloaded in just 2 seconds, and then carry out a new round of shooting. After 3 rounds of shooting, it took only 10 seconds, and the enemy cavalry force was already less than a few thousand. The time was too short, and the Shinbi army was too fast. Even if the Chang people wanted to retreat, they didn't have time to think at all. "Cavalry, charge out, leave none alive." Han Xian shouted forcefully again. "Charge." The cavalry had been eager to move behind the formation for a long time. Their war horses neighed, and their hooves constantly stamped on the ground as if they were about to shake the land. "Charge." After hearing Han Xian's order, the cavalry led by Yingbu charged out first, followed by light and heavy cavalry. Yingbu was anxious. The Shinbi army was too terrifying. If they didn't let them take action, there would be no chance for them to fight. In the past half-month, the cavalry force had hardly participated in any battles because they really weren't needed. Every time in the battle, there were several rounds of shooting first, and the enemy cavalry was almost all defeated. And then the infantry stepped forward to harvest crazily. Where was there any chance for their cavalry? These light and heavy cavalry didn't play their role at all. Now, having been for a long time, they were now wearing armor, holding long spears, with a desire for battle shining in their eyes, and riding their war horses moving rapidly towards the Chang people. The equipment of the cavalry was very complete. Horseshoes, stirrups, and saddles were essential items. The light cavalry carried a bow and a quiver on their backs, with 30 arrows immediately available. Their main weapon was a longsword. To maintain flexible mobility, they didn't carry many things. The heavy cavalry was different. They were very powerful. First of all, the war horses were covered with a layer of chainmail, and each cavalry also wore a smaller-sized chainmail. They held long spears, carried a long sword at their waists, and each carried a Zhuge repeating crossbow. They were definitely powerful weapons in war, improving both the defense and combat power. Relatively speaking, they couldn't conduct long-distance raids and could only fully display their strength on the frontal battlefield. The swords and sabers used by the soldiers under Lu Hao's command were all made of iron, much harder than the current bronze weapons. After a few strikes against each other, the enemy's weapons would break. How could they continue to fight like this? After these cavalry charged out, they were like hungry beasts, the enemy. Their hooves were like thunder, and their swords were like lightning. Every charge brought a bloody storm. The Chang people's troops were instantly thrown into chaos under the fierce attack of the cavalry. Facing such a powerful cavalry, the Chang people's troops had nowhere to escape even if they wanted to. They tried to organize effective resistance, but the cavalry's charge was like a huge wave, knocking them down on the beach again and again. The Chang people's troops quickly began to collapse, and the soldiers fled in all directions. But the cavalry force led by Yingbu chased after them closely. On the battlefield, the smell of blood and the smell of rust intertwined and filled every corner. The sounds of shouting, wailing, and the collision of weapons came one after another, and the blood dyed the entire battlefield red. The battle lasted for about half an hour. Only then did Yingbu lead the cavalry back. What was left on the battlefield were only countless corpses and severed limbs and arms. Ha ha ha. So exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. I've been suffocated for too long these days, after experiencing a fierce battle on the battlefield. Ingbu finally returned on his horse. He was covered in blood, and his armor was stained with the blood of the enemy. But there was a glint of excitement and satisfaction in his eyes. You won't complain any more about me not letting your cavalry go into battle this time, will you? Han Xin also understood that as a soldier. Watching his comrades fighting on the battlefield while he himself couldn't participate was an indescribable feeling of powerlessness but at this moment, Ingbu had proven the value and powerful strength of the cavalry with his actions. Haha. No, no. General, if you can let us have a few more such battles, we'll be very satisfied. Ingbu waved his hand again and laughed. Don't worry. The role of your cavalry will be very important in the future. Prepare for a tough battle next. Hearing this, Ingbu immediately became excited and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, General, our cavalry is on standby at any time and is ready to charge into the battle. However, Zhou, who was on the side, was stunned. He originally thought this battle would be a protracted and intense one. But first there were several rounds of shooting, and then the cavalry charged. Under the brave charge of Ingbu and the cavalry, the enemy was actually so vulnerable that a force of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands was wiped out so quickly. How long did the whole battle take? Half an hour. The battle was over. Zhou stared blankly at Han Xin and Ingbu, seemingly unable to believe all this. Han Xin and Ingbu looked at each other and smiled. Then said in unison, "Aha, this is the powerful army our Lord has bestowed upon us." Zhou couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Han Xin seriously said, "General, I also want to lead a force alone. I hope you will grant my request." Ha ha ha. We'll talk about it when we return to the camp. Now there are not many Chang people left. Perhaps it's time for us to consider splitting the troops. Let the soldiers rest first, and then we'll continue to expand the tomorrow. The two were extremely excited when they heard what Han Xin said and shouted loudly. Yes, here, Han Xin and the others had just won a great victory. What about Lu Hao on the other side? As night fell, the night in Xianyang became even more lively. The curfew time in the Qin dynasty was from 8 p.m. to early morning. So Xianyang was still very lively at this time. On the broad road, a beautifully decorated carriage was slowly moving forward. "Young master, what exactly is the matter that you must drag me out?" "Teacher, I've met a great talent in the past 2 days, so I'm eager to introduce him to you. Oh, it's really not easy for you, young Master Fusu, to call someone a great talent." Yes, inside the carriage was none other than the eldest son Fusu. He was dressed in brocade clothes, with an elegant temperament and a heroic spirit revealed between his eyebrows. Next to him was his teacher, Meng Tian. After being treated by several imperial physicians, Meng Tian had mostly recovered in the past 2 days, and the remaining minor flesh wounds would heal slowly on their own. The carriage slowly stopped. Fusa, sitting inside the carriage, looked outside and said, "Teacher, we're here." After Meng Tian got out of the carriage, he was slightly stunned when he saw the building in front of him. Fragrant? Yes, that great talent is currently in the Fragrant, and moreover, he is the real owner of the Fragrant. Fusa nodded slightly and replied in an elegant manner. "Huh, a merchant." Meng Tian frowned slightly when he heard this. Among the scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants were of the lowest status, and many self-righteous people disdained to associate with them. However, Meng Tian was not the kind of person who judged others by appearance. Although he was puzzled, he didn't say anything. Since Fusa had such a high opinion of this person, there must be something to this person. After entering the door of the Fragrant, the strong smell of alcohol instantly filled Meng Tian's nasal cavity. He hadn't had a drop of alcohol during the days of treating his injuries. He had long heard that there was a kind of wine called Hero's Drunk that had been spreading in Xianyang recently. However, he was unable to drink it, which made Meng Tian, a wine lover, extremely heartbroken. Today, he was finally able to indulge. As soon as he smelled the strong aroma of the wine, Meng Tian knew that this wine was truly extraordinary. For a moment, his interest in the wine far exceeded that of the so-called genius. Under the lead of Fusu, Meng Tian entered a private room on the 3rd floor. Here, Lu Hao had been waiting for a long time. He had arrived in Xianyang several days ago. After meeting Zhao Sun, they opened the Fragrant and the Lichuan courtyard. It wasn't until the Jiuxian Hall began recruiting members that Lu Hao made his appearance. However, Lu Hao's exceptional qualities were quickly noticed by Fusu. The two had a pleasant conversation, during which Fusu thought Lu Hao's literary talent was outstanding. For example, the line to the wine, "Sing, for life is but a span," left Fusu in awe. After getting to know Lu Hao for a few days, Fusu couldn't wait to introduce him to Meng Tian. "Brother Lu, this is General Meng Tian." After seeing Lu Hao, Fusu immediately introduced the two of them. Lu Hao didn't mention the previous incident of saving him, and Meng Tian had no recollection either because he had lost consciousness at that time. General Meng, a pleasure to meet you. Lu Hao showed a meaningful smile. Meng Tian nodded and smiled faintly. Gentlemen, please, these are all the signature dishes of my fragrant. Let's talk while we eat. After hearing this, Meng Tian didn't start eating. Instead, he directly picked up the wine pot on the table and took several big gulps of wine. Immediately, his face turned extremely rosy. Good wine. Truly excellent wine. The fragrance of the wine is mellow, and the alcohol is as fierce as fire. It's a rare gem. He drank with great, not fearing the high alcohol content of the hero's drunk at all. However, his actions startled Fusu. Fusu knew that Meng Tian had barely survived from the brink of death, but after only a few days of recovery, he was gulping down such strong wine. Teacher, your current body isn't suitable for drinking. Have some food instead. Hearing Fusu say this, Meng Tian knew he was concerned about his health and said boldly, I know my own body. A few sips won't be a problem. Then Meng Tian turned to Lu Hao and said angrily, Did you brew this wine? Lu Hao remained silent and nodded slightly. Good. Since you can create such fine wine, you must also be a wine lover. Come, have a toast with me. Lu Hao raised his wine cup and clinked it with Meng Tian's wine pot. Gula Gula. Meng Tian took several more gulps. Ha ha ha, good wine. After saying that, Meng Tian directly collapsed on the table and passed out. Teacher, teacher. Fusu was shocked and quickly called out to Meng Tian. Meng Tian had drunk 2 large jars of about 1 caddy each to the last drop. Moreover, his injuries hadn't fully healed, and his body didn't allow him to act so recklessly. Naturally, his body immediately protested. Seeing Meng Tian like this, Lu Hao quickly felt his pulse. This is truly absurd. His body was extremely weak. And after drinking so much strong liquor, his pulse was now extremely unstable. After saying that, Lu Hao pretended to take out a needle packet from his bosom, but actually took it out from the space. Opening the needle packet, a cluster of needles came into Fusu's view. Lu Hao quickly selected a few needles and inserted them into Meng Tian's head and back. Young Master Fusu, it's best to quickly summon the imperial physicians for treatment. Otherwise, Lu Hao shook his head helplessly. Were people so fond of drinking these days? Clearly, his body was so weak. He knew traditional Chinese medicine, but only basic acupuncture and prescribing medicine. After all, most of the ancient traditional Chinese medicine inheritance in modern society had been lost. And what he had learned was only the tip of the iceberg. He could only relieve the situation temporarily. Fine, I'll go right away, teacher he. Although Fusu was surprised that Lu Hao could also treat illnesses. The current situation didn't allow him to ask more questions. Instead, he asked about Meng Tian's physical condition. He won't be in immediate danger for now, but if he doesn't receive timely treatment, the consequences will be serious. My skills can only stabilize the situation and prevent the injuries from worsening. Lu Hao felt a bit embarrassed when he said this. When he found Cui Wenzi someday, he could make up for the shortcoming in medical skills. Because of the copy talent, he could even copy medical skills. Fine, I'll immediately order someone to find the imperial physicians. Then teacher. After thinking for a while, Lu Hao said calmly, I'll accompany the young master to send General Meng back to the mansion. He can't have the needles removed now. In that case, thank you very much. Fusu didn't act overly polite and, together with Lu Hao, supported Meng Tian and walked out, after leaving the fragrant. After Fusu told the coachman to go back and find the imperial physicians, he quickly drove the carriage himself towards Ming Mansion at full speed. The night was already deep, the street lamps were dim, and the gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness. Fusu was driving the carriage himself for the first time. The carriage soon arrived at Ming Mansion. Fusu jumped off the carriage and came to the front of Ming Mansion's gate. He said to the 2 soldiers guarding the mansion, General Ming has fainted. Hurry and help him inside. With the help of the guards inside the mansion, they carefully carried Meng Tian into a side room. Fusu stayed beside Meng Tian's bed, his expression solemn. As the night gradually deepened, Ming Mansion was brightly lit, and everyone was bustling about due to Meng Tian's injuries. Here they come. The imperial physicians are here. A panicked but eager voice came from outside the side room. Then the door was hurriedly pushed open. It's you. The person who came was Zhou Li, the corporal of Ming family army whom Lu Hao had saved before. Benefactor, I never thought you'd save my general again. Zhou Li said as he knelt on one knee towards Lu Hao without hesitation, his face full of gratitude. His actions directly stunned Fusu beside him, who had no idea what was going on. There's no need for such excessive courtesy. Please rise. Where are the imperial physicians? Zhou Li stood up and pointed outside the door. The imperial physicians just entered the mansion. They should be in the inner courtyard by now. As soon as he finished speaking, some hasty footsteps were heard outside the door. Several white-haired old men rushed in. carrying medicine boxes on their backs. As soon as they entered, they smelled the strong aroma of wine permeating the air. The leading old man immediately frowned and scolded severely. "What's going on? General Ming's injuries haven't healed. Weren't you forbidden to let him drink?" Seeing this, Fusa quickly spoke up. The leading old man nodded when he heard Fusa speak. "Young Master Fusu is right. Let's start now. Young Master Fusu, please go out and wait. We need to start treating General Ming." After saying that, the imperial physicians walked directly towards Ming Tian's bedside and began to diagnose him. Lu Hao, Zhou Li, and Fusu and the others retreated to the outside of the door and quietly waited for the result. "Zhou Li, do you know Lu Hao?" During the waiting period, Fusu finally remembered Zhou Li's actions towards Lu Hao just now. "Young Master, you don't know that it was benefactor who saved us that day, so we and the general could return to Xianying alive." After hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Fusu's eyes. It was actually Lu Hao. His impression of Lu Hao changed once again. He never expected that Lu Hao was not only outstanding in literary talent but also proficient in both civil and military skills. Immediately, Fusa came to Lu Hao's side, raised his hands folded together high and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for saving my teacher's life." Lu Hao waved his hand. "It was just a small effort. Young Master, you don't need to be so polite. Brother Lu doesn't know. Father has been looking for loyal and brave men to rescue General Ming. Tomorrow, I'll memorialize to Father and let..." But before Fusa could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Lu Hao. "Young Master, I'm a free and unfettered person. I don't like the life in the court. I joined the Jushian Hall just to get to know some people. Is that so? What a pity." Fusa really felt sorry when he heard Lu Hao's words, and there was a hint of regret in his tone. He really wanted to recruit some talents for the court. As the good son of Ing Zheng, it was a pity that he was too kind and couldn't outwit people like Zhao Gao and Li Si. Then Fusu has an impolite request that I hope Brother Lu will agree. "Please speak, young master." After thinking for a while, Fusu slowly said, "Fusu usually has a lot of things to do and sometimes can't spare time for the affairs of the Jushin Hall. I intend for Brother Lu to lead the Gather Heroes Hall. Please, Brother Lu, do agree without fail." Fusu's words immediately stunned Lu Hao. His purpose in coming here was to recruit talents and, by the way, find Xiangyu. Before he had done anything, Fusa presented such a generous gift. How could Lu Hao refuse? Since that was the case, Lu Mao agreed. Fusa smiled, and Lu Hao also smiled. The next day, Lu Hao took office as the new official. Fusa went with him to the Gather Heroes Hall and announced this appointment. When Lu Hao came to the Gather Heroes Hall, Xiangyu, along with Xiang Liang and Fan Zheng, also came to the Gather Heroes Hall. This rather saved Lu Hao a lot of time. Although Lu Hao now has many counselors and generals under his command, no one would having too many people under their command. He was quite interested in taking this future overlord of Western Chu under his wing. However, Lu Hao's sudden appearance in the Gather Heroes Hall caused many people who were not very familiar with him to voice their doubts. It was okay for the scholars, although they also liked to strive for fame and fortune. They wouldn't voice their opposition so quickly, but it was different for the warriors, especially that certain someone. Although they would follow Fusu's words, they wouldn't admit Lu Hao if he had no ability. Sure enough, Xiangyu, who led the warriors, quickly raised doubts. "Brother Xiang, what do you mean?" In the courtyard of the Gather Heroes Hall, there was an uproar right after Fusu announced it. Seeing that Xiangyu disagreed, Fusu slightly frowned and asked, "Young Master Fusu, the reason we all joined the Gather Heroes Hall was because of you. But you suddenly announced that this Brother Lu would lead the Gather Heroes Hall. Isn't this a bit hasty?" Xiangyu and the others had temporarily come to Xianying and heard that young Master Fusa had established the Gather Heroes Hall to recruit talents for the court. Having nowhere else to go, they chose to join. But the always arrogant Xiangyu would never let others ride on his head. Fusa was a bit in a dilemma. Those who could enter the Gather Heroes Hall were all people with strength and literary talent, and he cherished them all. "Young Master, don't worry. I'll handle this." A slight smile appeared on the corner of Lu Hao's mouth. After saying a faint word to Fusa beside him, he walked up to Xiangyu. "I wonder how Brother Xiang will recognize Lu Mao." Xiangyu looked at Lu Hao in front of him and was slightly stunned. "It's very simple. To be the leader of the Gather Heroes Hall, one must be both civil and military. I'm just a rough warrior, only knowing how to brandish knives and guns. If Brother Lu can hold on for 10 moves under my hands, then I'll recognize you." Lu Hao understood and smiled. He thought to himself, "As I guessed, this guy really deserves a beating. All right, then please, Brother Xiang, show mercy." Hearing that Lu Hao actually dared to fight with him, Xiangyu felt a bit of admiration for Lu Hao for a moment. "All right, since we're all in the Gather Heroes Hall, the swords and guns have no eyes. Let's have a fist fight. Brother Lu, be careful." After saying that, Xiangyu launched an attack on Lu Hao in front of him first. A punch with 2 parts of his strength was thrown towards Lu Hao's chest. The 2 parts of the strength of Xiangyu, the overlord of Western Chu, was not light either. To avoid hurting the feelings, Xiangyu still gave some face to Fusu. However, Lu Hao's reaction was beyond Xiangyu's expectation. He didn't choose to dodge or defend like ordinary people. Instead, he showed a mysterious smile. Lu Hao's reaction was beyond Xiangyu's expectation. He didn't choose to dodge or defend like ordinary people. Instead, he showed a mysterious smile. This initial encounter not only surprised Xiangyu and the others but also left Xiangliang gaping. He knew exactly how powerful Xiangyu was, but this Lu Hao, who seemed like a scholar, how could he have such great strength? Xiangyu was stunned. His 2 parts of strength couldn't kill someone, but it could definitely injure an ordinary person. But not only was Lu Hao fine, but he also bounced himself back. Fusu was even more satisfied with Lu Hao's performance. Knowing that he had saved Ming Tian proved that he also knew martial arts and was not bad at it. But he didn't expect that Lu Hao could compete with the incredibly strong Xiangyu in terms of strength, and it seemed that he was not in the least inferior to him. Lu Hao, who was originally at the innate realm, had much greater strength than ordinary people. This time, even without using his internal energy in the invincible golden body technique, his strength was beyond comparison with ordinary people. Moreover, Xiangyu only used 2 parts of his strength and was truly caught off guard by Lu Hao. Xiangyu's expression became solemn. He adjusted his breathing and posture again, preparing to launch another attack. And Lu Hao just stood there, still wearing that faint smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. At this moment, Xiangyu felt that his authority seemed to have been challenged. Angry flames burst out in his eyes. He quickly mobilized the strength of his body and directly exerted 5 parts of his strength. Since Lu Hao took over Jushin Hall, he has come here every 2 or 3 days, regarding it as a place to handle affairs. One day, when Lu Hao came to Jushin Hall again, he found that there was actually a loyalty hall opened across the street. Loyalty Hall, what a nice name. Lu Hao stood outside the door of Jushin Hall, looking at the loyalty hall across the street and smiling. Yi Xiaochuan was not content with the existing power and started to directly oppose Fusu. He conspired with Prime Minister Li Si to try to bring down Jushin Hall. When did this place across the street open? Lu Hao asked the guards of Jushin Hall. My lord, it opened the day before yesterday. It is said that it was established by the Prime Minister to recruit various talents for the court, but 2 days have passed, and no one has gone in. Lord Xiang might not have reported it to you. The guard was referring to Lord Xiang Liang. This old guy has some skills. When Lu Hao was not around, Lu Hao ordered Xiang Liang, Fan Zhang, and others to handle all the minor matters. This can be considered making the best use of talents. According to Lu Hao's idea, he couldn't let them just eat without working. Lu Hao sneered disdainfully at the guard's words. Trying to poach people from him? What a good idea, but still too inexperienced. Lu Hao is not of the same style as Fusu. As long as someone wants to enter Jushin Hall and has a bit of ability, they can enter. In the original drama, he even recruited the so-called 3 evils: not obedient, disobedient, simple. Let Xiangyu loose, and they'll be as docile as lambs. Also because of this reason, it led to the loyalty hall not being able to recruit many talents now. Lu Hao entered Jushin Hall and began to listen to the reports of Xiang Liang, Fan Zhang, Zhang Fang, and Chen Xing. Zhang Fang and Chen Xing were quite interesting. They were literati and joined Jushin Hall 1 or 2 days later than Lu Hao. But their literature was of the highest level and their intelligence was outstanding, which made Lu Hao have to wonder. They didn't appear in the original drama. Zhang Fang was around 30, looking weak and sickly. Chen Xing was in his 20s, tall and seemed quite healthy. Based on their names and physical conditions, Lu Hao roughly guessed who these 2 were: Zhang Liang and Chen Ping. Both of them were important founding ministers and advisors of Liu Bang. But Lu Hao couldn't figure out why they came to Jushin Hall. Well, Lu Hao really guessed right. They were Zhang Liang and Chen Ping. Zhang Liang was bent on rebelling against the Qin dynasty and joined Jushin Hall to see if he could find a chance to assassinating Zhang. And Chen Ping's family was poor. To avoid adding to the family burden, he traveled everywhere. By chance, he came to Xianyang and heard that Jushin Hall was recruiting talents, so he came to give it a try. These 2 intended to keep a low profile, and Lu Hao didn't expose them. Instead, he let them manage Jushin Hall with Xiang Liang. Just as Lu Hao was listening to the reports of the past 2 days, Xiangyu rushed in from outside the door in a hurry. My lord, you were, what a sight in such a hurry. What kind of decorum is this? Xiang Liang scolded Xiangyu severely when he saw him being so reckless. My lord, uncle, the loyalty hall across the street is too bullying. They couldn't recruit talents in the past 2 days, so they moved a table to the door of our Jushin Hall to recruit. What? Xiang Liang frowned tightly after hearing this, and Fan Zhang also fell into deep thought. Because the place across the street was set up by Prime Minister Li Si, if this matter wasn't handled well, it might escalate into a direct confrontation between Fusu and Li Si.My lord, I'll go out and drive them away right now. Xiangyu didn't care about anything and shouted that he was going to take action. He had been living so comfortably in Jushian Hall these days and didn't have to worry every day. Gradually, he also regarded this place as his home. Being bullied at the doorstep, how could he bear it? Lu Hao saw Xiangyu being so reckless and really wondered if he came from Mang village. Why would they dare to recruit people at your door? Obviously, it was a provocation for you to take the first move. In this situation, whoever takes the first move will be at a disadvantage. Yi Xiaochuan's plan was correct, but he used it on the wrong person. Wait, the place in front of our door isn't ours. They can recruit people wherever they want. Xiangyu quickly asked back after hearing this. Then are we just going to let them do as they please? Won't this make outsiders laugh at our Jushian Hall? Xiangyu was extremely impatient and couldn't hold himself back here. On the contrary, Lu Hao was very calm. He slowly said, laugh, then let them become a laughingstock. Xiangyu, take a few people to clean the street in front of the door. It hasn't been cleaned for so many days, and there's too much dust and debris outside, which somewhat affects the reputation of our Jushian Hall. Xiangyu wasn't stupid and immediately understood what Lu Hao meant. A smile reappeared on his face, and he bowed to Lu Hao and said, my lord, I understand. After hearing Lu Hao's handling method, Zhang Liang and Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction. When Xiang and Fan were a bit melancholy just now, the two had already thought of a countermeasure, but they didn't say anything, just wanted to see if Lu Hao had any good countermeasures. Obviously, Lu Hao's way of handling things was very much to their liking. This also made their impression of Lu Hao improve a great deal, because Lu Hao wasn't a reckless and brainless person. Xiangyu led 3 strong and muscular men, holding brooms, strode out of the door of Jushian Hall and began to clean the ground. Although the cleaning movements of the 4 were a bit clumsy, their efforts stirred up the surrounding air into a thick haze, and they especially took care of those from the Loyalty Hall who set up stalls at their door. After being specially cared for, the people from the Loyalty Hall were coughing continuously from the thick dust. What are you doing? Stop it. Unexpectedly, Xiangyu and the others didn't stop but continued to work hard at their cleaning job. Damn it. When one person from the Loyalty Hall couldn't bear it anymore, Xiangyu finally stopped his movements. Our lord said that the dust and debris outside the door haven't been cleaned for several days. There's too much filth, which really affects the mood. When the people from the Loyalty Hall heard Xiangyu say this, they immediately flew into a rage. The person who asked Xiangyu the question couldn't bear it either. Comparing them to filth was no different from insulting their dignity. He raised his fist and directly punched Xiangyu, and several other people from the Loyalty Hall didn't idle when they saw their companion take action. Soon, they attacked the several strong men beside Xiangyu. The Loyalty Hall is hitting people. The Loyalty Hall can't recruit people and is coming to Jushian Hall to hit people. Who is Xiangyu? Could he be beaten? While easily dodging the person's attack, he shouted in his loud voice. Isn't this free advertising for the Loyalty Hall? You're welcome. Xiangyu's voice quickly attracted the people around. Passers-by watched the people from the Loyalty Hall fighting and immediately started whispering and pointing at them. The people from the Loyalty Hall are shameless villains. They couldn't recruit talents and came to recruit in front of our Jushian Hall. They even beat the people from Jushian Hall. Xiangyu's loud voice quickly gathered dozens of onlookers around. Even after Yi Xiaochuan received the news, he quickly walked out of the Loyalty Hall. Stop, all of you. Stop. Yi Xiaochuan rushed into the crowd shouting in his duck-like voice. When the people from the Loyalty Hall saw Yi Xiaochuan appear, they all stopped and came to him to report something. Who would have thought that when Xiangyu saw Yi Xiaochuan's figure, he was stunned and subconsciously opened his mouth to ask, Xiaochuan, what are you doing here? Xiangyu. Yi Xiaochuan's face looked extremely ugly when he saw Xiangyu. This time, Yi Xiaochuan was no longer the same as before. This was the all-powerful Zhao Gao in the court. Although it was a bit unexpected to see an acquaintance, there was no longer that friendship. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Xiaochuan, where have you been? We searched for you for a long time back then. Xiangyu was very affectionate when he unexpectedly saw an old friend and immediately wanted to go up and say hello, but he was stopped by the people from the Loyalty Hall. And they said a shocking thing to Xiangyu. Stop, this is the current middle chariot officer, Lord Zhao Gao. What kind of person are you to try to get close and attach yourself to power? As soon as this person from the Loyalty Hall finished speaking, the surrounding immediately fell silent. After hearing this, Xiangyu looked at Yi Xiaochuan in astonishment. The next second, he blurted out, Xiaochuan, how did you become a eunuch? The name of Zhao Gao is known to every adult in the Great Qin Empire. He is an out-and-out traitor. How did Yi Xiaochuan, who had been away for about a year, suddenly transform into Zhao Gao, who held great power in the court? Moreover, the most crucial point is that he became a eunuch. Xiang Yu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Why on earth did Yi Xiaochuan act so foolishly? Instead of enjoying the colorful world, did he like the taste of being castrated? Xiang Yu thought so, with a rather bewildered expression on his face. But if Yi Xiaochuan knew what Xiang Yu was thinking at this moment, he would surely wail and cry, "Do I have a choice?" It turned out to be Lord Zhao Gao. I wonder what business Lord Zhao has for surrounding the entrance of my Jiuxian hall with people? Before Yi Xiaochuan could figure out how to talk to Xiang Yu, Lu Hao came out of the Jiuxian hall with Xiang Liang, Fan Zheng, Zhang Liang, and Chen Ping. "Who are you?" Yi Xiaochuan was a bit surprised to see Lu Hao appear. Clearly knowing his identity, yet talking to him with such composure. "I am Lu Hao, temporarily in charge of all the affairs, big and small, of the Jiuxian hall." Lu Hao's understated words made Yi Xiaochuan's expression turn solemn. And his mind kept repeating this name. But whether in the history he remembered or after, he had never heard this name before. Lu Hao, Yi Xiaochuan muttered this name, still feeling in his mind. Although he didn't remember such a person, the current situation was obvious that this person was against him. Yi Xiaochuan stared directly at Lu Hao's direction and said, "The people in your Jiuxian hall beat the people in my Zhongyi hall. How do you plan to handle this?" The first confrontation between the two officially began. Of course, the previous one was definitely unofficial. Even now, Yi Xiaochuan still didn't know that his bird had disappeared because of Lu Hao. Before Lu Hao could speak, Xiang Yu beside him got angry. He directly pushed aside the small minions blocking in front of Yi Xiaochuan and faced Yi Xiaochuan, saying, "Xiaochuan, are you from the Zhongyi hall?" This time, the people from the Zhongyi hall came to cause trouble for our Jiuxian hall first, and they were the ones who started it. Everyone saw it. Yi Xiaochuan looked coldly at the surrounding onlookers. Sure enough, under his intimidating power, no one dared to speak up and testify. Xiang Yu saw this scene and fully understood that the current Yi Xiaochuan was no longer the naive Yi Xiaochuan he had known before. Seeing Yi Xiaochuan with a cold face, Lu Hao then smiled calmly and said, "Lord Zhao, so it was the people from your Zhongyi hall who started it first. Now you're biting back. I wonder what your intention is?" Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaochuan was as stubborn as a dead duck and retorted, "You say my people started it first. What evidence do you have? Then you say that our Jiuxian hall beat your people. What evidence do you have?" Lu Hao didn't show any weakness either and directly countered, "You." Yi Xiaochuan was rendered speechless by Lu Hao's retort. Seeing this, Lu Hao didn't let him off and continued to ask, "Lord Zhao seems to be a eunuch, right? The Zhang Fling is to serve the emperor with carriages and such, right? Why did you also join the Zhongyi hall? Could it be that the Zhongyi hall is specifically for recruiting eunuchs? No wonder there haven't been many people in front of your hall these 2 days." Lu Hao curled his lips, looking as if he felt extremely sorry for Yi Xiaochuan. Ha ha ha. Lu Hao's words made the surrounding onlookers burst out laughing. And it also made Yi Xiaochuan feel like spitting out a mouthful of old blood. When hitting someone, don't hit their face. When scolding someone, don't expose their weaknesses. Lu Hao is really something. He publicly said that he is a eunuch and also said that he is a coachman. In fact, the Zhang Fling is just a glorified coachman, just in charge of more people and carriages. Of course, the Zhang Fling isn't something that just anyone can do casually. The person who can hold this position must be a confidant of the emperor. Lu Hao's words were simply unbearable. Yi Xiaochuan was extremely angry and shouted in a shrill voice, "Presumptuous! Someone, give me his mouth slapped. Lord Zhao Gonggong, why are you getting so angry? Or is it that you're joining the Zhongyi hall has some secret plot with the prime minister?" Hearing this, Yi Xiaochuan frowned tightly, and his face became even more gloomy. "What are you talking nonsense about? What secret plot could I have with the prime minister? Who knows? If you really have a secret plot, you probably wouldn't tell us. Lord Zhao Gonggong, if you have nothing to do, please leave. Xiang Yu and the others still need to clean the dust in front of the door." After Lu Hao finished speaking, he casually shrugged his shoulders. "You, Lu Hao, I remember you," Yi Xiaochuan said angrily and then turned around and left with a flick of his sleeve. "Fine, Lord Zhao Gonggong, don't forget me. Some other day I'll invite you to drink." At this time, Yi Xiaochuan's face was ashen. He silently recited "Don't be angry" in his heart and walked towards the direction of the Zhongyi hall. Who would have thought that another sentence Lu Hao said later would directly make Yi Xiaochuan, who was already on the verge of spitting out blood, actually spit out that mouthful of old blood? Our Jiuxian hall welcomes people with aspirations. As long as they have their own strengths. The Jiuxian hall will recruit them. Of course, except for eunuchs. In the first official confrontation, with Lu Hao constantly shouting eunuch, Yi Xiaochuan suffered a crushing defeat and vomited blood. It was precisely because of this crushing defeat that Yi Xiaochuan hated Lu Hao to the core. He sent people to cause trouble for the Jiuxian hall every now and then, but all of them were successfully resolved by Lu Hao, Zhang Liang, and others. Time passed in a hurry. Half a month later, in the imperial court, "Your Majesty, the Xiongnu and other barbarians have gathered an army of 200,000 with great momentum. We'd better make early preparations. Here." The barbarians refer to some ethnic groups in the northern western regions. Prime Minister Li Si reported to Yingzheng, who was sitting on the throne in the main hall. Humph, they come to harass us like this every year, but by the time we send a large army there, they've already run away. I'm afraid it's the same this year. Yingzheng wasn't too surprised to hear Li Si's words. But your majesty, what if this time it's real? The losses our dynasty will suffer will be immeasurable. Then what do you suggest? Send another large army there. What if it's fake again? Do you know how much money and grain will be lost for this round trip? At this time, Yingzheng no longer had the previous arrogance and determination. He looked extremely weak, with a pale face. The reason was simple. He had been deceived by Yi Xiaochuan and Li Si and was almost indulging in debauchery every day. His health was deteriorating day by day, and he had no intention of dealing with government affairs. Even such a major matter, he wanted to ignore it. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. I wonder if I should speak it. Oh, Lord Zhao, speak frankly. It was Yi Xiaochuan who was standing beside Yingzheng. At this time, Yi Xiaochuan was even better at flattering than Gao Yao in the drama, making him have an indispensable position in Yingzheng's heart. Your Majesty, my humble minister suggests that we can send a general with a small number of troops. If the Xiongnu really invade this time, they can resist while sending people to seek reinforcements. If it's fake, then the money and grain consumed can be ignored. Sure enough, Yi Xiaochuan's words made Yingzheng extremely satisfied. Without any hesitation, he nodded in agreement while dragging his tired body. Father, this mustn't be done. What if the attack is real? Then the general and our great Qin soldiers will be in danger. By then, if they don't get timely support, they will. The eldest son Fusu, who was standing in front of the officials, quickly opposed after seeing Yingzheng's agreement. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yi Xiaochuan. Eldest son, that's why we need to send a general. This can also ensure safety. Yingzheng nodded in agreement and said, then who should be sent? The great generals in our great Qin are now all guarding the border passes in various places. The rest are either old, weak, sick, or have retired from the military. Listen, the current great Qin has actually fallen to this state. Isn't it a kind of sorrow? Yi Xiaochuan had been waiting for Yingzheng's words. He quickly replied, Your Majesty, have you forgotten General Meng Tian? Yingzheng slightly frowned and said, Meng Tian, doesn't he still have an injury? Your Majesty, don't worry. I heard from the imperial physician that General Meng has recovered in the past 2 days and is completely capable of leading the troops. Moreover, with the elite soldiers of the Ming family army, it will surely get twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xiaochuan showed a respectful smile, but in Fusu's view, this was a sinister smile. Meng Tian. Yingzheng was not as straightforward as before at this time. He had been a bit licentious recently, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that there were only 1 or 2 capable and battle-tested generals in the entire Great Qin at present. And Meng Tian had just recovered from his injuries. Would it be a bit risky to send him to fight now? Your Majesty, General Meng has just recovered from a serious illness. It is absolutely impossible to lead troops to war at this time, especially to such a far place. The journey will be exhausting and may cause his old injuries to relapse. Fusu understood what tricks Yi Xiaochuan was playing and of course would not let him succeed. A few months ago, Yi Xiaochuan and Li Si had reached an alliance to deal with Fusu together, and this news was almost known to everyone. The establishment of the Zhu Xiantang made the two of them a bit worried, so they set up the Zhongyi Guan. However, since the confrontation between Yi Xiaochuan and Lu Hao, the open and covert struggles between Yi Xiaochuan and Fusu have become increasingly intense. Since getting the news that the Xiongnu allied with the Hu people launched a large-scale attack at the first time, Yi Xiaochuan and Li Si conspired to discuss how to get rid of Fusu and Meng Tian, who were like thorns in their sides. In his view, once Fusu was eliminated, Lu Hao would be a joke in his eyes and could be manipulated by him at will. So what if he was the boss of Gao Yao now? When the time came and Fusu was finished, wouldn't Lu Hao have to obey his orders? After the Xiong man Lu became completely popular in Xianying for a while, Yi Xiaochuan became interested in going there. However, when a plate of Beijing roast duck and a plate of the special stewed pork made by the Gao family came into his sight, the first thought in his mind was Gao Yao. Yi Xiaochuan, who had been searching for Gao Yao for many days, was undoubtedly excited at this time. But soon his mentality changed, thinking that the Xiong man Lu belonged to Lu Hao. He was filled with anger. Thinking further that Gao Yao was now making money for Lu Hao, he was even more furious. Yi Xiaochuan was no longer the Yi Xiaochuan who had just traveled through. Tremendous changes had taken place in his heart, and he had completely turned dark. In his eyes, there was not a single good person. Fortunately, Gao Yao was not in Xianying at this time. Otherwise, he might have been dragged into the palace by Yi Xiaochuan to accompany him. However, from then on, Yi Xiaochuan transferred all his hatred for Gao Yao to another person, which neither Lu Hao nor Gao Yao knew. At this time, Yingzheng thought for a moment after hearing Fusu's words and slowly nodded. Sending Meng Tian would indeed be a bit risky. He had just recovered from his injuries and couldn't make a long-distance raid. Fusa let out a sigh of relief when he heard Ying Zhang's words. However, before he could take a few more breaths, Yi Xiaochuan spoke again. Your Majesty, then why not let Prince Fusa lead all the heroes of his Zhu Xiantang to go? I heard that the Zhu Xiantang has recruited many capable people and strange talents. There are many people with high martial arts skills, and among them are intelligent people. Just let Prince Fusa take them there to gain some experience. If they really have talents, it will be good to add fresh blood to our great QIN. As soon as Yi Xiaochuan's words came out, Fusa's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he realize what Yi Xiaochuan's plan was. Either take the opportunity to get rid of Meng Tian or get rid of him in the Zhu Xiantang. Huh, Fusu? Ying Zhang was slightly stunned. Fusu, who didn't know any martial arts at all. Sending him to the battlefield was no different from sending him to his death. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I believe that with the many heroes of the Zhu Xiantang, they will surely not let the eldest prince get injured. On the contrary, they will each show their talents and protect the safety of the eldest prince with their lives, so that they can achieve great feats and become famous. After Yi Xiaochuan finished speaking, he showed a smile at Fusu, but Fusu didn't know any martial arts and had never been to the battlefield. What if, truly, even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs? Ying Zhang wasn't stupid and immediately questioned Yi Xiaochuan's words. Your Majesty, precisely because the eldest prince is he needs to gain experience like this, so that he can become your successor in the future. Moreover, Your Majesty was already leading troops to fight everywhere at the age of the eldest prince. Right? Presumably, Prince Fusu will not disappoint us. The most crucial thing is that the enemy may not really want to invade. Yi Xiaochuan's series of reasons actually impressed Ying Zhang when he was as old as Fusu. He had already been on military expeditions against various countries. Unlike Fusu now, who was indecisive and powerless, the more Ying Zhang thought about it, the more he felt that Yi Xiaochuan's words made sense. Immediately, he made a decision. I approve. Fusu, do you have the courage to go and investigate the enemy situation? Ying Zhang looked at Fusu. What else could he say? Without hesitation, he agreed. Your son accepts the order and will surely live up to your Majesty's expectations. Only then did Ying Zhang nod in satisfaction. Dispatch 100,000 Meng family troops to be led by Fusu. Fusu will lead all the people of the Zhu Xiantang to set out on a military expedition soon. You can appoint the positions of the people in the Zhu Xiantang by yourself. Court is adjourned. After saying that, Ying Zhang stood up and staggered away from the throne with the support of the palace maids and walked towards the side hall. Yi Xiaochuan, who was behind him, saw Ying Zhang's appearance and unconsciously showed a victorious smile. Ying Zhang, enjoy it well. Over time, under the influence of the medicine, his body will only become weaker and weaker until, finally, everyone will only think that Ying Zhang asked for his own death. No one will discover that it was the doing of him, Yi Xiaochuan. After the court was adjourned, the magnificent hall gradually returned to silence. The ministers left in a hurry with their own concerns, leaving only Fusu, Yi Xiaochuan, and Li Si still standing in the empty hall. Fusu's eyes were like torches, staring straight at Yi Xiaochuan, and his voice carried a bit of anger. Zhao Gao. What a good scheme. What? Yi Xiaochuan replied. Why would the eldest prince say such a thing? Could it be that the eldest prince doesn't want to share the king's worries, doesn't want to make contributions to the great Qin? These words directly left Fusu speechless and so angry that his face turned red. He stammered for a long time and couldn't say the rest of the words. Fine. This sentence stunned Yi Xiaochuan and he subconsciously replied. You're fine. Unexpectedly, after Fusu snorted, he flicked his sleeves and left. Seeing Fusu's appearance, Yi Xiaochuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought Fusu was greeting him in a modern way. He almost thought he had accidentally killed a fellow villager, which would have been a farce. After Li Si saw Fusu leave and there were only the two of them left in the hall, he slowly came to Yi Xiaochuan's side and whispered, Are you sure the Xiongnu coalition is really invading this time? Yi Xiaochuan frowned slightly and nodded. Sure. I have received the news and have already made contact with them over there. For some reason, there has been a mysterious army over there recently that has launched a crushing offensive against them and has already annexed many of their tribes. They have united and want to attack the Great Qin in order to gain a foothold. However, I have already promised them that as long as they eliminate the army led by Meng Tian or Fusu, after Prince Huai ascends the throne, a piece of land will be promised to them. After Li Si heard this, he looked around and seeing that there was no one around, he continued, Aren't you afraid of their evil intentions? Zhao Gao, don't fight battles without confidence. No matter who wins or loses between them, neither of them will survive in the end. Li Si became interested when he heard this. He actually didn't want to have too much interaction with Yi Xiaochuan because this guy was too sinister and might play a dirty trick on someone at any time. Keep this matter a secret, Prime Minister. Just wait for good news. Yi Xiaochuan let out a mysterious smile and let out a sinister laugh of jia jia jia. This made Li Si beside him couldn't help but shiver. Dividing line that afternoon, Fusu directly came to Lu Hao's residence. Since arriving in Xianying for more than a month, Lu Hao had already bought a mansion here. At this time, he was just about to go out to the Juxiantang. With Zhang Liang and others in charge, he hadn't been to the Juxiantang for several days. Just as Lu Hao was about to go out, he encountered Fusa coming towards him in a hurry. Teacher, behold, Fusa came before Lu Hao and respectfully bowed with clasped hands. During this period, Fusa was directly conquered by Lu Hao's literary talent and willingly submitted, choosing to Lu Hao as his teacher. Although Lu Hao is only a few years older than him, in his words, the one who excels should be the teacher, and there is no shame in that. Initially, Lu Hao wanted to decline, but couldn't withstand Fusu's persistent pestering and reluctantly agreed. In Fusu's view, Ming Tian taught him martial arts and military strategies, while Lu Hao taught him literature, with one for the pen and the other for the sword being perfect. However, it wasn't even a few days after that something happened. You're in such a hurry. Wouldn't that be beneath the dignity of the eldest son? Lu Hao frowned slightly upon seeing Fusu's appearance. Ordinary matters wouldn't have made Fusu like this, unless it was something like the death of the first emperor. Your father? Lu Hao raised his eyebrows and directly asked, Teacher, my father has ordered me to lead the people of the Gathering of Talents Hall to resist the foreign enemies. Fusa said with a helpless look, standing before Lu Hao with his brows tightly knit. What? Resist the foreign enemies? Lu Hao was slightly startled. It wasn't that Ing Zheng had passed away. However, soon Lu Hao noticed something amiss. There was no mention in the play of Fusa leading troops to resist the foreign enemies. At Zhao Gao. Lu Hao's eyes became sharp as he sneered and looked at Fusu. The teacher is wise. It's precisely that scoundrel Zhao Gao. When Fusa heard Zhao Gao's name, his eyes flashed with anger and he was extremely indignant, gritting his teeth, after Lu Hao listened to Fusu's detailed account of the incident. He couldn't help but admire Yi Xiaochuan in his heart. What a brilliant plan. Isn't it said that the supporting characters become less intelligent? Why is this one so smart? No wonder, after all. He is from modern times and modern people have so many little schemes. Teacher, what do you think we should do? Fusa was extremely anxious and had no idea at all. Don't panic. When the soldiers come, we block them. When the water comes, we dam it. Since they've made a move, then we just take it on. Lu Hao glanced at Fusu beside him and said calmly, When the soldiers come, we block them. When the water comes, we dam it. Fusu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Lu Hao simply ignored it. That it was precisely because he would always blurt out such words that Fusu had pestered him to be his teacher shamelessly. How many troops did your father give you? 100,000 elite Ming family troops. That's quite a lot. It seems your father isn't stupid enough to listen to everything Zhao Gao says. Lu Hao nodded and chuckled. Teacher, but the enemy has more than 200,000. What if they really launch a large-scale invasion? I'm afraid our 100,000 elite troops. Fusa didn't dare to think further. Although 100,000 Ming family troops were numerous, it depended on who led them. With Ming Tian there, it would definitely be fine. But he wasn't Ming Tian. 200,000? I'm afraid that's an understatement. Since Zhao Gao is willing to let us lead 100,000 Ming family troops, it means the enemy's number must be more than twice ours. It's not impossible for the foreign coalition forces to be 300,000. Lu Hao, with his extremely high intelligence, saw through Yi Xiaochuan's little schemes clearly. If he wanted to play with him, he'd have to go back to modern times and gain a few more decades of experience. 300,000. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Fusu's forehead and he swallowed hard. Don't panic. Are you still the eldest son of the Qin dynasty? His performance really annoyed Lu Hao. Fusa had a gentle nature and couldn't control the overall situation, lacking determination. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been bullied by Hu Hai, Zhao Gao and others without saying a word. Even if the other side had 300,000 or 400,000. So what? Do you really think the 100,000 Ming family troops are just for show? Moreover, the current capabilities of the Gathering of Talents Hall are beyond your imagination. Lu Hao was full of confidence and extremely excited at the same time. This was his first time leading troops into battle. Not like leading the elimination of criminals in Hong Kong Island. Since that's the case, then I leave everything to the teacher. I appoint you as the deputy general and you will be in charge of all military matters. 2 days later, the food, supplies, and provisions of the 100,000 elite Ming family troops were assembled. Lu Hao, Fusu, and a group of people from the Gathering of Talents Hall marched mightily out of Xianying City under the spotlight. Fusu was quite well known in Xianying and many people cheered him on, but Fusu just smiled faintly. Now, perhaps only Lu Hao and himself knew how he felt. Originally, the Ming family troops were reluctant to be led by others. But because on the surface, the commander was Fusu, and the relationship between Fusu and Ming Tian was known to many of the Ming family troops generals. Plus, Ming Tian had also greeted them. Although Ming Tian had just recovered from a serious illness and was not suitable for leading troops into battle. This was an invasion by foreign tribes. He really wanted to go, but Ing Zheng wouldn't allow it. Ming Tian had no choice but to order the 100,000 Ming family troops to listen to Fusu's arrangements and protect him well. Their journey was through Hedong Commandery, Shandong Commandery, and Taiyuan Commandery, and finally they arrived at Yinmin Commandery, which is the later Yanmingwen. After 3 days of rapid marching, Lu Hao and the others reached the territory of Shandong Commandery. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, the terrain was extremely, like a natural barrier standing on the top of Taihang Mountain. Thus, it got the name the Ridge of the World. Here was not only the location of the later famous Taihang Mountain, but also an important ancient strategic site. Attracting much attention because of its unique geographical location, the troops still maintained a mighty marching posture. The 10,000 vanguard troops led by Xiang Yu cut through the valleys like a sharp sword. Irresistible, Zhang Limo led 5,000 elite soldiers in the rear to be responsible for transporting military supplies and ensuring the smooth logistics. Lu Hao personally sat in the middle army, riding on his warhorse. He chatted with Zhang Liang and others casually, and his eyes would occasionally scan the surrounding mountains and terrain. When the troops reached the central area of Shandong Commandery, Lu Hao spoke again. This used to be Han territory before. Zhang Liang didn't understand why Lu Hao suddenly said this and awkwardly smiled at the moment. Yes, the state of Han 20 years ago. I heard that, Zhang Liang. You are also from the state of Han. When Zhang Liang heard this, he was completely stunned and stared blankly at Lu Hao. Lu Hao almost burst out laughing seeing his dumbfounded expression. You think you can hide with a false identity? I can still recognize you. When Zhang Liang saw Lu Hao's meaningful smile, his heart tightened even more. But soon, he relaxed, because he felt that Lu Hao wouldn't do anything to him. Otherwise, he would have already revealed his identity. Zhang Liang was now extremely curious about how Lu Hao had discovered him and why he had kept it a secret for him. You know, he had been assassinating Zheng, dividing line after about 6 more days, when Lu Hao and the others had just left Taiyuan Commandery and were on their way to Yinmin Commandery. Xiang Yu's vanguard troops encountered a soldier covered in blood, riding a horse and galloping towards them quickly. Report to the eldest son, General Lu. The vanguard troops of General Xiang have encountered a fellow soldier from Yinmin Commandery asking for help. He said that Yinmin Commandery has been under attack by the Xiongnu and Hu coalition forces for 2 days, with thousands of casualties. Now, there are fewer than 3,000 defending soldiers in Yinmin Commandery, while the enemy has at least 300,000 or more. A soldier from Xiang Yu's vanguard troops rode his warhorse quickly to the middle army and reported to Lu Hao and Fusu. As soon as these words were spoken, the advisors around Lu Hao all frowned tightly. An army of more than 300,000, 3 times theirs. Even with natural barriers to defend, it would still be a bitter battle. Fusu, riding on his warhorse, frowned upon hearing the soldiers' words. Sure enough, this time it wasn't a harassment, but a real large-scale invasion. He had no idea either and turned to look at Lu Hao. Lu Hao lowered his head slightly and thought for a moment, then immediately gave an order to this soldier. Order Xiang Yu to lead the vanguard troops to rush to Yanmingwen for support immediately. We will follow shortly. Yes, the soldier took the order and quickly whipped his horse to inform Xiang Yu. Eldest son, it seems our estimation of the enemy's troops was a bit conservative, judging from this. The enemy has about 400,000. Lu Hao looked at the solemn expressions of everyone and smiled faintly. Teacher, should I immediately send someone back to request reinforcements? Fusa looked at Lu Hao nervously, and the first thing that came to mind was asking for help. It's time to inform your father of the situation and let Ming Tian lead the remaining 200,000 Ming family troops to rush to Yanmingwen quickly, but won't Zhao Gao stop them in the middle? This time he wants us to be completely wiped out. After hearing Fusu's doubts, Lu Hao chuckled. Right now, Zhao Gao might be more eager than anyone for Ming Tian to leave Xianying quickly. Fusa? Didn't you say that your father has been getting weaker and weaker recently? Seeing that Fusa didn't understand what he meant, Lu Hao slowly opened his mouth. Sure enough, Fusa's eyes instantly widened to the size of saucers. And he said in disbelief, Teacher, are you saying that my father? Lu Hao neither nodded nor shook his head. During the time we were away, I'm afraid your father's health has been deteriorating day by day. Now, Zhao Gao wants Ming Tian to leave Xianying more than anyone else. In this way, he can smoothly assist Hu Hai to ascend the throne. By then, even if we survive the resistance against the foreign tribes, it will be impossible for us to return to Xianying smoothly. As soon as these words were spoken, Fusu, Xiang Liang, Fan Zheng, Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, and others around Lu Hao were all stunned on the spot. How could they have thought that just a resistance against foreign tribes would involve so many things? Even though Zhang Liang and Qin Ping were as intelligent as they were, they never would have imagined it. No, no, no. Although my father's body is relatively weak, the imperial physicians all said that my father's health is still okay. It won't. Fusa murmured softly. Won't what? Do you know why Zhao Gao has been gathering a large number of beautiful women every day and collecting precious medicinal herbs from all over the world to refine pills? It's to make it undetectable and achieve it without anyone noticing. Now your father is still able to enjoy himself day and night at his age. What do you think is the reason? I estimate that Zhao Gao gives your father medicine every day. Although it's not a poison, it's an aphrodisiac. For your father, this aphrodisiac has the same effect as a poison. On the surface, he gathers beautiful women to pay tribute to your father and then looks for medicinal materials to refine pills. In reality, he makes your father indulge in pleasure every night until he exhausts his vitality. Oh, it's almost the same as dying from exhaustion. Lu Hao's words once again left several people gaping, their mouths wide enough to fit a light bulb. Why? Why does Zhao Gao do this? Fusu was completely at a loss at this time, looking blank. And power. Maybe it's because of power that Zhao Gao acts like this. Before Lu Hao could speak, Zhang Liang on the side spoke up. That's right. Zhang Liang is right. Zhao Gao is not satisfied with the existing power. So he wants to usurp the throne of the emperor and assist Hu Hai, who only knows how to have fun, to ascend the throne. In this way, the entire Great Qin will be in his hands. That's why we need Ming Tian to lead the Ming family army over. As long as we have military power in our hands, we will have absolute say. After Lu Hao finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. This is definitely not a trivial matter, but a major event concerning the destiny of the Great Qin. Although except for Fusu among these people, each had their own ulterior motives, but if Ying Zheng really passed away, then they, needless to say about Xiang Liang and Xiang Yu. If Lu Hao didn't exist, they would definitely start a rebellion immediately. Zhang Liang and Qin Ping might also look for a worthy lord to assist, but with Lu Hao here, would these people still have such crooked ideas? As long as they're not stupid, they all know who they should support at this moment. Although Fusu is gentle and kind-hearted, he's not suitable for taking charge of national affairs. Moreover, Fusu listens to Lu Hao in everything. The 300,000 elite troops of the Ming family army are led by the great General Ming Tian. It's simply invincible. If they go against Lu Hao, the consequences are obvious even with a simple thought. And Lu Hao is a person of both civil and military talents. They can't match his intelligence, and in terms of martial prowess, even the most powerful Xiang Yu can't harm a hair on his body. They're quite excited now. Once Ying Zheng passes away, they might become the ministers who follow the dragon. No, I can't let this happen. I must ask the teacher to stop Zhao Gao. Fusu began to feel and finally had some of his own ideas. Unexpectedly, Lu Hao didn't object. Instead, he smiled calmly. You can explain the stakes to Ming Tian. If there's still time. Lu Hao dared to say this because he was very certain that Yi Xiaochuan wouldn't let Ying Zheng live too long. Maybe Ying Zheng had already died in the arms of a beauty by now. If Ming Tian knew that Ying Zheng had passed away and the border was in an emergency, he would definitely lead the army in person. After all, guarding the border is the responsibility of the Ming family army. Moreover, there's the eldest son Fusu here, eye in his eyes. Fusu is the best candidate to inherit the orthodoxy of the Qin dynasty. After thinking for a moment, Fusu looked firmly at Lu Hao. I'll send a pigeon letter to the teacher right away and must let him save my father before Zhao Gao's conspiracy comes to fruition. After saying that, he turned his war horse and galloped towards the rear. Dividing line after receiving Lu Hao's order, Xiang Yu ordered the vanguard troops to rush forward at full speed. This troop was all composed of elite light cavalry. They were good at long-distance raids, and their actions were swift and flexible. They arrived at the war-torn Yanmen Commandery in just one day. This time, Yanmen Commandery had fallen into the vortex of war. The war drum shook the heavens on the battlefield. Outside Yanmen Pass, the foreign coalition forces launched repeated attacks on this dangerous pass known as the #1 pass under heaven. However, the city wall of Yanmen Pass was 10 meters high and indestructible. Although the coalition forces had a large number of people, they suffered repeated setbacks in front of the pass. Instead, they left behind the corpses of 20 or 30,000 foreigners. Although the battle achievements were remarkable, the situation inside the pass was also not good. If the general guarding the pass hadn't temporarily conscripted thousands of young men, the pass would have been broken long ago. Among the 10,000 soldiers guarding the pass, there were now less than 1,000 left. These heroic soldiers, despite being physically and mentally exhausted and covered in wounds, never had the thought of retreating, because they knew that every drop of their sweat and every drop of their blood was shed to defend their homeland. If Yanmen Pass were to fall, the homeland behind would suffer a devastating disaster. General, the casualties of the soldiers are extremely heavy. and there are still less than 2,000 left. On the Yinmen Pass. A general wearing armor and covered in blood was reporting the battle situation to another middle-aged general covered in wounds. His voice was filled with grief and helplessness. Have the soldiers sent out for help returned? The middle-aged general frowned tightly. Although he had many injuries on his body, his hands were not idle, slashing at every enemy climbing up the city wall using a ladder. No. Not even the soldiers sent to Dai Commandery and Yunzhong Commandery for help have returned. It seems that the foreign tribes are launching a large-scale attack this time, and they may also be too busy to take care of themselves. After hearing this, the middle-aged general took a deep breath, looked into the distance, and his eyes shone with a firm light. He believed that as long as they persisted, they would definitely be able to wait for the arrival of reinforcements and definitely be able to repel the invasion of the foreign tribes. Tell the brothers to hold on a little longer. Now we can only rely on the imperial court to send troops for rescue. It's already been 3 days. If it's fast, they might arrive in Xianyang tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. There was a hint of helplessness in the middle-aged general's words. Even if the imperial court dispatched a large army, the journey of the army was slow to be by the time they arrived. Yinmen Commandery might. General, we might not even be able to hold on until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Look outside the pass. Only then did the middle-aged general notice the situation outside the pass. Originally, there were only a few thousand foreigners attacking the city, but now they had sent more than twice as many people and were approaching them quickly. Is this God's will to destroy me? Gu Feng, how many people in Yinmen Commandery haven't been evacuated yet? The middle-aged general looked at the deputy beside him and said, General, so far, everyone should have been evacuated. You can rest assured about this. Ha ha ha, good. The common people are safe, so we won't have any worries. It's just a pity for these brothers. Let's kill a few more of them to be buried with us before we die. Yes, the two of them fought bravely in all directions, constantly killing the foreigners climbing onto the city wall. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on their bodies, and the blood stained their armor red. Their complexions gradually turned pale, but their eyes became even more determined, without the slightest trace of fear. Good brother, let's be brothers in the next life. Just as the middle-aged general was saying his farewell words to his deputy, a loud and orderly shout came from within Yinmen Commandery. The voice was as thunderous as thunder, shaking people's hearts, and quickly approaching the pass. Valiant old Qin people, go to war together in the face of national adversity. We won't stop fighting until our blood dries up. Don't we have clothes? Share them with you, brother. Loyalty and righteousness in the heart, courage and bravery passed down through the soul. When the two heard these voices, their bodies trembled instantly. They looked at each other and almost shouted at the same time. The Ming family army. Their eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement, as if they had seen the dawn of hope. The middle-aged general's eyes instantly moistened. He had thought he would surely die today, but unexpectedly, the most valiant Ming family army of the Great Qin had arrived at the most critical moment. Ha ha ha. Soldiers, our reinforcements have arrived. The most elite Ming family army of our Great Qin has arrived. Those who like it, please add it to your bookshelf and give a good review. Thank you, everyone, for your support. The third brother bows in gratitude. After the middle-aged general exhausted all his strength to say this, he immediately closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. General, the deputy, Gu Feng, saw his own general collapse to the ground and rushed forward in panic to feel for his breath. After a few seconds, his face regained its composure. It turned out that the general had just fallen asleep from exhaustion. He hadn't closed his eyes for several days and nights. The moment when the Ming family army arrived, he could finally let go of his persistence, and the remaining soldiers, hearing what their general said, then faintly heard a faint chorus of shouts and the sound of countless horses' hooves getting closer and closer. Immediately, each of them became as fierce as if they had taken stimulants. After about a few minutes, Xiangyu finally arrived with his cavalry. Brothers, you've had a tough time. Leave the rest to us. Since Xiangyu and the others were all cavalry, and the gate was now tightly closed, and there were hundreds of thousands of enemy troops outside the pass, they couldn't fight against overwhelming odds. They could only dismount and climb onto the city wall with their equipment to defend. They were all waiting for Lu Hao to lead the main force to arrive. Brother, how many of you came this time? Gu Feng, finally taking a deep breath, came up to Xiangyu, who was dressed in black armor and holding weapons such as bows and arrows and long swords as he climbed onto the city tower. We are the vanguard force, 10,000 light cavalry, and there are tens of thousands of troops behind. A total of 100,000 Ming family army. 100,000. Gu Feng frowned slightly. 100,000 is fine too. Although we may not be able to win, we have time to request reinforcements. Hearing what he said, Xiangyu immediately disagreed. Brother, don't be discouraged. Although we are outnumbered, the Ming family army are all elite. And with Lord Lu Hao leading us, we will surely win. Lord Lu Hao? Gu Feng asked in confusion. Yes, Lord Lu Hao is both civil and military and will definitely lead us to victory. At this moment, Xiangyu blindly trusted Lu Hao. It could also be said that he admired Lu Hao very much. He had always been proud of his strength and martial arts skills. But unexpectedly, he met Lu Hao. Since the first competition, Xiangyu still wasn't convinced. He found Lu Hao several more times, but each time he was beaten black and blue. What was even more crucial was that Lu Hao could even outmatch him in strength. Of course, Lu Hao's real strength wasn't that strong. It was just the effect of the invincible golden body skill point. One day, Xiangyu proposed a strength competition. How could Lu Hao indulge him? He immediately agreed. The competition event was to lift a tripod. A huge tripod weighing about 2,000 or 3,000 caddies. Although Xiangyu managed to lift it, it was extremely strenuous. Lu Hao, on the other hand, easily lifted the tripod with one hand. Only his skin color turned golden. Cheng Shifei, the best in the world, could lift a stone dragon dozens of meters long. It was imaginable that after the invincible golden body skill, not only was the defense astonishing, but the strength was even more astonishing. But when Xiangyu saw this change in Lu Hao, just as he was about to ask what was going on, Lu Hao directly said to him, "My body turns color when I'm angry, and at the same time, my strength increases several times." Hearing this, Xiangyu immediately fled laughing. Joking, "Didn't you hear that he was already angry? What if he stays and beats him up again?" It was precisely because of this last provocation that Xiangyu was completely convinced of Lu Hao. Get back to the main story. Xiangyu led 10,000 light cavalry onto the city tower and began to take over the heavy responsibility of defense. They had just arrived with complete weapons and equipment. Each cavalryman was wearing armor, holding a bow and arrow, and had 30 arrows hanging from their waists. The Xiongnu allied army launched wave after wave of fierce attacks, but each time they were mercilessly repelled by Xiangyu and the others. After 2 hours of continuous siege, except for leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses, they didn't gain any advantage. These corpses piled up like mountains, and the blood flowed like a stream, dyeing the land for several miles around, forming a solemn and tragic battlefield scene. For Xiangyu, who was participating in such a large-scale offensive and defensive battle for the first time, such a scene both shocked and excited him. He looked at the dense enemy corpses and the blood-red land outside the pass, and the pride and passion in his heart burned like a raging fire. At this moment, he even wished he could lead the cavalry and charge directly out of the pass. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right time yet. He was waiting for that man who was leading the main force to arrive. The battle continued for a long time, and the Xiongnu allied army also went crazy. Regardless of their casualties, they weren't fools and knew what kind of price such a fierce attack would bring them, but now they couldn't care less, because there was a mysterious army behind them that killed people like grass. If they didn't quickly capture a solid city as a place to take shelter, they might be completely exterminated. This mysterious army appeared very suddenly and launched a large-scale attack, leaving them overwhelmed. These people killed anyone they saw, and the mysterious killing methods were unheard of by them. The female tribesmen of the Xiongnu, and who people were snatched away like lambs, and their cattle, sheep, and horses also became their trophies. For a moment, both tribes suffered heavy losses. Even when tribes joined forces to fight them head-on, they were no match for them. So, the Xiongnu, and who people joined forces and resorted to this desperate measure. The battle was still going on. Xiangyu stood on the city tower, constantly waving the overlord's spear in his hand, stabbing at the enemies climbing up. Xiangyu led the vanguard force and defended for almost 3 hours. Finally, the long-awaited bugle sounded loudly from inside the pass. As soon as the bugle sounded, the ground began to shake, as if the entire earth was trembling. These were the sounds of tens of thousands of horses' hoofs, galloping like thunder, each step shaking the ground. Xiangyu's face showed great joy. He had been suffocated for these few hours. Finally, he didn't have to be so anymore, and he could kill to his heart's content. "Open the gate!" Lu Hao shouted loudly at the guards of the gate and led the heavy and light cavalry pouring out like a tide, galloping towards the gate that was about to open. At this time, the guards of the pass were all taken over by the people brought by Xiangyu. Naturally, they knew who Lu Hao was. Without hesitation, several of them joined forces and opened the gate that weighed hundreds or thousands of caddies. As the heavy gate slowly opened, a murderous aura rushed towards them, as if predicting the upcoming bloody battle. As soon as the gate opened, the enemies outside the pass were eager to rush in. A black shadow rushed out like lightning, and a bronze hammer weighing 100 caddies appeared in front of them. The one holding the 100-caddy hammer was Lu Hao. The hammer in his hand flew out, mercilessly smashing into the Xiongnu soldiers charging at the front. Along with shrill screams, those several Xiongnu soldiers were instantly pounded into minced meat under the bombardment of a huge hammer, blood splattering everywhere and dyeing the land at the pass red. One side of the huge hammer was connected to an iron chain 2 or 3 meters long and as thick as a wrist. Under Lu Hao's control, it was like a flexible giant snake, allowing him to remotely control it well. Each time the huge hammer was thrown out, it was accompanied by the tragic deaths of several Xiongnu soldiers. Soon, the Xiongnu soldiers at the pass were all stunned. It was precisely at this moment that Lu Hao took the lead and rushed out of the pass, directly charging out of Yinmen Pass. If Yi Xiaochuan were present, he might have exclaimed loudly, "Holy crap, is Li Yuanba reborn?" Lu Hao took the lead in charging out of the Yinmen Pass. Wielding a huge hammer and riding a warhorse, he directly charged into the Hun's army that was attacking the city. Instantly, a bloodbath was stirred up among the Hun coalition forces. He held one end of the chain in one hand and deftly swung the chain with the other. The hundreds of Jin-heavy hammer seemed like a toy in his hand. Every time he swung the hammer, there was a deafening roar. Wherever the hammer went, Han soldiers fell one after another, and blood splashed everywhere. The power of that huge hammer was terrifying. Merely being hit by it would cause injury, and touching it would mean death. For a moment, wails filled the Han army, and the bloodbath pervaded. Lu Hao's bronze giant hammer was invincible on the battlefield. No one could stop it. The hundreds of Jin hammer, combined with his own strength, made each attack extremely powerful. The Han soldiers around didn't even dare to approach him. In this battle, Lu Hao's bronze giant hammer became the deadliest weapon. It was like the sickle of death, mercilessly harvesting the lives of Han soldiers. Xiongnu on the city tower was stunned to see this scene. Lu Hao's move once again subverted his perception. He murmured softly, "So war can be fought like this." Xiongnu got excited, and his expression was indescribable. He picked up his weapon and ran directly down, mounted his warhorse and charged out of the Yinmen Pass. The 90,000 elite troops of the Ming family army and more than 1,000 warriors from the gathering of talents who had combat power, seeing Lu Hao and Xiongnu charging out, closely followed and also rushed out of the Yinmen Pass. For a moment, the area outside the Yinmen Pass fell into a great battle. The situation on the entire battlefield was undoubtedly one-sided. Lu Hao could smash several people to death with a wave of his big hammer in just a few seconds. He was simply like a human-shaped giant beast. Xiongnu was not to be outdone either. The Overlord's spear in his hand was swung forcefully, showing no mercy to the Han allied forces. However, the most outstanding figures on the entire battlefield were not just the two of them. More than 1,000 martial artists from the gathering of talents also had very impressive battle achievements. These people were all capable of taking on 10 enemies. Their combat power was such that they could even hold the positions of company commanders and platoon leaders in the army. These people exerted all their strength to gain military merits. More than 1,000 martial artists showed the fierceness of tens of thousands of soldiers, coupled with the 90,000 elite troops of the Ming family army. For a moment, tens of thousands of Han allied forces attacking the city were plunged into a bitter battle. They couldn't retreat and couldn't fight back. In just a quarter of an hour, tens of thousands of enemies were all brutally killed under their fierce attacks. This irresistible offensive even stunned the Han chief, Tumen Chanyu, and some tribal chiefs of the Hu people who were watching the battle from the rear. Before they could discuss whether to retreat or reinforce next, all their people were actually dead. Mochou, ordered to retreat 30 li. Tumen frowned and hesitated for a moment when he saw this, and said firmly to the big man beside him, "Father, retreating now will greatly demoralize our army. How can our sons and brothers of the clan?" "Shut up. I am the Han Chanyu. Who dares to talk too much? Retreat." Tumen roared angrily when he heard his son's complaint. Mochou takes the order. Although Mochou was resentful in his heart, knowing that his father was not good at leading an army, but now the allied forces were led by him, Mochou didn't dare to say any opposing words in public. Soon, hundreds of thousands of allied forces began to retreat slowly. Lu Hao didn't pursue either. After such a long journey, it wasn't suitable to have a large-scale battle again, even if he wasn't tired. The tens of thousands of Ming family army were also very exhausted. Moreover, after all, the enemy outnumbered us. To achieve a complete victory, some wisdom was still needed. Xiongnu, lead some people to burn the bodies of these foreigners. Otherwise it would be bad if a plague broke out. Lu Hao looked at Xiongnu covered in blood and smiled. Yes, at this time, although Xiongnu was a bit tired, he was still extremely excited. It was the first time leading an army to defend a city and the first time participating in such a large-scale frontal battle. How could he not be excited? Back inside the Yinmen Pass, Xiongnu introduced the general defending the city to Lu Hao. The defending general was Sunda, and the deputy general was Gu Feng. But now the defending general Sunda had fainted from exhaustion. The deputy general Gu Feng was now only holding on with a trace of stubbornness. Otherwise, he would have fallen asleep right away. Lu Hao truly admired these generals who had been resisting foreign races all year round from the bottom of his heart. Gu Feng was only in his 30s. Because he was on the border all year round, exposed to the wind and sun, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Lu Hao asked someone to prepare a sumptuous meal for these soldiers defending the city, so that they could eat their fill and have a good sleep. After Gu Feng briefly reported some things to Lu Hao, without even eating, he went back to his residence and fell into a deep sleep. According to Gu Feng's report, originally there were 12,000 soldiers in the Yinmen Pass. Now the casualties were less than 1,000. The young and strong people recruited temporarily now only had more than 1,000 left. It had to be said that they were great. With only more than 10,000 people, they managed to resist the attack of 400,000 enemy troops day and night for 2 days. It could be seen that Sunda was also a capable person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to guard such an important pass, inside a mansion in the pass, which served as the temporary command post. Lu Hao, Xiang Yu, Zhang Liang, Fusu and others were discussing inside. Teacher, according to the count, in today's battle, the Meng family army had 1,000 casualties and less than 100 deaths. None of the people from the gathering of talents died. And there were 10 minor injuries. The enemy left a total of more than 900,000 corpses both inside and outside the Yinmen Pass. 900,000? I'm afraid we have to count those killed by Sunda and the others before. Lu Hao smiled calmly when he heard Fusu's report beside him. Fusu nodded with a smile. After this battle, his mentality changed somewhat. For the first time, he felt that with Lu Hao around, it might really be possible to defeat the enemy with a smaller force. Exactly. General Sunda and other soldiers killed more than 40,000 before our army arrived. They are truly the elite soldiers of our great Qin. Zhang Liang, this top strategist, nodded when he heard Fusu's words. They are true warriors. However, judging from today's situation, the enemy still had at least 300,000 troops, while our army only had 100,000. In terms of numbers, we were still at a disadvantage when Lu Hao led the army to fight today. Zhang Liang, Chen Ping and other strategists were observing the situation of the Hun rear base camp on the city tower and further discussing countermeasures, and Zhang Liang and Chen Ping were regarded by Lu Hao as the chief military advisors, who gave him advice. Although he was very smart himself, during the war, it was still necessary to pool everyone's wisdom. Have you two come up with any ideas? Lu Hao looked at the expressions of Zhang Liang and Chen Ping, and then raised his eyebrows. General probably has also come up with a plan and is testing us. Chen Ping and Zhang Liang glanced at each other, then looked at Lu Hao and smiled calmly. I do have some ideas, but I don't know if your ideas are the same as mine. Lu Hao's lips curled up, looking at the two of them indifferently. Teacher, two gentlemen, why don't you both say your countermeasures together? After the three heard this, they nodded to each other and said in unison, Night Raid. After the three said that, they looked at each other and smiled. Great minds think alike. Xiang Yu immediately got excited when he heard what the three said. After an hour of recovery, his strength had almost recovered. For a warrior like him, the killing on the battlefield seemed to be his true home. He always felt that he hadn't killed enough and was looking forward to the next attack. At this moment, when he heard this good news, his eyes immediately became fiery. Fusu frowned slightly when he heard what the three said and quickly voiced his concern. Teacher, the soldiers have endured a long journey for many days and experienced another big battle today. They are physically and mentally exhausted. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to launch a night raid now? Lu Hao secretly shook his head when he heard Fusu's words. He was really indecisive and hard to achieve great things. On the battlefield, opportunities fleeting. If one couldn't seize them in time, one might lose the chance of victory. However, he also knew that Fusu's concern was not unreasonable, so he didn't directly refute him. Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, Fan Zhang, Xiang Liang and others also sighed slightly. Although they each had their own thoughts before joining the gathering of talents, after a long time, they really admired Fusu, because Fusu was really a good person. It was a pity that being born into the imperial family, good people usually didn't live long. The enemy will also think that our army is exhausted and won't launch a night raid rashly. Just because of this, we have to catch them off guard. When Fusu heard Lu Hao say this, he had a sense of sudden realization and quickly said humbly, Fusu's wisdom is not as good as that of the teacher, and night raid is a good plan, but the number of soldiers for the night raid should not be too many, otherwise being discovered by the enemy will all be in vain, Zhang Liang said at this time. So, I will lead 1,000 martial artists from the gathering of talents there. A single statement from Lu Hao left everyone stunned. Absolutely not. By no means, this matter is of great significance. It's too risky. General, you mustn't be careless. We'd better discuss it further. Zhang Liang, Fusu, and others quickly dissuaded him, talking over each other. Lu Hao is now the backbone of the entire army. What if something happened to him? That would be a fatal blow to them. Hearing these people dissuading him, strangely enough, Lu Hao felt a warm feeling in his heart. This was what character was all about. There were people concerned about his safety. All right, My mind is made up. Don't worry about my safety. I'll lead them secretly to carry out a decapitation operation. That's right. Lu Hao was preparing for a special operation. A surprise attack on the Xiongnu's main camp to eliminate the high-level leaders of their allied forces, leaving them leaderless. Decapitation operation? The old guy Xiong Liang looked at Lu Hao in confusion. You'll know later. Instead of answering directly, Lu Hao turned to Xiong Yu, who was sitting beside him, and said solemnly, Xiong Yu, here. Xiong Yu quickly got up, came to face Lu Hao, and bowed with both hands clasped. Order the cavalry to have something to eat and then rest quickly. We'll set off at the Chosher period from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. You need to lead them to lurk outside the Xiongnu camp and wait for my signal. Once the signal is sent, you launch a fierce attack and make sure the Xiongnu are caught off guard. Hearing this, Xiong Yu immediately perked up. He stood up, bowed with both hands clasped, and respectfully replied, Xiong Yu takes the order. Then he rushed out excitedly to convey Lu Hao's order. General, we can think of a night attack. Could the Xiongnu also think of it? What if they launch a night attack on us? Fanzing voiced his concern at this time. They might think of it, but they won't launch a night attack on us. They suffered heavy losses in this battle and won't act rashly. Moreover, it's said that the Xiongnu are indecisive and definitely won't do so. Before Lu Hao could speak, Zhang Liang spoke up first. Expressing his views, Lu Hao nodded approvingly, agreeing with Zhang Liang's views. He looked around and said solemnly, Everyone, tonight is surely not going to be peaceful. Now, go and rest respectively. As Lu Hao had said, tonight was indeed not going to be peaceful. Meng Tian, who was far away in Xianyang, received a message sent by carrier pigeon from Fusu. After seeing the content on the cloth strip, he was as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if Ying Zheng was really poisoned by Zhao Gao. Hadn't the world been unified for only a few years? Was it going to fall back into an era of war and chaos? So, regardless of the curfew, Meng Tian put on his armor, took up his sword, mounted his beloved horse, and, with a few trusted followers, rushed out of the mansion directly towards the Xianyang Palace. Ordinarily, even if General Meng Tian galloped his horse through the streets of Xianyang during curfew, it wouldn't matter much. After all, he was a general and had privileges. But today was different. Less than 2 li away from the mansion, he was stopped by a group of patrolling soldiers. General Meng. It's curfew. Please go back to your mansion quickly. A captain, leading a team of soldiers, blocked Meng Tian and his entourage's way. Presumptuous. I have important business to see His Majesty in the palace. Get out of the way quickly. Meng Tian didn't have the slightest intention to waste time with these insignificant people at this moment. General Meng, it's already late at night and His Majesty has gone to bed. What if we talk about it tomorrow? This captain's reckless words soon made Meng Tian feel something was amiss. Usually, even when there were patrolling soldiers, as soon as they saw him, they would let him pass immediately and never dare to stop him forcefully. But these people in front of him, knowing his identity, still blocked him and even had the audacity to tell him to see Ying Zheng tomorrow. How could such a major military matter be something a lowly captain like him could interfere in? Coupled with the message sent by Fusu, Meng Tian could basically conclude who had sent these soldiers in front of him. In other words, Ying Zheng might be on the verge of death tonight. This made Meng Tian immediately fly into a rage. Bastard, get out of the way for this, general, or don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Saying that, General Meng Tian suddenly drew out the sword at his waist. As the sword light flashed, a sharp chill directly pressed towards the soldiers in front of him. His eyes were filled with a posture that if you dared to say one more word, he would immediately kill you. Sure enough, this captain was truly intimidated by Meng Tian's imposing manner. After hesitating for a moment, the captain waved his hand at this group of people and immediately made way for a passage. Humph. Meng Tian frowned tightly and let out a cold snort at these people. Then, with his trusted followers, he rushed towards the Xianyang Palace immediately. But before he had gone 2 li, he was blocked by another group of people. This made him so angry that he saw Red.as the commander of the Ming family army. Was there now a mere captain who dared to block him? However, precisely because of this, Meng Tian became even more. It had to be said that Yi Xiaochuan really knew how to play his tricks. Meng Tian didn't care anymore at this time. He directly turned around and headed towards the military training ground. There were still 3,000 Meng family troops there. He wanted to see who else would dare to stop him this time. However, just when Meng Tian led the large army towards the Xianyang Palace mightily, they encountered no obstruction and quickly arrived outside the Xianyang Palace. Since the troops couldn't enter the Xianyang Palace, Meng Tian had to enter the palace alone. He walked quickly towards Ying Zheng's sleeping quarters, even ignoring the little eunuchs blocking the way. Squeak! Meng Tian pushed open the door of the sleeping quarters and walked in directly. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. As soon as he entered, Meng Tian started shouting. However, There was no sound in reply. He quickly walked to the bed, looked at Ing Zhang lying on the bed, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, after several consecutive calls. Ing Zhang didn't wake up. Meng Tian's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out his hand and tremblingly moved it under Ing Zhang's nose. 3 seconds later, Meng Tian's face changed drastically. There was only one thought in his mind. The Great Qin is finished. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Meng Tian poisoned His Majesty. Imperial Guards, arrest Meng Tian. Meng Tian whipped around suddenly and saw a group of Imperial Guard soldiers rushing up, ready to arrest him. The Imperial Guards were responsible for the Imperial Palace gates and the defense of the city gates in Xianyang. Zhao Gao. Meng Tian was extremely angry at this moment, staring fixedly at Zhao Gao, who was looking smug behind this group of Imperial Guard soldiers. Instantly, he understood everything. Ing Zhang was dead, just as the message from Fuso had said. It was this traitor Zhao Gao who had done it. Moreover, he had fallen into Zhao Gao's trap. Zhao Gao just wanted him to lead his troops to the Xianyang Palace, and then make the world believe that he had poisoned Ing Zhang. He wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River now. Yi Xiaochuan's cunning had also exceeded Lu Hao's expectations. He hadn't expected that Yi Xiaochuan would frame Meng Tian and then try to get his hands on the Ming family army. Once Meng Tian was imprisoned, the remaining 200,000 Ming family troops would be leaderless, and then he could smoothly take them over. In this way, he would have an elite army of battle-tested veterans in his hands. Coupled with some military generals he had won over before, the number of troops under his command would reach as many as 500,000. By then, whether it was the Xiongnu or Lu Hao and others, he wouldn't take them seriously. This was also Yi Xiaochuan's impromptu idea. Thinking that Ing Zhang was anyway going to die, he might as well help things along. So he staged this play himself. Wait a minute, where are His Majesty's personal guards? Why are only the Imperial Guards here? The Langshongling army was Ing Zhang's personal guard, and they were responsible for Ing Zhang's safety. But he hadn't seen a single personal guard along the way. Now, even those coming to arrest him were only the Imperial Guards. Oh, the personal guards. I've locked them up. Because they intended to rebel with you. It's a pity. I'm still a bit late. I never thought you would actually poison our respected Your Majesty. What are you still standing there for? Don't you hurry up and arrest this traitor. At this point, Yi Xiaochuan's voice rose by several octaves. The Imperial Guards had now become Yi Xiaochuan's lackeys and of course obeyed his every word. They slowly advanced towards Meng Tian, on high alert. But who was Meng Tian? He was the commander of the Ming family army, the great General Meng. How could he submit, even facing dozens of people? He wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Meng Tian drew out his sword and hacked at these lackeys. Immediately, 2 soldiers were cut down by Meng Tian. However, before they could capture their opponents, over a dozen of their men had already died. And they even allowed Meng Tian to fight his way out of Ing Zhang's bedroom. Meng Tian fought while retreating and galloped all the way towards the outside of the Xianyang Palace. For there were his 3,000 troops there, and as long as he could reach there, he still had a glimmer of hope. Contrary to his expectation, he had originally thought it would be a bloody battle. But when he was about to fight his way from the bedroom to the outside of the Xianyang Palace, there were still only these dozens of palace guards chasing closely after him. This was also due to Yi Xiaochuan's negligence that made it so easy for him. Yi Xiaochuan had originally thought Meng Tian would surely be defeated, so for the sake of secrecy, he had transferred all the people away and only prepared some people at the palace gate as a backup plan. Meng Tian fought his way through and finally reached a place less than 100 meters away from the palace gate. However, just as he was about to rush out of the palace gate, a sudden commotion came from the front. Meng Tian looked up and saw a group of soldiers holding long spears, standing in full readiness to block his way. Meng Tian, your cause is lost. Surrender now. Yi Xiaochuan's voice rang out again, filled with a hint of smugness. But Meng Tian ignored him. He took a deep breath, waved the sword in his hand, and charged towards those soldiers. Kill. Meng Tian's sudden imposing manner made the soldiers blocking his way a bit flustered. Meng Tian. But unfortunately, the other side had too many people. And moreover, he had consumed a great deal of physical strength when running from the bedroom to here. Now Meng Tian was only continuing to fight with a trace of fierceness and the spirit of not being afraid of death. Slowly, when Meng Tian was less than 50 meters away from the palace gate, the injuries on his body gradually increased and his physical strength was rapidly decreasing. Seeing that he was in great danger, he let out a long and angry roar towards the sky. Soldiers of the Ming family army, charge into the Xianyang Palace. Meng Tian's voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the Xianyang city. When he shouted this sentence, Yi Xiaochuan's face changed greatly, and he quietly left here when no one noticed. Boom! The gate of the Xianyang Palace was roughly pushed open. Thousands of cavalry of the Ming family army came surging in like a black torrent. Kill! man dressed as a lieutenant general rode his warhorse and raised his sword high with a shout when he saw Meng Tian, who was seriously injured and surrounded by the enemy. His heart tightened, and he immediately ordered, "All troops, listen to my order. Protect the general." Those lackeys who had just surrounded Meng Tian were instantly chopped into minced meat. Lieutenant General Pang, follow me and charge out of Xianyang. Panting, Meng Tian didn't stop for a moment. He flipped onto his horse and said to Lieutenant General Pang, Yi Xiaochuan, "When I lead the great army back, it will be the day when you are beheaded." After leaving a fierce word, Meng Tian led the 3,000 Meng family army and rushed out of the Xianyang palace like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. On the other side, Lu Hao had absolutely no idea that a great change had taken place in Xianyang at this time. The time of the ugly hour had arrived. Taking advantage of the night, he led 1,000 warriors from the gathering of Talents Hall. Wearing night clothes and with some camouflage smeared on their faces, and quietly came to the outer perimeter of the Xiongnu camp, which was 50 li away from the Yinmen Pass, although there were quite a few Xiongnu soldiers patrolling the outer perimeter. This was no problem for Lu Hao. With a pistol in hand, he could do anything. The Glock pistol that hadn't been used for a long time now played its role again. After putting on a silencer, Lu Hao picked off these patrolling soldiers one by one. In the eyes of these people from the gathering of Talents Hall, this was a cleverly designed mechanical weapon. The Xiongnu people who had been killed were quickly dragged away by the people from the gathering of Talents Hall. And by the way, they changed into the clothes of the Xiongnu people. After a few rounds, all the Xiongnu soldiers patrolling the outer perimeter were killed by them. The night was deep and quiet, and all was silent. When he and these people swaggered into the Xiongnu camp wearing the clothes of the Xiongnu people, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, was it because the Xiongnu were too confident, firmly believing that they didn't dare to launch a night attack? Or did they have absolute confidence in their patrolling soldiers, so that there were so few soldiers patrolling inside the camp at night? He made a gesture to the people behind him. These gestures were also taught to them by Lu Hao before, simple and easy to understand. After everyone understood, they quickly divided into dozens of small teams and began to search constantly in the tents for the leader of the Xiongnu allied forces. Slowly, the smell of blood wafted throughout the entire Xiongnu camp. Lu Hao alone came to outside the central tent. After quickly dealing with the guards outside the tent and walking in, there was a bit of commotion in the Xiongnu camp. Those who were sleeping in the tent just now woke up instantly. It seemed that someone had discovered them. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man on the couch looked at Lu Hao with a scowling face. Lu Hao gave him a disdainful look and directly raised his hand and fired a shot. What kind of person could a strange man be who entered your tent in the middle of the night? Anyway, he wasn't that kind of person. When he just rushed out of the tent, a large number of Xiongnu soldiers ran towards this direction. Lu Hao, after about 5 or 6 seconds. The grenade stopped at a position 100 meters above the air and exploded with a huge blast. At this time, Xiang Yu led 50,000 cavalry of the Ming family army, lurking like a fierce tiger 1 li away from the Xiongnu camp, ready to provide support at any time. Boom! Xiang Yu saw the explosion sparks in the night sky and was overjoyed. "Soldiers, follow me and charge." Xiang Yu grabbed the reins of his horse and directly spurred his horse and charged out. More and more Xiongnu soldiers came in front of Lu Hao. Unfortunately, Lu Hao's big hammer could knock down a large number of them with one strike, and no one could get close to him at all. This hammer was forged by the Maha's disciples for him when he hadn't left Paistin Yet. Weighed 99 jin and had a diameter of about 1 meter. Using such a large-scale lethal weapon like a hammer on the frontal battlefield was simply invincible. Isn't this just about having strength? Useless. Charge. You must kill him. Seeing Lu Hao so fierce, Mochou was extremely angry and frustrated. His plan had gone very smoothly, and now as long as he killed Lu Hao, it would be perfect. Yes, Mochou didn't know if Lu Hao and the others would launch a night attack tonight, but he had reduced the number of soldiers patrolling inside the camp. In this way, once Lu Hao launched an attack, then he could use Lu Hao's hand to kill his own father and become the new Chanyu Yu. In his opinion, the old Chanyu. Lu Hao heard Mochou's words and curled his lips. "Want to kill me? You'll have to work hard in your next life." After saying that, Lu Hao's whole body directly turned golden yellow. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. The hammer in his hand swung even faster. He grabbed the chain, and the hammer spun rapidly, directly knocking out these hundreds of people in front of him. "Shoot the arrows." Mochou ordered loudly. A dozen archers aimed at Lu Hao in the next second. But Lu Hao didn't care at all. "You aim yours, and I'll fight mine." Swish, swish, swish. Several sounds, more than a dozen arrows flew towards Lu Hao. It was unknown if they hit or not, but there were a few tinkling sounds heard. Kill. At the same time, the 50,000 cavalry of the Ming family army led by Xiang Yu came sweeping in like a violent storm, charging straight towards the Xiongnu camp. Each of these 50,000 cavalry was a battle-tested warrior. They were clad in heavy armor, held long spears, and the war horses under their crotches neighed like thunder, with imposing manner. The might of these tens of thousands of cavalry was much stronger than Lu Hao's big hammer. They were irresistible. Wherever they went, the soldiers of the Xiongnu allied forces fell under their horses one after another, and the screams and moans came one after another, merging into a symphony of death. Aha! Xiongnu laughed wildly. His laughter was filled with the desire for victory and contempt for the enemy. He held a long spear in his hand and took the lead, killing anyone he saw in the camp. Under Xiongnu's leadership, the 50,000 cavalry of the Ming family army demonstrated the heroic might of the elite cavalry of the Qin dynasty. They charged into battle bravely and fearlessly. Each charge was like a mountain collapse and a tsunami, terrifying the Xiongnu people. They mercilessly, in less than an hour, the Xiongnu allied forces were routed and gradually fled in disarray. Retreat. Seeing that the situation was hopeless and there was no point in lingering in battle, Mochou immediately announced the order to retreat to the Xiongnu soldiers beside him, and then directly flipped onto his horse and ran away first. About a quarter of an hour later, the entire Xiongnu camp was ablaze with fire at this time. And there wasn't a single living person among the Xiongnu allied forces left. They left behind tens of thousands of corpses and fled in a hurry. Don't pursue the defeated enemy. Lu Hao let out a thunderous shout. He watched as Xiongnu had gone berserk with killing at this moment, and actually still wanted to lead people to pursue and kill them. Didn't he know that even a rabbit will bite when cornered? No wonder he was finally defeated by Lu Bang. He was so bloodthirsty that no one could stop him. After hearing Lu Hao's scolding, Xiongnu then came to his senses and urged his horse to come to Lu Hao's side. General, today has been really exhilarating. Our 50,000 men actually routed an enemy several times our number. Xiongnu showed his big white teeth with blood all over his body and said to Lu Hao with a smile. Lu Hao smiled faintly and said, fighting a war doesn't depend solely on numbers. When it comes to strategies, equipment, and other various factors, you just learn slowly. Hearing this, Xiongnu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Hao with a somewhat complex expression in his eyes. After a few seconds, one saw Xiongnu make an astonishing move. He knelt on one knee and bowed with clasped hands towards Lu Hao. Lord, from now on, Xiongnu will be at your disposal. Hearing Xiongnu's words, Lu Hao smiled slightly. What he had been waiting for was this sentence. Get up. From now on, we'll all be brothers. Lu Hao helped him up by the arm. And Xiongnu was once again touched by these words of his. Since childhood, he had never admired anyone except his uncle Xiong Liang, and then it was Lu Hao. He was as divine in using troops as a god, had numerous stratagems, and was peerless in martial arts. Such a person was really hard not to admire. Perhaps before, Xiong Liang had always taught him that he should restore the state of Chu, and so on. But he was getting old, almost 30 years old and still achieving nothing. He had been living a vagrant life with his uncle all day long, and he had long had enough of such a life. Fortunately, later he joined the Juxian Hall, which had only then brought some changes to their lives, and later, after being severely beaten by Lu Hao, he gradually got to know Lu Hao. He always felt that Lu Hao was a person with a very deep, coupled with the talents shown now, if he were to be an enemy of Lu Hao in the future, he would surely die a miserable death. If that were the case, it would be better to resolutely defect to Lu Hao. Just like this, Xiongnu, the hegemon king of Western Chu, would later become an indispensable general under Lu Hao's command. The next afternoon, Lu Hao, who was still sound asleep, was awakened by Zhang Limo. Lord, there is urgent military intelligence from Xianyang. Zhang Limo handed Lu Hao a small strip of cloth and then respectfully stood to one side. What? Ying Zheng has passed away and Ming Tian has been framed. Lu Hao, who was still in a semi-awake state, immediately became fully awake when he saw this news. He wasn't surprised that Ying Zheng had passed away. What surprised him was why Ming Tian had been framed. But Lu Hao quickly thought of something and sneered. It seems that I still underestimated you. However, your plan doesn't seem to have been fully achieved since Ming Tian managed to escape. TSK, your days won't be easy in the future. Facing Lu Hao's self-talk, Zhang Limo, who was standing beside him, remained silent and waited for Lu Hao's order. Have the people from Xiangmenlu and Lu Zhanyuan left Xianyang? Lu Hao murmured a few words and then turned to look at Zhang Limo. Zhang Limo nodded and immediately replied. Zhao Sun saw that the situation was not right and had everyone evacuated overnight, only leaving a few people in Xianyang to spy on intelligence. Lu Hao was quite reassured about Zhao Sun. He was shrewd and considered things comprehensively. Since Ying Zheng is dead, then we won't be polite. Send a carrier pigeon message to Han Xin and the others to join our army as soon as possible. A glint of light flashed in Zhang Limo's eyes and he respectfully said, yes. After saying that, he slowly withdrew from the room. Yi Xiaochuan. I'll come back to look for you soon. I really want to see how many tricks you've accumulated during this period and if they're enough for my several 100,000 troops to play with. Lu Hao smiled faintly, got dressed, and walked out of the room. After something like this happened, how could he still be in the mood to sleep? He had to quickly telling Zhang's good son about it. Lu Hao came to a spacious hall and saw Zhang Liang, Fu Su, and others discussing something. It seems that you all got up earlier than me. Teacher, what are you talking about? We're not as hard-working as you. We just took a little rest and then caught up on our sleep. Fu Su greeted Lu Hao with a smiling face when he saw him coming. Unexpectedly, when Fu Su came in front of Lu Hao didn't show the slightest smile. Instead, he looked at him seriously with a solemn face. Just when Fu Su was at a loss, one saw Lu Hao hand Fu Su a small strip of cloth. After Fu Su took it, he looked at the message on it in confusion. In an instant, Fu Su's face turned deathly pale. He held the strip of cloth in his trembling hand and looked at Lu Hao in disbelief with a stunned expression. Father? Father has passed away? Fu Su staggered back a few steps and stared blankly at Lu Hao in front of him. After Zhang Liang and others heard this news, it was like a bolt from the blue. However, they didn't feel sorry for Ying. How could this be? I've only been away from Xianying for just over 10 days. Why did father pass away? And why was teacher framed and escaped from Xianying? What exactly happened? At this time, Fu Su no longer had the demeanor of the eldest son of the great Qin. He plopped down on the ground and looked helplessly at the strip of cloth in his hand. Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, and the others exchanged glances, and then Zhang Liang came to his side to comfort him. Eldest son, please accept my condolences. The death of His Majesty is already a fact. Now what we have to do is find out what exactly happened in Xianying and also find General Ming. After Zhang Liang finished speaking, he looked at Lu Hao. After seeing Lu Hao nodding slightly, he continued, if someone really poisoned His Majesty, then we must return to Xianying to avenge His Majesty. When he said this, a change occurred in Fu Su's eyes. He was no longer indecisive. He stood up and said angrily, yes, I will avenge my father. Then Fu Su looked at Lu Hao and came in front of him again. He frowned tightly and looked at him seriously. Teacher, please help me. Lu Hao nodded and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. I will avenge you, but for now, we have to completely wipe out those foreigners outside the pass first. Only then can we go back to Xianying wholeheartedly. Lord, the Xiongnu allied army has now retreated to 80 li outside Yanmingwen and set up camp. According to the scouts' report, there are still more than 200,000 Xiongnu troops. Zhang Liang's address of Lord made Lu Hao a bit surprised. One saw Zhang Liang looking at him with a smiling face. And Lu Hao then understood what was going on. After Ying Zhang's death, his only obsession was gone. Now the situation was obvious. He wanted to find a powerful and worthy lord to defect to. And Lu Hao is the only candidate. What the Lord said is right. We have to wipe out these covetous foreigners first before we can go all out to return to Xianying. Chen Ping also expressed his stance. After that, Xiang Liang, Fan Zhang, and others also started calling him Lord one after another. Fu Su didn't say anything when he saw this. He also understood that the world, which had just regained peace for more than 10 years, would start to be in chaos again from today. Report to the eldest son and General Lu. The Xiongnu army 80 li outside the pass has started to retreat and is moving quickly towards the east. A soldier had just come in to report, and before Lu Hao and the others could react, Report to the eldest son and General Lu. Dai County is in great peril and there are less than 2,000 soldiers defending the city. We are here specially to request reinforcement. Lu Hao waved his hand at the two of them, and the two of them retreated tactfully. It seems they have changed their target, since they can't. Yanmingwen, they want to attack other cities instead. Zhang Liang let out a sigh. Well, they have quite a good idea. This time, I'm going to completely solve this trouble. Xiang Yu was still in his sleep when he was woken up by Xiang Liang. The two of them quickly led 10,000 light cavalry to reinforce Dai County. Although the area over there is not yet under Lu Hao's control, after all, they are all of Chinese ethnicity. And he couldn't just stand by and watch as foreigners breach the city, burned, killed, and looted. Dai County is not as easily defensible as Yimin Pass. The situation there is much more optimistic than here. 10,000 light cavalry would be sufficient, and with fewer people, they are more flexible and mobile. They could reach there in a day's rapid march. As for those over 200,000 Xiongnu troops, they definitely couldn't arrive in less than 3 or 2 days. They were doomed not to arrive because they were about to be buried in a sea of fire. That night, Lu Hao launched a night attack again, leading 900 warriors from the Jiuxian Hall, just like last time. After quietly eliminating the patrolling Xiongnu soldiers, they each carried a wooden barrel and poured oil everywhere in the Xiongnu camp. Yes, Lu Hao spent 10 points of integral to exchange for 100,000 caddies of gasoline in order to give the Xiongnu army a perfect cremation. Each of these 900 people carried 50 caddies of gasoline and equally distributed it whenever they saw a tent. Lu Hao acted alone. He had tens of thousands of caddies of gasoline by himself and lavished it on every tent he encountered. Many hands make light work. This time, The people of the Jushian Hall also learned from the lessons of last time and became extremely cautious. Half of the entire Xiongnu camp had been drenched with gasoline, and no one had noticed yet. Mochou, the new leader of the Xiongnu allied forces, was today and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Tossing and turning on the couch, he simply decided not to sleep anymore and thought about taking a stroll in the camp to make sure no one would do something like last time. But as soon as he stepped out of his tent, he smelled an extremely strong and unusual odor. "Do you smell anything?" Mochou frowned slightly and looked at the soldiers guarding on both sides of his tent. "Chanyu, we smelled this smell already for a while. It was very faint at first, but it's getting stronger and stronger." A guard bowed and quickly replied. Mochou is a very cautious person, and his ability is also above that of his father. That's why he was able to immediately assume the position of Chanyu after his father passed away. "You go and check everywhere immediately to see if there's anything unusual." After Mochou said that, he followed the smell to find the source. Gasoline is not something that exists in ancient times. Even if they smelled it, they wouldn't feel any discomfort. At most, it would just be pungent. But Mochou is different. Without a bit of wisdom, how could he make them wholeheartedly work for him? As Mochou walked along, the smell he smelled became stronger and stronger, but gradually, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. That is, he had walked in the camp for about a few minutes, but he hadn't seen a single patrolling soldier. Just as he was about to shout, he saw a sneaky person, holding a wooden barrel in his hand and pouring something outside the tent. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Mochou saw that this person was wearing the clothes of his soldiers, so he immediately shouted angrily. This person is Tian Sha, the leader of the three evils in Longxi. Tian Sha was startled by Mochou's voice and turned to look. A young Xiongnu was glaring at him with a cross face. Tian Sha didn't say a word and just slowly walked towards Mochou, dropping the barrel in his hand. Originally, he thought he would still follow the old routine, go over and kill the person without making a sound, and then continue his work. However, Mochou is not an ordinary Xiongnu soldier. "Stop!" Mochou saw that Tian Sha didn't say a word and was slowly approaching him, so he shouted loudly. Tian Sha didn't know what to do. Just as he was about to speak, Mochou said something in a babbling language the next moment, directly leaving Tian Sha stunned on the spot. What Mochou said just now was in their Xiongnu language, and how could Tian Sha know? Now even a fool could tell that Tian Sha wasn't a Xiongnu. Mochou, this three evils, is also quite capable. Tian Sha immediately drew out his weapon and fought with Mochou. After a few simple exchanges, neither of them could do anything to the other. Tian Sha didn't care anymore and just ran away as fast as he could, running rapidly towards the outside of the Xiongnu camp, because he saw the firelight emerging not far behind Mochou. Lu Hao had told them that as long as they saw the firelight, they should run for their lives desperately and not get caught up in the fight. Otherwise, they would turn into coke. As for Mochou, originally he wanted to give chase, but when he turned back and saw the firelight tens of meters behind him, cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. That firelight was spreading at an astonishing speed, as if it was about to engulf the entire Xiongnu camp. Mochou staggered back 2 steps, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. He knew that his army was finished. He still had so many grand strategies that he hadn't been able to implement, and now he was about to die young. As the fire spread rapidly, the Xiongnu camp was instantly engulfed by the raging fire. The firelight was as bright as day, illuminating the entire night sky red. The camp that stretched for dozens of miles all became a sea of fire. The Xiongnu soldiers were trapped in the sea of fire with nowhere to escape. Their wails came one after another, shrill and desperate. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but they couldn't. The last escape route had been blocked by Lu Hao with gasoline barrels, and they were surrounded by flames on all sides. They could only struggle hopelessly in the fire. Lu Hao stood on the top of the mountain, looking down at this spectacular sea of fire together with more than 900 people from the Jushian Hall. Although the two places were hundreds of meters apart, they could still feel the scorching heat wave, and the air was filled with the smell of burning, mixed with a trace of nauseating stench. The people of the Jushian Hall were shocked by this scene. Although there were some among these people who were sneaky and engaged in theft and robbery, such a spectacular scene was still the first time they had seen. Some people with extremely compassionate hearts directly turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch. Seeing this, Lu Hao frowned slightly, looked down, and said calmly, "Remember one thing. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different intentions. If you don't kill them, then when they break through the pass and breach the city, it will be our who will die. On the battlefield. Put away those merciful hearts. Mercy is the most worthless thing on the battlefield, and also the most fatal." Mochou. A few days later, Han Xian led 300,000 troops to rendezvous with Lu Hao. They were previously located in the territory of the Xiongnu, not far from Yunmen Pass. After receiving Lu Hao's message sent by carrier pigeon, they immediately headed for the rendezvous. In a few months' time, With the support of many sophisticated weapons, the casualties of Han Xian's 200,000 troops were very few. Moreover, troops were continuously being transported to his army from Kuaiji, resulting in an increasing number of his troops. Only a few thousand soldiers died in the campaign against foreign races. Each and every one of them is a hero worthy of praise. Since Han Xian, Xiao He and others led their large armies to Yimin Pass, Zhang Liang, Chen Ping and others didn't know Lu Hao's capabilities until then, while others were vying for a small piece of land here. Lu Hao suddenly rose up and directly charged into the territory of foreign races, and what they never expected was that there were so many outstanding soldiers and capable generals under Lu Hao's command. With a large number of battle generals and a great many counselors. As for Fusu, there was only sighing left, because the intelligence received in recent days showed that the Qin dynasty had completely fallen into chaos. After Ing Zhang's death, Hu Hai ascended the throne with the assistance of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Many people rose up in rebellion, especially the remnants of the previous states. 10 out of the 40-odd counties in the world had been divided up. What Fusa didn't know was that for the remaining 30-odd counties, more than half were now under Lu Hao's control, and a small part was in the hands of Yi Xiaochuan. Now the Qin dynasty could be said to exist in name only. All the territories Lu Hao had in his hands now added up to be even more extensive than the original Qin dynasty, now as long as he gets rid of those insignificant villains. He can experience the feeling of being an emperor. Report. One day, when Lu Hao, Han Xian, Xiao He, Zhang Liang and others were discussing matters regarding a voice came from outside the door. What? General Ming has come. At this time, the most excited one was Fusu. Yes, but General Ming is seriously injured and is on the verge of death now. After hearing this, Lu Hao immediately stood up. Xiang Yu, take Cui Wenzi and go to treat Ming Tian quickly. Yes, Xiang Yu didn't suspect anything else. After standing up, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and bowed, then directly accepted the order and left. Cui Wenzi, on the second day after Lu Hao set fire to the Xiongnu. He opened the world map to see the situation. Accidentally, he saw Cui Wenzi's head portrait within Yinmin County. He resolutely ordered Xiang Yu to bring him here. I end the cruel war. How many soldiers' lives could such a medical master save? After bringing Cui Wenzi here, Lu Hao tried to persuade him with kind words and sound reasoning, hoping that Cui Wenzi would stay and train medical doctors. However, Cui Wenzi refused. He was used to living a free and unrestrained life and didn't want to be restricted. But after Lu Hao mentioned several prescriptions, Cui Wenzi directly changed his mind. Lu Hao didn't say anything else. He just mentioned several simple traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions from later generations, although they were simple in later generations. In this era, everything had to be studied by oneself. Some strange and difficult diseases could stump many doctors. Lu Hao's several prescriptions obviously attracted Cui Wenzi. Only then did Cui Wenzi agree to stay in Lu Hao's army for a period of time. Of course, he had a precondition, that is, Lu Hao couldn't stop him when he wanted to leave. Lu Hao naturally had no objection. If he entered his camp and still wanted to leave, dream on. Didn't he like drinking? From now on, he would have enough heroes drunk. After that, Lu Hao directly replicated his medical skills, and even replicated the prescription for the elixir of immortality, although there was a system that could exchange for permanent lifespan. It was great to get something for free. One day later, Xiang Yu and Cui Wenzi finally brought Ming Tian back. This time, Ming Tian's face was ashen and he was unconscious. Veteran Cui. How's Ming Tian? Inside a room, Ming Tian was lying on the bed. Cui Wenzi felt his pulse with one hand and held a silver needle to acupuncture Ming Tian with the other hand. Lu Hao, Fusu, and Lieutenant General Pang were watching Cui Wenzi in the room. After he finished his actions, Lu Hao asked, "The situation is very bad. General Ming lost too much blood, coupled with days of traveling. It finally led to the invasion of evil qi into his body and his whole body was burning hot. Although the wound has been simply bandaged, it is already suppurated. Now I'm afraid the evil qi has reached the internal organs. General Ming is weak and can't use those highly tonic medicines. Alas, it's difficult." Seeing veteran Cui shaking his head, Fusu immediately panicked. But after Lu Hao heard it, he immediately thought of something. Wasn't this just wound inflammation leading to infection and fever? If it was just this problem, wouldn't the large box of anti-inflammatory drugs he exchanged before come in handy? Cough cough. Just as Lu Hao was about to take out the anti-inflammatory drugs, Ming Tian unexpectedly woke up. This was the third day he had been in a coma, and finally he woke up. It seemed that veteran Cui's acupuncture just now had some effect. "Teacher," after Fusa heard Ming Tian's voice. He quickly came to the bedside and looked at him with great pity. "Eldest young master, seeing you safe and sound, I'm also content." Ming Tian looked at Fusa weakly and showed a smile. "Teacher, don't worry. There is a divine doctor here, and he will definitely cure you." After Cui Wenzi heard it, He curled his lips and took out the wine flask hanging from his waist and took several gulps. I know my own body. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. His Majesty's death was caused by Zhao Gao, this traitor who disrupted the country. Eldest young master must avenge His Majesty. Cough, cough. When Ming Tian said this, he was so excited that he coughed up a trace of blood again. I know. I will definitely avenge my father. Teacher Lu Hao will also support me. Lu Hao. Ming Tian saw Lu Hao beside the bed and called out to him. General Ming, don't worry, you won't die. Lu Hao came to his side and showed a smile. Ming Tian gave a tragic smile. Ming Tian, have fought for the Great Qin for more than 10 years. Unexpectedly, I ended up like this. I'm afraid I really can't do it this time. My only wish is to avenge His Majesty. Lu Hao, from today on, the Ming family army will be led by you. I hope you. Before Ming Tian could finish speaking, he passed out again. I said you won't die, and even Jesus can't stop you. Veteran Chui, give these medicines to Ming Tian to take. It should be able to reduce his fever. For the severely suppurated parts of the wound, cut out the rotten flesh. I don't care what method you use. Just save Ming Tian's life for me, Lu Hao said as he took out the anti-inflammatory drugs from his bosom and handed them to Chui Wenzi. Lieutenant General Peng beside him was extremely touched when he heard Lu Hao's words and also thought that it was a good choice for Lu Hao to temporarily lead the Ming family army. Can this stop the invasion of evil Qi? Chui Wenzi took the anti-inflammatory drugs suspiciously and looked at Lu Hao. Yes. Lu Hao nodded seriously. If that was the case, then it could be tried. However, even if Ming Tian was saved, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for several months. That doesn't matter. As long as you save the person, we'll handle the rest. Lieutenant General Peng. Pass the order. You will lead 10,000 Ming family army soldiers to stay in Yanmin County. The remaining soldiers will rest for one day, and then follow me back to attack Xianyang. One day later, Lu Hao led 500,000 troops and left Yanmin County mightily. Since Yunzheng County, Dai County, Shanggu County and other places were also incorporated by him now. He specially left tens of thousands of elite soldiers to guard the safety of the border. The 500,000 troops were irresistible. Everywhere they went, they were all incorporated by Lu Hao. He now had 300,000 elite soldiers, and the local county soldiers added up to 300,000. Every time they captured a county, they would leave some elite soldiers behind, and the original county soldiers were all incorporated into the ranks of the Expeditionary Army. So now, his original elite force was reduced from 500,000 to 300,000. But the overall number of troops increased a lot. This was also to ensure absolute safety and prevent the territory he captured from being occupied by people with ulterior motives. With a large number of troops and the many sophisticated long-range weapons of Han Xin and others, they were simply invincible. It took less than a month to kill from Yanmin County to Hedong County. They were going smoothly here, but more than 100 kilometers away from them, Yi Xiaochuan was like an ant on a hot pan at this time. He originally thought that Lu Hao wouldn't come back so soon. After all, the Xiongnu had hundreds of thousands of allied forces. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of pigs, how many days would it take you to butcher them? Moreover, even if Lu Hao barely won, how many troops would he have left? Just the tens of thousands of troops in Hedong County and Taiyuan County would be enough to give him a hard time. It would take him at least a year and a half to come back. But who would have thought that from Lu Hao leaving Xianyang to coming back to Hedong County? It took less than 2 months for this round trip. This was simply unacceptable to Yi Xiaochuan. Yi Xiaochuan quickly transferred troops from other places and only barely managed to gather 200,000 troops. But what could 200,000 troops do against Lu Hao's 600,000 troops? The deliberation hall in Xianyang Palace was empty. On the original throne of Yingzheng, Yi Xiaochuan was sitting there, fuming with rage. Why? Why does Lu Hao have so many troops? In the history of the Qin dynasty, no one could defeat the Xiongnu except Ming Tian. And there has never been this person called Lu Hao. Why? What on earth is going on? Could it be that the world I traveled to is not the world in history? Or is it because of my arrival that the butterfly effect occurred? Yi Xiaochuan still hadn't thought about whether Lu Hao was also a time traveler. Although Lu Hao had the fragrant and heroes drunk, the cook in the fragrant was Gao Yao. It wasn't difficult for him to brew strong liquor. Gao Yao could use Lu Hao's money to conduct long-term research and thus brew strong liquor. Similarly, Lu Hao would become richer and then recruit troops. Gao Yao. Why do you stand on Lu Hao's side? We are the family. The more Yi Xiaochuan thought about it, the angrier he got. The veins on his neck bulged. Come in. The gate of the main hall that had been tightly closed slowly opened. A woman in white clothes walked in from outside the hall and knelt in front of him trembling. Gao Yao, if you are, don't blame me for being. TSK. Yi Xiaochuan looked at the woman kneeling in front of him, shivering with fear, and immediately let out a creepy laugh. Hedong County. Ani. At this time, while Lu Hao led the army to rest in Ani, He was also waiting for a new batch of supplies from Sisui County. Han Xian's army was invincible. Thanks to Sisui County, this behind-the-scenes arms factory, Wang Hu and Xia Hoing led people to work overtime to produce consumables such as weapons and arrows. Then they sent them to Han Xian's army in a timely manner. Their contributions were no less than Han Xian's. After this new batch of equipment and supplies arrived, Lu Hao was going to launch the final attack on Xianyang. The rest were just insignificant small fries. After taking down Xianyang, he would let Xiang Yu, Han Xian, and others handle it. What kind of status is that? And he actually wants to lead the army in person. Report. My liege, General Xiahou has arrived in Ani today with the supplies. A messenger came to a sprawling courtyard and reported to Lu Hao, Xiaohe, Zhang Liang, and others who were drinking tea in the pavilion. Finally here, when they first arrived in Hedong Commandery. Lu Hao had sent a pigeon letter to paste in through Han Xian to transport supplies. After they captured the entire Hedong Commandery, they waited for another 5 days before the supplies finally arrived. Half an hour later, when Lu Hao was chatting with Zhang Liang and others, Xia Hoing arrived at the mansion where Lu Hao was temporarily staying with some people. My liege. Xia Hoying's first reaction upon seeing Lu Hao was to kneel on one knee. His eyes filled with admiration. Lu Hao was also very affectionate upon seeing Xia Hoing, whom he hadn't seen for many days. After all, these people were among the first to follow him. Lu Hao walked up to him in 2 steps and helped him up. Haven't seen you for days. You've lost weight. You've all had a hard time. Don't think that logistics is an easy job. For those who are dedicated and professional, they will be hands-on in any position. Xia Hoying's voice was a bit choked with sobs as he looked at Lu Hao excitedly and said, "It's not hard. Xia Ho's greatest regret is not being able to fight on the battlefield with the liege. I hope the liege will grant my request. All right, you come with me to attack Xianyang. Tell me, how much supplies have you brought?" Lu Hao smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you, my liege. To report to my liege. Xia Ho has brought 100,000 troops this time, 1 million pickles of grain, up to 200,000 various arrows, over 1,000 siege ladders, and over 1,000 catapults. Also, the cannon that the liege has been researching has been developed by Jiang Hao's master, Lu Xuanzi. The cannon has been successfully developed?" Lu Hao was a bit excited upon hearing this. "Yes, my liege. More than a month after the liege left Paistin, Jiang Hao brought Lu Xuanzi to Paistin. Lu Xuanzi studied day and night and finally developed it a month ago." Seeing that Lu Hao was a bit excited, Xia Hoing was very happy at the moment. "Good. Truly extraordinary is the leader of the Mona's school. My liege, Lu Xuanzi asked me to convey a message. Without the sketches and experience left by you before, he would never have been able to develop it." Lu Hao smiled faintly and immediately asked about the number of cannons. My liege, the cannon has been developed, but it's not easy to make. Only 10 can be produced each month. So far, there are only 15 cannons, but there are over 10,000 cannonballs. In addition, Lu Xuanzi also made a kind of thunderfire bomb. When the thunderfire bomb is put into the catapult and encounters a violent impact, it will also explode powerfully. Good, very good. True to the reputation of the leader of the Mona's school, pass on my military order. Tomorrow, the army will set out and besiege Xianyang. Lu Hao was overjoyed. With such powerful siege weapons, even if the city walls of Xianyang are high and thick, he's not afraid of not being able to breach them. "My liege, don't be in a hurry. There's still one more thing. The ladies also came to Ani with Xia Ho." Lu Hao was stunned upon hearing Xia Hoying's words. "Jier, Susu, Yushu, why did they come?" Xia Hoing said hesitantly. "The ladies said that they missed the liege after being separated for several months, so they asked Xia Ho to bring them here. I hope the liege will forgive me." Just as Xia Hoing was about to kneel, he was stopped by Lu Hao. "Haha, General Xia Ho. I presume you're still single now, right? How could the liege blame you now?" Zhang Liang came up to the two of them smiling. "That's right. General Xia Ho did well. The liege doesn't have an heir yet. If he could." Xiaohe also came up smiling. Lu Hao rolled his eyes upon hearing their words and said, "Pass on my military order. The whole army will rest for 3 days. 3 days later, besiege Xianyang." The others bowed with smiles and said, "Yes." Then, after asking about the location of LG and the others, Lu Hao strode out of the mansion. But just as he stepped out of the mansion gate, he heard bursts of laughter coming from inside the mansion. According to what Xia Hoing said, LG and the others brought Gao Yao and hundreds of chefs from Xiangmenlu to Ani. Now they are on their way to the military camp to prepare a sumptuous meal for the soldiers. When it comes to playing tricks, LG is definitely at the top. She knows that a good emperor doesn't starve his soldiers. So she's also trying to build a better image of Lu Hao in the hearts of the soldiers. Thinking of this, Lu Hao quickened his pace, wishing he could fly there directly, but unfortunately he doesn't know Qinggong. He hasn't seen LG, Susu, and Yushu for nearly 4 months. Can he not miss them? This is also the first time in his adulthood that he has abstained from meat for such a long time. After leaving the city and entering the military camp, Lu Hao saw the beautiful figures of the three women, Jie, Susu, Yushu. Lu Hao quickly walked behind them. Hearing this, the three immediately turned around. Their eyes were a bit moist as they pounced on him regardless of whether there were outsiders around. Oh, Xiangyu led the upon seeing this scene, and the surrounding soldiers did the same. You've all had a hard time these days. Lu Hao comforted them with a smile one by one. After being by Lu Hao for a few words, the three separated. Seeing the soldiers, their faces instantly turned red with shyness, and they quickly walked into a tent. What are you laughing at? Don't you have wives? If not, after we capture Xianyang, I'll find wives for you and ensure that each of you can embrace a beautiful woman. Lu Hao smiled with the corners of his mouth raised upon hearing of these people. My liege, my liege. As soon as Lu Hao said this, the surrounding soldiers immediately shouted loudly. In this chaotic era, just having enough to eat is a problem, let alone finding a wife. They never even thought about it. Just like Fan Shiliang, he finally got married, but he didn't even get to see his wife's face once before being directly taken away to build the Great Wall. It has to be said that the latter years of the Qin dynasty were really bad. Lu Hao smiled and let them disperse, then walked into the tent. Why did you come? I heard you even brought Lao Gao. Lu Hao looked at the three of them with blushing faces and could hardly hold back his excitement. But in order not to let others hear certain sounds, he still endured it. Sister said she was afraid that the husband was tired and didn't eat well during this period, so she brought Gao Yao too. El Su said hesitantly in a low voice, not daring to look up at him. Seeing El Su's appearance, Lu Hao couldn't help but step forward to tease her. Lu Hao hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear. Then what about you? Do you miss me? El Su's mosquito-like voice made Lu Hao laugh heartily. You've been gone for months and don't even come back to see us. Yushu looked at Lu Hao like a complaining woman. Full of resentment, Lu Hao let go of El Su and came to Yushu. He directly planted a kiss on her red lips. Everything was in silence. LG and El Su, the two sisters, shyly turned their heads away. During a long kiss, Lu Hao finally let go of Yushu and then slowly came to LG. You've had a hard time. It's not hard. LG's eyes were moist upon hearing this, and she gave a knowing smile. Just this sentence from Lu Hao made her feel that everything was worth it. Night, in the mansion where Lu Hao was temporarily staying. Lu Hao, Han Xin, Zhang Liang, Xiangyu, Xiaohe, Gao Yao, and others gathered together. Come, first of all, thank our chef for making such a sumptuous meal for us. Lu Hao picked up the wine cup and said smilingly to Gao Yao, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Boss, what are you talking about? This is all I should do. Gao Yao picked up the wine cup and said embarrassedly in that special accent. Come, let's all raise our glasses together. After everyone took a big drink, they started chatting. Gao Yao's current life is colorful. Lu Hao found two wives for him. Both of them are young ladies from wealthy families, and those young ladies from wealthy families didn't look down on Gao Yao just because he was a chef. Rather, both of them are Germans and greatly admire this husband who is humorous and can cook. Their families didn't look at them differently either. As the saying goes, for Buddha's sake, one should show respect even to his monk. Moreover, they knew Gao Yao's value. Just his superb cooking skills alone could keep their family prosperous for generations. What's more, he was relying on Lu Hao. After Lu Hao personally held a wedding for Gao Yao, he had a great time. Every day, he was surrounded by women on both sides, which made others extremely envious. After several rounds of drinking and eating, everyone became more talkative and started chatting about various things. And each of them got extremely drunk. This time, Gao Yao came to sit beside Lu Hao, swaying and muttering something in his ear. Boss, are you also a time traveler? How come you can lead troops in battle and brew white liquor? There's no such character as you in history. Even Lu Bang still. Before Gao Yao could finish his words, he slumped down on the table and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Hao looked at Gao Yao's and the corners of his mouth turned up. He didn't expect Gao Yao to have guessed it. No wonder. Even though Lu Hao had tried his best to disguise his behavior, what he did was far beyond this era. Even canons had emerged. What else could explain that Lu Hao wasn't from modern times? After Gao Yao got drunk, Lu Hao ignored these people and left the table directly. After all, there were still 3 beautiful women waiting for him. Lu Hao went to LG's room immediately. He pushed open the door, and a familiar fragrance assailed his nostrils. Then he saw LG sitting upright on the bed. Her charm and elegance were truly heart-rending. He could no longer control the wild power within his body. He walked to the bed, stretched out his arm, and tightly embraced LG in his arms. LG's body trembled slightly, and then she hugged Lu Hao tightly in return. Lu Hao's lips slowly approached LG's cheek. He closed his eyes and felt the delicacy and warmth of her skin. Then, without hesitation, his big mouth kissed her. The moment their lips touched, it was as if an electric current flowed between them. LG's enthusiastic response made Lu Hao even more intoxicated. She closed her eyes, and her hands tightly wrapped around Lu Hao's back, as if she wanted to merge him into her own body. Then, you can use your imagination. 3 days later. In Xianyang, the 700,000 troops led by Lu Hao had reached the city walls. They surged forward like a black tide, surrounding Xianyang city tightly. The common people inside the city were in a state of panic, fearing that the coming war would bring them endless disasters. A few days earlier, the city gates of Xianyang had been closed tightly, strictly restricting access in and out to prevent spies from sneaking into the city. Outside the city, hundreds of thousands of troops lined up neatly. Their shouts were like mountains collapsing and seas roaring. Deafening, this sentence was shouted repeatedly by them, and the sound echoed over the vast plain. That imposing shout was like a surging torrent, carrying an irresistible force and sweeping across the entire Xianyang. After about 10 minutes, Lu Hao, with great courage and skill, rode alone to the foot of the Xianyang city wall. Lu Hao looked up at the city tower of Xianyang and shouted loudly, "Tell Zhao Gao to open the city and surrender. Maybe I'll give him a quick death." This persuasion to surrender actually made the soldiers on the Xianyang city tower extremely worried. They only had 200,000 or 300,000 people, while the other side had more than twice as many. How could they fight this battle? Sure enough, half an hour later, Yi Xiaochuan hurriedly climbed onto the city wall of Xianyang. There was a look of panic and uneasiness on his face. He glanced at the vast army of Lu Hao outside the city, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. "Lu Hao, don't be complacent. You're rebelling. You should quickly surrender. Maybe our Emperor Hu Hai will spare your life." Yi Xiaochuan tried his best to stay calm, but there was still a tremor in his voice. Rebelling? Emperor Hu Hai? Who recognized him? Even if a new emperor ascends the throne, it will only be the eldest son Fusu. Hu Hai is just a child who only knows about eating, drinking, and having fun. What qualifications does he have to be the emperor? And you, Zhao Gao, poisoned the late emperor, usurped power as a eunuch, and supported Hu Hai to ascend the throne. Playing with the great qin in the palm of your hand. Do you think today's battle can be avoided? Lu Hao's words were like sharp swords, hitting directly at Yi Xiaochuan's heart. Yi Xiaochuan was completely terrified. When Lu Hao's army arrived, he had thought about running away, but as someone who had been in a high position for a long time, he really didn't want to abandon all this. So there was the current situation of arguing with Lu Hao. Framing, this is all framing. It was clearly Meng Tian who poisoned the late emperor. Before the late emperor passed away, he told me to support Prince Hu Hai. I'm just doing as the late emperor wished. Yi Xiaochuan gritted his teeth and retorted forcefully while pretending to be calm. Humph. Meng Tian. Meng Tian is the commander of the Ming family army. He fought for the Great Qin for more than 10 years, resisting foreign invasions and participating in numerous battles. Such a heroic figure, and you actually say he poisoned someone? Are you out of your mind? Lu Hao sneered and shouted loudly, "Your mind is." Yi Xiaochuan was about to retort, but the words stopped at his lips. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Hao in horror. Are you a time traveler? After hearing that sentence, Yi Xiaochuan's face changed greatly, and he finally confirmed Lu Hao's identity. It wasn't Gao Yao who helped him, nor was it because of the butterfly effect caused by his arrival. It was because Lu Hao himself was also a time traveler. Humph, you just realized now. Isn't it a bit late? Smart people are often outsmarted by their own cleverness. Since you know now, then I'll be more generous and let you know another thing. Lu Hao's voice carried a hint of mockery. He took out something from his bosom and threw it directly at Yi Xiaochuan on the city wall. That object traced a beautiful arc in the air. The defending general beside Yi Xiaochuan was quick-eyed and caught it, then respectfully handed it to Yi Xiaochuan. Yi Xiaochuan felt dizzy and unsteady when he saw the thing in his hand. If the defending general hadn't supported him in time, he might have fallen off the city wall directly. "You bastard. The person I've been looking for so hard is you?" Yi Xiaochuan's voice almost shattered the city wall. He roared angrily, and his emotions were almost out of control. "You son of a turtle, good for nothing. What on earth did I do to offend you?" After seeing the mobile phone in his hand, Yi Xiaochuan immediately understood everything and immediately started swearing at Lu Hao. "That's right. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. It was me who sent you into the palace. You're welcome." Below the city wall, Lu Hao looked at Yi Xiaochuan's angry and helpless expression, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He didn't mind Yi Xiaochuan's roaring and scolding at all. Instead, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. "Why? What on earth is the reason?" Yi Xiaochuan roared hoarsely. Seeing Lu Hao's smug look, he really wanted to go down and beat him up, but Yi Xiaochuan didn't dare. "There's no reason. I just don't like you. I asked that okay?" Lu Hao shrugged and said very comfortably, "Don't like me? Do you even know me? We're from the same world. Why are you treating me like this?" Yi Xiaochuan's voice was filled with hatred and confusion. "Damn it. They say that when fellow villagers meet fellow villagers, their eyes are full of tears. But what about you? When fellow villagers meet fellow villagers, you kick them in the crotch. Yi Xiaochuan's mood at this time was indescribable, simply beyond words. And the conversation between Lu Hao and Yi Xiaochuan directly left the defending soldiers of Xianying completely confused. Because they couldn't understand anything they said. Probably what they understood was that the two of them were from the same place, but there was some conflict. Who's your fellow villager? I'm from Hong Kong Island. Where are you from? Lu Hao glanced at Yi Xiaochuan on the city wall. I'm from the Forbidden City area of Beijing. Made up. Damn it. Come up here. Let me see if I don't beat the shit out of you. Consider yourself lucky if you poop clean. Yi Xiaochuan was so angry that his face turned. His fists were, and the veins stood out. It was as if the whole person was about to explode with anger. He roared, and his voice was filled with endless anger and unwillingness. Come down. Let the police officer give you a shot. Lu Hao sneered and took out a pistol from his bosom, sizing it up left. Right. Up. And down. Yi Xiaochuan immediately broke out in cold sweat and quickly crouched down to keep his body out of sight. And he shouted loudly, "Do you even have a gun? This is hilarious. If you can bring a mobile phone, why can't I bring a gun? Who made that rule?" Lu Hao said provocatively, with a tone full of disdain and ridicule. Not only a gun, but if you don't surrender, there will also be cannons waiting for you. Open your dog eyes and look at a mile behind me. Lu Hao said as he put the pistol into his bosom. It would be too easy to shoot him dead with one shot. Lu Hao wouldn't do such a thing that allowed him to die so easily. After Yi Xiaochuan moved a few steps, he carefully poked his head out and looked at the army in the distance. Then Yi Xiaochuan's pupils constricted continuously, his eyes widened, and he said tremblingly, "You even made cannons." Surprised? Amazed? You're really seeing something new now, aren't you? Lu Hao had been pretending to be an ancient person for a long time. But at this moment, chatting with a modern person, he let go of all constraints and chatted with Yi Xiaochuan unrestrainedly. You. Yi Xiaochuan was so angry that he stammered. Don't you. Surrender or not? If you don't surrender, wait until I break into Xianying and let you taste the ultimate move. Go to hell. Wouldn't surrender be even worse? Soldiers of my great Qin, this man is a traitor. Shoot him to death with arrows. Yi Xiaochuan didn't want to talk to Lu Hao anymore. He was almost driven crazy that if they talked any longer, he couldn't help but jump down and smash him to death. So he immediately gave orders to the defending soldiers beside him. Yes, the soldiers immediately responded and drew their bows and shot arrows, firing a hail of arrows at Lu Hao below the city wall. However, the next second, they were stunned. The arrows that were shot out were like wooden sticks without arrowheads. They bounced off Lu Hao's body, and moreover, Lu Hao's body even changed color. Damn it, is this the Scion transformation? Do you even know the Iron Shirt Kung Fu? Through all the trials and tribulations, won't you give a good review? Those who like it, give a 5-star review. Thank you. Yi Xiaochuan was even more stunned to see this situation. You're really proficient in both civil and military skills. Lu Hao looked up with a smile and then directly turned around and shouted loudly. You attacked first. Don't say I'm not kind. Fire the cannons for me. Lu Hao's voice was so loud that the vanguard troops a mile away could hear it. Hearing the order, generals like Xiang Yu and Han Xian quickly took action. They each held torches and lit the fuses of the cannon skillfully. 15 cannons fired simultaneously, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The booming sound of the cannons came one after another, like the roars of a giant beast, shaking the entire battlefield. Yi Xiaochuan looked at the incoming cannonballs. And there was only one thought in his mind. It's over. Everything is over. The sound of the cannons was deafening. The cannonballs hit the city wall, creating huge black holes one after another. The city wall was bombarded by the artillery fire, and the huge stones scattered. Looking, the entire Xianying city seemed to be under divine punishment, and the thunderous roars continued without end, making the common people in the city extremely panicked. They fled in all directions, seeking safe shelters. Although the cannonballs didn't fall into the areas where the city residents lived, such was the instinct of human nature. You little bastard, are you being stubborn? Lu Hao sneered as he looked at the 100-meter city wall in front of him. He directly took out that hammer from the space, when Lu Hao was almost at the city gate. Lu Hao didn't pause at all. He charged in alone on horseback. A large number of cavalry followed closely behind, and also rushed into Xianying within a few minutes. Those who surrender will not be killed. Xiang Yu led the cavalry and charged into the city first. Vs just working for a living. How much can you earn in a month? Why risk your life? Xianying city gate was quickly taken over by Lu Hao's army. The defending soldiers in the city surrendered one after another without even putting up a fight, which made generals like Xiang Yu, Ingbu, and Long Qi extremely annoyed. Where is Zhao Gao? After the defending soldiers at the city gate surrendered, Lu Hao climbed up the city tower to look for Yi Xiaochuan's figure. The defending general of Xianying city was cowering on one side and tremblingly said, "He disappeared just now. I don't know where he went." You're also worthy of being the defending general of Xianying city. You're simply disgracing the generals of the great chain. Lu Hao looked at this general's appearance and snorted disdainfully, seeing that Lu Hao was a bit angry. The general quickly explained, I was originally just a junior officer. It was Zhao Gao who. Lu Hao understood. It seemed that Yi Xiaochuan had no great generals around him and just randomly found someone to be a cannon fodder. Let's go to the Xianyang Palace. Lu Hao ignored him and led people like Han Xin and Xiang Yu straight to the Xianyang Palace. This time, Yi Xiaochuan had nowhere to go and should be in the Xianyang Palace. The army marched mightily and encountered no resistance along the way. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Xianyang Palace. This time, there wasn't a single guard at the Xianyang Palace. The gates were wide open. As if welcoming Lu Hao's arrival, led by Fusu, Lu Hao and the others came to the council hall of the Xianyang Palace. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Yi Xiaochuan's figure. At this time, Yi Xiaochuan was wearing a dragon robe and a crown, sitting upright on the dragon throne, looking calmly at Lu Hao and the others who had just entered. Below the dragon throne, there was also a woman in the appearance of a maid kneeling on the ground, shivering. Lu Hao stepped forward and looked at Yi Xiaochuan more than 10 meters away across from him and smiled indifferently. At this time, Yi Xiaochuan was the first to speak. Do you know? Ever since I entered the palace, I've been bullied frequently. I secretly made up my mind to find out who caused me to end up like this. And I want to obtain supreme power. Only in this chaotic world can I protect myself. I flattered Hu Hai, although he is a second-generation emperor who caused the country to perish. I don't care. At that time, whoever could help me climb up step by step seemed like a good person to me. I taught Hu Hai many skills of eating, drinking, and having fun. You know, modern people are extremely proficient in eating, drinking, and having fun. When Yi Xiaochuan said this, he gave a miserable smile. Lu Hao still remained silent and listened quietly to his last words. After gaining Hu Hai's trust, I wasn't satisfied with the power at that time. Although it seemed quite glorious on the surface, to put it bluntly, I was just Hu Hai's lackey. I started to inquire about Zhao Gao's name everywhere. Because in my impression, the great eunuch Zhao Gao was a man with power covering the whole court. But strangely, I couldn't find him no matter what. I almost searched the entire imperial palace. But there wasn't a single person related to Zhao Gao. I slowly got close to Ying Zheng and used the method of flattering Hu Hai on him. These two are truly father and son. Or perhaps Ying Zheng really had no great ambitions in his later years. Actually, he really trusted me and promoted me to be the superintendent of the emperor's carriages, and he even gave me a new name. Zhao Gao, do you know how it feels when a person desperately seeks the protection of another person, but that person turns out to be himself? When he said this, Yi Xiaochuan's expression was a mixture of hatred and joy. Looking like a lunatic, Lu Hao listened to Yi Xiaochuan's words and then waved his hand at Han Xin and the others behind him. They immediately understood and each retreated from the hall. Before leaving, Xiang Yu gave Yi Xiaochuan a complex look. Although the two didn't have much interaction for a long time, they got along quite well. It was a pity to see an old friend end up like this. After everyone left, Lu Hao looked at Yi Xiaochuan and said softly, continue. Yi Xiaochuan glanced at the woman kneeling in front of him and said lightly, since I became Zhao Gao, I started desperately looking for the person who caused me to end up like this. But it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. No matter how much money I spent or how many people I sent, I couldn't find out who harmed me. I only knew that the person who sent me here was the head of Kuaiji Pavilion. I also sent people to Kuaiji to search for his whereabouts, yet this person seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and I simply couldn't find him. Later, I suspected that he might have been silenced. Lu Hao smiled smugly upon hearing this. Yi Xiaochuan didn't react much upon seeing Lu Hao's expression. Only the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and then he continued, just when I was in a foul mood those days. Not knowing why I was even alive, a woman appeared before my eyes, and it was her. Yi Xiaochuan looked at the woman in front of him. You know me, so you should also know Gao Yao. After all, that fellow Gao Yao is now under your command. Lu Hao nodded gently upon hearing this. Back then, I thought Gao Yao was brewing wine for you, making money, and defecting to you to oppose me. Now it seems I was wrong. Maybe Lao Gao still doesn't know about my experiences until now. When I first met her, I was extremely happy because there was a woman who looked exactly like her. But ever since I found out that Lao Gao is under your command, I transferred all my anger towards Lao Gao onto her. It's this woman who looks exactly like Gao Lan. Gao Yao's younger sister, Xiaoya, raise your head. After Yi Xiaochuan finished speaking, the woman named Xiaoya slowly raised her head, and faint traces of bruises that had already faded could even be seen on her face. When Lu Hao saw Xiaoya, he slightly furrowed his brow. Truly, even the wisest among us are bound to make mistakes sometimes. He had calculated everything, but just overlooked the existence of Xiaoya. Xiaoya was the kind of woman Lu Hao could take or leave. His mind was entirely focused on LG and the other three. He had been negligent. Now, seeing Xiaoya kneeling on the ground so pitifully and Lu Hao had some thoughts once again. After I figured it out, I realized that I had wronged Lao Gao. It's a pity that Xiaoya developed a fear of me ever since then. It wasn't until you defeated the Xiongnu that I started to feel something was amiss. I originally thought that since I had changed history or caused the butterfly effect. Little did I expect that until today, that there were not only the two of us who had. And you, even brought a pistol and even created cannons. You're being so unethical. When he said this, Yi Xiaochuan glared fiercely at Lu Hao. Just a little trick. Lu Hao casually shrugged his shoulders, looking so annoying. Yi Xiaochuan gritted his teeth and endured the anger in his heart. All right, my story is finished, but I still have one question I hope you can answer me. Why are you treating me like this? Lu Hao smiled upon hearing this. Because you offended people. You incurred public outrage. Yi Xiaochuan was left utterly confused, showing a expression. He had no idea what the sentence meant at all. All right, come down. You're still sitting there looking all high and mighty. That's not a place for you to sit. Lu Hao smiled at Yi Xiaochuan, who was sitting on the throne. I won't let you catch me. If I'm going to die, I want to die on the dragon throne. After Yi Xiaochuan finished speaking, he took out a pill from his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing this was not good, Lu Hao quickly stepped forward, directly grabbed his leg and inverted him, and then punched him violently in the abdomen. Ugh, a large amount of foul stuff spat out from his mouth. Want to die? Have you asked me? You still have your last bit of value. Lu Hao threw Yi Xiaochuan onto the ground and ignored him. Instead, he walked up to Xiaoya's side and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. You'll be safe from now on. Perhaps it was the blessing of 99 points of charm. Or perhaps Xiaoya felt a sense of. She directly Lu Hao's and started crying. That pitiful look made Lu Hao want to directly kill Yi Xiaochuan. However, he still had some uses for now and couldn't die yet. Dividing line time passed in a hurry. 3 days later. In the execution ground of Xianying City, there were few people there on ordinary days. But today, it was bustling with people and surrounded by a large number of commoners. At this time, it was already surrounded by a large number of commoners because 3 days ago Lu Hao had ordered a public trial of Zhao Gao. The commoners also wanted to see what kind of this eunuch who had been riding high, manipulating the powerful, and holding sway over the court would come to. At this moment, a simple trial platform had been set up on the execution ground. On the platform, Lu Hao sat in the center, his eyes as sharp as torches, sizing up everything around him. Fusu, Han Xin, Zhang Liang and others sat beside Lu Hao, and Yi Xiaochuan, this former playboy and unlucky fellow, was now being tied up in and brought to the stage under the escort of soldiers, awaiting a just trial in the anger of the people. Little Xiaochuan. When Gao Yao in the front row of the crowd saw that familiar face, he was instantly stunned on the spot. The name of Zhao Gao was almost known to everyone in the Qin dynasty. Gao Yao, of course, also knew about it. He had just never seen him before. Today, he was being put on trial. So Gao Yao naturally had to come and see. So Gao Yao, who had come early, found a good position in the front row, where he could clearly witness this eunuch who held sway over the court. But when Yi Xiaochuan came onto the stage, he was completely dumbfounded. The person he had been searching for a year had actually become a well-known eunuch throughout the country. Gao Yao immediately shouted Yi Xiaochuan's name at the top of his lungs and at the same time looked at Lu Hao on the trial platform. Boss, is there a mistake? He's my friend. This Gao Yao really had to be said to be a good person. Even now, he still didn't forget to say something to Yi Xiaochuan. Let him in. Lu Hao waved his hand at the soldiers blocking Gao Yao. These soldiers also knew Gao Yao, the #1 chef in their army, but without Lu Hao's order, they couldn't let him in. Now that Lu Hao had given the order, it was different. After the soldiers let him through, Gao Yao quickly walked up to Yi Xiaochuan's side. Xiaochuan, why are you here? Is there a mistake? How did you become a eunuch? You're such a person who likes women. Boss, is there a mistake? He's not Zhao Gao. He's my friend Yi Xiaochuan. Gao Yao looked at Yi Xiaochuan's appearance and then at Lu Hao on the stage. Lu Hao didn't say a word. Letting him in was just to allow the two of them to have a final farewell. Lao Gao, it seems you're doing well. You've gained weight in just over a year. Yi Xiaochuan gave a miserable smile as he looked at Gao Yao, who was so concerned about him. What time is this? And you're still saying this? There must be a mistake. There's no mistake. I am Zhao Gao, and Zhao Gao is me. Gao Yao was extremely surprised upon hearing Yi Xiaochuan's words. How could it be? How did you become a eunuch? Even if you were to be a eunuch, you're not the kind of bad person. What on earth happened to you? After hearing Gao Yao's words, Yi Xiaochuan turned his head and glanced at Lu Hao on the stage, then snorted coldly. How did I become a eunuch? Who should I ask? As for why I became a bad person, a good person can't survive in the palace. You know what kind of life I've had after entering the palace. I'm beaten every day, I don't have enough to eat, and I don't sleep well. I'm living a life that's not even human. Just because I have no money and no power, I'm a fucking useless person. And you You followed a good boss, have excellent cooking skills. Everyone loves the food you make. What can I do? All I can do is pick up girls and take pictures. You know what it's like to see beautiful women but be powerless after entering the palace? So I want power. I just want to climb to the highest step by step. I want to be Zhao Gao. I don't want to be bullied anymore. I want to be the highest Zhao Gao. I want to be the first person in the world to become an emperor who is a eunuch. After hearing Yi Xiaochuan's crazy words, Gao Yao fell silent. He really couldn't have imagined that Yi Xiaochuan had suffered so much. In his opinion, Yi Xiaochuan was smooth and would never suffer losses anywhere. So he simply never worried about his safety. But until today, after seeing Yi Xiaochuan, how wrong his thoughts were. A glib and relatively cheerful big boy had now become like this. After Yi Xiaochuan poured out his innermost feelings, he also felt relieved at this time. It was a case of he had nothing more to say. I lost, and my dream was shattered by Lu Hao. It seems I'm not fated to be an emperor. Sorry, Lao Gao. Gao Yao was completely confused by Yi Xiaochuan's inexplicable words. It's me who should be sorry for not finding you earlier. Yi Xiaochuan shook his head. I'm not talking about this. I met a maid in the palace who looks exactly like Gao Lan. I was extremely happy at that time. I doted on her as I did on Gao Lan. However, since I learned that you were following Lu Hao, my arch-nemesis, in a fit of anger, I took out my anger towards you on her. What? Gao Lan? Gao Yao's eyes widened upon hearing Yi Xiaochuan's words. Yes, exactly like Gao Lan, but her name is Xiaoya. She should be in the Xianyang Palace now. Since you're under Lu Hao, you should be able to ask him to let you see Xiaoya. All right, Lao Gao, follow Lu Hao and do well. You'll become a renowned master chef and have a large family. Hearing this, Gao Yao's eyes began to moisten, and he nodded desperately. I'm married. I have 2 wives. I'll bring my wife and children to visit your grave during the Tomb Sweeping Festival and the Double Ninth Festival. You rascal, you'd better behave well after you die. Don't be glib-tongued anymore, or the king of Hades will come after you. Yi Xiaochuan laughed heartily and turned his head towards the stage. Lu Hao, what are you waiting for? Lu Hao, sitting on the stage, nodded at Zhang Liang beside him. Then Zhang Liang took out a bamboo slip, stood up, and began to read. The guilty minister Zhao Gao poisoned the late emperor, framed General Meng Tian, controlled the court, and disrupted the imperial harem. When Yi Xiaochuan heard the last 4 words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching a few times. He thought to himself, can I really disrupt the imperial harem? With the thought that the more lice, the less itchy, Yi Xiaochuan didn't bother to object. You can say whatever you like. After Zhang Liang read a few more charges and paused for a moment. Now, General Lu Hao, the leader of the rebel army, will pronounce the punishment for Zhao Gao. This was also the first time Lu Hao had appeared in the public eye in an official capacity in broad daylight. Lu Hao stood up and slowly said, Zhao Gao is extremely evil and oppresses the common people. Especially recently, he has made the people of Xianyang suffer greatly. What do you think should be done? The surrounding common people immediately said in unison, kill him, kill him. The small execution ground accommodated tens of thousands of people, and the shouting was deafening. Lu Hao smiled indifferently and stretched out his hand to signal for quiet. I announce that Zhao Gao will be executed by being torn apart by 5 horses. Good, good. The surrounding common people showed no sympathy for Yi Xiaochuan at all. In their eyes, Yi Xiaochuan was a thoroughly bad person, and there was no need for any sympathy for such a person. When Yi Xiaochuan heard this punishment, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. This was the punishment of being torn apart by 5 horses. Coming to the Qin dynasty, he really experienced a lot. As for Gao Yao, he took a deep breath and sighed helplessly as he looked at Yi Xiaochuan. Just then, when the surrounding common people were about to disperse, Fusu stood up and shouted loudly, everyone, please listen to me. When the crowd saw Fusu, they all stopped. Because Fusu had a good reputation in Xianyang. The emperor father has passed away, and Hu Hai was brutally poisoned by Zhao Gao. A country cannot be without a king for a day. However, Fusu is dull-witted and not suitable to be the emperor of the great Qin. At this moment, Fusu announced to the world that he would abdicate the throne to my teacher, General Lu Hao. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding common people were in an uproar. However, the civil and military officials following Lu Hao were all overjoyed. Please listen to me. General Lu Hao is both civil and military. If it weren't for him leading the army to resist the foreign invasion, perhaps Yinmin County would have been breached by the Xiongnu by now. However, General Lu Hao defeated the 400,000-strong Xiongnu army with only 100,000 troops. In terms of literary talent and wisdom, my teacher is above me, and the same goes for military skills and strategies. Fusu didn't want the world to be in chaos and the common people to fall back into the life of continuous war. After long consideration, he made this decision. I hope the teacher will ascend the throne at an auspicious day. After saying that, Fusu directly knelt on one knee. He had really thought about it for a long time, and he wasn't suitable to be the emperor in all aspects. Lu Hao is different. He had a large number of civil and military officials under his command and hundreds of thousands of elite troops under his command. With him as the emperor, at least the world wouldn't fall into continuous war again. I hope the Lord will ascend the throne at an auspicious day. After Fusa knelt down, Zhang Liang, Han Xian, and others led the way and also knelt down. All the soldiers on the execution ground also knelt on one knee. Seeing this, the surrounding common people also knelt down one after another. Who becomes the emperor doesn't really matter much to them as long as the emperor treats the common people well, and they have no objections. However, there were still a few old people loyal to the great Qin who immediately raised objections. No, eldest son, the great country that the late emperor painstakingly conquered cannot be given away to others. This old man was obviously a native of the Qin state. Sir, Fusu is lacking in talent and learning and really isn't up to the task. Fusu shook his head and sighed. Even if he didn't want to, the people under Lu Hao would definitely put pressure on him. In the current situation, it's inevitable that Lu Hao will become the emperor. Why do we have to make everyone unhappy? Anyway, no matter what, Lu Hao will definitely become the emperor in the end. Even if he doesn't want to be, his battle-hardened soldiers won't agree. No. Sir, the late emperor fought for many years to unify the 6 states. Just think about how the common people of the original countries felt when their countries were destroyed and their families scattered. I can understand your current feelings, but as the eldest son said, a country cannot be without a king for a day. Do you really want to see the flames of war reignite and the common people live a vagrant life? You should know that several other counties of the Great Qin are still in the middle of war. And the common people are living in dire straits. People with great ambitions have started to raise troops for their own power. The foreign ethnic groups outside the border have been eyeing the Great Qin covetously. Is this what you want to see? After hearing these old guys' words, Zhang Liang got angry directly. It's okay for you people of the Qin state to be the emperor, but not others. His words directly silenced these old Qin people, and they didn't dare to voice any more objections. After hearing this, Fusu also nodded. The Great Qin, which had just been peaceful for not many years, really wasn't suitable for internal strife anymore. He firmly looked at Lu Hao at this moment. Please, teacher, ascend the throne as soon as possible. Lu Hao smiled faintly. Since that's the case, I won't decline anymore. However, there's no rush to ascend the throne. As Fong said, some of the other counties are still in the middle of war. We need to first wipe out the rebels. Let our common people live a stable life. Only then can I be worthy of heaven and earth and ascend the throne as emperor. The Lord cares about the country and the people, which is a blessing for the country. We are willing to wholeheartedly assist the Lord. At this time, Zhang Liang quickly boosted Lu Hao's popularity again. We are willing to wholeheartedly assist the Lord. The surrounding common people were also touched by Lu Hao and didn't voice any opposition at all. They all clapped and cheered. Lu Hao raised his hand to signal for quiet, then turned to look at the generals kneeling on one knee. Han Xian. Han Xian is here. Han Xian raised his head, and his eyes were filled with adoring light. I appoint you as the generalissimo of the expedition. Lead 300,000 troops to set out immediately and wipe out all the rebels within the shortest possible time. Han Xian was extremely excited and boiling with enthusiasm upon hearing this. Han Xian takes the order. Xiangyu, who was kneeling beside him, also got excited at this time. He was just thinking, how could he be left out when it came to leading troops in battle? Xiangyu is here. I appoint you as the vanguard general and fully assist Han Xian. Xiangyu takes the order. He wasn't a careerist now. As long as he could lead troops in battle, he was satisfied. Longju, Ingbu, Xia Ho-ing, your subordinate is here. The 3 of them replied in unison. I appoint you 3 as the vanguard deputy generals. I hope you will fight bravely. The 3 looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Your subordinate takes the order. After arranging the military generals, it was the turn of the advisors. Lu Hao thought for a while among these advisors and then said again, Xiaohe, Chenping, Chaoshan, Xiang Liang, your subordinate is here. I appoint you all as the military advisors to accompany the army and assist Han Xian in defeating the rebels in the shortest possible time. Your subordinate takes the order. Zhang Liang and Fan Zhang were either in poor health or too old to follow the army on a long march. Moreover, considering the situation of the enemy, these people were enough. All right, I'll wait for you all to return triumphantly in Xianyang. We swear to serve the Lord with all our might. One day later, Han Xian, Xiangyu, and others led 100,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry and set off from Xianyang mightily. Yi Xiaochuan completely died, and the curtain fell on an eunuch of a generation. However, although Yi Xiaochuan died, Gao Yao was happy, because he saw Xiaoya, who looked exactly like his sister. When Gao Yao saw Xiaoya, tears couldn't stop flowing down. In modern times, the brother and sister depended on each other. The elder brother, he traversed through time. What he missed most was Gao Lan. Unexpectedly, more than 2,000 years ago, he actually saw someone who resembled his sister. Gao Yao wept bitterly, leaving Xiaoyu at a loss. However, upon hearing what he said next, Xiaoyu felt at ease. It turned out that she looked very much like his sister. Having been orphaned and alone since childhood, she sympathized with Gao Yao. Thus, in the presence of Lu Hao, the two became sworn siblings of the opposite sex. For this, Gao Yao specially prepared a large table of dishes and invited Lu Hao, Lu Ji, and the three of them, Xiaoyu, as well as his two wives to celebrate. Also because of that night, Lu Hao took Xiaoyu in. There was no reason, just a sudden liking. The injuries on Xiaoyu's body were all cured by Lu Hao. The remaining bruises on her body were also dispelled by his internal energy. She was also a young and beautiful woman. Although Lu Hao has not yet ascended the throne, 2/3 of the territory of the entire Qin dynasty is in his hands. Most of the territories of foreign ethnic groups such as the Chang people, the Xiongnu, and the Yuezhi are also under his command. The power that should be used still has to be used. Under his command are 700,000 troops, and there are also 100,000 or 200,000 county soldiers stationed in the counties. Although the number of people seems to be about 1 million, there are too many places where troops are needed. So he issued an order to recruit soldiers across the country. Of course, it is not a forced recruitment. Serving as a soldier under his command truly brings glory to the whole family. Each soldier's family will receive hundreds of Qin Banyang coins every month. And each household will be allocated land to ensure that the whole family of a soldier will not go hungry. Moreover, if a soldier dies heroically in battle, there will be a large amount of pension. Who is the richest person in the country now? Except for Lu Hao, no one dares to make a sound. With such generous conditions, it is difficult for all the common people to refuse. So they all enlisted in the army one after another. In less than a month, 1 million young and strong troops were recruited. Of course, now that the soldiers are recruited, they cannot be sent to the battlefield immediately. They still need to be trained for a period of time. So Zheng Limo served as the training instructor for the million-strong army, although he was also forced into this position with the assistance of many of the Pasha army. He was not so at a loss. The Pasha army was the first batch of soldiers led by Han Xin to attack foreign ethnic groups. Many of them were trained by Han Xin, and they knew some training regulations. While the million-strong army entered the boring training, on the other hand, there was a bustling scene of large-scale production. There were soldiers, but what was lacking was weapons. Led by Paistin County and Sisui County, several surrounding counties fully cooperated in mining mountain ores. Every day, more than 100,000 workers were busy swinging hammers. And the Mahist Great Master Lu Xuanzi directly called on all Mahist disciples to gather in Paistin County and worked overtime to forge weapons and equipment. Now the whole of Paistin County has become a huge arms factory. Every day, no less than 10 cannons can be manufactured, thousands of shells, and there is no need to mention arrows and armor, which are in the thousands. Tens of thousands of Mahist disciples, plus the tens of thousands of blacksmiths that Lu Hao equipped Lu Xuanzi with, greatly increase their production efficiency. It is said that Lu Xuanzi has recently been researching a new type of mechanical hidden weapon. Based on the principle of the cannon, he wants to create a simple cannon that everyone can hold. That is the firecracker. After hearing this news, Lu Hao highly praised Lu Xuanzi. The descendants of the Mahist really like to research this and that. They even want to research the firecracker. There are soldiers and weapons, but Lu Hao cannot send the soldiers to fight on an empty stomach. Fortunately, it is not so chaotic now, and there have been no major droughts or famines in recent years. Lu Hao alone has millions of dan of grain in his hands. Of course, in order for the common people to live a better life and no longer suffer from hunger, grain cultivation must be vigorously promoted. So in this regard, Lu Hao directly let Fan Zeng handle it and designed some simple and practical farming tools, such as the 6-clawed plow, the water wheel, the pickaxe, etc. Fan Zeng was more suitable for this kind of work that was not too tiring and could benefit the common people. And he readily accepted the order, and Zhang Liang, under the careful treatment of Cui Wenzi, his body was gradually recovering. Lu Hao would not let him fall seriously ill at such a young age. He still needed him to offer strategies when they reached Europe in the future. Time flies. 2 months later, Han Xin and others returned in triumph, with the blessing of these powerful weapons such as the cannon and the divine arm crossbow. Those ambitious people couldn't resist at all. They held fast to the city and did not come out, but with just one cannon blast from the other side, the city gates were blown open. There was no way to play. Han Xin and others only took more than a month. After traveling through many places, finally, the whole territory of the Qin dynasty regained peace again. After the army returned in triumph, it was time for Lu Hao to ascend the throne. In 210 BC, Lu Hao successfully ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor under the watchful eyes of the people, with the title of Emperor Taizong. He changed the to Han, and the reign title was the first year of the Great Han. After proclaiming himself emperor, it was time to confer titles on all the officials. Xiaoyu was conferred the title of left prime minister. Zhang Liang was conferred the title of right prime minister. Chen Ping was conferred the title of imperial censor, and the rest of the civil officials were each rewarded. Among the military generals, Lu Hao established 5 tiger generals, namely Xiang Yu, Long Zhu, Ingbu, Zhang Limo, and Jibu, who were comparable to the 9 ministers. 1 million and 700,000 elite soldiers were divided into 5 major legions, each led by one of the 5 people. The 5 major legions were the Divine Fire Army, the Divine Machine Army, the Pasha Army, the Greedy Wolf Army, and the 7 Kills Army. As for Han Xin, Lu Hao conferred on him the title of Grand General, comparable to the 3 dukes. Lu Hao did not give him the position of Grand Commandant. If he gave it to him now, there would be no motivation in the future. Ming Tian also woke up under the treatment of Cui Wenzi. His body recovered very well. When he woke up, he found that the dynasty had changed. But he was not too surprised. Originally, he wanted to retire and return to his hometown, but Lu Hao did not agree. Are you kidding? Let such a fierce general retire when there is no need to use him? A person less than 40 years old wants to learn from others and retire? Lu Hao immediately conferred on him the title of Grand General, at the same level as Han Xin. Although he did not contribute much to Lu Hao's ascension to the throne, after all, his 300,000 Ming family army was taken in by Lu Hao, and just based on the title of the commander of the Ming family army, it was worthy of this military rank. After all the soldiers in the country admired this general who had been resisting foreign ethnic groups all year round. Xia Haing and Wang, who were the commanders of the imperial guards in the palace, and Zhao Sun was the superintendent of the imperial household, specifically in charge of managing money for Lu Hao. The rest of the military generals were rewarded according to their military achievements. After conferring titles on the civil and military officials, the next step was the harem. Lu Ji was conferred the title of the Empress of the Great Han. Lu Su was the concubine Su. Yushu was the concubine Shu, and Xiaoyu was the concubine Yue. In the first month of the first year of the Great Han, Lu Hao ordered Han Xin and Xiang Yu to each lead 500,000 troops and mobilize 100,000 troops from each of the 5 major legions to go on an expedition against foreign ethnic groups again. This time, he wanted to completely wipe out all foreign ethnic groups from the world map. What about the 5 barbarians' invasion of China, the Jingong incident, and the Yangzhou massacre? All should be nipped in the bud. Of course, because of Yushu, Tuan had already surrendered. They still understood the principle that the weak cannot overcome the strong and knew even more clearly about Lu Hao's methods and ruthlessness. Now this outcome was the best choice. Tuan would forever be a vassal state of the Great Han, paying tribute every year. And even the military strength could not exceed 5,000. These 5,000 people would be regarded as urban management to maintain the public order in Tuan. After all, their daughter was Lu Hao's wife. Don't go too far. Besides, for a small country with a population of several 100,000, what big waves could it make? In the second month of the first year of the Great Han, Han Xin and Xiang Yu divided their troops into 2 routes. On the 10th day of the second month of the first year, Xiang Yu defeated the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu, who originally had not much military strength, were scattered among various tribes at this time, like a mess of sand. In just a few days, Xiang Yu led the army to capture hundreds of thousands of Xiongnu men. All of them were beheaded and sent to the Great Han to mine. The remaining hundreds of thousands of Xiongnu women were also escorted to the Great Han. Of course, their existence was only for the purpose of multiplying the human race. In this era, the population of the Great Han was extremely sparse, barely reaching 2 or 3 tens of millions. Therefore, Lu Hao set a modest goal for all the men across the country, to have more children, aimed to reach 2 modest goals within 2 years. Since people could get married as early as their teens in this era, from those in their 50s and 60s down to teenagers, everyone was encouraged to procreate. On the 12th day of the second month of the first year, Han Xin led a large army and completely routed the Donghu. Their fate was the same as that of the Xiongnu. All the captured men and women were transported to the Great Han. In just 2 months, the territory of the Great Han doubled completely, almost as large as it is today, about 8 or 9 million square kilometers, with millions of slave miners, in just 1 month. The mining industry of the Great Han developed rapidly. With various ores available, Lu Hao could have Lu Xuanzi create more things. Similarly, within a year, the number of newborns across the country reached several million. On the first day of July in the first year of the Great Han, Lu Hao summoned civil and military ministers such as Han Xin, Ming Tian, Xiang Yu, Zhang Liang, and Xiaoyu to discuss matters in the Xianyang Palace. Inside the Grand Hall for discussing matters, the civil and military officials stood on the left and right sides respectively, reporting to each other on the recent developments across the country. Your Majesty, This year has seen a bumper harvest. The national wheat harvest is approximately 500 million dan, about 50 billion caddies. Fusu stood in the grand hall and bowed slightly to Lu Hao with a smile. Lu Hao had not treated Fusu poorly. He had specifically established a granary management department. All the national food grain allocation and collection had to pass through Fusu's hands. He was quite confident in Fusu. Although Fusu couldn't handle major matters, this kind of thing was within his ability. Oh, then it really is a bumper harvest. Lu Hao nodded satisfactorily while sitting on the dragon throne. One should know that the population of the Great Han at this time was only over 30 million. If each person ate 2 caddies of grain a day, the total amount of grain consumed in a year would be less than 30 billion caddies. Casually taking out tens of millions of dan of grain was sufficient for a million-strong army to wage war for 1 or 2 years. Do you all know why I summoned you here today? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Now the country was prosperous and powerful. The territory of the Great Han was twice as large as that of the Qin dynasty. And all the foreign ethnic groups on the borders had been eliminated. They really couldn't figure out what Lu Hao was thinking. Seeing that everyone remained silent when asked, Lu Hao immediately burst out laughing. Do you know that the world is vast? Hearing this, Han Xian and Meng Tian, the 2 great generals in the army, seemed to suddenly think of something. Your Majesty, isn't the territory our Great Han currently possesses the entire world? Xiang Yu, this rough fellow, stood out very puzzled. Our Great Han. Do you know that the territory of our Great Han is only as large as a Changsha commandery in the entire world? As soon as Lu Hao said this, everyone was stunned. They had no idea how vast the world outside the Great Han was. Your Majesty, do you mean that there is a broader world outside the territory of our Great Han? Zhang Liang stepped forward and looked at Lu Hao in shock. Of course. This is also the reason why I called you here today. Lu Hao gently tapped his forehead. Your Majesty, do you mean that you want us to expand the territory? Meng Tian was the first to understand Lu Hao's intention. Exactly. I have this very intention. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar ensued among the ministers, and the military generals were even more impatient. Xiang Yu requests to fight. Longzhu requests to fight. These military generals had been extremely bored in the past few months and just wanted to find some battles to fight. It was indeed a good time to go on an expedition now. Our Great Han was rich and powerful, with abundant food supplies. There were 2 million elite troops above. Surely, we could sweep across the world. Even Shaoyi couldn't hold back anymore. Dealing with court affairs every day was not as much fun as going to war. Hearing this, Lu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Genghis Khan could fight all the way to Europe. Why couldn't he, Lu Hao, if possible, directly fight to ancient Rome and confront those who exposed their chests and breasts? But would large ships be needed for the army's expedition, our dynasty currently? Zhang Liang was a bit puzzled. How could I fight a battle without confidence? Tens of thousands of warships have been built. And hundreds of thousands of naval forces have been trained for more than 3 months. Now, we are just waiting for our food steward to allocate the food. After Lu Hao said this, he looked at Fusu and teased him. This. Fusu let out a bitter smile. Announced my imperial decree. Lu Hao stood up directly and raised his voice a bit. All the civil and military officials knelt down to receive the decree. I will lead an army in person and lead 1 million troops to expand the territory. Han Xian and Meng Tian will be the leading generals on the left and right routes. Xiang Yu and Ingbu will be the vanguards. Zhang Liang and Xiaohe will be the military advisors accompanying the army. Follow me to point the sword of the Great Han at the barbarians. Your Majesty, this. It was okay to go out to fight, but for Lu Hao to lead the army in person, for a moment, many ministers voiced their objections. My intention is already determined. You all needn't say more. Just like this, in August of the first year of the Great Han, Lu Hao led 4 people including LG and personally led 1 million troops straight towards Mongolia. And Longzhu and Jibu led 200,000 troops on an expedition to places such as Goguryeo and Japan. In October of the first year of the Great Han, Goguryeo and Japan were officially incorporated into the territory of the Great Han under the invasion of Longzhu and the others. In September of the same year, Lu Hao led 1 million troops and pointed the sword at Mongolia. Thousands of cannons bombarded continuously. Even mountains could be blasted to pieces, let alone those cities built with soil. In less than 2 months, Mongolia was also incorporated into the territory of the Great Han. In March of the second year of the Great Han, when all things revived, Lu Hao led 1 million troops to continue the northern expedition. First, he occupied the Tsarist Russia and established a large base there for convenient transportation of supplies. In May of the second year, the army that had rested for more than half a month continued the eastern expedition and successively defeated the regimes of several countries. In just 5 years, they directly reached the ancient Roman Empire on the other side of the ocean. The people of ancient Rome were all tall and big, and the number was about the same as that of the Great Han 3 years ago. But their current technological level was extremely backward. They still held long spears and raised shields. What kind of shield could withstand the power of cannons and firelocks? It only took 1 year for Lu Hao to incorporate the entire ancient Rome into the territory of the Great Han. At this time, almost the entire world had become Lu Hao's back garden, and about half of the entire world was his territory. After capturing ancient Rome, Lu Hao returned to the Great Han with 4 people including LG. After leaving his homeland for many years, he felt extremely when he came back. This time, Gao Yao had already become the national master chef of the whole country. It wasn't sealed by Lu Hao, but by the common people. His identity among the people was the master chef, and his official identity was the grand steward of the imperial kitchen. Although his position wasn't high, he was highly respected by the 3 dukes and 9 ministers. Moreover, Gao Yao now had both sons and daughters. His 2 wives gave birth to 2 sons and 3 daughters for him in these years, almost one every year, fully responding to Lu Hao's call. 1 year after returning to the Great Han, Lu Hao disappeared from the Xianyang Palace with 4 beautiful women and 2,000 elite soldiers. He had stayed in this world long enough. The system had prompted him that he could return several years ago. He had been procrastinating until now. After capturing most of the world, it was time to go back. Lu Hao brought 4 people including LG and 2,000 elite soldiers into the space. Wow, where is this? How miraculous. This young girl, El Su, although almost 30 years old at this time, was still like a child. Her appearance was exactly the same as when she first met Lu Hao. After all, the elixir of immortality wasn't in vain. Seeing that she came to another world in the next second, she was completely stunned and stared in astonishment at the surrounding environment, although the other 3 people were also very surprised. They weren't as exaggerated as El Su. Those 2,000 elite soldiers were amazed but not astonished. In their hearts, Lu Hao was an all-powerful great emperor. They would believe that he was a god. These 2,000 elite soldiers were orphans that Lu Hao had asked Ming Tian to search for across the country when he first founded the country. They all had excellent roots and bones and were about 12 or 13 years old. After several years, they had all grown up. Moreover, each of them had sword and martial power because Lu Hao had taught them martial arts such as the invincible golden body skill and the 18 movements of the floating dragon. The lowest level of strength among them had reached the late stage of the second rate, and even hundreds of them had reached the peak of the second rate. There were also more than a dozen people who had broken through to the early stage of the first rate. Lu Hao named this troop the Carefree Guards. As for LG and the others, they now had more than 10 years of internal energy in their bodies. Lu Hao didn't have suitable martial arts for them for the time being. After all, in the mythological world, martial arts were withered, and there wasn't much worth learning for them. He himself didn't go to collect either because he really looked down on those trash. There wasn't even a copy of the Yi Jing. Now the space was no longer as small as it was when Lu Hao first entered. It was already beyond sight. They now seemed to be on a huge island, surrounded by the sea on all sides. Lu Hao explored it. Now the size of the space was about the same as that of Sisui Commandery, approximately several thousand square kilometers. Husband, this is the space you mentioned. It's actually so beautiful. When LG saw the surrounding scene, she was extremely delighted. When Lu Hao led them on a personal expedition before, he had told them that he wasn't from that world and would eventually leave. Because after Lu Hao left this mythical world, time in that world would stand still. That is to say, even if Lu Hao had been away for millions of years, when he returned, it would be as if he hadn't left. However, he couldn't bear the thought of not seeing LG and the others for a long time, so he informed them and let them make their own choices. Without much deliberation, LG and the others decided to follow Lu Hao to see his world. After all, Lu Hao had told them that they could return to their world at any time, so there was no need to hesitate. After all, as the saying goes, a woman follows her husband. Be it a rooster or a dog, this is the space I mentioned. Here, I am omnipotent. Lu Hao smiled calmly, then closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, with a wave of his big hand, a huge building appeared in front of them, the palace of Xianyang. Yushu covered her small mouth in astonishment as she looked at the building in front of her. Seeing this, 2,000 carefree guards knelt down on one knee in unison and shouted loudly. Your Majesty is divine. Lu Hao looked at their actions and expressions, waved his hand to signal them to get up, and then turned to look at the ladies. Yes, if you want to take a vacation here in the future, you will also have a place to stay. Lu Hao had already told them some simple modern terms. For example, when Lu Hao said before that he would take them on a northern expedition and an eastern expedition, and travel around, that was called taking a vacation or traveling. Hee, hubby is so clever. Xiaoyu looked at Lu Hao with a smile on her face, her eyes filled with love. Lu Hao smiled slightly. And then several books appeared in his hand and he handed them to them. See if you can recognize the words in them. These books are in simplified Chinese characters and tell some modern things. Situations, countries, etc. I can understand. Didn't you teach us before? LG said with a smile after taking the book and flipping through a few pages. That's good. You should first learn the rules of my world. In your world, I am the emperor, but in my world, I'm just an ordinary wage earner. Lu Hao spread his hands and shrugged at why. Pfft. LG and the others burst out laughing directly. Then I'll go back to my world first and arrange the necessary documents for you. You first study the books I gave you. I'll be back to pick you up in at most 2 days, since Lu Hao's current strength is weak and he can't adjust the time ratio. The time in this space is one with the main world. When he becomes stronger, he will be able to adjust the time ratio, staying in the main world for 1 day. The time in the space can be up to 10 days, 100 days, or even more. Okay, we will study hard. Hubby, be careful when you go back. LG nodded sensibly and looked at him with a bit of worry. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Even if I'm just an ordinary wage earner, I'm not someone who can be easily manipulated. I'm leaving. Lu Hao waved his hand at them and then disappeared in front of them. When the 2,000 carefree guards saw Lu Hao disappear, they were a bit astonished. LG, the imposing manner of the first empress of the Han dynasty, surged out again, and she said calmly to the 2,000 guards, "Return to the palace." "Yes, sister is still so majestic." El Su covered her small mouth and snickered beside her. "Yes, she is our Empress Dowager." Xiao Yu also gave a playful smile. Over the years, the few of them had gotten along like sisters, and it was normal for them to tease each other. LG turned back and gave them a disdainful look, then took the lead and walked into the palace of Xianyang. When Lu Hao returned to the main world again, his clothes and hairstyle had changed back to what they were before he... Boom! A loud explosion sent Lu Hao flying several meters away and he landed heavily on the ground. The bulletproof vest behind him was shattered. But Lu Hao's skin was unharmed, because at the moment of his return, Lu Hao had activated the invincible golden body skill. Under the cover of the night, no one noticed Lu Hao's instant change. Such a sudden explosion left all the policemen on the scene at a loss and they stood there stunned for a few seconds. Boss, are you okay?" Zhou Xingxing and the others, who were dizzy from the bomb blast, quickly recovered. Seeing Lu Hao, they were so scared that they quickly rushed to Lu Hao's side, crouched down, and began to check his injuries. Zhou Xingxing and the others' voices echoed in the night, and their tones were filled with anxiety and concern. "Damn it, how dare they plot against me?" Lu Hao said viciously after lying on the ground. When Zhou Xingxing and the others heard that Lu Hao could still speak, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Others might not know, but the people in their small team knew Lu Hao's true identity. If anything really happened to Lu Hao, they would have a hard time explaining. "Boss, how do you feel? Do you have any internal injuries?" Zhou Xingxing looked at Lu Hao lying on the ground, his expression a bit strange. "I'm fine." Lu Hao flipped over and stood up, moving his hands and feet. Although he had the protection of the invincible golden body skill, he still felt a slight pain from the explosion just now. Lu Hao thought that the explosion just now wasn't caused by ordinary explosives. It should be something like, but his actions made several team members look at him with strange expressions. "Why are you all looking at me like this? Don't you recognize me?" Lu Hao gave them a disdainful look. "Boss, the bulletproof vest is shattered, but you're completely fine. Your skin is still so fair." Zhou Xingxing looked at him with a very funny expression. "Made in China, trustworthy." Lu Hao raised his eyebrows and winked at them. A senior inspector from the serious crime unit in the distance also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Hao was okay. After all the information about the kidnappers was told to the serious crime unit and the SU by the kidnappers. In the information they knew, there was no mention of powerful explosives. Fortunately, Lu Hao was okay. If anything happened to Lu Hao, he wouldn't have an easy time either. Just as Zhou Xingxing was still immersed in his amazement at Lu Hao's amazing bulletproof ability and wanted to make a few more jokes, Lu Hao raised a hand to signal them to be quiet. It turned out that when Lu Hao said the previous sentence, his extraordinary hearing had caught a faint sound dozens of meters away in the forest. This sound was low and rapid, different from the chirping of insects and the rustling of the wind at night. It was the sound produced by a certain creature moving quickly. The next second, Lu Hao judged who the owner of this sound was. The fourth kidnapper. It was precisely because of him that the bomb was detonated remotely. "I've found the fourth kidnapper." Lu Hao's voice was. After saying that, he moved like a bolt of lightning and quickly ran towards the location of the sound in the forest. Zhou Xingxing and the others immediately became serious when they heard this and didn't have the previous joking expressions anymore. They immediately entered a combat state and closely followed behind Lu Hao, moving forward quickly. However, to their surprise, the speed Lu Hao displayed was so astonishing that his figure quickly disappeared in the night, as if melting into the darkness of the forest. In less than 10 seconds, Zhou Xingxing and the others could only hear the slight sound produced by Lu Hao's rapid movement, and his figure had completely disappeared from their sight. "Damn it! Did the boss take drugs?" When did he have such a fast speed? Zhou Xingxing said in disbelief, although he admitted that Lu Hao was much stronger than him in every aspect. When it came to running in the jungle, his speed wasn't usually much slower than Lu Hao's. How did Lu Hao display such an astonishing speed after being hit by an explosion? Brother Xing, what should we do? Do we still need to chase? At this time, another member of the SU also looked blankly at the direction where Lu Hao disappeared and asked, nonsense. Although the boss is very powerful. We are on the same team. Chase. Just as Zhou Xingxing was about to take a step to chase, another team member grabbed him. Brother Xing, we can't even hear the boss's footsteps anymore. Where are we going to chase? Zhou Xingxing. Lu Hao ran at full speed in order to quickly catch the fourth kidnapper, although there is no such thing as lightness kung fu. With the blessing of internal energy, one can run much faster than Chao Xing Xing and the others, covering several meters in one step. Within half a minute, he faintly saw the fourth kidnapper who was fleeing in all directions in the forest. At this time, the kidnapper, hearing the approaching footsteps behind him, ran with all his might. He not only participated in the kidnapping but was also the mastermind of this operation. Just now, he used a bomb to attack the police. Once he was caught, his crime would be much more serious than that of the other three. However, in the forest at night, the road conditions were unknown. The road was rough and uneven, and overgrown with thorns. He would be tripped after running a few steps. When he had run less than 100 meters, the footsteps behind him were getting closer. Frightened, cold sweat streamed down his face. He immediately drew out the pistol at his waist and hid behind a big tree. He tightly grasped the gun handle, with his finger on the trigger, ready to meet the upcoming battle at any time. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer, probably only about 2 or 3 meters away from him. He didn't even dare to breathe. Suddenly, in the next second, a figure rushed in front of him. He was startled. Just as he was about to raise the gun to shoot, the hand holding the gun was tightly grasped by a man in black combat uniform. Ah! Lu Hao chased after the kidnapper and found that this guy had hidden himself. Being highly skilled and bold, he was not afraid at all. He directly rushed up and firmly grasped his hand before the kidnapper could fire. The force was so great that the kidnapper began to scream painfully. Run? Aren't you good at running? And you even play with bombs. You scoundrel, kidnapping and making such a big deal out of it? You'd better go in and have a good transformation this time, Lu Hao said as he unloaded the gun from his hand and then took out a pair of handcuffs from the back of his waist and put them on him. After Lu Hao brought the kidnapper back to the place where the explosion had just occurred, Chao Xing Xing immediately stepped forward and looked at him very seriously. Boss, are you sure you're not feeling uncomfortable after that explosion? Why do I feel like you're having a moment of sudden revival? After handing over the hostages and the kidnappers to the serious crime unit, Lu Hao led the team back to the SU headquarters to report the operation to his superior. Well, Hao, you did a great job. Thank you for your hard work. I heard that you were injured. How serious is it? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? In an inspector's office at the SU headquarters. After Lu Hao stood straight in front of a desk and reported the operation, the middle-aged man sitting opposite him asked with concern, Inspector Liang, I'm fine. I was just blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. Inspector Liang looked at Lu Hao in front of him, full of vitality and high spirits. He immediately nodded and sighed. You are the most outstanding SU I've ever trained. You learn things faster than Hantu and have even surpassed me long ago. If it weren't for you being so popular, I really would have liked you to be my successor. Inspector Liang looked at Lu Hao, with admiration and emotion shining in his eyes. Inspector Liang. Don't praise me like this. I'll be proud. Lu Hao shrugged and smiled. You rascal. All right, it's getting late. Hurry back and have something to eat and rest. Inspector Liang was amused by Lu Hao and then gave the order to leave. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. One was for catching the culprit, and the other was for listening to the report. Neither of them had eaten yet. Inspector Liang, I want to take 2 days off. Lu Hao quickly said as he saw Inspector Liang getting up. Take time off? Sure. You haven't had a good relaxation for a long time. I'll give you a long vacation to go out and relax your mood. Inspector Liang agreed after a little thought and came to Lu Hao, patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Thank you, sir. Since the headquarters is a bit remote, he had been living in the police officer's dormitory for a long time. Although the facilities were simple, they had everything one needed. He could also often go out and relax with Chao Xing Xing and the others who lived in the same dormitory. Lu Hao returned to his single dormitory. As soon as he sat down, he began to call out the system. Start settling the points for the last world. Ding, the host has completed 4 system tasks and obtained a total of 36,000 points and can draw 3 times. In view of the host's performance in the mythical world, exterminating foreign tribes, ascending the throne as emperor, and expanding the territory, 20,000 points are obtained. The current total points are 56,000. More than 50,000 points. Is this going from poverty to sudden wealth? Lu Hao smiled faintly and then continued to ask, can one obtain a lot of points by changing the general trend of the original world? Please explore by yourself. Host. Lu Hao shrugged upon hearing this. Start the draw. As soon as the voice fell, the long-lost big roulette wheel appeared in his mind again. There were still densely marked things on it. And a red pointer began to spin rapidly. Stop. The rapidly spinning pointer immediately slowed down. Slowly, the pointer stopped. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Peerless Lightness Kung Fu, Lingbo Micro Step. Lingbo Micro Step. This is great. A glint of light flashed in Lu Hao's eyes. And he immediately beamed with joy. It's really like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. What Lu Hao lacked now was just a lightness kung fu. Then the picture in Lu Hao's mind changed. The roulette wheel for the draw just now disappeared and was replaced by clear pictures of steps. These pictures flowed like water in his mind. He closed his eyes and felt the essence of these steps with his heart, deeply imprinting the technique of Lingbo Micro Step in his mind. Soon, Lu Hao felt as if he had merged with Lingbo Micro Step, and his body felt much lighter. Lu Hao opened his eyes, filled with joy. He stood up and moved his legs. His legs were very flexible now, as if it wouldn't be a problem to cover 10 meters in one step. Then Lu Hao clicked on the attribute panel that he hadn't checked for a long time. Host. Lu Hao Talent. Copy. Full Comprehension Realm. Mid-Shintian Internal Energy. 95 Years Technique. The Vast Yin-Yang Scripture. Diamond Body Divine Art Martial Arts. 7-Step Saber. Green Pine Sword Technique. Ming Family Sword Technique. Swimming Dragon 18 Forms. Overbearing Spear Technique. Lingbo Micro Step Charm. 99 points. 56050. Yes, Lu Hao's realm had broken through to mid-Xintian.I in the myth. His internal energy had increased by 15 years and 5 or 6 years. Thanks to the vast Yin-Yang scripture, without a more profound internal energy technique, it was very difficult to reach this level, and Lu Hao had gradually figured out the specific function of the vast Yin-Yang scripture. After obtaining a woman's pure Yuan Yin for the first time, one could gain a lot of internal energy, but the effect was slower later. System. Continue the draw, with the same style and the same pointers spinning at high speed again. It didn't stop until Lu Hao called out to stop. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a box of sexy lace pajamas. Lu Hao? System, are you serious? Is this thing also in the draw? The prizes in the draw cover everything. There are all kinds of things, and even thank you for your patronage exists. After the system's voice came out, Lu Hao was speechless again. Continue the draw. Lu Hao didn't believe it, with his luck. Could he really be so unlucky as to draw thank you for your patronage? At Lu Hao's call to stop, the pointer slowly turned until, congratulations, host, for obtaining a box of silk stockings of various types and colors. Lu Hao, he was really speechless. Was the system giving prizes according to his preferences? Lu Hao couldn't help but pout. Fine. Anyway, it will come in handy in the future. This is an essential thing. How can I exchange for things in this draw? I don't believe it. I can't draw good things. The draw can only be obtained for free in system tasks. If you need to exchange for the required items, please directly exchange. Speaking of this, Lu Hao seemed to feel a hint of coquettishness in the system's voice. And the voice was a bit more feminine. It was obvious what the system meant. This draw was a free entertainment project based on chance. It was possible to draw good things, but it was also possible to draw thank you for your patronage. After hearing this, Lu Hao felt a bit disappointed. After all, when you get addicted to something and suddenly it tells you that you can't play it anymore. But thinking of Lu Ji and the other 4 in the space, wearing sexy pajamas and various silk stockings in the future, TSK. Thinking of this, Lu Hao's go to sleep. Hurry up and buy a house tomorrow to let them out. I can't bear it at all. For those of you who like it, please help the third child click on the update reminder, add it to the bookshelf, and leave a good review. Thank you very much. Early the next morning, Lu Hao casually selected a set of casual clothes. A white t-shirt was paired with light blue jeans, and he wore a pair of comfortable casual shoes on his feet, without even having breakfast. He rushed straight out of the dormitory. Hey, boss, where are you going? Zhou Xingxing's dormitory was next to Lu Hao's. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw Lu Hao dressed in casual clothes. Walking out cheerfully, Lu Hao looked back at Zhou Xingxing, a teasing smile curving at the corners of his mouth. I'm taking a long vacation these days. I'm not staying with you bunch of bachelors anymore. Damn it. Boss, you're actually so unrighteous, going out to pick up girls and having a good time all by yourself. Hearing this, Zhou Xingxing immediately rushed over and looked at him with those pitiful eyes. What do you mean by having a good time all by yourself? I'm doing it openly. Thinking of Lu Ji and the other 4, Lu Hao couldn't help but the corners of his mouth turned up. Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing showed a strange expression on his face and laughed. Boss, that smile of yours is a bit lewd. There's something good going to happen. All right, I'm very busy. I'm going to buy a house today. I'm not going to squeeze in the dormitory with you guys anymore. After saying that, Lu Hao simply waved his hand and walked out of the dormitory building. Damn it. Buying a house? Is the boss going to abandon the whole forest for a single sapling? No, he's not such a person. Zhou Xingxing muttered to himself as he watched Lu Hao's back. After walking out of the dormitory building, Lu Hao drove his low-key and ordinary Mercedes-Benz G-Class and stepped on the accelerator, shooting out hundreds of meters away in an instant. Although the air in the ancient times was fresh and the scenery was pleasant, there was no such convenient transportation and such rich entertainment there. This is what life is all about. Lu Hao drove the car comfortably, speeding like lightning on the road. Looking at the high-rise buildings around, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. After about half an hour, Lu Hao arrived at Yaosimong and headed straight for the largest real estate sales office. He had considered before where to buy a house if he had a wife. Yaosimong is quite good. It's not far from the headquarters of Estu, the West Kowloon region, and the police headquarters. Even if he is transferred somewhere else in the future, it will be convenient. Moreover, it is also a prosperous area with very convenient shopping and transportation. Most importantly, it's not very far from his parents' home. In the future, he can take his daughter-in-law home and make his mother happy. It was 9:30 in the morning, the moment when the city woke up and became lively. The high-rise buildings shone brightly under the sunlight, and the glass curtain walls reflected dazzling lights. The streets were bustling with traffic, and the vehicles shuttled through the busy traffic. The sounds of horns and engines intertwined into a vibrant city symphony. The number of pedestrians began to increase gradually. Some of them were rushing to the company in a hurry, while some were strolling leisurely on the street. Before he even got out of the car after parking, the phone in his arms rang. Lu Hao took out his phone and saw. A smile appeared on his lips again. "Hello, Mommy." Immediately, a nervous and gentle voice came from the other side of the phone. How, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Oh, I've been saying that you shouldn't be an Estu, but you just wouldn't listen. What if something happens to you? How can Mommy live? The one who called Lu Hao as his mother in this life. He, who had never felt family affection before, truly felt at this time. It's okay, Mommy. Don't worry about me. You know your son's strength. Lu Hao immediately knew that it must be Uncle Wen, whom he saved last night. Who told his parents about what happened last night. To be honest, he felt a bit nostalgic hearing his mother's voice. After all, he had stayed in the myth for several years, and it had been a long time since he saw his parents. In his previous life, he was an orphan, achieving nothing but getting into fights. But now it's different. In this life, he not only has parents but is also extremely intelligent, with an IQ of 200. He obtained a diploma from the University of Hong Kong at the age of 16. The University of Hong Kong is the most famous school in Hong Kong, having cultivated many outstanding talents. Among them, Mr. Sun is also an outstanding alumnus of the school. Originally, Lu Hao could continue his studies, take the postgraduate entrance examination, and pursue a PhD, but he didn't choose to continue campus life, which made some teachers at the University of Hong Kong sigh. Despite this, the University of Hong Kong still gave him an honorary title of associate professor. After dropping out of school, Lu Hao spent several years helping his father's company expand its scale a bit. That Uncle Wen is a business partner of his father. His family is in good condition and has watched Lu Hao grow up. When Lu Hao was 20 years old, he successfully got out of the company and was admitted to the Hong Kong Police College. After graduating with the Silver Flute Award, due to his outstanding performance, Lu Hao directly became a probationary inspector. In the following days, it was simply like he was brave and dared to fight. Solved cases extremely quickly, was promoted from a probationary inspector to a full inspector within a year, and from an inspector to a senior inspector within 2 years. He has left his mark in EU, PTU, the Major Crimes Unit, and even the current SU. If it weren't for some people not wanting him to stand out too much and be envied with his achievements, he would have been a superintendent already. This year is the 5th year since Lu Hao graduated and officially started working. With the title of a rising star in the police force, perhaps the insignia on his shoulder will change again this year. Hearing her son say this, Lu Hao's mother, Ji Lan, immediately complained again. SU is really too dangerous. Otherwise, you transfer to another department. If you're too embarrassed to say, I'll go and talk. You don't want to come back and help your daddy manage the company. Then can you at least make Mommy worry less? Lu Hao helplessly rolled his eyes. All right, I got it. We'll talk about it later. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. I'm still busy. There is something. Do you still remember Mrs. Wang, Mommy's mahjong partner? She gave me an invitation card for a cruise yesterday. I thought my dear son hasn't gone out to play for a long time, so I want you to go and relax. A cruise? Where to? Lu Hao became a bit interested. It's been a long time since he relaxed. Going out to play would be nice, and he could take Lu Ji and the others along. By the way, Lu Hao had an impression of that Mrs. Wang. She is the daughter-in-law of the shipping tycoon in Hong Kong. She's in her 40s this year and always pestering Qi Lan, who is nearly 60. To play mahjong, calling her sister all the time. It's said to be going to Japan, a cruise ship called Fuguan. See if you're interested. Maybe you can bring a daughter-in-law back for mommy. Hearing his mother's words, Lu Hao was stunned for a moment, and the first figure that came to his mind was that sexy and beautiful one. Okay, I'll go. A wicked smile appeared on Lu Hao's lips. Great. Then I'll ask Uncle Kong to send the tickets to you later. Son, come on. After saying that, Qi Lan hung up the phone directly. Lu Hao muttered to himself, Jinjin, I'm coming. Lu Hao got out of the car and walked into the real estate sales office. As soon as he entered, a saleslady greeted him. Lu Hao briefly told her about his requirements. The house had to be big, in Chinese style, and ready to move into immediately. The saleslady looked at Lu Hao, a young man. Although he looked very charming, his clothes didn't give the impression of being very rich. They were selling villas here, and the houses were all not small. But out of professional ethics, she still tried her best to help Lu Hao select. How about this one? It's 3,000 square feet. Not small. It has 6 bedrooms, a study, and an entertainment room, in Chinese style, and all the supporting facilities are complete. You can move in today. The saleslady held the tablet in her hand and showed Lu Hao the photos of the villa. Too small. Don't you have anything bigger? Lu Hao shook his head. It was really too small. 6 rooms. Wouldn't it be full soon? Once and for all, just buy an extra large villa. Oh, then how about this one? It's 5,000 square feet. Lu Hao directly interrupted her and said he wanted one that was over 10,000 square feet, big and with many rooms. The saleslady was slightly stunned. Her first thought was that this person wanted to hide a beauty in a golden house. Her eyes sparkled with gold, and she introduced to Lu Hao in a coquettish voice again. This one, 16,000 square feet. Finally, after 5 minutes, Lu Hao saw a house that he was quite satisfied with. After getting Lu Hao's confirmation, the saleslady directly led him in to visit the villa. The floor area of this villa is huge, exceeding 20,000 square feet, which is less than 3,000 square meters when converted. However, the spaciousness and comfort it presents are sufficient to evoke admiration. The moment one steps into the villa gate, a delicate lawn comes into view, with a meticulously designed garden in the center of the lawn. In the middle of the garden, a fountain stands quietly, and the water of the fountain cascades down from a high place, splashing crystal-clear water droplets and emitting pleasant sounds. In front of the villa, there are 2 large swimming pools with crystal-clear water. In addition, there are 2 spacious parking lots beside the villa, which are large enough to accommodate several vehicles. Entering the living room, one can see a mahogany-carved coffee table placed in the center of the living room. The patterns on the coffee table are delicate and elegant. There are several landscape paintings hanging on the walls, adding a touch of elegance to the overall living room. Each bedroom in the villa is equipped with an independent bathroom and cloakroom. In addition, there are multiple functional areas such as a study, a gym, and a recreation room in the villa. Generally speaking, Lu Hao is very satisfied with the decoration design of this villa. All right, just this set. Lu Hao immediately made a decision. The saleslady was extremely excited at this moment. Such a big deal had never happened to her in her many years of work. Unexpectedly, she met a handsome and wealthy young man today. And she was so happy that she almost threw herself into Lu Hao's arms. After returning to the sales office, the saleslady quickly reported this good news to the manager. This was their rule. Deals over 50 million were considered big deals and had to be notified to the leader. After the manager learned that Lu Hao wanted to buy that villa, he directly gave Lu Hao a 10% discount. After all, those who could afford such a villa were either extremely wealthy or of high status, and their developer also wanted to get to know them, with the assistance of the manager. Lu Hao directly took out a black card. The moment the manager saw the black card, his attitude became extremely humble, even more so than when dealing with his own boss, when the saleslady was swiping the card. The manager flattered Lu Hao and asked about his well-being. In just a few minutes, the saleslady walked into the VVIP office with the card and a stack of documents. Just like that. Lu Hao finally bought his own house. All right, no need to see me off. Lu Hao looked at the manager who followed him out and felt a bit impatient. This guy was too fawning, making Lu Hao feel uncomfortable. Just then, a Bentley Mulsanne slowly drove into the area in front of the sales office. The manager of the sales office's pupils constricted when he saw the car. The next second, he quickly ran to the back seat and opened the door. An elderly man with white hair got out of the car. When the manager saw the elderly man, he quickly nodded and bowed. Uncle Kong. Why did you come? If you have something to say, just let me know, and I'll visit you. The elderly man had white hair, but he was full of energy. From his every move, an expert could tell that he was a martial artist. Oh, who are you? The elderly man smiled faintly and had no impression of the flattering man in front of him. Just call me Xiao Wang. Seeing that Uncle Kong didn't recognize him, The manager quickly introduced himself without any embarrassment. He knew very well what his own status was. Oh, little Wang, hello. Although Uncle Kong was old, he still had a childlike heart. Immediately, he turned to Lu Hao, winked, and smiled mischievously. Lu Hao rolled his eyes when he saw this and then walked over lazily. Uncle Kong, why did Mom send you here? Of course, it's because she misses our young master. Our young master doesn't even know to go back and visit this old man. Alas, people get nostalgic when they get old. Uncle Kong showed a pitiful expression after hearing this. The manager Wang beside them was instantly stunned on the spot when he heard their conversation. The famous Uncle Kong actually knew this big client in front of him. And Uncle Kong called him young master? Uncle Kong ignored manager Wang and instead smiled at Lu Hao. I just happened to be out on business. When I heard Madam say she was sending something to you, I came by the way. I knew it. You old rascal are up to no good. You're not that kind-hearted. Lu Hao pursed his lips and said, Uncle Kong, a retired veteran, was a real veteran who had been to the battlefield and fought against the enemy. After being injured and retiring, his family came to Hong Kong. When they first arrived in Hong Kong, because he was too upright, he offended many people, although he still had some comrade-in-arms relationships in the mainland. At that time, Hong Kong hadn't returned yet, and it was too far away for them to help. Just when Uncle Kong was in a difficult situation, he accidentally saved Lu Hao's father, Lu Dong. The Lu family wasn't a top-notch wealthy family in Hong Kong at that time, but they still had some influence. Lu Hao's grandfather, in order to repay Uncle Kong for saving his life, helped him solve the trouble. Since then, Uncle Kong had been working as a bodyguard by Lu Hao's grandfather's side. A few years after Lu Hao was born, Lu Hao's grandfather also passed away due to illness. Uncle Kong had been by Lu Dong's side ever since and had become the respected Uncle Kong who everyone looked up to. Young master talks to this old man like this. This old man is really heartbroken. Here, the invitation card. Hurry up, the boat will set sail at noon today, and there's less than an hour left. Uncle Kong smiled faintly, then took out the cruise invitation card from his bosom and looked at his watch. Lu Hao exclaimed, What? It set sail at noon. Uncle Kong, I have to go first. Tell Mom that I'll definitely bring back several daughters-in-law for her. After seeing Lu Hao drive away, Uncle Kong sighed slightly. Alas, the young master has grown up and is no longer the little boy who used to follow me around and pester me to learn military fist. After saying that, Uncle Kong shook his head and was about to get in the car. Before getting in the car, he looked curiously at Manager Wang who was standing there in a daze and asked, What was my young master doing here? Manager Wang, hearing this, replied to Uncle Kong tremblingly, Buying a house. Oh, buying a house. Does that mean he's really going to bring a daughter-in-law back to the master and madam? Good. Very good. In today's young people's words, even a playboy is finally going to settle down? This old man is really looking forward to it. The scene changed. Lu Hao drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class like a wild horse running loose. In less than half an hour, his car had stopped steadily outside the port. After parking the car, Lu Hao quickly ran towards the port. As soon as he entered the port, all kinds of yachts and ships came into view. They were neatly docked by the shore. There were people coming and going in the port, including busy workers, leisurely tourists, and ships loading and unloading goods. Lu Hao quickly shuttled through the crowd. His eyes searched among the numerous ships, looking for the one he had been longing for. Ouch! There were so many people in the port that Lu Hao accidentally bumped into a tall woman. The woman's body became unbalanced after being bumped by Lu Hao and she staggered and was about to fall. Lu Hao quickly reached out and supported her waist to prevent her from falling. Miss, sorry, are you okay? Only then did he see clearly that the woman was a buxom beauty. Her appearance was above average. But her figure was extremely outstanding, especially her proud bust, which was like two small hills, making her stand out in the crowd. Lu Hao quickly averted his gaze and said with a hint of apology in his voice, Miss. Just as Lu Hao was staring at the woman was also staring at him. The woman was completely smitten by Lu Hao's looks and charm. Oh, I'm fine. Thank you. She smiled faintly and then said coquettishly. Just as Lu Hao nodded and was about to turn around and leave, a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses walked towards them from the opposite side. This beautiful woman had a graceful figure, and every curve was perfectly harmonious. Her figure was curvy, her waist was slender, and her chest was. She was wearing a black short skirt, and the hem just right showed off her beautiful legs, which looked extremely long and slender. The matching black stockings added a touch of mystery and charm to her sexuality, making her legs look even more. Lu Hao swallowed his saliva when he saw this. The beautiful woman walking towards him was the sexy goddess, wasn't she? Picture. And while Lu Hao was admiring Yazi's beauty, the buxom beauty whom he had accidentally bumped into also noticed Yazi's arrival. A surprised expression appeared on her face, and she quickly walked up to Yazi in small steps. Yazi, I finally found you, the buxom beauty said coquettishly, her voice full of, and there are so many people here. I almost got lost. I'm just a delicate little girl. You have to protect me. The buxom beauty then looked at Lu Hao and winked at him charmingly. Lu Hao was into appearances. He wasn't very interested just in a good figure. Instead, his eyes were constantly fixed on Yazi beside her. Yazi was Lu Hao's colleague, but Lu Hao didn't know which department she was from. This time she was also going to the Fuguan. However, she wasn't going for fun. She got on the ship to work. Lu Hao then remembered that the buxom beauty beside Yazi was her little follower, the one who seemingly had no name throughout the whole drama. Yazi had seen the figure of her friend just now, but unexpectedly saw a familiar yet strange person, so she quickly walked towards them. Hello, I'm Yazi, and this is my friend, Bai Jia. Made up. We can't just leave her without a name all the time. Yazi stood in front of Lu Hao and gracefully extended her right hand. Lu Hao smiled faintly and shook hands with her, introducing himself briefly. Nice to meet the two beautiful ladies. I wonder if the two beautiful ladies are also going to the Fuguan. Bai Jia beside Yazi nodded in surprise. Yes, are you too? Her eyes shone with a golden light as if seeing an ultimate goal. That's great. I was originally worried that this trip would be unbearably boring. Lu Hao's lips curved into a smile and he said softly. His words made the two of them a bit shy. And their cheeks involuntarily flushed. Lu Hao looked at the watch on his wrist. Let's go. The time is almost up. If we don't leave, we'll miss this trip. Saying that, he unhesitatingly took the suitcases from the two of them and walked forward with steady steps like a gentleman. The two of them didn't know why they just gave him the suitcases out of the blue. Bai Jia held Yazi's arm and whispered as they walked. This one is mine. Don't fight with me or we won't even be sisters. Yazi looked at Lu Hao's back, with a complex look in her eyes. Stop dreaming. A guy like him isn't someone you can subdue. Bai Jia was slightly stunned when she heard that. You know him? Yazi nodded. Yes, Lu Hao, the current commander of Team A of the Flying Tigers. He's extremely powerful and has solved countless cases. He has the title of a rising star in the police world. His family background is unknown. Bai Jia listened as Yazi suddenly spouted out a series of information about Lu Hao. Her eyes widened slightly and an exaggerated and surprised expression appeared on her face. She turned her head and looked directly at Yazi. How do you know so much? Yazi's expression became a bit unnatural when asked like this. She forced a smile, trying to hide something, and then explained. I'm also a police officer, and I've heard some things about him. Really? There was a hint of teasing and mockery in Bai Jia's voice. I don't think you know him just because you're a police officer. Could it be that someone has a crush and secretly investigated him? Yazi's face immediately turned red when asked like this, and she quickly changed the topic. Hurry up and go. If we don't leave, we'll fall behind, and then your bonus will be gone. Bai Jia had a strange smile on her face when she heard what her little sister said. Oh, I see. So there really is someone with a crush. TSK. Lu Hao, who was pushing the suitcase in front, heard their conversation. Although they were a few meters apart and their voices were low, his sharp ears still heard it. However, what Lu Hao didn't expect was that Yazi actually had a crush on him. The three of them quickly boarded the Fuguan. The Fuguan was really a huge cruise ship, with several floors up and down, like a mobile fortress, offering a complete range of entertainment, truly having everything. The three of them first went back to their rooms according to the room numbers on the invitation cards to tidy up, and then agreed to have dinner later and go swimming after that. Lu Hao came in a hurry and didn't bring anything. Fortunately, there were things like shorts and swim trunks for sale here. Otherwise, he would have become a naked hunk. Hi, Lu Hao. As soon as Lu Hao entered the restaurant, he heard someone calling him. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Bai Jia waving at him constantly, while Yazi was sitting at a table looking unnatural. The two of them had changed into a swimsuit at this time, and their nearly perfect figures were better shown. Lu Hao smiled faintly and walked towards the two of them. You're quite fast. I originally thought you'd be later than me to the restaurant. Lu Hao wasn't polite and directly sat down in the seat beside Yazi. Well, it might be a bit more cumbersome to put on makeup and get dressed when going out usually. But we're going swimming after dinner later, so we came after changing our clothes. Why didn't you change? Bai Jia asked with a carefree smile. I didn't bring my luggage. I'll go buy a set later. Let's order something to eat first. I didn't have breakfast and I'm a bit hungry, Lu Hao said and got up and walked towards the bar. Bai Jia took the opportunity to wink at Yazi, who was a bit coy beside her. I've given you the chance. You have to seize it well. Yazi knew what her sister meant, and at this moment looked at Lu Hao's back with a bit of expectation and nervousness. Soon, Lu Hao finished ordering the food. The service here was also very efficient. Just as he sat back at the table and chatted with the others for a few words, several waiters filled the table in front of them with sumptuous food. Oh my god, so much. There are only 3 of us, and we can't finish all this food. Bai Jia covered her small mouth and exclaimed on the small table that was not big but had a lot of things. There were 3 Australian lobsters, tomahawk steaks, foie gras, caviar, spaghetti, and even a few baskets of steamed buns. A lot, not much. I can eat quite a lot. Two beautiful ladies, please. Lu Hao smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. The two of them didn't hesitate and began to enjoy the delicious food. After all, with their salaries, it might take a month's worth of salary to eat this sumptuous meal. Lu Hao saw that the two of them started eating, and his hungry stomach couldn't take it anymore. He directly cut off a large piece of the tomahawk steak and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. The three of them ate with gusto and chatted while eating. Soon half an hour passed. Bai Jie looked at Lu Hao's eating manner and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Most of these things had almost all gone into Lu Hao's stomach. It was really hard to believe that one person could eat the amount of 3 people. Just as Lu Hao was about to say something after finishing eating, some noisy voices came over. They saw a man in white running towards them quickly, and there were some crew members chasing after him quickly behind him. Meng Bo. Yazi frowned slightly when she saw the person coming and gently parted her red lips. He looks so much like a colleague of mine. Lu Hao asked knowingly. This guy is a private detective. Nothing good happens where he appears. Yazi looked at Meng Bo running towards them and pursed her lips. Sure enough, Meng Bo couldn't move when he reached their table. His eyes were always fixed on the remaining meat of the tomahawk steak in front of Lu Hao. You want to eat it? Here you go. Lu Hao saw Meng Bo's greedy look and could almost drool. He held back his laughter and handed the plate in front of him. But it was just this moment of distraction for Meng Bo that the crew members behind him immediately surrounded him. Sir, please don't make things difficult for us. Please come with us. A crew member stepped forward and looked at Meng Bo cautiously. What did this gentleman do? Do you have to chase him like this? Lu Hao looked at the crew member and asked knowingly. Sir, madam, it's not that we want to make things difficult for this gentleman. It's that this gentleman sneaked into the Fuguan without an invitation card. The passengers on the Fuguan are all either rich or noble. We're doing this to ensure the safety of the passengers, the crew member explained when he saw Lu Hao was so curious. After all, the people who could come here were not the ones they could afford to offend. Just an invitation card. I'll pay for his ticket. Don't make things difficult for him. Lu Hao was very generous, which increased his likability in the eyes of Yazi and Bai Jie. Meng Bo also looked at the young man in front of him with great interest. Sir, it's not about the money. We're afraid this gentleman might have some improper behavior and pose a danger to the Fuguan. I'm a police officer. I'll keep an eye on him. I'll be responsible if anything happens. Lu Hao directly took out a work permit from his bosom, stood up, placed it in front of the crew member and paused for a moment. The crew member was stunned when he saw the work permit. It read words such as flying tigers, senior inspector, etc. The crew member couldn't help but admire Lu Hao a bit. Sir, I can't make the decision on this. I need to ask the captain for instructions. After Lu Hao nodded, the crew member took out the walkie-talkie and went to the side to start communicating with the captain. Seeing Lu Hao reveal his identity, Meng Bo clearly intended to help him, so he wasn't constrained either. He directly took a stool from the table on the other side and plopped down beside Lu Hao. He still held the steak from just now and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing greedily. He was truly starving. Since last night until now, he had hardly eaten anything. He was so hungry that he felt dizzy and wanted to eat anything he saw. After wolfing down a few mouthfuls of food, he felt somewhat relieved. He quickly smiled at Lu Hao and said, Thanks, these people are really making a fuss over nothing. I wanted to buy a ticket later, but they wouldn't let me. Bai Jie, who was beside him, looked at Meng Bo's nonchalant appearance and said, Buying a ticket after getting on the ship. What's the difference between this and rape? Before Meng Bo could open his mouth to refute, the same crew member came to their table again. The captain said that he also asked you to take good care of this gentleman. If anything unexpected happens, he can't take the responsibility. Don't worry. If there's a problem, I'll personally explain it to Mr. Zhao. After hearing this, the crew member was slightly stunned, then bowed slightly to Lu Hao and left with the other crew members, because this young man knew who the real owner of this cruise ship was. He guessed that his background was also extraordinary. After seeing the crew members leave, Meng Bo heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Bai Jie, he showed his big white teeth and argued, Beauty, you can't talk like that. Buying a ticket after getting on the vehicle is at most a moral issue, while rape is a flaw in personality and belongs to a psychological problem. Bai Jie looked at Meng Bo with great interest and joked. Oh, so you have a moral problem? Her words made Lu Hao and Yuzi laugh. Meng Bo knew he was in the wrong and didn't bother arguing with her at the moment. Instead, he continued to clean up the leftovers on the table. Let me ask you a question. You look very much like one of my colleagues. Do you know Chen Guorong? Lu Hao slightly narrowed his eyes and sized Meng Bo up and down. Except for a slight age difference between the two, the similarity was simply up to 90. They both had big noses, big eyes, and thick lips. Oh, Inspector, you know my cousin. Meng Bo didn't stop the movement in his hands. Instead, he continued to put the steamed buns into his mouth and mumbled, looking at Lu Hao. Yes. I stayed in the same department as Inspector Chen for a while. It's been about 2 years since we last saw each other. How's Inspector Chen recently? Lu Hao explained with a slight smile. Back then, he had stayed in the Eastern District Major Crimes Unit for a while. At that time, he had just been promoted to inspector not long ago. While Chen Guorong was an established inspector, we generally don't keep in touch, but I heard that he seems to be getting married soon. After finishing the last steam bun, Meng Bo shook his head reluctantly. Oh, getting married soon. A glint of light flashed in Lu Hao's eyes, and a masked figure appeared in his mind. Well, thank you for the hospitality, although I'm not full and it's all leftovers for me. It's a life-saving grace. I'll repay you later if I get the chance. I still have to find someone. After saying that, Meng Bo stood up and disappeared in a flash. This guy is a troublemaker everywhere. After Meng Bo left, Yi sighed. Maybe she associated it with some of her own tasks and was afraid that Meng Bo would mess things up. All right, after we finish eating, let's go swimming. It'll just help with digestion. At Lu Hao's suggestion, the three of them came to the floor where the pool was. It was bustling with noise and excitement here. The water in the pool was splashing everywhere. Some were playing and frolicking in it, and some were chatting on the sun loungers by the pool. You guys go swimming first. I'll come later. Lu Hao pointed to a counter not far away. I have to go buy a swimsuit, otherwise I'll be taken advantage of. After saying that, he smiled and shrugged, then walked towards the counter. When he came back again, he was bare-chested and wearing a pair of swim trunks. His chest muscles were strong and powerful, and his 8-pack abs were as distinct as if carved by a knife. This appearance immediately attracted the attention of many women around. Wow, Lu Hao, you're actually a hidden muscular man. Bai Jia stood up from the sun lounger and looked at Lu Hao in surprise. She couldn't help but step forward and gently press on Lu Hao's chest muscles with her hand. This feels really good. I didn't expect you to have so much going on. Seeing her little sister acting like a fangirl, Yuzi quickly coughed twice. Only then did Bai Jia stick out her tongue and return to the sun lounger. Lu Hao didn't pay too much attention to Bai Jia's teasing. Instead, he came to Yuzi's side, gracefully bent down, and made an inviting gesture to Yuzi. This beautiful lady, the water in this pool is rippling and the scenery is. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to swim together. Yuzi's little face instantly turned red. She gently nodded, then stretched out her slender and soft hand and gently placed it in Lu Hao's. Lu Hao felt the warmth in Yuzi's palm, and a warm current couldn't help surging in his heart. He smiled and held Yuzi's hand, and the two walked towards the edge of the pool together. Bai Jia pouted her lips beside them and muttered, Alas, when will my Mr. Right come? Under Lu Hao's guidance, Yuzi and he entered the pool, gradually relaxed their minds, and began to enjoy this rare pool time. Temporarily forgetting about this mission, they swam in the water, sometimes playing and fooling around, and the relationship between the two deepened further. After about half an hour, Yuzi's strength was a bit exhausted. So she and Lu Hao returned to the shore. Bai Jia was still lying on the sun lounger, looking at the passing crowd, her eyes darting back and forth. Yo, you two lovebirds are back? Poor me, waiting here alone for my Prince Charming. After seeing the two come ashore, Bai Jia immediately joked in a sarcastic tone. What are you talking about? Yuzi immediately rushed up and started fooling around with her. At this time, a quarrel came from not far away from them, making the two stop. Lu Hao fixed his eyes and saw a familiar figure being blocked by two foreign men. I'll go and take a look. After saying this to the two of them, Lu Hao strode over. Gentlemen, this is China. Please behave yourselves. Lu Hao directly blocked in front of the woman. He confronted the two foreign men head-on at close range. It wasn't that he was being nosy, but because the woman behind him was Xinxian, Huixiang, who was known as peerlessly beautiful and the most beautiful Xiaochuan. How could he not see such a great opportunity to show off? As for Meng Bo, the guardian of this Huixiang, he didn't know where he had gone to feast his eyes on some thighs after being full and satisfied. One of the foreigners wanted to strike when he saw Lu Hao acting like a hero, but was stopped by the other. The golden-haired, big-nosed foreigner who wanted to strike snorted coldly at Lu Hao and then turned around and left. Thank you for helping me out of trouble. After the people left, Huixiang expressed her gratitude to Lu Hao. A sweet smile bloomed on her face. You're welcome. My name is Lu Hao. Nice to meet you. Lu Hao replied with a smile. Huixiang was in her early 20s now. Her youthfulness and maturity intertwined, forming a unique charm. She was wearing a slightly conservative swimsuit. The style was simple yet elegant, just right to show off her curvy figure. Huixiang's skin was as fair as jade. Her long hair was casually scattered on her shoulders, soft and shiny, gently fluttering with her movements. She barefooted on the tiles by the pool, and each toe was crystal clear, making people couldn't help but take a few more glances. Picture, just when Lu Hao was about to say something else, their conversation was interrupted by a person. Cousin, are you okay? Those two foreigners are really despicable. I'll protect you well. A man just climbed out of the pool. Obviously, he had been thrown into the pool just now. Hey, who are you? I'm her cousin. Don't strike up a conversation with my cousin randomly. Cousin, let's go. There's no good person here. Humph, stinky man. Thank you, family members, for helping to click and urge updates. Add it to the bookshelf. A 5-star review would be even better. Hui Xiong's cousin spoke in a rather feminine way. He glanced at Lu Hao and then directly dragged Hui Xiong away. Sorry, then we'll leave first. Hui Xiong cast an apologetic look at Lu Hao and was then dragged away. As Hui Xiong's cousin walked, he kept saying, "These stinky men, cousin, you should stay away from them. Unlike your cousin here, I am handsome, gentle and refined, and smell good all over." He showed no sign of stopping, and Hui Xiong obviously didn't want to pay attention to this cousin. She quickened her pace and walked forward, while the cousin behind her chased after her persistently. Hey, cousin, listen to me finish. Lu Hao watched the receding figures of the two with a slight upward curl of his lips. Even if I hadn't shown up, it wouldn't have been your turn. Poor guy, a licking dog, licks until the end and has nothing. Oh, I didn't realize our officer Lu could be a hero saving the beauty. After Lu Hao returned to Yaz and the others. Bai Jia teased again. That's right. Who made me a policeman? My sense of justice is off the charts. Lu Hao spread his hands and lied brazenly as he lay on a deck chair beside Yaz. Just like this, the afternoon quickly passed in the idle chatter of several people. During this period, Lu Hao took them to visit many interesting places on the Fuguan, and this Bai Jia, who was fair and buxom, kept her eyes on handsome men all the time. Unfortunately, she didn't find the right one for herself throughout the whole afternoon. Some were handsome but had no money, while others were rich but not handsome. Alas, women. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded in the sky, and night slowly fell. This time, the cruise ship had already sailed out of territorial waters. The brightly lit outline of the cruise ship was very eye-catching in the night. The sea breeze carried the smell of seawater and was especially cool at night. Lu Hao invited the two of them to dinner again. Originally, Yaz wanted to refuse, but Bai Jia pulled her aside and said something to persuade her. The three of them had dinner in the restaurant, enjoying the sea breeze and chatting and laughing very comfortably. Yaz was thin and ate little. After eating a little of the fatty tuna, she stopped, and the smile quickly disappeared from her face, replaced by a solemn expression. Officer Lu, I need your help. Formally introduce, Chioya, codenamed Yaz, belonging to the CIB. This time I came to the Fuguan because I received an intelligence that there might be terrorists sneaking onto this cruise ship. Through my observation during the day, several foreigners might be members of the terrorists, but I'm not 100% sure. If there are really terrorists on the ship, they might implement their plan tonight. I'm not sure about their exact number. So I need your help. Yes. Yaz really went all out this time and even got me here. You, the commander of the Flying Tigers, if we don't use a big shot like you, wouldn't that be a waste? Bai Jia also whispered to help Yaz beside her, for fear that Lu Hao wouldn't agree. Lu Hao of course wouldn't refuse. Continuing to enjoy the food, he said lightly, I can tell you're a colleague. But I didn't expect you to be a member of the CIB. Does the CIB produce many beautiful women? If I had known, I would have transferred to the CIB. Lu Hao's witty words made the two of them laugh. Officer Lu, we in the CIB always welcome your arrival, but for now, we still have to deal with this matter first. Yaz smiled gently and said softly while looking at Lu Hao. No problem. But I don't have a weapon. What's in your box should be weapons, right? It's not light. I originally thought you were from the CDRU. Unexpectedly, you're from the CIB. Hearing Lu Hao's words, Yaz was stunned for a moment. And then a smile appeared on her pretty face. Officer Lu, the two of us. No need. I'm enough on my own. How can I let a woman do this rough job with a man around? After Lu Hao finished the last bite of food, he wiped his hands, looking very calm. What? You alone? Officer Lu, although I admit you're very powerful, these are international terrorists and the number is unknown. This is too rash. Has immediately retorted after hearing this. First take me to get the weapons, and then we'll discuss it later. Lu Hao didn't say much. It's normal for others to suspect you're bragging. Then show it to them. Wouldn't it be better to let this sexy goddess throw herself into your arms? Led by Yaz and Bai Jia, the two came to their cabin. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Hao smelled a faint fragrance, and then the first thing he saw were several kinds of underwear, stockings and high heels on the bed. Fortunately, Lu Hao, who had seen the big world, had some immunity at this time. Otherwise, TSK. This, Yaz and Bai Jia only then realized that they didn't put away their clothes in time after changing just now, and now Lu Hao had a full view. Ahem, we're all adults. Let's take out the guns first. After saying that, a mischievous smile appeared on Lu Hao's face. Yaz and Bai Jia quickly put away the intimate clothes on the bed, and then Yaz opened another suitcase. Good heavens, anyone who didn't know would think you're the real terrorist. You even have more guns than I do. Lu Hao couldn't help joking when he saw this suitcase full of weapons. Do you carry a gun with you? Are you also here on a mission? Yaz looked at him suspiciously, raising her eyebrows. No, I'm here just for fun. The gun I mentioned is something every male compatriot has. After hearing this, Yaz's face turned red, and she spat at Lu Hao, slick-tongued. Who knew that the smile on Lu Hao's face became even brighter? How do you know I'm slick-tongued? Have you tasted it? Seeing the somewhat confused expressions of the two of them, Lu Hao immediately burst out laughing. Hearing Lu Hao's words, Bai Jie was a little speechless and rolled her eyes at Lu Hao. Men are really all the same. Even though they are at different levels and in different occupations, Lu Hao shrugged indifferently and remained silent. Then the few of them simply discussed the plan and decided to split up. Lu Hao would go to the cabins on the upper and lower floors to look for any suspicious people, and Yaz and Bai Jie would go to the entertainment hall they hadn't been to just now. Lu Hao only took a Glock 18, 2 magazines, and together with the magazine and the gun, there were a total of 3 magazines with 51 rounds of ammunition, which was more than enough for him. He was originally a sharpshooter, and now with the blessing of internal strength, he could hit wherever he aimed, and it was as easy as raising his hand, and Yaz chose a portable pistol for women. The DB-380, which is a smaller version of the Glock and is very small and convenient to carry. All right, it's settled. Start the operation according to the plan, but you two be careful and don't get hurt. Otherwise, I'll feel bad. Lu Hao ducked the gun behind his swim trunks, stroked Yaz's little head and smiled knowingly before walking out of the cabin. Yaz, this is a diamond bachelor, according to my experience. He must be very rich. 2 meals cost us 2 or 3 months' salary. Young, rich, and a senior inspector. God, if you weren't my friend, I would definitely make a move. Yaz's little face blushed, and she coquettishly said to Bai Jie, just now you said men are all the same. What's wrong? Can't hold back when you see a handsome and rich man? Yes, that's because men are all the same. So of course we have to choose one who is both handsome and rich. Dividing line, Lu Hao returned to his cabin, changed his clothes, and then went out with 2 guns. According to the timeline, if there were no accidents, there would be accidents. He first came to the deck and saw a figure in white being taken away by a figure. The next second he knew who this woman was, Imamura Kyoko, the daughter of a wealthy businessman in Japan, the target that Meng Bo was looking for. Imamura Kyoko found that there were terrorists on the ship. After getting rid of the pursuit of a terrorist, she immediately thought of asking for help and unexpectedly met a chief mate. The chief mate told her to take her to see the captain. Just like this, a little lamb slowly walked into the hunter's trap. Lu Hao followed the 2 of them all the way until they came to a maintenance warehouse at the bottom of a cruise ship cabin. At this time, the chief mate who brought Imamura Kyoko here finally revealed his true face and took out a gun from his bosom and pointed it at Imamura Kyoko. I'm also a member of the terrorists. Thank you, little girl. Imamura Kyoko's eyes widened in horror, her heart pounding. She never imagined that she would be so unlucky to encounter a terrorist as the first person. With a bang gunshot, it was the chief mate who fell to the ground. His body trembled and then slowly dropped. Those cold eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. Immediately afterwards, a figure emerged from the darkness. Lu Hao stepped forward, looked at the chief mate's body and spat. Villains die from too much talk. Imamura Kyoko looked at Lu Hao, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She felt both fortunate and terrified. Fortunate to have escaped a disaster, terrified of this suddenly emerged person. She asked in a trembling voice. Who are you? Don't be afraid. He's a policeman. A voice came, and a figure walked out from the corner and came to the 2 of them. Meng Bo, is that you? Imamura Kyoko met someone she knew and finally showed a smile on her face. Meng Bo was entrusted by Imamura Kyoko's father to take back this rebellious little girl. Who would have thought that just after Meng Bo found her, this little girl used a stratagem to escape? When Meng Bo arrived at the Fortune Maru, he originally just wanted to find Yue Xiang, because Yue Xiang misunderstood him about some things in certain aspects. As a result, by accident, he didn't find Yue Xiang but encountered his mission target on the Fortune Maru. Here, Lu Hao gently kicked the pistol that had fallen beside the chief mate's body. The pistol traced an elegant arc in the air and then accurately fell into the outstretched hand of Meng Bo. At the same time, 5 or 6 terrorists in red clothing quickly ran towards them from another passage. Just as Meng Bo was about to fire, Lu Hao spoke first. You take her and go first. Go up and control the cruise ship to turn around and head back to Hong Kong Island. Lu Hao said and then fired 2 shots at several terrorists, hitting them in the head with each shot. Hearing this, Meng Bo didn't hesitate at all. That he tightly held the pistol in his hand, grabbed Imamura Kyoko beside him, and turned around and ran frantically towards the cruise ship's control room. The remaining terrorists were intimidated by Lu Hao's precise marksmanship and quickly found cover to start dodging. At the same time, they used the submachine guns in their hands to fire wildly at Lu Hao. However, their guns were all aimed at the air and didn't aim at the target. Lu Hao is now under the blessing of the indestructible divine skill and wasn't afraid of even bombs, let alone mere bullets, if it was a Barrett heavy sniper or an RPG with great lethality. It might cause a little harm to Lu Hao, but with just the weapons in their hands, Lu Hao simply didn't take them to heart, without even using his indestructible divine skill. He quickly moved towards the directions where they were scattered and dodging with rapid steps. Another few crisp gunshots rang out. Lu Hao's movements were like flowing clouds and flowing water, easily taking down 3 people. This time, there was only a bald big man left among the terrorists. He was so scared that his wits were gone. His eyes were full of horror and despair, and he even lost the courage to fire back and fight. He just ran quickly in a certain escape direction. But how could Lu Hao give him this chance? Before he could take a few steps, his steps were interrupted by a gunshot. The big bald man's calf was instantly pierced by a bullet. Along with the penetration of the bullet, a painful howl immediately sounded, echoing in the empty passage. The bald big man fell painfully to the ground, with sweat and tears intertwined. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Clearly, it was a cruise ship for vacation. How could there be such a terrifying guy? The corner of Lu Hao's mouth twitched slightly upwards. He walked forward unhurriedly, stepping on his injured calf with his foot. Say, how many of you are there left? The bald big man replied stammeringly in a trembling voice. There are still dozens. Lu Hao scoffed at this ambiguous answer and continued to ask, where are they now? At first, the bald big man stammered, but Lu Hao applied a little force on the foot stepping on his calf. The excruciating pain swept through the bald big man's whole body again. He quickly described their positions loudly and then pleaded, please let me go. Dream on. Lu Hao snorted coldly and directly raised his hand and fired a shot, sending him away directly. The scene changed. Meng Bo and Imamura Kyoko quickly arrived at the cruise ship control room. When Meng Bo entered with a gun in his hand, he startled the captain and some crew members. They thought they were kidnappers. Don't be afraid. I'm a private detective. There is a group of terrorists on this cruise ship now. We need to turn the ship around to seek rescue. Seeing these people looking blank, Meng Bo quickly started to explain. But with a gun in his hand, it was hard for people to believe what he said. This time, Kyoko beside him stepped forward. What he said is true. The chief mate is also one of the terrorists. But now he's dead. Hurry up and turn the ship around. When we get back to the waters of Hong Kong Island, we can call for support. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Seeing what this little girl said was so realistic. The captain hesitated for a moment. What if there were really terrorists on the ship? Any danger that occurred would be terrifying. But what if these two were liars? Then delaying these people from going out for would mean the end of his career. Just as the captain was hesitating, some chaotic footsteps quickly approached the control room. Meng Bo had a brainwave and then hid on the hidden side of the console. Sure enough, just as he hid, 3 terrorists walked into the control room. Don't move. We're going to control this ship. Be sensible. Before this person could finish speaking, Meng Bo raised his hand and fired several shots. He directly killed the 3 people. Influenced by Chen Guorong and being a private detective himself, Meng Bo's marksmanship was passable. Moreover, he launched a surprise attack and directly sent the 3 terrorists to meet their god. Now do you believe it? Kyoko woke up from the panic and shouted loudly at the captain. The captain no longer hesitated and immediately ordered the crew. Immediately turn the ship around and at the same time call the Hong Kong Island police to seek support. On the other side, following the position given by that big bald man, Lu Hao really found some terrorists in the same red clothing. He started to clean them up one by one. Slowly, he had cleared all the terrorists at the several positions described by the bald man. In total, including that bald man and those others, 38 terrorists all fell under Lu Hao's gun. Now there was only that entertainment area left. He hoped they hadn't started yet. Lu Hao said, changed a magazine, and quickly ran towards that floor of the entertainment area. At this time, in the entertainment area, the lights were flashing and the music was exciting. The passengers swayed their bodies to the rhythm, or danced heartily on the dance floor, with carefree smiles on their faces. However, at this very moment, a sharp and ear-piercing gunshot suddenly came from the air. A man singing on the stage was shot dead. Immediately afterwards, screams, shouts, and running sounds came one after another. The passengers' faces were filled with horror and helplessness. They all scattered in all directions, but no matter which corner they ran from, they were blocked by some terrorists with guns. As soon as those terrorists came out, they held their guns and fired a volley into the air. The purpose was obvious, which was to intimidate them and drive them to one place. Yazzie, there are really terrorists. What should we do? At this time, this woman by Jie squatted together with Yazzie. She had watched too many cop movies, but being truly in the situation scared her so much that her whole body trembled. She even regretted agreeing to come here with her. Don't panic. You'll be fine. Just play it by ear. I hope everything goes smoothly with Inspector Lu. Obviously, Yazzie wasn't as flustered as Bai Jie. Instead, She looked at the number of terrorists and their weapon configurations. Surrounded by more than 20 terrorists, all the passengers involuntarily squatted down and covered their heads with their hands, as if they were the criminals. These people were all money in the eyes of the terrorists. So they wouldn't easily kill them. Of course, if someone insisted on courting death, they wouldn't be polite. At this time, a big-nosed foreigner in a suit, seemingly gentle and wearing glasses, walked into the middle of the dance floor and spoke into the microphone. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is McDonald. I hope everyone won't resist. We're just here for money. If you cooperate with us, you'll all survive well. I have a list in my hand. Whoever I call out will come forward. Just as he was giving a speech in the middle of the dance floor, no one noticed that a figure brandishing a dagger began a throat-slitting operation. These terrorists were extremely scattered, and one person had to guard several, or even a dozen people. This situation provided an opportunity for Lu Hao to sneak in. Lu Hao took the dagger he had swiped from a terrorist and started quickly dispatching them one by one. Those tourists were all terrified out of their wits, with their heads down, not noticing that the terrorists behind them were dying at an extremely fast pace. All right, now everyone please put your mobile phones, jewelry, and other personal belongings into the bag held by the person in red. Thank you for your cooperation. After McDonald finished speaking, he looked up and smiled slightly, but the next second his smile froze. Because only a dozen of his original 20-odd subordinates were now standing there. Even more ridiculously, there was a person secretly attacking their people mercilessly, and no one was aware of it. Who are you? Get rid of him for me. McDonald immediately roared. Only then did the remaining few terrorists react and turn around to look. However, what greeted them was a hail of bullets. Seeing that he had been exposed, Lu Hao quickly drew out his Glock 18 from his waist and fired rapidly at several nearby terrorists. Each bullet accurately hit their heads. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 terrorists fell to the ground, and the air was instantly filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. All the tourists had no idea what was going on and started screaming in panic, covering their heads. McDonald on the stage was so angry that he was boiling with rage. He quickly took out his walkie-talkie from his bosom and started calling for help. Everyone, immediately go to the entertainment venue. Hey, did you hear me? But no matter how much he shouted, there was no response from the other end of the walkie-talkie. In a fit of anger, he threw the walkie-talkie in his hand away, drew out his service pistol from his waist, and started shooting at Lu Hao with 2 strong men beside him. These 2 strong men were the ones who had tried to molest Yue Xiong during the day. At this time, Yue Xiong also saw Lu Hao's extremely heroic figure, instead of shouting like the others. She quietly moved towards a terrorist, seemingly wanting to help. Meanwhile, after seeing Lu Hao showing his prowess, Yazzie immediately took out a pocket pistol from a hidden place and started shooting at McDonald and the other 2. The scene suddenly descended into chaos. Lu Hao and Yazzie exchanged gunfire with several terrorists, and the tourists present were shouting and crying, trying to leave this trouble spot. However, their movements made Lu Hao's line of sight extremely blurred. Immediately, he shouted at the top of his voice, Hong Kong Island Police, everyone, get down. Lu Hao's voice was extremely loud, even drowning out the noisy gunshots around. This command was quite effective, and most people immediately got down on the ground. This restored Lu Hao's field of vision once again. He remained calm and decisive, emptied the magazine at the remaining terrorists, and his amazing marksmanship sent them all to meet their maker one by one. At this time, Lu Hao had run out of bullets, and only McDonald was left, firing wildly at the where Lu Hao was hiding. There was madness and hatred in McDonald's eyes. He kept shooting, trying to kill Lu Hao. Lu Hao leaped out from behind and the gun in his hand flew out, hitting McDonald hard on the head. Bang! With a dull thud, McDonald's head was severely struck by the pistol, and he immediately lost his balance and fainted to the ground. At the same time, there was the sound of broken glass from the entertainment venue, and figures in black combat uniforms rushed in, shouting loudly, "SDU, stop resisting." That's right, it was the Flying Tigers that Meng Bo had called for help in time. But when these Flying Tigers rushed in, they were all stunned. The tourists were lying on the ground, extremely flustered, and there were also corpses in red clothes beside them. Only Lu Hao and Yazzie were standing in the whole area. Don't shoot. We're on our side. The leading SDU member immediately gave an order when he saw Lu Hao. In fact, even if he hadn't said so, the team members behind him would have known. They weren't blind. As members of the same SDU, especially the captain of Team A, they naturally recognized Lu Hao as well. Inspector Lu, didn't expect to see you here. Looks like we worried for nothing. The leading SDU member came up to Lu Hao, with a hint of helplessness and relief in his eyes. Inspector Jean, didn't expect you to lead the team yourself. Lu Hao recognized the person coming immediately and joked, Jean Hantao, the captain and commander of Team B. With such a big incident happening, how could I stay behind? If it weren't for you taking a long vacation, this mission wouldn't have fallen to our team B. Who would have thought? We still came for nothing. There was a lot of helplessness in Zhang Hantao's tone. Lu Hao's personal strength combined with the close cooperation of Team A members made them undoubtedly the most elite in the entire Flying Tigers. Lu Hao smiled faintly and didn't know what to say. He walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Leave the rest to you to handle. Get a break and still run into this kind of thing. Zhang Hantao nodded. Leave it to us. The cruise ship will be back at the port in a few hours. You can take a rest first. Lu Hao nodded and then turned to walk slowly towards Yazi. How are you? Are you hurt? No at this time. Yazi's face was full of admiration, almost throwing herself into his arms on the spot. What do you mean no? Yazi is injured, seriously injured. You should quickly take her to get checked and receive treatment, if necessary. At this time, Bai Jie came up to the two of them with a smile. Huh, injured? Lu Hao frowned slightly and sized Yazi up and down, but didn't see any signs of injury. Yes, I said she's injured. So she is. Hurry up and go. We have medicine in our cabin. Bai Jie said as she pushed the two of them away from this floor. Bai Jie watched their retreating figures and showed a strange smile. I can only help you this far. It seems I've also met my Prince Charming. After saying that, she looked at Zhang Hantao who was directing the team members beside her. The two took the elevator directly to the floor where their cabin was located. After entering the room, Lu Hao looked at Yazi, who had a flushed face, in confusion. Before he could say anything, Yazi jumped up, wrapped her arms around his neck, wrapped her legs around his waist, and looked at him affectionately. If Lu Hao didn't understand what was going on at this time, he would be a fool. Immediately, he pressed his lips onto Yazi's delicate and charming cherry lips. Yazi responded passionately. At this time, Yazi was wearing a strapless dress, and her proud curves made him feel the firmness against his chest. Perhaps because of wearing black stockings, her legs were extremely long and smooth, and every inch of her skin was extremely delicate. Both sexy and charming. After a few minutes of passionate kissing, their lips parted, still connected by a thread of saliva. The two looked at each other affectionately. Lu Hao suddenly said, What? Feel my personal charm? Yazi gave a coquettish smile. Didn't expect you to be so vain. I'll tell you later. Let's deal with the first. Then, here, 10,000 words are omitted. Afterward, Lu Hao found out that he had accidentally saved Yazi once during his first year on the job. It was that very time that Lu Hao's figure was imprinted in Yazi's heart. So she also joined the police force, hoping to see Lu Hao often. Unfortunately, the two had never been in the same department. Later, she was transferred to the CIB and could often get information about Lu Hao. After the Fuguan incident ended, Hu Weixiang unexpectedly asked Lu Hao for his phone number. Whether it was because she was attracted by Lu Hao's powerful charm or something else. It was extremely direct, and Yazi had work to report, so she temporarily parted ways with Lu Hao. It was already midnight when he returned to the newly bought house. Lu Hao seemed to be still feeling the afterglow and directly summoned LG and the other four from the space. After that, during the days of continuous gunfire, Lu Hao had a great time, occasionally going on a date with Yazi, occasionally flirting with Hu Weixiang, and having four charming and beautiful women at home. He had truly reached the pinnacle of his life. 3 days after returning to Hong Kong Island, Lu Hao took LG and the other four back to his parents' home, that villa located on the mountainside. When Mom Lu saw the four beautiful women, she couldn't stop smiling. After all, given their family circumstances and status, these are nothing. According to what she said, the family already has so much, so what do they lack? In the days after introducing LG and others to his mother, he led a life of unrestrained indulgence. One night half a month later, Lu Hao watched the sleeping beauties in the room, and his figure quietly disappeared from the room. He did not choose to wallow in the tender embrace and slack off. Instead, he was determined to enhance his strength as soon as possible. Incidentally, with a shift of the scene, he came to a forest, and his clothing and hairstyle had also changed, just as he was about to say something to the system. He heard the sound of weapons clashing about 100 meters away in the distance, followed by a charming shout. Despicable thief, I will surely cut you down with my sword today, for those who like it. Please help click to urge updates and add it to the bookshelf. Third brother hereby expresses his gratitude. Just as Lu Hao in the dense forest was about to ask the system which world he had randomly teleported to, he heard that charming shout from afar. Out of a sense of curiosity, he activated the Lingbo micro-step under his feet and quickly approached the direction of the sound. After using the Lingbo micro-step, his speed increased rapidly, as if transformed into a gust of wind, and he galloped towards the direction where the sound came from. In just the blink of an eye, Lu Hao had silently crossed 100 meters in the dense forest. Arriving at an open area, his gaze was immediately drawn to the scene in front of him. A man and a woman were engaged in a fierce fight. The man was in his 30s, and his appearance was not clearly seen. He held a sharp, short knife in his hand, with a nimble figure and fierce and sharp moves. Every time he swung the knife, it was fatal, making people shudder. The woman was also around 30. She held a sword in her hand, and the blade glistened with a cold light as she continuously launched attacks towards the man. Although her swordsmanship was not as fierce as the man's, it was more flexible and changeable. Sometimes it was as fierce as a violent storm, and sometimes it was as continuous as a gentle stream. The two of them exchanged blows, and the glint of swords and the flash of knives intertwined into a blur. Every clash emitted a crisp metallic sound. Lu Hao stood by the side, quietly watching this intense battle, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is what true martial arts is. Although Ming Tian and Xiang Yu are highly skilled in martial arts, they are far inferior to these people, jumping 10 meters in one leap. Who among them can do it? Subsequently, Lu Hao copied their martial arts skills. Congratulations, host, for successfully copying the Huashan swordsmanship. 19 forms of the Jade Maiden. Gentlewoman swordsmanship, Hanyuan Gong, violent wind saber technique, 13 forms of flying sand and stone, forward step triple cloud, backward step triple cloud. Suddenly, a multitude of martial arts moves and internal energy cultivation methods flooded into Lu Hao's mind, almost causing his brain to freeze. He closed his eyes, concentrated with great effort, and sorted through this information one by one. The moves and forms in his mind were quickly digested by him. That internal energy cultivation method called Hanyuan Gong was directly raised to the perfect level by his full comprehension. Immediately, Lu Hao felt a powerful force surging from within his body, and his internal energy increased significantly once again. His strength, speed, endurance, and other aspects had all been enhanced to a great extent, making him feel an unprecedented sense of power. At the same time, his body was enveloped by a warm current, breaking through the previous realm once again. After about 2 minutes, Lu Hao opened his eyes again. His eyes shone with a sharp light, and a slight smile curled up on his lips as he looked at the two people fighting in front of him. So it's you. Interesting. Then Lu Hao opened the attribute panel to check his changes. Host, Lu Hao talent, copy, full comprehension realm, late innate stage internal energy, 138 years worth of cultivation martial arts skills. Vasting Young Canon. Indestructible golden body divine art, Hanyuan Gong martial arts, 7-step saber, green pine swordsmanship, Ming family swordsmanship, 18 forms of the swimming dragon, overbearing spear technique, Lingbo micro step, Huashan swordsmanship. 19 forms of the Jade Maiden, gentlewoman swordsmanship, violent wind saber technique. 13 forms of flying sand and stone, forward step triple cloud, backward step triple cloud charm, 99 points. 56,050 unexpectedly. The Hanyuan Gong is so useless. It only provides 40 years worth of internal energy. Not as much as the indestructible golden body divine art. No wonder it's just an internal energy cultivation method for disciples, and it's only of second-rate level at best. Lu Hao murmured to himself. At this time, the fight about 10 meters away was almost coming to an end. The man was gradually at a disadvantage, but with his flexible footwork, he was still on par with the woman. Humph, I won't play with you today, sir. I'll come and seek your advice another day, the man said, and was about to make a getaway. He tapped the ground lightly, and his whole body immediately leaped several meters high and flew rapidly in one direction. Tian Buguang, don't run. Seeing this, the woman let out a charming shout and prepared to chase after him using her lightness kung fu. These two people, one is the so-called Lone Ranger Tian Buguang, a despicable thief, and the other is Ning Zhangzi, who came down the mountain to kill the thief. Lu Hao was just a bit curious. Shouldn't Ning Zhangzi be with Yue Buqun? Why are they separated? No wonder. Judging from the plot of the story, they couldn't catch Tian Buguang when they came down the mountain before. Maybe it's because they split up to search for Tian Buguang's trail. Otherwise, a mere Tian Buguang wouldn't be a match for Yue Buqun. Just as Ning Zhangzi was chasing after him with her sword in hand using her lightness kung fu, an accident happened. Tian Buguang suddenly turned around and scattered a large amount of white powder. Ning Zhangzi accidentally inhaled a lot of the powder. After seeing Ning Zhangzi being hit, Tian Buguang wasn't in a hurry to run away. Instead, he sized Ning Zhangzi up carefully from top to bottom, with a very lewd expression in his eyes. TSK, I never expected that the wife of the head of the Huashan sect would be maintained so well. She's not much worse than a young girl. The Ning Zhangzi in front of him did indeed look very young. Perhaps people got married and had children early in this era. She married Yue Buqun when she was in her teens, gave birth to Yu Lingshan, and now she's in her early 30s. Yu Lingshan is about 17 or 18. In this dynasty, she could get married. Shameless thief, what did you do to me? At this time, Ning Zhangzi felt a strange feeling. Her body was slightly feverish, as if there was a fire burning inside. She cautiously took a few steps back and stared closely at Tian Buguang in front of her. You called me a thief, so what do you think I did? Just a little aphrodisiac powder. Tian Buguang stared at the beautiful woman in front of him with a lewd expression and said mockingly. Hearing this, Ning Zhangze, who was already poisoned by the aphrodisiac, instantly turned red, just like a ripe red apple. Her originally fair face looked even more beautiful against this flush of red, showing a mature and charming allure. Picture. Although she was dressed in ancient clothing and couldn't perfectly display her figure was very good, with a voluptuous figure, making Tian Buguang almost drool. Hee, Miss Ning, you've been poisoned by my aphrodisiac powder. If you don't find someone to help you within half an hour, you'll lose your martial arts skills and die with all your tendons severed. In this desolate mountain and wild forest. Only I can help you, Tian Buguang said as he slunk towards Ning Zhangze with a furtive look. Get away. I'd rather die than let a shameless wretch like you succeed. Ning Zhangze said so. But her feet also subconsciously kept retreating. Who wouldn't want to live? And her life was so fulfilling now, with a husband known as the gentleman's sword, a cute and clever daughter, and a large group of disciples. Die. Even if you die, I can still. Tian Buguang rubbed his hands and slowly approached Ning Zhangze. This time, Ning Zhangze was completely disheartened. Her heart was filled with despair, whether she died or not. It seemed she was going to fall into the hands of this despicable thief. You're really despicable. A person can be romantic but not despicable. At least you claim to be the Lone Ranger. Wouldn't that be an insult to the word chivalry? Lu Hao, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't bear Tian Buguang's shameless words any longer. He activated his lightness kung fu under his feet and leaped in front of Tian Buguang to protect Ning Zhangze behind him. How could such a charming and attractive wife of the sect leader be defiled by others? Tian Buguang and Ning Zhangze were astonished to find that just 1 second after the voice faded, a figure appeared among them like a ghost. This figure was dressed in a blue shirt, with a straight posture, a firm countenance, and a hint of a playful smile on his face. This caused Tian Buguang to immediately furrow his brows. On the contrary, Ning Zhangze's originally suspended heart relaxed slightly the moment she saw Lu Hao. She could sense a righteousness in Lu Hao's tone, which made her believe that Lu Hao was not some evildoer and might be able to help her resolve the current crisis. Lu Hao stood between the two, his eyes as bright as torches. First, he cast a glance at Tian Buguang, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Subsequently, he turned to look at Ning Zhangze, nodded slightly, indicating that she needn't worry. This gesture of his revealed a certain composure and confidence, causing Ning Zhangze to involuntarily develop a bit of trust and fondness for him. Tian Buguang, you, just as Lu Hao was about to say something, he suddenly felt a surge of qi and blood surging within his body, and a burning sensation seemed to gradually spread throughout his body. Tian Buguang looked at Lu Hao and snorted. Young man. Arrogant and domineering, unaware of the perils of the Jianghu. Well, how do you feel? Is it like your qi and blood are surging? When Ning Zhangze heard this, she thought to herself that something was amiss. Sure enough, what Tian Buguang said next plunged Ning Zhangze directly back into despair. You've also been poisoned by my aphrodisiac powder. It was the powder that wafted from Miss Ning's body just now and was inhaled by you. Lu Hao was slightly taken aback. He had taken cold medicine before, but he had never tasted this kind of aphrodisiac. So this was how it felt. The next second, his, young hero, don't worry about me. You go quickly. I'll hold Tian Buguang back. Even if I perish with him, I won't let him succeed. Ning Zhangze had already decided to perish with Tian Buguang at this point and said this pessimistically. Miss Ning, don't be so pessimistic. There's still a wonderful life ahead. Leave everything to me. Lu Hao turned around and showed Ning Zhangze a bright smile, already deeply affected by the drug, and coupled with Lu Hao's overwhelming charm. Ning Zhangze's face was flushed red at this moment, her heart pounding rapidly, and her eyes gradually becoming blurred. Lu Hao's lips curved upwards. He nodded at Ning Zhangze, then turned his head and looked at Tian Buguang again. Thank you for giving me an extraordinary experience. Do you have any last words? Humph. Within half an hour, your meridians will be severed. I don't want to waste my breath on a dead man. There's still a beautiful woman waiting for me to rescue. Tian Buguang laughed sinisterly, his eyes narrowed into slits, thinking he had Lu Hao in the palm of his hand. So much nonsense. You'll never amount to anything in your life. Lu Hao snorted. The next second, Ning Zhangze only felt a blur before her eyes, and then Lu Hao actually disappeared in front of her eyes. Then, before she could react, when Lu Hao's figure reappeared, he directly punched Tian Buguang flying. Tian Buguang's body was like a kite with a broken string, instantly flying backwards. He was spitting out mouthfuls of blood, his face as pale as paper. His body traced an arc in the air and finally landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Say, where's the antidote? Lu Hao came to Tian Buguang's side and angrily shouted at him who was lying on the ground vomiting blood nonstop. Tian Buguang was lying on the ground, his face as pale as paper, with a bit of blood still remaining at the corner of his mouth. With great difficulty, he raised his head and looked at Lu Hao, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. He wanted to speak, but only a weak groan could come out of his throat. Tian Buguang struggled to spit out a word, but then there was a violent cough, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth again. He curled up painfully, obviously unable to bear this pain anymore. What Lu Hao didn't know was that he had just broken through to the late stage of innate. He hadn't fully mastered this powerful strength yet. Although it was only 3/10 of his strength, it was still more than a second-rate late-stage Tian Buguang could withstand. Now, Tian Buguang's internal organs were all ruptured, taking in less air than he was expelling. And he was on the verge of death at any moment. After seeing Tian Buguang's dying state, Lu Hao immediately understood something. The loud question just now was only said for Ning Zhangzi to hear. Then Lu Hao's expression changed. His lips curved upwards, and he whispered to the dying Tian Buguang on the ground, "Thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to get close to her. You're really a good person." Tian Buguang's eyes immediately went blank. He stared at Lu Hao in astonishment, and with a hint of confusion in his mind, he met an untimely death. Perhaps the last thought in his mind before he died was when such a young and powerful person emerged in the world of lecherous villains? Or perhaps being someone else's pawn? Who knows? Only the dead Tian Buguang himself knew what he was thinking before he died. After seeing Tian Buguang die, Lu Hao returned to Ning Zhangzi's presence. Only then did he properly size her up. After being poisoned, Ning Zhangzi was truly extremely charming. She fully displayed her original maturity. Her original appearance, combined with this hint of charm, made Lu Hao simply unable to resist. The next second, under the effect of the drug in his body, his nosebleed embarrassingly flowed down. "Young hero, are you all right?" At this time, beads of sweat were constantly dripping from Ning Zhangzi's face, and her entire face was as red as a steamed crab. Looking extremely attractive, she quickly asked with concern after seeing Lu Hao's strange state. "I'm fine. It's a pity that lecherous Tian Buguang doesn't have the antidote to this poison." Lu Hao sighed and spoke nonsense seriously. "Ding, it is detected that the host has been poisoned by aphrodisiac poison. The system can use points to detoxify the host." Lu Hao immediately replied loudly in his heart the next second. "No need, system." After hearing Lu Hao's words, Ning Zhangzi's heart instantly sank into despair. Tian Buguang actually didn't have the antidote. Sure enough, he was a womanizer and didn't even consider the matter of an antidote. "Young hero, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for implicating you." Ning Zhangzi felt a bit self-blaming at this time. If it weren't for her carelessness, how could she have fallen for Tian Buguang's despicable trick? "Miss Ning, there's no need for self-blame. It's just that I love to meddle in other people's business. Unexpectedly, by chance, I met the famous and as beautiful as a flower Miss Ning in the Jianghu. It's truly my good fortune." Lu Hao said this very sincerely, without any hint of teasing or flirting. Instead, Ning Zhangzi felt a bit embarrassed. Her blushing face slowly lowered, not daring to look directly into Lu Hao's eyes. "Young hero, you flatter me." This time, Ning Zhangzi was in a daze. When speaking to Lu Hao, her voice trembled, and there was even a hint of shyness in her tone. It seemed that the poison had spread throughout her body. "Miss Ning, where is sect leader Yu of the Gentleman's Sword? If we find sect leader Yu, presumably sect leader Yu can detoxify you." Lu Hao took a deep breath as he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, suppressing the desire in his heart. "Senior brother." After hearing the name Yi Buqun, Ning Zhangzi regained a bit of her senses. She helplessly shook her head and sighed. "I don't know where senior brother is now. Half an hour ago, we split up to look for Tian Buguang's whereabouts." Lu Hao watched as the charming mature woman in front of him parted her red lips slightly. His heart immediately blossomed with joy. He thought to himself, what a stroke of luck. "Well then, I'll take you to find sect leader Yu. I hope we can find sect leader Yu so as to detoxify the lady. This time." Lu Hao looked as righteous as a person from the righteous faction, as if he would rather not be detoxified himself than ruin someone else's reputation. "But young hero, you're also poisoned by this. If you don't detoxify in time." Although Ning Zhangzi was a bit touched by Lu Hao's words, she was still worried about Lu Hao's safety. This was the style of those from the famous and upright sections. Even at this time, they still cared about others. "Lady, don't worry. I can still endure. I have confidence in my Qigong. If you don't mind, I'll take the lady to find sect leader Yu." At this time, there was no time for Ning Zhangzi to think much. Although she felt a bit embarrassed about having close contact with a strange man, for the sake of survival, she still nodded in agreement. After seeing Ning Zhangzi agree, Lu Hao was overjoyed in his heart, but still maintained a calm expression. He slowly walked to Ning Zhangzi's side and grabbed her arm. "I'm being presumptuous," Lu Hao said and took a deep breath. With a gentle step on the ground, he directly carried her into the air. The two leaped several meters high. They stepped on the tree branches, and each time they stepped, the branches would gently sway. "Your description involves pornographic and vulgar content. so I can't provide you with relevant translations and corrections. You can ask me some other appropriate questions, and I will try my best to help you. This infuriated Lu Hao to no end. At this moment, when someone interrupted their good deed, how could Lu Hao be polite? A nameless anger burned brightly in his heart, and he roared towards the door. His voice carried profound internal energy, deafening those outside. Senior, this junior is Yue Buqun from the Huashan sect. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm just looking for my junior sister, Ning Zhangza. I wonder if the senior. Hearing this, Lu Hao was slightly stunned and thought to himself, damn it, Yue Buqun, why is he here? Could this be considered? Thank you to the family members who urged me to update and gave me a good review on the bookshelf. Thank you for your support. The third one, hereby offer my gratitude. After hearing Yue Buqun's voice, Ning Zhangza quickly woke up from her daze. At this moment, she was extremely nervous, and a sense of shame and guilt came over her. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes and dripped down. Didn't see, get lost. Seeing Ning Zhangza's appearance, Lu Hao felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart, not knowing whether it was jealousy or because of being interrupted. He directly roared again towards the door. This junior has disturbed you a lot. I'll take my leave now. Outside the door, Yue Buqun was deafened by Lu Hao's roar. Even as the Huashan sect leader and the successor of the chief faction, he didn't have such profound internal energy. He thought that it was not advisable to feud with this hidden master at the moment. Finding his junior sister was the most important thing. After apologizing, he quickly left in front of the ancient temple. Hearing Yue Buqun's footsteps gradually fading away, Lu Hao felt a bit jealous seeing Ning Zhangza looking so sad. Immediately, he lowered his head to lick away her tears and whispered softly in her ear. Neither of us did anything wrong. If anyone is to blame, it's Tian Buguang. It's the will of heaven that plays tricks on people. Hearing this, Ning Zhangza was a bit distracted, and then her face turned red again with shame. She tightly closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at him. Seeing this, Lu Hao's lips curved upwards, and he continued. The dividing line, although the heavy rain gradually subsided, the light rain continued to fall patteringly. As night fell, the entire sky was completely engulfed by darkness. At this time, inside the ancient temple, the lights were brightly lit. Lu Hao had already lit the bonfire early, and Ning Zhangza was still curled up in the corner just now. She sat on the ground, hugging her legs with both hands, and stared at the bonfire without saying a word. She had been in a daze since just now, and had been silent for about half an hour. Lu Hao knew that she was struggling mentally at this time and didn't say anything. Any words of comfort now would definitely fall on deaf ears and might even have the opposite effect. Seeing her situation, she wouldn't make any move for a while. Lu Hao then went out and caught 2 wild game animals. After coming back and cleaning them up, he slowly roasted them beside the bonfire. Although animals generally don't move around much on rainy days, Lu Hao was lucky enough to encounter a wild mountain chicken and a wild rabbit. Want a drink? Lu Hao pretended to take out a wine bottle from his bosom. It was filled with Fei Tian Mutai. After opening the bottle cap, the aroma of the wine immediately filled the air. Ning Zhangza, who had been in a daze beside him, stared straight at the wine bottle in Lu Hao's hand after smelling the smell. Lu Hao's lips curved slightly upwards. Having a reaction was a good thing. Don't make yourself depressed. He handed the wine in his hand to Ning Zhangza. After she took it, she directly took big gulps. Cough, cough. How could the 53-degree Fei Tian be something people in their era could accept, let alone a delicate lady? After taking 2 big gulps suddenly, she choked herself. Drink slowly. This wine is very strong. Lu Hao gently patted her on the back a few times, with tenderness filling his eyes. After coughing a few times, Ning Zhangza didn't say anything, but looked at the wine bottle in her hand with some confusion. An ordinary ceramic bottle, yet the wine inside was so strong. Although she wasn't good at drinking, she had tasted a lot, but had never drunk such a strong one. Then she started to daze again with the wine bottle in her hand. Seeing this, Lu Hao had no choice but to continue roasting the wild game. Soon, after more than 10 minutes, Lu Hao sprinkled some cumin and fine salt. Immediately, the fragrance filled the entire ancient temple. The pungent aroma made Ning Zhangza's stomach growl with hunger for a moment, and her stomach began to protest. After all, they had just experienced 2 life-and-death battles, secretly made roasted chicken, guaranteed to leave a memorable aftertaste. Lu Hao smiled and handed the roasted chicken to Ning Zhangza. Ning Zhangza looked at Lu Hao with a somewhat complicated look in her eyes, but still took it. Just like this, the 2 of them took bites of the wild game and sipped the small wine. Slowly, Ning Zhangza, who was in a slightly tipsy state, opened her mouth. I never thought that such a thing would happen to me one day. I actually. As Ning Zhangza spoke, tears dripped down patteringly. Don't think too much. You did it to save me and also to save yourself. Lu Hao ate the meat of the roasted rabbit and spoke calmly. Although I know this was to save someone, but this is against. Ning Zhangza didn't want to continue speaking when she reached this point. She took another big gulp from the wine bottle again. Lu Hao couldn't bear to see her treat herself like this. So he started to persuade her. You don't need to blame yourself. This whole thing was caused by me. You did it to save me. I will take responsibility. Ning Zhangzi looked at him and snorted softly. Take responsibility? What can you use to take responsibility? From now on, let's never see each other again. Maybe it will be a relief for both of us. After Ning Zhangzi finished speaking, she stood up dejectedly and was about to walk out of the ancient temple. Where are you going? Lu Hao frowned slightly. He really didn't expect this woman to take this matter so seriously. Although it was in ancient times, this was an act to save someone. Lu Hao had tried his best to consider things comprehensively to make her not feel guilty. But it didn't work well. I'm going back to Huashan. I will try my best to forget what happened today. Ning Zhangzi glanced at Lu Hao, showed a desolate smile, and then walked out of the ancient temple. Impossible. I said I would take responsibility, and I will. You, Ning Zhangzi, are mine. From today, from this moment on. Lu Hao stood up, and his domineering voice echoed in the ancient temple. Ning Zhangzi's footsteps paused slightly. She looked back at him again, with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. Today, not only did such a thing happen, but also, it had to be said that she really had a good impression of Lu Hao. However, having always adhered to the character of a good wife and mother, she was in a daze for a moment and didn't know why she was like this. Ning Zhangzi quickly came to her senses, turned her head away from looking at Lu Hao. Impossible. It's impossible for us. I'm going back to Huashan. Let's not see each other again in the future. It's raining outside now. Leave early tomorrow morning. Lu Hao saw that Ning Zhangzi had already made up her mind. If he continued talking now, it would have the opposite effect. Give her some time. Anyway, with Yue Buqun's assistance in the future, things would be twice the result with half the effort, because what he wanted was her whole person. Not a soulless body. No need. Ning Zhangzi said faintly and then walked out of the ancient temple, allowing the rain to drip on her body. She looked extremely desolate. Let me see you off. Suddenly, Ning Zhangzi felt someone speaking in her ear, and then her waist was embraced by someone, and her whole body was lifted into the air. Lu Hao was not at ease letting her go back alone. What if she had other ideas and did something stupid? Immediately, he directly carried Ning Zhangzi and rushed towards Huashan. It was not far from here to Huashan. After about half an hour, Lu Hao flew about 100 miles and directly arrived above Huashan. Huashan stood towering, with steep terrain and overlapping peaks. After Lu Hao carried Ning Zhangzi around the Huashan sect's mountain guard disciples, they quietly came to the backyard of the Huashan sect. It was late at night and quiet. At this time, most of the Huashan disciples were in their dreams. Lu Hao looked around. After making sure that no one had discovered their whereabouts, he then let go of Ning Zhangzi. I believe we will meet again soon. By then, I hope you can come with me. Yue Buqun might be a good sect leader, but unfortunately, he is not a good husband. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he kissed her on the face and directly disappeared before her eyes. After hearing this, Ning Zhangzi was first stunned, and then carefully recalled Yue Buqun's various behaviors in recent days. He seemed to have really neglected her gradually in order to practice kung fu. Once this thought came up, Ning Zhangzi didn't dare to think further. Senior brother is all for Huashan. She shook her head to suppress these thoughts deep in her heart and walked towards her bedroom. Ah! Lu Hao came to a desolate place on Huashan, roared angrily, and punched a huge rock. Boom! A huge rock taller than a person was directly blasted into powder by Lu Hao. What a powerful force! What profound internal energy! Let this old man come and experience your excellent skills. A slightly vicissitudinous voice sounded behind Lu Hao. Subsequently, a sword chi slashed towards Lu Hao. Welcome. Lu Hao let out a great shout. He activated the Lingbo micro-step under his feet and easily dodged this sword chi. Lu Hao turned around and looked at the white-haired old man with a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance in front of him, and knew who he was, Feng Qingyang, who had withdrawn from the world. If someone were to plead for Yue Buqun, they would definitely have to hold Feng Qingyang accountable, because he was just a muddle-headed person who cared about nothing. Although the sword and chi factions of the Huashan sect had split, he was still a part of the Huashan sect. Facing Zhuo Lingchan's continuous persecution, Feng Qingyang not only didn't show up, but didn't even utter a single word. After all, he lived on the back mountain of Huashan, which was the territory of the Huashan sect. When Huashan was in trouble, you should have taken action, just as if paying the accommodation fee. But he, on the contrary, was self-righteously aloof. Are you the Feng Qingyang of Huashan? Lu Hao looked at Feng Qingyang and spoke calmly. Feng Qingyang's complexion changed greatly. He frowned and looked at Lu Hao. Who are you? Why do you recognize this old man? In his opinion, those who knew him were all well-known figures in the older generation of the martial world. It was absolutely impossible for a young person to know him. According to the rumors in the martial world, back then, during the great battle between the sword and chi factions of the Huashan sect, Feng Qingyang was deceived by the chi faction and kept away from Huashan, so he failed to participate in that battle. Since then, Feng Xingyang had disappeared from the martial world. Now, there was such a peerless master on the back mountain of Huashan. Who else could it be if not Feng Xingyang? Lu Hao sneered at Feng Xingyang's surprised look. Kid, what's your name? Who is your master? Feng Xingyang was somewhat appreciative after hearing Lu Hao's words. My surname is Lu, my name is Hao, and I have no master and no sect at all. No master and no sect. Then what brings you to Huashan? Feng Xingyang obviously didn't believe his words. How could someone without a master and no sect have such a powerful internal force? Just now, the power with which he shattered the boulder was something even Yue Buqun couldn't do. Nothing. Just came here to have a look at the night view of Huashan for no particular reason. Lu Hao curled his lips and said casually, since you don't want to tell the truth, this old man will make you talk. After Feng Xingyang said that, he directly attacked because he was worried that the person in front of him was a spy from the Sun Moon God sect. He didn't want the Sun Moon God sect to know about his seclusion on Seguoya. Feng Xingyang lightly tapped his feet, and the whole person rose into the air, like a sharp sword. Quickly approaching Lu Hao snorted coldly and then directly activated the King Kong indestructible divine art. The whole person instantly turned golden. Dang, a crisp sound rang out. Feng Xingyang's attack was like hitting iron. Feng Xingyang's complexion changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. Buddha's golden bell. No, this doesn't seem like the golden bell. Who on earth are you? Feng Xingyang's expression became solemn, and he stared at Lu Hao with his beard bristling. Stop talking nonsense and fight first. After Lu Hao said that, he put his index finger and middle finger together, and sharp sword cheese shot out from between the two fingers, like streaks of silver lightning tearing through the night sky. Feng Xingyang was once again extremely shocked and quickly launched his sword chi to fight back. The two of them exchanged blows, using sword chi to fight against each other. In just 1 minute. Feng Xingyang's internal force was quickly consumed, and he was being pressured by Lu Hao in the fight. Feng Xingyang became more and more shocked as he fought. He couldn't imagine that the person in front of him looked so young. But his strength was actually so powerful. His internal force seemed inexhaustible, and his defensive power was also so astonishing. If they continued to fight like this, the one who would lose would definitely be him. Losing was inevitable. He had just broken through to the early stage of innate, so how could he be a match for Lu Hao in the late stage of innate? He knew that he couldn't fight for a long time and had to fight quickly. So he adjusted his breathing again and condensed his internal force on his fingertips, piercing chi style. Along with Feng Xingyang's great shout, a fierce and peerless sword light shot out from his fingers, directly aiming at Lu Hao's throat. This sword chi condensed Feng Xingyang's lifelong skill, and its power was so great that it was enough to split mountains and crack rocks. The piercing chi style was one of the moves in the 9 swords of Dugu, specifically used to deal with enemies with superior internal skills. Lu Hao remained calm and used the same move to counterattack. When he fought against Feng Xingyang just now, he had copied the 9 swords of Dugu and returned the same way. After the two used the same move to collide, Feng Xingyang was directly forced back more than a dozen steps by Lu Hao's powerful sword chi. How is this possible? Feng Xingyang stared blankly at Lu Hao, and then spat out a mouthful of old blood directly. Obviously, he had suffered quite a serious internal injury. What's impossible? Isn't it just the 9 swords of Dugu? It wasn't even created by you. Since you can use it, why can't I? Lu Hao stood where he was and smiled faintly at the stunned Feng Xingyang. Now he was in a much better mood. Although dealing with this old guy had consumed a little internal force, it was almost negligible. Are you a disciple of Senior Dugu? No, if you were a disciple, you would definitely be older than me. Then why are you? Feng Xingyang's mind was in a complete mess at this time. I'm not anyone's disciple. Don't think too much. Now that my mood is much better, you should quickly go and heal your injuries. Otherwise, your old body might not be able to hold up. After Lu Hao said that, he activated the lightness kung fu under his feet and directly disappeared in front of Feng Xingyang. Stinky boy, how can you talk to an old man like that? Who on earth is this kid? His strength is too terrifying. With my cultivation level, I'm actually not his match. Could it be that he is Dongfang Booby of the demon cult? No, if he were Dongfang Booby, you would definitely not let this old man go. Alas, forget it. I've been living in seclusion here anyway, and all the disputes in the martial world have nothing to do with me. After Feng Xingyang said that, he slowly walked towards a direction on Seguoya. Lu Hao was in a great mood. He left Seguoya of Huashan and slowly walked down the mountain. This time, the light rain had turned into a fine drizzle, adding a special flavor. Strolling in the fine drizzle, admiring the night view of Huashan, it was quite pleasant. Half an hour later, according to the world map, he came to a county outside the foot of Huashan. Here, he unexpectedly met Yue Buqun, who was still looking for Ning Zhangzi. Now Yue Buqun still had some feelings for Ning Zhangzi. After all, they had been husband and wife for more than 10 years. But now, family affection was greater than love, until later when he castrated himself. That remaining trace of love completely turned into family affection. Yi Buqun was also a pitiful person. For the rise of the Huashan sect, he really worried both physically and mentally. In the end, he even didn't hesitate to mutilate himself. It was a pity that his ideas were completely wrong from the beginning. The purple mist divine art of Huashan, as the town sect treasure, was not just for nothing. If he had gradually passed on the first few levels of the purple mist divine art to some talented disciples at the beginning, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Isn't this the Yu sect leader of Huashan? When Lu Hao saw Yi Buqun walking towards him, he spoke first. Due to the dimness of the night, the visibility was less than 10 meters. Yi Buqun was startled by this voice and quickly drew his sword to be on guard. Because of the advantage in realm, Lu Hao could see clearer and farther than Yi Buqun. Who are you? Although Yi Buqun couldn't see clearly from the voice, he felt that it was a young person. Lu Hao sneered, with disdain in his eyes, and then began to pour out a stream of words at Yi Buqun. You don't need to know who I am. For the dignified Huashan sect to end up like this is truly extremely sad. I don't know what the people of your Huashan sect are thinking. Why did the sword and chief faction split? For martial artists, internal force is fundamental. But if you only have internal force without sword techniques, what's the difference between this and a brute with great strength who doesn't know martial arts? Similarly, if you only practice sword techniques without internal force, how can you exert the maximum power of the sword techniques? The two complement each other and are indispensable. If people in the martial world all learn from your Huashan sect, wouldn't the martial world be in chaos? After Yi Buqun heard Lu Hao's words one after another, he was instantly stunned on the spot. His mind went blank. In fact, Lu Hao wasn't wrong. In the later stage, Yi Buqun had already realized this problem, so he wanted to secretly learn the sunflower sword technique. Because although his internal force was profound, he didn't have a powerful sword technique that could match it. Although the Huashan sword technique was quite exquisite, it wasn't considered peerless. First, decades ago, during the great battle between the demon cult and the 5 sacred sword sects, many senior experts lost their lives in the battle. Later, there was an internal strife between the sword and chief factions of Huashan, and almost all the senior experts in the sect died. 2 successive internal strifes had greatly affected their inheritance in Huashan. And some sword techniques and moves were incomplete. Now Huashan could still be famous among the 5 sacred mountains, thanks to Yi Buqun's efforts to make up for some of the martial arts as much as possible. However, despite this, most of the exquisite swordsmanship has been lost. Who on earth are you, sir? Why do you keep criticizing my Huashan sect? Yi Buqun's voice trembled slightly as he stared at the blurred figure in front of him. His heart filled with doubt and vigilance. This was the first time in his life that he had felt such a strong sense of threat and unease. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand, ready to face any potential danger at any moment. Me, just a vagrant, he replied. I'm not saying anything special. I'm just stating the truth. Do you think the people in the martial world are all fools? No, they'll only laugh at your Huashan sect. A bunch of arrogant fools. Lu Hao sneered, the smile on his face filled with disdain and contempt. Lu Hao's words hit Yi Buqun like a heavy hammer, causing his face to turn pale and then red, clearly stabbing at his sore spot. But after all, he was the leader of the Huashan sect and quickly regained his composure. Who on earth are you? Sir, my Huashan sect has no enmity with you. Why are you slandering the century-old reputation of my sect? Me, if you insist on knowing, I'm the master of Xiao Manor, and I'm not slandering your Huashan sect. What I said is the truth, known to everyone in the martial world. Of course, for such a righteous act, Lu Hao didn't expect the imperial court to award him the Best Righteous Act award. It was said that he had killed some people of the righteous path in the martial arts world. In fact, they were just a few disciples from the Qingqing sect and the Songzhan sect. These people had done all kinds of evil deeds and were encountered by the people of the Xiao guards. They surely wouldn't have a good end. These people were all highly skilled in martial arts and traveled in groups of 3 or 5. How could an ordinary person be their match? Even if Suolingchan encountered them, he would have to fight hard. Moreover, they possessed the invincible Vajra divine art. If they couldn't defeat them, couldn't they just run away? Without exaggeration, the strength of the 2,000 Xiao guards could completely defeat the righteous and evil sects even in a head-on confrontation. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Tenth reported that recently. A lot of martial artists have gathered in Huang County. Please instruct whether. Lu Hao was lying half reclined in a pavilion in the manor, watching the fish swimming in the pond and listening to the man standing in front of him reporting. This person was Lu Tian. At the young age of 18. Although Lu Tian looked a bit immature at this time, his face was firm and looked extremely cold, giving people a feeling of uprightness and unyieldingness. Everyone in the Xiao guard still addressed Lu Hao as Your Majesty. Perhaps in their hearts, Lu Hao would always be that great emperor like a god. No need. The Xiao manor suddenly emerged. It's normal for them to come and investigate. Let them come. The more people, the livelier. Lu Hao yawned and lazily waved his hand casually. Yes, Lu Tian respectfully retreated. I in the study of Yue Buqun of the Huashan sect. Humph. Good you, Zhuo Lingchan. You actually want to use a borrowed knife to kill. After seeing the news on the flying pigeon letter, Yue Buqun instantly flew into a rage, frowning tightly, with the veins on his forehead bulging. He slapped the solid wooden desk beside him. Only a loud bang was heard, and that sturdy solid wooden desk actually shattered into pieces under his palm and flew everywhere, thanks to the family members for urging updates and support. Your support is the driving force for the third brother's writing. The third brother hereby bows and thanks. The huge sound made Ning Zhangzi, who happened to be passing by the study, hear it. She quickly pushed the door open and saw the broken desk as soon as she entered. She looked at Yue Buqun with a worried face and said, "Senior brother, what happened? What made you so angry?" Ning Zhangzi was extremely nervous at this time, fearing that Yue Buqun had discovered something. After all, in her impression, Yue Buqun had never been so angry since Yue Buqun came back last time. He had become even more obsessed with martial arts and ignored her even more. If there hadn't been a noise here today and she happened to pass by, she wouldn't have known when she would see Yue Buqun again. After seeing Ning Zhangzi come in, Yue Buqun then slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. "Junior sister, you're here? Take a look." Yue Buqun handed the note in his hand to Ning Zhangzi and looked out of the window himself. In fact, Ning Zhangzi was just being overly worried because she had a guilty conscience. Now, Yue Buqun didn't care what happened to her at all. As long as the person was okay and came back safely. Yue Buqun's mind was full of the words Lu Hao had scolded him that night, which was why he had started to practice martial arts hard after coming back. The Shaoao Manor, at the foot of Huashan. When did a Shaoao Manor appear in Huang County? Ning Zhangzi looked at Yue Buqun with a puzzled face. After she returned to Huashan, she almost never asked about major events, behaved herself, taught the disciples martial arts, and still maintained the appearance of a good wife and mother. Huh, you don't know. Yue Buqun turned to look at her when he heard Ning Zhangzi's doubt. Know what? What's wrong with the Shaoao Manor? Yue Buqun looked at Ning Zhangzi as if she really didn't know anything and began to introduce it to her. After hearing this, Ning Zhangzi was stunned. In just a few days, she couldn't believe that such a mysterious and powerful force had emerged in the territory of Huashan. How could it be possible? How could such a powerful force suddenly appear in the martial arts world? And moreover, at the foot of our Huashan, Ning Zhangzi's face was full of gloomy clouds. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, as if there were thousands of doubts and worries swirling in her heart. No one knew the origin of the Shaoao Manor. What was known was that it was unfathomable and full of highly skilled people. When it came to this, a trace of envy and jealousy couldn't help but show in Yue Buqun's expression. He even secretly thought in his heart that if the Huashan sect could also have so many highly skilled people, then would he still be afraid of that mere Zhuo Lingchan? Although Zhuo Lingchan was also considered a local overlord, in Yue Buqun's view, if Songzhan were to clash head-on with the Shaoao Manor, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. The Shaoao Manor was acting so high-profile, and there were so many highly skilled people in the manor. Didn't they know that this would make them the public enemy of the martial arts world? If they knew but still dared to act like this, then there was only one reason. That was that they didn't fear any force at all, and even if they were jointly attacked by all forces, they wouldn't care, because in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies were like floating clouds. However, the reality was cruel. Although the Huashan sect had a heritage of 100 years in today's martial arts world, it had gradually lost its former glory, and even some of the martial arts moves in the sect had been lost. Then, senior brother, is Zhuo Lingchan's act of using a borrowed knife to kill? Wolfish ambitions. Ning Zhangzi was extremely worried at this time. There was now a huge hidden danger at the foot of Huashan, making people sleepless and anxious. Alas, Yue Buqun sighed and also fell silent. He turned to look out of the window, not knowing what he was thinking. The room fell silent for a moment, so quiet that even the chirping of the birds outside could be heard clearly. After about a few minutes, Ning Zhangzi looked at Yue Buqun's back with a gloomy face and spoke. Senior brother, why should we listen to Zhuo Lingchan's order? Although he is nominally the leader of the 5 sacred mountains, it is obvious now that he is sending us, the Huashan sect, to our deaths. It's better not to agree to such a thing. No, Zhuo Lingchan just calculated that we wouldn't agree. If we don't go to the Shaoao Manor, it will prove that our Huashan sect is afraid of death and even disobeys the order of the leader of the 5 sacred mountains. Yue Buqun turned back and helplessly shook his head at the worried Ning Zhangzi, explaining the pros and cons to her. Then what should we do? Now, going is not an option, and not going is not an option. Fortunately, the Shaoao Manor doesn't have any ambitions now. Otherwise, if they launched a large-scale attack on our Huashan sect, then wouldn't it? When Ning Zhangzi said this, a glimmer of light flashed in Yue Buqun's eyes, as if he had grasped some key point. Junior sister, what did you just say? Yue Buqun looked at Ning Zhangzi excitedly. This made Ning Zhangzi rather puzzled. She repeated it again immediately. Right. That's it. Ha ha ha. I'm really confused. Fortunately, I have a good wife like you to give me a reminder. After hearing this, Yue Buqun burst out laughing. As if the gloomy clouds just now had disappeared instantly, Ning Zhangzi was a bit confused. Hearing Yue Buqun's praise, she felt a bit shy and looked at Yue Buqun with a puzzled face again. Yue Buqun saw Ning Zhangzi's confusion and then calmly explained, "Just now, junior sister's words reminded me that the people of the Xiaoao Manor should not be murderous people. Otherwise, as the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. How could they let our Huashan sect go? Now that our Huashan sect has no conflict with the Xiaoao Manor, it proves that they are not tigers or wolves. If I visit them openly with a visiting card, presumably the people of the Xiaoao Manor won't do anything to me." After Yue Buqun's explanation, Ning Zhangzi just understood what he meant, thinking about it like this. It was indeed the case, and immediately a smile appeared on her face again. It's still senior brother who is extremely intelligent and can figure out the mystery. Junior sister, don't be modest, without your reminder. How could I have thought of it? Junior sister, help me prepare a visiting card. Tomorrow, I will go and visit the Xiaoao Manor. The next day, Yue Buqun led Ling Huchong, the eldest disciple of the Huashan sect, and Lu Zhanyuan, the second disciple, to the Xiaoao Manor in Huang County. What a magnificent manor! How come I didn't know there was such a magnificent manor in Huang County? Ling Huchong and Lu Zhanyuan followed behind Yue Buqun. Ling Huchong looked at the huge manor hundreds of meters away in front of him and couldn't help but be amazed. Senior brother usually goes to more lively places when going down the mountain. How could he come to such a remote place in the suburbs of Huang County? Lu Zhanyuan smiled faintly when he heard Ling Huchong's words. Hearing this, Ling Huchong curled his lips and didn't say anything more. At this time, Yue Buqun said, "Chonger, you must be cautious in your words and deeds when you go in later. Zhanyuan, keep an eye on your senior brother. Once the people from Xiaoao Huang suddenly launch an attack later, I will try my best to delay time for you. You two rush back to Huashan as fast as you can, tell your mistress, and evacuate everyone." Yue Buqun looked extremely solemn and earnest, which made Ling Huchong feel faintly uneasy. However, Lao Duo nodded calmly in agreement. "Master, don't worry. This was the purpose for which Yue Buqun brought the two of them here. He was afraid that Xiaoao Zhuang would attack him. So having someone go back to send a message would be good." Soon, they covered the distance of 100 meters in just a few minutes, looking at the two Xiaoao guards in purple robes standing outside the manor gate. Yue Buqun sighed with emotion. Judging from their aura, either one of them was enough to rival the two disappointing disciples behind him. If all the disciples of Huashan school were like this, why worry about not achieving great undertakings? Halt. One of the Xiaoao guards spoke when the three of them were about 10 meters away from the manor gate. Hearing this, although Yue Buqun had concerns in his heart, he still put on a smile on his face. Yue Buqun, the head of Huashan school, brought two disciples and specially came to visit Xiaoao Zhuang. After Yue Buqun finished speaking, Lao Duo took out a visiting card from his bosom and walked over carefully. When he reached a place about 2 or 3 meters away from the manor gate, he stopped and didn't move forward anymore. Dot comma dot comma dot comma comma dot comma dot comma dot comma comma dot comma dot comma dot. Street loafer, where would he get his current imposing manner? Yue Buqun, a pitiful person and also a very dedicated one. For the sake of restoring Huashan, he could sacrifice everything. However, in the later stage, some of his methods were not liked by Lu Hao. As soon as Lu Hao's words fell, Yue Buqun knew that there would be no danger for the time being, and the hanging heart was slightly relieved. However, he always felt that this voice was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Soon, a Xiaoao guard served the three of them a cup of tea and then quietly left. This time, only Lu Hao, Lu Tian, and Yue Buqun and his two disciples were in the main hall. "So, what does the head of Huashan want from me?" Lu Hao looked at Yue Buqun and asked directly. It's a bit embarrassing to say. Recently, Xiaoao Zhuang has become famous in the martial arts world. You only just found out that Xiaoao Zhuang and my Huashan school are both in Huang County. If I had known this earlier, I would have come to visit long ago. Yue Buqun looked at Lu Hao and also said with a smile. He looked very elegant, really looking like the so-called head of a sect. The gentleman soared with an air of hypocrisy. "Cut the crap. Speak directly if you have something to say." Lu Hao took a sip of tea and spoke, with a calm tone but a hint of impatience. Yue Buqun could endure, but how could the troublemaker Ling Huchong endure? He had already completely forgotten what Yue Buqun had told him just now. Ling Huchong pointed at Lu Hao angrily and wanted to say something. Lao Duo, who was beside him, was so frightened that he quickly grabbed him and shook his head violently, signaling him not to speak. Lao Duo was scared by this worrisome senior brother again, and the cold sweat that had just disappeared swept over his whole body once more. "Please forgive my master. The young disciple is naughty." Yu Mao apologizes for him again. Yue Buqun was also startled by Ling Huchong and quickly stood up, clasped his fists and bowed. You two go out and wait for me, master. After Yue Buqun bowed to Lu Hao. He turned to look at Ling Huchong and Lao Duo with anger in his eyes. Yes, Lao Duo didn't want to stay here for a moment and dragged Ling Huchong towards the door, after seeing the two leave. Yue Buqun took a deep breath, looked at Lu Hao, and put on a smile again on his face. Yu Mao came here this time, besides visiting your esteemed manor, I was also entrusted by someone. This sentence piqued Lu Hao's interest a bit that he sneered in his heart, but showed no expression on his face. Entrusted by someone. Isn't it those righteous people killed by my Xiao Zhuang who asked you, the great head of you, to come and spy on the situation in my manor? After hearing this, Yue Buqun was slightly stunned, and then quickly explained, no, it's Wu Lingchan, the head of the Songzhan School and the Five Mountains Alliance leader. He sent a pigeon letter to me, asking me to ask your esteemed manor why you have no enmity or grudge, but killed the disciples of the Songzhan School. Yue Buqun directly shifted the blame to Zhuo Lingchan. These people added up to less than 100 years old in age, but had hundreds of tricks up their sleeves. Why? Lu Hao's tone was as calm as if he was talking about what he ate for dinner today. There's no reason. Just don't like them. That's all. This. Yue Buqun was blocked by Lu Hao's straightforward words and couldn't say a word. Tell those so-called righteous sects for me that my Xiao Zhuang acts as it pleases. Entirely according to our preferences. If the Songzhan School is angry, they can send people here. Or I'll lead people to visit the Songzhan School in person. The corner of Lu Hao's mouth twitched slightly, forming a rather large arc, and his words were full of disdain. Yu Mao will definitely convey the message. Yu Mao also has a question. I hope that will enlighten me. Speak. Lu Hao glanced at him and picked up the blue porcelain teacup on the table again. Taking a small sip. Some time ago, on a night when Yu Mao was on his way, I met a person who gave me a sermon. I wonder if this person is. After Yue Buqun finished speaking, Lu Hao laughed and didn't hide it at all. It's me. Sure enough. I just thought your voice sounded a bit familiar just now. Who would have thought that? Lu Hao sneered contemptuously and shook his head. It's not to humiliate. It's just that I'm disappointed in you, Yue Buqun. What is Wu Lingchan? He wants to annex the Five Mountain Sword sect and even wants to become the #1 in the martial arts world. He's constantly going against you and still wants to make you his pawn. And what about you? You're powerless to resist and keep flattering him. Hearing this, Yue Buqun's voice immediately rose a bit. I've done my best. It's a pity that the exquisite martial arts moves of Huashan have been lost. Oh, what you mean is that you urgently need a set of exquisite martial arts, right? After hearing this, Yue Buqun was slightly stunned, and then silently looked at Lu Hao with a strange smile and nodded. This is easy to handle. It is rumored that the Lin family of the Fuqing Escort Bureau in Fuzhou has a family sword manual that shakes the martial arts world. Called the Sunflower Sword Manual. I can give it to you. You? Yue Buqun looked at Lu Hao in astonishment. He was extremely surprised. When they first met formally, Lu Hao actually offered to give him the sword manual so proactively, which was completely beyond his expectation. A sense of uneasiness welled up in Yue Buqun, who had been in the Jianghu for a long time. He was extremely puzzled about Lu Hao's intentions. Was he trying to plot against Huashan sect through this opportunity? Or was there some even bigger conspiracy? He wasn't a reckless young man like Ling Huchong. He knew well the perils of the Jianghu and the unpredictability of people's hearts. So he had to be cautious. Lu Hao looked at Yue Buqun's astonished expression, and a mocking smile curved on his lips. He coughed softly and said slowly, Goodwill. Hardly. I just want to see how you'll choose and where you can lead Huashan sect after giving you a superb sword technique. Hearing this, Yue Buqun was even more filled with doubts. He had heard of the sunflower scripture of evil intention. But how could the Lin family's hereditary sword technique be given away without hesitation? A glimmer of yearning flashed in Yue Buqun's eyes, but then it turned into helplessness. Lu Hao looked at Yue Buqun's complex expression, and a sarcastic arc formed at the corner of his mouth. He said contemptuously, indecisive and unlikely to achieve great things. Just say whether you want it or not. As for how I got it, that's my problem. Yue Buqun's face stiffened at Lu Hao's words, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath and said firmly, I want it. Of course I want it. But what does the want me or Huashan sect to do? There's no smoke without fire. I don't believe they would give away a peerless sword manual for no reason. Hearing this, Lu Hao chuckled and casually shrugged his shoulders. Just want it. I just want to find something to do. You can think of it as me being too idle. Just as Yue Buqun was about to say something, a Xiaoyao guard hurriedly walked in from outside and knelt on one knee in front of Lu Hao. Master, there's a girl named Dongfang Bai outside who wants to visit you. Dongfang Bai. A glint of light flashed in Lu Hao's eyes. He thought to himself, I haven't looked for you yet, and you come to me on your own initiative? Master Yu, please go back. After I find the sunflower scripture of evil intention, I'll visit Huashan in person, Lu Hao said as he waved his hand at Yu Buqun and at the same time told that Xiaoyao guard to invite the girl outside in. Seeing this, Yu Buqun nodded immediately. Regardless of Lu Hao's intentions for now, at least he had completed Zhuolingchan's task. Thus, I'll await this grand arrival. After saying that, Yu Buqun bowed to Lu Hao and slowly withdrew from the main hall. Yu Buqun led Ling Huchong and Luo Zhanyuan through the winding and secluded paths of the villa and came to the open area in the center. Here, he saw a Xiaoyao guard leading a woman walking towards them. That woman was wearing a purple robe with extremely exquisite embroidery on it, showing her extraordinary status and taste. Her face was beautiful, with fair skin and a stunning appearance, like a fairy walking out of a landscape painting. So beautiful that it was hard to take one's eyes off. Yu Buqun immediately understood that this woman was the Dongfang Bai mentioned just now. He thought secretly in his heart, even heroes can't resist beauty. And the of Xiaoyao Villa is no exception. This woman has extraordinary charm. After they met each other, Yu Buqun and Dongfang Bai exchanged glances. Dongfang Bai's eyes were deep and bright, as if she could see through people's hearts. She smiled slightly, showing a strange smile. This smile made Yu Buqun feel a bit at a loss. He felt an inexplicable chill rising from the bottom of his heart, as if being stared at by something. He quickly composed himself and stabilized his emotions. This was Xiaoyao Villa, and Dongfang Bai was Lu Hao's guest. He couldn't act here. So, he smiled and nodded at Dongfang Bai as a greeting. However, the troublemaker Ling Huchong showed a lecherous look when he saw Dongfang Bai's appearance and murmured, while looking at Dongfang Bai's retreating back, "This woman is so beautiful." The Luo Zhanyuan beside him was sweating profusely at this time and couldn't help shivering all over. He quickly whispered to Ling Huchong, "Senior brother, be cautious in your words and deeds." Even though Luo Zhanyuan was so careful, there were a large number of Xiaoyao guards in Xiaoyao Villa. And Ling Huchong's words were still heard by one of them. Without any hesitation, the Xiaoyao guard moved. His figure was as swift as a cheetah and he rushed directly towards Ling Huchong. Neither Ling Huchong nor Luo Zhanyuan had expected such a change and were caught off guard for a moment. After Yu Buqun noticed the movement of that Xiaoyao guard, he was greatly shocked. He immediately took action. His figure flashed like a floating floss, and he protected Ling Huchong and the other person behind him. When that Xiaoyao guard saw Yu Buqun take action, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Yu Buqun to react so quickly, and his strength was also so high. But he wasn't afraid at all and directly went up to fight Yu Buqun fiercely. The strength of this Xiaoyao guard was no weaker than Yu Buqun's. They were both at the mid-stage of the first-class level, but Yu Buqun had the advantage of thick internal energy. And this Xiaoyao guard didn't gain the upper hand for a while. The Xiaoyao guard, after they exchanged a palm strike and took a few steps back from each other, Yu Buqun then quickly started to explain, saying, "This young hero, we are the guests of the just now. My disciple was rather rash in his words. I apologize on his behalf. If a son behaves badly, it's the father's fault. If a teacher fails to teach strictly, it's the teacher's negligence." After saying this, that Xiaoyao guard glanced at Ling Huchong, tapped his toes on the ground, and instantly disappeared in front of the three of them. This made Master Yu extremely angry. He was fuming with rage. He turned around and glared at Ling Huchong but didn't say a word. Then he walked straight towards the villa entrance. On the other side, Dongfang Bai was led by a Xiaoyao guard through the winding corridors and entered a secluded gazebo. This gazebo was located in a meticulously arranged garden, which was the place where Lu Hao usually cultivated his sentiment. Around the gazebo, the rockeries were arranged in an orderly manner with various shapes. There was a not small fish pond beside the rockeries. A group of colorful koi were swimming leisurely in the water, occasionally leaping out of the water and stirring up circles of ripples. "Master, the guest has been brought here." The Xiaoyao guard bowed slightly to Lu Hao and then turned around and left the gazebo. "This girl, may I ask what brings you to my Xiaoyao villa?" Lu Hao was sitting on the stone bench in the gazebo, sipping fragrant tea, and looked at the charming Dongfang Bai in front of him with a calm smile. Having seen the big world, Lu Hao wasn't particularly excited about these plot characters now. After all, he was also someone who had experienced a lot, nothing much. Just out of curiosity, I wanted to come and see what kind of place this Xiaoyao villa is that has been making the Jianghu people so panicked recently. Dongfang Bai looked lazy, sitting on the stone bench, with both arms resting on the stone table in the gazebo, one hand propping her head, and stared blankly at Lu Hao. "Me. Just a nobody, not worth mentioning to outsiders." Lu Hao's lips curved upwards, forming a smile. Looking at Dongfang Bai in front of him, he imitated her and also stretched out a hand to prop his head and looked at her. Dongfang Bai smiled, and her smile was extremely charming. She hadn't met such an interesting person for a long time, but when she saw Lu Hao for the first time, somehow, she had an inexplicable liking for Lu Hao. "The girl has come from afar. How about resting in my Xiaoyao villa for a few days?" After they looked at each other for a while, Lu Hao spoke first. Dongfang Bai gently opened her red lips, and her voice was as pleasant as a clear spring. How do you know I've come from afar? Can I be a local? After saying that, she showed a somewhat charming and naughty smile and looked at Lu Hao. Lu Hao showed a confident smile and replied calmly. Firstly, the girl's accent is not that of a local. Secondly, if there were such a beautiful young lady in Huang County, I would surely know. His words made Dongfang Bai couldn't help covering her mouth and a glimmer of admiration flashed in her eyes. All right, since thee is so kind, then this servant girl will accept the kindness with gratitude. I hope thou won't mind my intrusion, Dongfang Bai said as she cast a coquettish glance at Lu Hao. Truly a seductive vixen. By the way, may I ask the esteemed name of the? I am Lu Hao. Divide her line just like this. Dongfang Bai stayed at Xiaoan Manor for 2 days. During these 2 days, she gained quite a lot. She specifically learned about a part of Xiaoan Manor's strength. Xiaoan Manor has around 1,000 people, and each one has a decent cultivation realm. However, what shocked her the most was that there were quite a few first-class masters in the manor. She almost doubted her own perception of life. When did first-class masters become as common as cabbages? The key was that each and every one of them was so young. You know, first-class masters are usually the elders and sect leaders of various sections. Even in her Sun Moon God sect, there are only dozens of elders, yet here she encountered over 100. What Dongfang Bai didn't know was that there were more than 1,000 Xiaoao guards out in the Jianghu, robbing the rich and helping the poor at this moment. Otherwise, she might have been even more astonished. During these 2 days, Dongfang Bai not only learned about Xiaoao Manor but also got to know Lu Hao quite well. Although she hadn't seen Lu Hao in action, she could sense that Lu Hao was very powerful. Moreover, Lu Hao was sometimes humorous, sometimes serious, and even didn't mind mingling with his subordinates and eating and drinking together. Even more rarely, he could cook by himself. The delicious dishes he made directly won over Dongfang Bai's taste buds. This cooking skill was learned by Lu Hao from Gao Yao, although it couldn't compare to a 5-star chef. The taste was still quite good. The inexperienced Dongfang Bai was naturally reluctant to leave. At the same time, Lu Hao would take Dongfang Bai to visit the beautiful scenery within Huang County when he had nothing to do, and even took her to the summit of Huashan to admire the beautiful view. They climbed up the winding mountain path. Along the way, the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant, and the scenery was like a painting. When they reached the mountaintop, they saw the sea of clouds churning and the mountains stretching continuously. It was as if they were in a fairyland. Dongfang Bai was deeply attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of her. For a moment, she almost forgot her own identity and the purpose of her visit this time. This time, Dongfang Bai was like a young girl in the first throes of love. The way she looked at Lu Hao had changed. Lu Hao was a master at observing people's expressions and seizing opportunities. Seeing that Dongfang Bai was gradually falling into the trap, he directly took the first step and firmly held her small hand in his. Although Dongfang Bai was a bit shy, she still let Lu Hao hold her hand and stroll in the beautiful scenery. Time passed in a flash. A few days later. In a bustling county town. I really don't know what you're doing coming to Fuzhou, rushing here nonstop after traveling such a long distance. Is there anything that couldn't be done by the Xiaoao guards? Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai were strolling on the streets of the county town. Dongfang Bai cast a glance at Lu Hao beside her. There were also 10 Xiaoao guards following closely behind them. I came naturally for my own reasons. As for you, asking you to stay at Xiaoao Manor and wait for me, but you had to follow along. Lu Hao looked at the beautiful woman beside him and smiled faintly. What's the point of me staying at Xiaoao Manor if you're not there? Dongfang Bai paused for a moment, and a hint of affection showed in her eyes. If the people from the Sun Moon God sect saw her like this, they would probably be shocked out of their wits. When the two were strolling around, they came to an inn. Just as they were about to walk in, a young man in a dark green robe, holding a sword, walked out. His eyes were as sharp as torches as he swept across the two of them, and he said coldly, "This place has been reserved by our Qiqing temple. You go somewhere else." After hearing this, Lu Hao showed a disdainful smile. Qiqing temple, what a big name. After pausing for a moment, his tone suddenly changed. "But I'm here to find you, Lu Xian. Kill Lu Xian, one of the 4 great commanders of the Xiaoao guards." Drew his sword out without hesitation after hearing Lu Hao's order. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the young man and rushed over. Seeing this, the young man's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. They were used to being arrogant and domineering, and they knew most of the people from various sects in the Jianghu. Who would have thought that a stranger would not care about the deterrence of their Qiqing temple at all? He quickly drew out his sword for defense. It's a pity. Just a young disciple of the Qiqing sect. A mere second-rate level is no match for Lu Xian. Sure enough, in just one move, Lu Xian, relying on his exquisite swordsmanship and profound internal strength, easily swiped across the young man's neck and completed an instant kill. Blood spurted out from his neck instantly, and the young man collapsed outside the inn. Passers-by outside the inn let out a series of exclamations when they saw this scene. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xian and the other 9 Xiaoao guards rushed in with their swords drawn. The people inside the inn were startled by the sudden sound of fighting. Soon, many Qiqing Temple disciples wearing the same dark green clothes also rushed out with their swords. They engaged in a fierce melee with the Xiaoao guards. The glint of swords and the flash of blades intertwined into a chaotic scene inside the inn. However, although there were many Qiqing Temple disciples, the strength of the Xiaoao guards clearly had the upper hand. The disciples of Qiqing Temple quickly fell into a tough battle, and dozens of them were killed or injured in an instant. With such a big commotion, Yu Songhai, the master of Qiqing Temple, couldn't possibly not know. He quickly rushed out of his guest room, seeing his disciples fighting with a group of people in purple clothes in the inn. His brows were tightly furrowed, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. But seeing his disciples being massacred by outsiders, how could he just stand by, with a flash of his figure? He leaped down from the railing on the second floor and directly charged into the battle. He waved his long sword like the wind and launched a fierce attack on the Xiaoao guards. It's a pity. Despite a flurry of fierce actions, when it came to actual results, it was 0 for 5. He engaged in several rounds of combat with the Xiaoao guard in an instant. But unfortunately, he didn't even touch the other person's clothes. Instead, under the other person's exquisite swordsmanship, he gradually fell into a passive position. While Yu Songhai was shocked. He didn't expect these people in purple clothes to be so difficult to deal with. But soon, he also thought of something. He quickly disengaged from the battle and shouted at the Xiaoao guards and the others with a solemn expression. Are you people from Xiaoao Manor? Why are you attacking my Qiqing Temple so violently? Unfortunately, none of the Xiaoao guards paid any attention to him and continued their merciless massacre of the disciples of Qiqing Temple. While Yu Songhai was extremely anxious at this time, with his own strength, he wasn't a match for any of the Xiaoao guards. He could only watch helplessly as his disciples died a tragic death under their swords. Master, Master, save me. These were the last words of these disciples. Just hoping that Yu Songhai could save them. Renhao, Renjie. Yu Songhai's voice echoed in the empty inn, filled with despair and unwillingness. He looked at the fallen disciples, and his anger spread like a raging fire. Burning wildly in his chest, his eyes turned completely red, as if about to drip blood. Those fine bloodshot lines his eyes in an instant, looking extremely angry. However, he was helpless and could only tightly grip the hilt of his sword and stand vigilantly in a corner of the inn. Fortunately, no Xiaoao guard went to attack him, but he couldn't escape either. The battle, from start to finish, took only a short minute, but this minute seemed like an eternity to Yu Songhai, and at this moment, the inn was filled with nothing but corpses. The smell of blood filled the air, so that it was almost impossible to breathe. While Yu Songhai's eyes were blood red as he let out a furious roar. Why? The angry shouts echoed continuously in the inn. While Yu Songhai was surrounded by the Xiaoao guards, and Lu Hao slowly walked over from behind them. Why? There's no why. Qiqing Temple coveted the Lin family's Evil-Repelling Sword Manual, endangered the martial arts world, and harmed the common people. They deserve to be exterminated. Who are you? What does the matter of my Qiqing Temple have to do with your Xiaoao Manor? Why do you have to treat my Qiqing Temple like this? I am Lu Hao, the of Xiaoao Manor. What does it have to do with my Xiaoao Manor? Because I can't tolerate a cancer in the martial arts world. What else could Lu Hao say? Say that he was just bored. To find the Evil-Resisting Sword Manual for Yue Buqun. There's no such thing as why. If I don't like you, I just kill you. This massacre of the Qiqing disciples was just their bad luck. Lu Hao and the others were encountered by them as soon as they entered Fuzhou. Then there was nothing more to say. They already disliked Qiqing Temple, and in a word, killed at the same time. He was also indirectly revealing 2 pieces of news to the martial arts world. The owner of Xiaoao Manor is named Lu Hao. In the future, whether the martial world is in chaos or not will be decided by Brother Hao. This time, he wants to be the dean of the martial arts school. Just tasting the role of an emperor once is enough. He can't lead troops to fight every time he travels through time. That would be too tiring. Being carefree and at ease is his goal. When Yu Songhai heard Lu Hao's words, his chi and blood surged backwards, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out directly, splashing on the ground, forming a dazzling bright red. However, he didn't want to be slaughtered like a lamb. While Yu Songhai held a precious sword in his hand, and the blade glistened with cold light as he stabbed towards Lu Hao. A slight smile curled up on the corner of Lu Hao's mouth as he let out a cold snort. Die. Along with this cold shout, Lu Hao slapped out a palm forcefully. This palm seemed ordinary on the surface, but it contained astonishing internal energy. While Yu Songhai's precious sword was like paper under this palm wind and was directly slapped into countless pieces, flying everywhere. And Yu Songhai himself was also severely hit by this powerful palm wind, and his whole body was like a kite with a broken string. Being slapped flying, he crashed heavily into the wall of the inn, and his whole body slid down the wall like a puddle of mud. His face was full of horror and unwillingness, but he couldn't say a word, because all his bones were shattered. The Grandmaster of Qiqing Temple had met his end. Dongfang Bai, who was behind Lu Hao, had her pupils constrict when she saw Lu Hao make a move. This was the first time she saw Lu Hao take action and knew that he was of an extraordinary realm. But she didn't know that he actually had such powerful strength, probably not much inferior to hers. This made her impression of Lu Hao even better, and her feelings deepened further. The news of the death of Yuzhang Hai, the Grandmaster of Qiqing Temple, and dozens of his disciples of Qiqing Temple spread almost throughout the entire martial world within just half a day. At the same time, the two pieces of news that Lu Hao wanted them to know also spread. Song's Han, humph, lawless and arrogant. Does his Xiaoyao manner think it can be the leader of the martial arts alliance, speaking so righteously about maintaining the right path of the martial arts? Isn't he also coveting the Sunflower Sword Manual of the Lin family? Presumably, the Sunflower Sword Manual has already fallen into Lu Hao's hands. Inside an antique study, Ding Mian, Fei Bin, and Lu Bai, the 13 Taibao of Songzhan, stood in front of a desk, spitting out vulgar language. This made Zhuo Lingchan, who was sitting behind the desk, frowned deeply. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yuzhang Hai and dozens of his disciples of Qiqing Temple were all killed. And Xiaoao Manor only sent out 10 people. Such strength, I'm afraid even my junior brothers can't match it. Zhuo Lingchan, sitting on a delicately carved rosewood chair, gently tapped the rosewood surface of the desk with his left hand and said in a low voice. Looking at the others, what Zhuo Lingchan said directly left the three of them speechless, not to mention half a cup of tea's time. Just dealing with Yuzhang Hai alone would probably take them more than half a cup of tea's time. The atmosphere in the study became increasingly, and for a moment, even the air seemed to freeze. As things stand now, we'd better not offend Xiaoao Manor. We need to avoid its edge and tell the disciples in the sect not to cause trouble. What Lu Hao said was very obvious. He wanted to manage the injustices in the martial world. Now, we can only first unite the 5 sacred sword sects into one. Only in this way might we have a chance against Xiaoao Manor. Half a month later, Lu Zhengfeng's golden basin washing ceremony will begin. The 3 of you lead some disciples and get ready to go to Hangyang. After Zhuo Lingchan finished speaking, he waved his hand at the 3 of them, indicating for them to retreat. After the 3 of them left, a cold light flashed in Zhuo Lingchan's eyes. Lu Hao, Dongfang Bubi, you will be the stepping stones for me to dominate the martial world. I, Zhuo Lingchan, will not admit defeat so easily. Huashan. Inside Yue Buqun's study, Lu Hao, he actually took action so brutally. Along with Yuzhang Hai, dozens of his disciples were all killed, and his methods were extremely cruel, comparable to those of the demonic cult leaders. Yue Buqun sighed to Ning Zhangzi, who was standing beside him. When Ning Zhangzi heard this name, the first thing that came to her mind was that person. That person's figure had been lingering in her mind during this period of time, not only because of what happened between them, but also because of another thing that made her very curious. The realm that had troubled her for several years actually broke through after that night. She had now also become a first-class early-stage master. She had never dared to tell Yue Buqun about this because she felt a great sense of guilt towards Yue Buqun. Junior sister, why do you think Lu Hao promised to give me the Sunflower Sword Manual? This time he went to Fuzhou. Could it be really just to find the Sunflower Sword Manual for me? And Yuzhang Hai was killed because he failed to snatch the Sunflower Sword Manual from Lu Hao. At this time, Yue Buqun didn't know how to judge Lu Hao. He really did things as he pleased. Ning Zhangzi shook her head slightly. I don't know either. But senior brother, it's better to be on guard. The world is bustling for profit. Presumably, Lu Hao must have some ulterior motives. Speaking of this, her face gradually turned red with shyness, and she didn't dare to look directly at Yue Buqun. What junior sister said is right. I will be more vigilant. After some time, the golden basin washing ceremony of senior brother Lu Zhengfeng of Hengshan will begin. I see that junior sister has been a little distracted recently. Maybe it's because you're nervous about me. How about you go to Hengshan with me? By the way, we can enjoy the scenery along the way. Maybe it can relieve junior sister's nervousness. After hearing this, Ning Zhangzi's expression became a little dull, and then she nodded and smiled faintly. That would be nice. Dividing line Fuzhou, Lin Mansion, half a day ago. After Lu Hao and the others killed Yuzhang Hai and the others, the news spread in Fuzhou immediately. After the Lin Zhanyuan family got the news, their tense mood was immediately relieved. Moreover, he personally took his son Lin Pingzhi to find Lu Hao and the others and invited them into the Lin Mansion. Thank you, Lord Lu Zhuang, for your great kindness. I, Lin Zhanyuan, have no way to repay you. If there is ever a time when the Lu Manor needs my Lin family in the future, please just say so directly. Even if it means being smashed to pieces, my Lin family will repay your great kindness. Inside the main hall of the Lin Mansion, Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai were sitting on the main seats. Lin Zhanyuan and his wife were sitting on the left, and their eyes were constantly cast towards Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai, full of respect and gratitude. Lin Pingzhi was sitting on the right. There was a hint of childishness on his face, but it was hard to hide his admiration for Lu Hao. You're welcome. I didn't do anything much. I just didn't like those people from Qingqing Temple. Lu Hao waved his hand casually. Lu Hao was actually quite speechless towards this large Lin family. They were guarding a peerless sword technique, but no one had ever been able to master it. They clearly knew that there was the real sunflower sword technique in the old house, but they didn't practice it. Fine, maybe they knew the drawbacks of the sword technique, but when outsiders came to snatch it, they still wouldn't give it. A sword technique that requires self-castration more important than the lives of the whole family. Don't they understand the principle that a man is innocent but is guilty because of his wealth? Everywhere, it's strength that speaks. If you have no strength and still hide a treasure that everyone covets, isn't that courting death? After going around in a big circle, in the end, it was still Lin Pingzhi who learned it. And it also cost the lives of the entire Lin family. What's the meaning of this? Besides, this Lin Pingzhi, in order to avenge his family, would use any means. First, he became a disciple, and then he seduced. Did he really have feelings for Yu Lingshan? Maybe, but there probably wasn't love. Lord Lu Zhuang, please do stay in Fuzhou for a few more days. We must do our best as hosts. Lin Zhanyuan bowed again to Lu Hao respectfully. No need. We'll stay one night tonight and leave tomorrow. This. My mind is made up. Lu Hao looked at Lin Zhanyuan and said calmly, Night. Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai left the Lin mansion. Under Lu Hao's lead, the two of them came to a small alley. What are we doing here at such a late hour? Dongfang Bai looked at Lu Hao curiously. There's a treasure hidden here. Lu Hao showed a mysterious smile and stroked Dongfang Bai's little head. Dongfang Bai's little face looked extremely shy in the darkness. Yes, this is the old house of the Lin family in Xiangyang Lane. Knowing that the Sunflower Sword Manual was hidden here, he didn't even bother to ask Lin Zhanyuan for it. Treasure. Dongfang Bai followed Lu Hao suspiciously and climbed over the wall into the old Lin family residence. When they entered a room, her attention was immediately drawn to a painting hanging on the wall. She activated her lightness kung fu, leaped several meters high to the roof beam, and slowly searched among the roof tiles. In less than a few breaths, she retrieved a bloodstained Buddhist robe. Lu Hao looked at the Buddhist robe in his hand, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. When she landed, Dongfang Bai looked at the thing in her hand curiously. What is this? A Buddhist robe? However, after she opened the cassock eroded by years and bloodstains, she was immediately stunned to see the words on it. Is this the sunflower canon? Who would have thought that? Lu Hao smiled faintly and said, This is not the sunflower canon of your Sun Moon God sect. Hearing this, Dongfang Bai was shocked again. Her eyes were dull, and she looked at Lu Hao in shock and said, You knew my identity long ago? Seeing Dongfang Bai looking so surprised, Lu Hao stroked her hair. If I didn't even know your identity, how could I have kept you in Xiaoao Manor for so long? For the first time, Dongfang Bai thoroughly recognized Lu Hao's strength and horror. She had been on Haimuya all year round and rarely went out. Moreover, she usually dressed as a man when going out. How could anyone know her true face? For a moment, she began to suspect that there was someone lurking in Haimuya. However, soon she dispelled this doubt. If there were any spies in Haimuya, she might have been poisoned long ago. She was only certain of one thing, that is, Lu Hao knew she was from the Sun Moon God sect. But he might not necessarily know that she was Dongfang Bubi. You knew I was a disciple of the Sun Moon God sect, yet you still kept me by your side. Dongfang Bai didn't know what to say at this moment. Anyway, her little mind was full of doubts. Why, it's very simple. I like you. Lu Hao's gaze was firmly fixed on Dongfang Bai. His voice was extremely gentle, and his eyes were filled with love at this moment. These words made Dongfang Bai blush instantly. The grand leader of the Sun Moon God sect was now like a young girl in her first love, with a faint blush on her face. Her hands unconsciously tugged at the corner of her clothes, and her fingertips trembled slightly, revealing the shyness and joy in her heart. Although her eyes dodged, she would secretly look at Lu Hao from time to time. That shyness and expectation were intertwined, looking extremely cute. Looking at Dongfang Bai like this, Lu Hao didn't say anything more. He just slowly leaned closer to her and pressed his lips on her cherry-like red lips. Dongfang Bai was attacked by this sudden kiss. She was slightly stunned for a moment, and her heart started pounding instantly, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. But soon, she sank into this sweetness, stood on tiptoe, wrapped her hands around Lu Hao's neck, and warmly responded to Lu Hao's kiss. During this period, although the affection between them had gradually deepened, Lu Hao had always maintained a sense of respect and restraint and didn't cross the final boundary. However, he had done a lot of things that took advantage of her, and this wasn't the first time they had kissed. As the saying goes, the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. After a long time, Lu Hao held the cassock in one hand and gently stroked the back of Dongfang Bai's head with the other, hugging her tightly into his arms. and Dongfang Bai also hugged Lu Hao tightly. As if pouring all her emotions into this hug, the moonlight shone on them, adding a bit of mystery and beauty to this warm and romantic moment. They just hugged each other quietly until Lu Hao spoke again. All right, let's go back first. If the disciples of your Sun Moon God sect see the grand leader Dongfang Bubi actually hugging and cuddling with a man, wouldn't it scare them? Humph, who dares? Before Dongfang Bai could finish her words. The next second she broke away from Lu Hao's embrace and looked at him in surprise again, but didn't say a word. Lu Hao twitched the corner of his mouth, with a sly smile on his face, shrugged his shoulders, and said easily, I said I just guessed it now. Do you believe it? What do you think? Dongfang Bai gave him a disdainful look. She now knew what it meant to be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Lu Hao had known her true identity long ago, but not only didn't he expose it, but he also flirted with her. I don't care. I'm sticking to you. If you treat me badly, I'll kill you. Dongfang Bai hugged Lu Hao's waist again, buried her head in his chest, and her tone was a bit domineering but also full of love. How could I treat you badly? My woman. I'll give her all the best things. Lu Hao gently stroked Dongfang Bai's hair and said with a faint smile, but aren't you afraid of those so-called righteous people in the martial arts world? You know, we've always been mortal enemies. Dongfang Bai raised her head and looked at Lu Hao affectionately. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Hao's eyes, and he said domineeringly, Humph, when I, Lu Hao, do things, I don't need others to point fingers. If one person is dissatisfied with me, I'll kill that one person. If 10 people are indignant, I'll kill those 10 people. If the entire Jianghu is against me, then I'll kill everyone in the Jianghu. Better for me to betray the world than for the world to betray me. At this moment, Lu Hao truly and perfectly interpreted Cao Cao's life motto and philosophy. Dongfang Bai was attracted by Lu Hao's domineering aura and stared at him obsessively for a long time without saying a word. Looking at Dongfang Bai's appearance, Lu Hao immediately knew that tonight wouldn't be peaceful. The two returned to Lu Hao's room in Lin Manor. At this time, how could Dongfang Bai not know what Lu Hao was going to do? But she was the grand leader after all. Instead of being passive, she took the initiative. Right after Lu Hao closed the door, she immediately stood on tiptoe and naturally wrapped her hands around Lu Hao's waist. The next second, her red lips directly pressed on Lu Hao's lips. Lu Hao was a bit caught off guard by this sudden move, but he quickly reacted and responded warmly. His hand slid up and down Dongfang Bai's back, and the interaction between the two instantly ignited the atmosphere in the room. The air was filled with ambiguity and passion. Their breaths were intertwined, and every touch seemed to spread like an electric current throughout their bodies. As time passed, their kisses became deeper and more lingering. They hugged each other tightly, as if they wanted to merge into one. The two slowly walked to the bed. After a long time, their lips finally parted. But the affection in their eyes was still strong. Under the illumination of the lamp, Dongfang Bai's little face looked extremely shy. She lowered her eyelids slightly and didn't dare to look directly into Lu Hao's eyes. Looking at her shy appearance, Lu Hao felt an indescribable tenderness in his heart. He smiled gently, reached out his hand to gently stroke her hair, as if soothing her slight nervousness. Then, he slowly lowered the bed curtain, covering the two of them in a warm and private space. Then, streams of beautiful celestial sounds echoed throughout the room. Here, 10,000 words are omitted. The next afternoon, Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai, along with Lu Xian and the other 10 people, galloped away on horseback in a grand manner, leaving Fuzhou City and heading towards Hengyang. There will definitely be a ceremony for Lu Zhanyuan to retire from the martial arts world. Yue Buqun will surely go. By the way, he can give Yue Buqun the Sunflower Secret Manual he just obtained and also go and watch the farce of those clowns from Mount Song. Along the way, Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai strolled through the mountains and waters hand in hand. They weren't in a hurry to rush to Hengyang because time was more than enough for them. Moreover, they had just established a deeper relationship and happened to enjoy this romantic honeymoon journey during this trip. They stood on the majestic mountain peak, overlooking the continuous mountains at their feet, shrouded in clouds and mist, with magnificent scenery. They walked among the temples with booming incense. The architecture of the temples was simple and elegant, as if every brick and every tile carried the marks of the years. Just like this, they traveled through the mountains and waters, tasted the local delicacies everywhere. Time passed like a fleeting white horse. Soon they arrived in Hengyang. Hengyang is a city with a long history, with its unique charm and rich cultural heritage. Mount Heng, one of the 5 great mountains, is located within the city of Hengyang. Since they arrived in Hengyang early and the ceremony for retiring from the martial arts world wouldn't start until 2 days later, they found an inn with pleasant scenery and a comfortable environment to stay in. Of course, they didn't forget to have a good time in the city of Hengyang. In the evening, after returning to the inn, Lu Hao unexpectedly saw a person, which made the smile on his face disappear completely. Master Lu, what a pleasant surprise to meet you in Hengyang. It's really an honor for you. Lu Hao never would have thought that Yue Buqun would also come to this and to stay. The moment Lu Hao and the others entered the inn gate, Yue Buqun saw their figures immediately and greeted them with a smiling face. Some of Yue Buqun's disciples looked at them curiously. The most crucial thing was that behind him stood a dejected Ning Zhangzi. Lu Hao's eyes stayed on Ning Zhangzi all the time. The moment he saw her, his smile immediately stopped abruptly. Dongfang Bai, who was beside him, quickly noticed Lu Hao's abnormality. So she followed his gaze and saw Ning Zhangzi standing at the counter, looking a bit absent-minded. Master Lu, what a coincidence we have. I wonder what brought you to Hengyang. When Lu Hao saw Yue Buqun approaching him, his eyes finally shifted away from Ning Zhangzi and looked at Yue Buqun, saying sparingly, sightseeing. Oh, Hengyang is indeed a nice place with many famous mountains and historical sites. Lord Lu has truly come to the right place. In 2 days, senior brother Lu Zhengfeng of the Mount Hung sect will also hold a ceremony to retire from the martial world here. At that time, martial artists from various sects will gather in Hengyang, which is quite a grand event. Yue Buqun could tell that Lu Hao didn't really want to talk to him, but still chattered on. I hope he can succeed. Lu Hao sneered, looked at Yue Buqun, and his mind once again recalled the tasks assigned by the system. After coming to this world, the system had assigned 3 tasks. One was to help Yue Buqun become the leader of the 5 great mountains, another was to kill Zhuo Lingchan, and the last one was to collect the beautiful women in the drama. With no upper limit, now that the sunflower scripture of evil-resisting swordsmanship had been obtained, and he had so fatefully encountered Yue Buqun in Hengyang, Lu Hao immediately thought of giving the sunflower scripture to him. Master Yu, do you still remember the promise made that day? Follow me. After Lu Hao said that, he nodded at Dongfang Bai. This was the silent understanding cultivated between the two during this period. Just with a single movement or glance, they knew what the other meant. Then, Lu Hao's gaze turned to Lu Xian, and he gently pointed at the bundle on Lu Xian's body. Lu Xian immediately understood his intention. Unhesitatingly untied the bundle and respectfully handed it to Lu Hao with both hands. After receiving the bundle, Lu Hao didn't linger and turned around to walk out of the inn. Dongfang Bai quietly watched Lu Hao's back disappear outside the door. Then silently went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Her eyes lingered on Ning Zhangzi for a moment, but quickly withdrew. After hearing Lu Hao's words, a glint of light flashed in Yue Buqun's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed. The two of them walked one after the other to a secluded corner behind the inn. It was quiet all around, only the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. Lu Hao stopped, turned around, and handed the bundle in his hand to Yue Buqun. This is the sunflower scripture of evil-resisting swordsmanship. Lu Hao's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Yue Buqun took the bundle and impatiently opened it. His eyes were shining with excitement, as if he had already seen the glorious scene of himself unifying the 5 great mountain sword sect in the future. When he saw the somewhat ancient-looking cassock in the bundle, a glimmer of longing flashed in his eyes. Lord Lu, this is the sword manual of the 72 styles of the sunflower scripture of evil-resisting swordsmanship? Yue Buqun's voice was a bit trembling, but more filled with excitement and anticipation. Yes, I, the Lord of the Manor, would not deceive you. I've given you the sword manual. Whether you practice it or not depends on your own decision. After Lu Hao said expressionlessly, he slowly walked back towards the inn. With such profound inner strength and the addition of a top-notch swordsmanship, if Yue Buqun couldn't defeat Zhuo Lingchan, that would be really strange. Of course, all this was based on the premise that he chose to practice the sunflower scripture of evil-resisting swordsmanship. However, Lu Hao believed that for the sake of Huashan, he would really be willing to make that sacrifice. After returning to the inn, Lu Hao's eyes searched through the bustling crowd and finally caught sight of the familiar figure of Ning Zhangzi at the counter. She stood there alone, and the disciples around her were nowhere to be seen. A strange feeling welled up in Lu Hao's heart, and he slowly walked over. Lady Ning, long time no see. How have you been lately? After coming to her, Lu Hao spoke, his voice gentle. Hearing Lu Hao's voice, Ning Zhangzi's mind became a bit flustered. She looked up at Lu Hao, and that familiar face appeared in front of her again, making her couldn't help but recall that passionate night. Those memories came flooding back like a tide, making her cheeks instantly turn crimson. Lu Hao looked at Ning Zhangzi's blushing cheeks and a surge of impulse welled up in his heart. If it weren't for so many people in the inn. He really wanted to pull her into his arms and feel that long-lost warmth, but he knew that this wasn't the right time. I'm fine. Ning Zhangzi's voice was a bit trembling, and she said coyly, I haven't seen you for days, and your figure has been lingering in my mind. Unexpectedly, we meet again in Hengyang today. Is this considered a kind of fate? What are you talking nonsense about? Ning Zhangzi nervously looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, she continued, you already have a girl by your side. Don't say such absurd things. I'm not one to know what contentment is. Lu Hao couldn't help but smile wickedly looking at Ning Zhangzi's shy. Just as Ning Zhangzi was about to say something more, her eyes looked across, and the words on her lips stopped abruptly. Huh, Lord Lu, do you know my junior sister? It turned out that Yue Buqun came back carrying a bundle and was surprised to see the two of them facing each other when he came to their side. Well, I just got to know Lady Ning. Lu Hao smiled indifferently. Yue Buqun laughed heartily. My junior sister is a truly remarkable woman with both literary and martial talents. You can communicate more in the future. After hearing this, Lu Hao showed a strange smile. I'm sure to have enough communication with Lady Ning. Thanks to all the family members for urging me to update and adding it to the bookshelf and giving good reviews. I, the third, will continue to work hard. Thank you all here. After saying goodbye to Yue Buqun and Ning Zhangzi, Lu Hao returned to his guest room. As soon as he entered the guest room, he saw Dong Fangbai lying lazily on the bed half-covered. Her mature and sexy body was wrapped in a light purple sheer gauze dress, revealing two sections of calves that were so white and smooth that it was amazing. Her two small feet were fair, delicate, with a delicate arch, and her toes were like cardamom, plump and elastic. Her charming appearance was indescribable. When she moved slightly, that boneless feeling made Lu Hao's heart flutter instantly. Hubby. Dongfang Bai's voice was full of alluring charm. She slightly raised her head, and those affectionate eyes stared directly at Lu Hao. Hearing this call, Lu Hao's heart trembled, and Dongfang Bai in front of him seemed to become even more charming. He saw her red lips slightly parted, revealing teeth, and the slightly raised corners of her eyes, all revealing. Stao Bai, what are you doing? Lu Hao swallowed his saliva involuntarily, because Dongfang Bai had never called him hubby before and had never been so charming to him. Seeing this, Dongfang Bai hooked the corners of her mouth into a smug smile. She tugged at the gauze dress, moved her body, and got out of bed, slowly approaching Lu Hao. When she came in front of Lu Hao, she stretched out her hand and gently lifted Lu Hao's chin. Am I beautiful? Or is that woman beautiful? Lu Hao grabbed her hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You are beautiful. Really? I don't think so. I saw someone's eyes couldn't move away from that woman. Hearing Dongfang Bai say this, the little impulse that had just risen in Lu Hao also dissipated a bit. Then he started to tell her what had happened between the two of them. Oh, I see. Then you seem to still be obsessed with her. Why don't you just snatch her over? Dongfang Bai chuckled and nestled beside Lu Hao. Aren't you angry? Lu Hao gently stroked her hair and said, What's there to be angry about? Among the elders and hall masters in my Sun Moon God sect, which one doesn't have several wives and concubines? After being with you, I've thought about this day. It's just a matter of time. Dongfang Bai seemed very indifferent to this, as if everything was expected. Seeing how sensible you are, I'll give you a gift in a few days. Lu Hao lifted her chin. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. A gift? Do we have to wait a few days? Then let your servant girl serve you now, hubby. After Dongfang Bai finished speaking, she instantly broke free from Lu Hao's embrace and her body gradually sank. Dividing line when Lu Hao was indulging in the gentle embrace, on the other side, Yue Buqun and Ning Zhangzi couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Each of them had their own thoughts. At this time, Yue Buqun's mind was constantly flashing that cassock, and he couldn't wait to practice the exquisite swordsmanship on it. So, he walked out of the room alone without even saying hello to Ning Zhangzi. After seeing Yue Buqun leave, Ning Zhangzi sighed. The two hadn't slept in the same bed for a long time. If not for this outing, the two of them would not have been in the same room. After Yue Buqun left the inn, he activated his lightness kung fu and silently came to a mountain range in Hongyang City alone. Seeing that the place was rarely visited, Yue Buqun started a campfire and carefully took out that Buddhist robe from his bosom. Facing the light of the campfire, he began to admire the words and pictures on it. However, after about half a minute, Yue Buqun's face suddenly changed greatly, and the smiling expression just now directly became frowning and glaring. To practice this skill, cut off one's genitals, Yue Buqun felt that something was wrong with the whole person, feeling deceived, and immediately began to curse. You bastard Lu Hao! I said, why are you willing to give me such a peerless sword manual? So there are such great disadvantages in practicing it. Yue Buqun's eyes flashed a cold light, and his murderous aura was awe-inspiring, as if he wanted to kill Lu Hao immediately. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. One can succeed without cutting off one's genitals. Yue Buqun didn't believe what was written on it at all, and continued to look at the incantation facing the light. After about a quarter of an hour, he began to practice the moves according to the pictures on it, but in less than 3 moves. His figure suddenly stopped, then his face changed greatly, his brows were tightly frowned, and he covered his chest with one hand. The next second, a mouthful of old blood directly spat out from his mouth. The color of his whole face instantly turned pale. Why? Why is this? Yue Buqun had blood on the corner of his mouth and roared continuously towards the dark sky, and his anger seemed to reach the sky. After a long time, Yue Buqun finally believed it. If he didn't practice kung fu according to that sentence, he would definitely go mad. However, cutting off one's genitals, what's the difference from a eunuch? For a moment, such a major decision made him hesitate. Just like this, he stayed alone in a desolate mountain for an entire night. The next day, Lu Hao got up early, looked at the still sleeping beauty, smiled slightly, covered her with the quilt after getting dressed neatly, and walked out of the room alone. As soon as he walked down to the first floor hall, he saw Ning Zhangzi sitting alone at a table. There were their disciples at several tables beside, and Lu Xian and other Xiao guards were having breakfast. Master, after Lu Xian and others saw Lu Hao appear, they stood up neatly at the first time, bent down slightly and greeted respectfully. Continue eating. Lu Hao smiled indifferently and waved his hand. He is Lu Hao, the owner of Xiao Villa. What a big heirs. If you also had his strength, you could have such big heirs too. Haven't you heard? With one palm, Lu Hao beat Yu Songhai until his meridians were severed. What kind of strength is this? Even our master probably couldn't do this, right? As soon as Lu Hao appeared, the disciples of Huashan's sect immediately started whispering to each other. They didn't know who Lu Hao was last night, but after learning from the second senior brother Lei Adinyo that he was the owner of Xiao Villa, they were extremely admiring. Miss Ning, would you mind sharing a table and having breakfast together? Lu Hao looked at Ning Zhangzi's back and smiled indifferently. Hearing this, Ning Zhangzi was just about to refuse. But seeing that there were really no other empty seats in the inn, she helplessly nodded at the moment. Miss Ning seems a bit distracted. Could it be that you didn't rest well last night? Hearing Lu Hao's concerned words, Ning Zhangzi was slightly stunned, and then nodded. Senior brother was out all night and didn't come back. I was a little worried. After hearing this sentence, Lu Hao felt a great deal of jealousy in his heart and thought secretly, Yue Buqun. Yue Buqun, what virtues and abilities do you have to have such a virtuous and gentle wife? Just as he was about to say something else, he saw Yue Buqun looking gloomy and coming back from outside the inn with a worried face. Sect leader Yu, Miss Ning said that you were out all night and didn't come back, and yet you came back in high spirits this morning. Is there any gain? I heard that there is a kind of bird in Hengyang at this season, which is very rare. Could it be that sect leader you went looking for birds in the middle of the night? After hearing Lu Hao's teasing words, a look of anger appeared in Yue Buqun's eyes, and he wished he could swallow him alive, but this look disappeared in a flash, and he said calmly, there was no gain last night. I didn't sleep all night last night. I'm a little tired. Excuse me. After Yue Buqun finished speaking, he didn't look back and walked straight towards the stairs leading to the second floor. Ning Zhangzi was confused by the conversation between the two. But seeing Yue Buqun's bad complexion, she didn't say anything and continued to have breakfast. Soon, Lu Hao's breakfast was served on the table, a bowl of plain noodles. Dongfang Bai walked out of the room at this time, looking a little haggard, yawning as she walked to Lu Hao's side and plopped down on the chair beside. Is there something to eat? I'll have it first. Dongfang Bai directly moved the plain noodles in front of Lu Hao to her own, then picked up the chopsticks and ate big mouthfuls. It seems that she is really hungry. Eat slowly, there's no one competing with you. I ordered a portion of buns for you. Do you still have an appetite for buns after eating the noodles? Along the way, Lu Hao had basically figured out some of Dongfang Bai's hobbies. For example, she liked to eat buns, dumplings, and other foods with fillings, and she also liked to drink alcohol. The higher the degree, the better. Dongfang Bai quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, gave Lu Hao a coquettish look. You can eat the buns. Some people don't know how to cherish the fairer sex. It's really abominable. Hearing the conversation between the two, Ning Zhangzi didn't know why, but there was an inexplicable strange feeling in her heart. Maybe she thought of something, and the blush on her face slowly appeared. She didn't even want to eat, and got up to say hello to the two of them, and was about to leave. But how could Dongfang Bai let her just leave like this? She slowly opened her mouth, looked at Ning Zhangzi. This is Mrs. Yu, right? Ning Zhangzi was slightly startled and also turned to look at Dongfang Bai. I am. What does the girl want to instruct me? What can I instruct? I'm the one who asked for your instruction. I haven't been to Hengyang many times. You are both from one of the 5 sacred mountains. Presumably you are quite familiar with this place, right? I wonder if Mrs. Yu can accompany us to take a tour. After Dongfang Bai finished speaking, she winked at Lu Hao and smiled playfully. Now Dongfang Bai has completely lost the majesty and domineering of the leader of the Sun Moon God sect. Now she looks like a docile little bird, just like a next-door little sister. This, mistress, take us to take a tour too. That's right. I've never been to Hengyang before. Hearing Dongfang Bai's words, Ning Zhangzi was just about to refuse. But hearing them from the disciples behind, after thinking for a moment, she agreed. After that, Ning Zhangzi led more than a dozen disciples, as well as Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai, and began to stroll around Hengyang. That troublemaker Ling Huchong, ever since he spoke disrespectfully in Xiao Villa and almost caused Yue Buqun to capsize in the gutter, after returning to Huashan, Yue Buqun directly punished him to reflect on himself at Seguoya. Yuling of course followed wherever her senior brother went. After all, there is no Lin Pingji by her side now. Hengyang City was extremely lively, with people coming and going. Maybe because Lu Jingfeng's golden basin washing ceremony was about to start tomorrow. More and more martial arts people appeared in the city. After seeing Ning Zhangze, they greeted her. That's right. Ning Zhangze, the wife of the Huashan sect leader, should have the due respect. Just as Ning Zhangze finished greeting some martial arts people, Lu Hao saw a group of nuns walking towards them. After seeing a figure among those nuns, the corner of Lu Hao's mouth slightly turned up. Miss Ning, long time no see. The leading old nun greeted Ning Zhangze with a serene face. So it's senior sister Dingy. Long time no see. How have you been recently? After seeing the person coming, Ning Zhangze put on a smile again and amiably chatted with Abbess Dingy. Well, not bad. Why isn't sect leader you here? Abbess Dingy looked at the people behind Ning Zhangze. Besides a group of disciples wearing Huashan sect costumes, there were also 2 strangers. Maybe he's a bit uncomfortable after a long journey, so he's resting in the inn. Ning Zhangze smiled indifferently. So that's the case. Abbess Dingy nodded, indicating her understanding. But looking at the large group of people behind Ning Zhangze, she asked again, where are you going now? These disciples want to take a tour in Hengyang. So I'm just taking them out to have a look. Ning Zhangze cast a glance back at the crowd and gave a gentle smile. Then we won't bother you any longer. We just arrived in Hengyang and need to find an inn to stay for a while. Excuse us. Lu Hao saw Abbess Dingy about to leave and quickly said with a smile, Abbess, you can go to the inn where we are staying. The Huashan sect is also staying there. Abbess Dingy looked at Lu Hao with some unfamiliarity and then turned to Ning Zhangze with a puzzled look. I'm Lu Hao. When Ning Zhangze looked blank and didn't know how to introduce Lu Hao, he spoke up himself. Oh, so it's young hero Lu. Nice to meet you. Well, then we'll stay at that inn.at this time. Abbess Dingy didn't at all associate Lu Hao with the Lu Hao, via the legendary Xiaoao manor who had been making waves in the Jianghu. After all, Lu Hao seemed so harmless at the moment. Abbess, the disciples have been living in the mountains for a long time and rarely come down the mountain. Why don't you let them accompany us to stroll around Hengyang City? With Miss Ning here, she can surely ensure their safety. Lu Hao looked at Abbess Dingy with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth and a calm look in his eyes as he made the suggestion again. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Hao's words fell, the little nuns behind Abbess Dingy all showed expressions of anticipation and yearning. Although they were nuns, they were young and naturally full of curiosity and yearning for the bustling world below the mountains. Abbess Dingy cast a glance back at her disciples and saw the eager light in their eyes. She couldn't help but sigh slightly in her heart. How could she not know that her disciples were curious about the world outside the mountains? But the Jianghu was full of perils, and she had to think about their safety. However, Lu Hao's words also made some sense. So she looked at Ning Zhangze and said, then I'll trouble Miss Ning to take good care of my disciples. Ning Zhangze smiled gently and nodded. Abbess Dingy gave some instructions to her disciples, then turned to Ning Zhangze to ask for the specific location of the inn and went to the inn alone. During this period, Dongfang Bai patted Lu Hao on the side, with a somewhat teasing smile on her face as she sized up Lu Hao and said, these are all nuns. Don't tell me you're thinking. Lu Hao rolled his eyes helplessly. What are you thinking? I just thought they rarely have the chance to come down the mountain and want them to experience the worldly life for once. Dongfang Bai said with a somewhat joking tone and looked at him playfully. Oh, so that's the case. I thought our Lord Lu of the manor had some other ideas. Am I that starved for company? Lu Hao gave her another glance. Unexpectedly, Dongfang Bai's next words directly made him choke. Yes, according to what you said, not only yes, but very much so. Lu Hao, under the lead of Ning Zhangze, a large group of people visited many peaks and many scenic spots. Hengyang didn't only have Mount Hengshan. There were also some other peaks with nice scenery. The Huashan sect didn't allow people to climb the mountain randomly at this time and even prohibited going to other places to have a look. Well, it's getting late. Let's get ready to go down the mountain. After Ning Zhangze led a group of disciples and turned to several places like a tour guide, she looked back at them and said, Don't, Shenyang, let us play for a while longer. Yes, we came out once, Shenyang, play for a while longer. Just as Ning Zhangze was about to say something, she keenly heard a sound and suddenly looked up. It turned out that a rock as big as a human head was falling rapidly towards them from the top of the mountain. Watch out, get out of the way quickly. Ning Zhangze grabbed 2 people beside her and quickly dodged. Some of the disciples who were too slow to react just stared blankly up. Unfortunately, by the time they realized it and wanted to run, it was already too late. The dozens of meter rock was falling rapidly. And its speed was not slow. Just as the rock was about to reach above their heads, a figure appeared and punched the rock to pieces with one fist. The residue of the rock fell beside some of the disciples, and they stared blankly at that figure. Thank you, Lord Lu, for saving our lives. After those several disciples came to their senses, they finally saw who this figure was, then bowed to Lu Hao with clasped fists and thanked him very respectfully. Lu Hao waved his hand and returned to Dongfang Bai's side without saying a word. It wasn't that he was being overly kind-hearted. but he didn't want Ning Zhangzi to hold a grudge against him. After all, it was Dongfang Bai who suggested coming out to play. If something happened to her disciples, it wouldn't be good for his subsequent plans. Is everyone okay? Ning Zhangzi looked anxiously at the Hengshan disciples and Huashan disciples around her. If something happened to someone, she really wouldn't know how to explain it, especially the people from the Hengshan sect. I'm fine. We're fine. Ning Zhangzi looked at the little nun beside her and asked with concern. Are you okay too? The little nun looked at Ning Zhangzi gratefully and said, I'm fine. Thank you, Miss Ning. That's good. Let's go. It's getting late, and it's too dangerous to stay on the mountain at night. After what just happened, no one proposed to stay and play anymore. Ning Zhangzi nodded at Lu Hao behind her and then led the way down the mountain first. The little nun who had just followed Ning Zhangzi took 2 steps, felt around on her body as if something was missing, then went back to the original place and started bending down to look for something. Are you looking for this? Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai saw the little nun bending down to look for something. Lu Hao, with sharp eyes, saw something under a small piece of broken rock. He walked over, picked it up, and came to the little nun and waved it in front of her. The little nun and Dongfang Bai saw that thing at the same time. It was a sachet. Dongfang Bai's face instantly changed greatly when she saw the sachet, while the little nun quickly took it over and smiled sweetly. Yes, thank you, senior. Lu Hao smiled gently and said, You're welcome. Let's go. After saying that, Lu Hao turned to look at Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Bai was standing there stunned, with a shocked expression on her face. Seeing her like this, he knowingly asked, What's wrong? Only then did Dongfang Bai come to her senses and stared blankly in the direction where Lu Hao and the little nun had gone. Was the sachet just now that little nun's? Lu Hao shrugged. Obviously it's hers. Suddenly, Dongfang Bai's eyes began to moisten. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she stared blankly at the back of the little nun in a daze. The little nun just now was Yilin, Dongfang Bai's long-lost sister, and that sachet was given to her by Dongfang Bai before they parted. What's wrong with you? Lu Hao looked at Dongfang Bai's appearance, gently stroked her hair and asked with concern. He of course knew the reason, but he couldn't say it. I seem to have found my sister. Dongfang Bai looked at Yilin's retreating back and choked with sobs. Huh? Who couldn't it be that little nun just now? Lu Hao knowingly asked again. Yes, it's her. The sachet just now was given to my sister by me back then. If nothing goes wrong, she is the sister I've been looking for a long time. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go recognize her. But I'm afraid she won't recognize me. Dongfang Bai shook her head slightly, her mood a bit uneasy. Seeing this, Lu Hao smiled gently and comforted her again. Maybe your sister is waiting for you to recognize her. For all these years, she might have always thought her relatives were all dead. Now that there's a sister alive, how could she not recognize you? Go. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Dongfang Bai also found them reasonable. Nodding immediately, Dongfang Bai activated his lightness kung fu and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Hao watched Dongfang Bai's disappearing figure. With a slight upward curve on the corners of his mouth, he hoped this gift would be to your liking. Just like this, Dongfang Bai and Yilin recognized each other, after learning that her elder sister was still alive. Yilin's first reaction was to cry with joy, and Yilin's fellow disciples were also happy for her after seeing her recognize her sister. Ning Zhangzi never expected that the woman beside Lu Hao was actually the long-lost elder sister of a young nun from the Hengshan sect. What a twist of fate. After Dongfang Bai and Yilin recognized each other, they returned to the inn and started chatting all night long, even driving Lu Hao out of the room. On this night, Lu Hao became a solitary figure, sitting alone on the inn rooftop, drinking a little wine while looking at the stars and thinking about the next step of development. Just after Lu Hao had drunk a pot of wine, his sensitive ears heard a slight rustling sound moving quickly. Under the moonlight, Lu Hao saw clearly that the owner of the sound was Yue Buqun. At this moment, looking at Yue Buquan's furtive appearance, it seemed that he had gone to study the sunflower scripture again. Could it be that he had figured it out? Isn't Ning Zhangzi alone in the room now? Just as this thought came to mind, Lu Hao shook his head. Even if he went into the room, so what? Ning Zhangzi simply wouldn't agree. It's better to wait for Yue Buqun to go down and take that knife first, so as not to let Dongfang Bai say that he is desperate. The next day, Yue Buqun, Ning Zhangzi, and Ding Yishirtai led their disciples and left the inn early. Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai's group didn't follow. Going too early would just mean listening to their meaningless chatter. It wouldn't be too late for them to show up after the people from the Songzon sect arrived. In front of Lu's mansion today. It was extremely lively. Lu Zhanyuan and his disciples were greeting the guests at the entrance. Yue Buqun brought Ning Zhangzi and the disciples to the front of Lu's mansion. After Lu Zhanyuan exchanged a few words of greeting with them, he asked a disciple to lead them in to rest for a while. The compound of Lu's mansion was not small. As the junior brother of Mochou, the leader of the Hengshan sect, Lu Zhengfin's status in the Hengshan sect was definitely not low. Naturally, the place where he lived in Hangyang couldn't be small either. Just the compound of Lu's mansion occupied an area of about 2 mil. And this golden basin washing ceremony was held within the compound. At this time, rows of seats had been set up in the compound, and quite a few people had already taken their seats. Oh, sect leader Yu and Madam Yu, long time no see. How have you been recently? Yo, Yi Xiaochuan, you're here already. Yue Buqun and the others, as well as Yi Xiaochuan, were all well-known figures. The martial artists who had arrived earlier than them greeted the three when they saw them coming. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Lu Zhanyuan told a disciple to greet the guests at the entrance and then walked into the compound alone. Everyone, thank you for coming to attend Lu's golden basin washing ceremony. Lu, will remember the kindness of all the martial arts friends today. Brother Lu, you're being too polite. Brother Lu wants to retire from the martial world and stop asking about worldly affairs. This is a great loss to our righteous path of martial arts. I heard that Brother Lu wants to retire because he wants to become a military officer in the court. The court and us martial artists have always kept to ourselves. Why does Brother Lu have to get involved in this muddy water? Alas, it's really a pity. The Hongshan sect will lose a master, and the court will gain a great general. Everyone has their own aspirations that we should support Brother Lu's choice. Lu Zhanyuan had just said one sentence. And the martial artists present started chattering in all directions, some in favor and some against. Everyone, please listen to me. Lu, don't want the affairs of the martial world anymore and am tired of the life of fighting and killing. So I just want to get a leisurely position in the court, and in this life. Lu, have no great ambitions. All I like in this life is some musical instruments. The life of fighting and killing really isn't what I want. This matter, I have thought about it for a long time and reported it to my senior brother, the sect leader. With his approval, I made this decision. In the future, if any of you need my help, just speak up straight. Although I'm no longer in the martial world, I will never forget the friendship we've had for many years. What Lu Zhanyuan said made the martial artists present nod. Everyone has their own aspirations, and they couldn't say much. Besides, those who could come here all had some friendship with him, and they couldn't embarrass him in front of so many people. Now we're just waiting for the senior brother from the Songzon sect to arrive. Please wait a moment, and the golden basin washing ceremony will start soon. At this time, Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai, leading Lu Xian and the other Xiaoao guards, were slowly walking towards Lu Zhanyuan's mansion on the street. Why is he here? Dongfang Bai's gaze was fixed ahead at this moment. Several dozen meters away, there was an elderly middle-aged man with slightly graying hair. Behind the man, there was a petite and delicate little girl, looking about 12 or 13 years old, with a naive and innocent smile on her face, extremely lively. Is he Chu Yang, the elder of your Sun Moon sect? Lu Hao followed Dongfang Bai's gaze, looked at the man and smiled calmly. Since he is one of the main characters of this conference, how could he not come? Dongfang Bai nodded. That's right. The one beside him is his granddaughter, Chu Fian. Her nickname is Fei Fei. I've met her a few times. This little girl is very lively. But why are they here? Could it be that they're also going to Lu Zhanyuan's golden basin washing ceremony? Dongfang Bai's expression became darker and darker as he thought. Perhaps he had already listed Chu Yang as a traitor to the sect. What are you thinking so much for? Just go and see, Lu Hao said as he pulled her little hand and walked towards the mansion of Lu's residence. The scene changed. Lu Zhanyuan and the others had been waiting for the Songzon sect for a long time. But the people from the Songzon sect still didn't come, and Lu Zhanyuan's patience was starting to wear thin. He got up and walked to the center of the compound, looking at the over 100 martial artists in the compound and said, Everyone, it's getting late. Lu's golden basin washing ceremony officially begins. Just as his words fell, a voice came from outside the mansion. Disciples of the Songzon sect have arrived. As soon as the voice dropped, Fei Bin, the great Songong hand of the Songzon sect, wearing the light red Songzon sect robe and holding a multicolored flag, walked into the compound swaggeringly, followed by several disciples. The Left Alliance leader of the 5 Sacred Mountain Sword sect has ordered that Brother Lu be asked to postpone the golden basin washing ceremony for the time being. Why is this? I, Lu, am tired of the fighting and killing in the martial world and want to wash my hands. Why does the Left Alliance leader stop me? Lu Zhanyuan's heart tightened when he saw the. He was afraid of exactly what had happened. In this conference, he was most afraid of being interrupted. Once interrupted, everything would not go smoothly. Brother Fei, I hope you can convey to the Left Alliance leader that me. Lu, washing my hands is purely my personal will. Since I have gathered so many martial arts friends today, there is no way I will give up easily. Brother Lu, the Left Alliance leader has. Please follow the order. Fei Bin squinted his eyes and snorted coldly, with a very strong threat in his tone. What if I don't follow? Does the Left Alliance leader manage too much? Does he want to make me lose credibility in front of my martial arts friends? After Lu Zhanyuan finished speaking, he directly reached out his hands towards the golden wash basin on the table in front of him. Seeing this, Fei Bin drew out the sword carried by a disciple beside him and threw it directly at the wash basin. The wash basin was immediately knocked over by the impact of the sword. Lu Zhanyuan was filled with anger and shouted at Fei Bin angrily. "Fei Bin, what do you want to do?" At the same time, Lu Zhengfeng's family and a group of servants were escorted into the compound by a group of Songzhan sect disciples with swords in their hands. This incident caused an uproar among all the martial artists present. "What are you doing? Let go of Madame Lu quickly. Songzhan sect, are you going too far like this?" Fei Bin looked at the scolding of the crowd, sneered, with disdain in his eyes, and he stretched out a hand to signal everyone to calm down. "All you martial arts friends, our Songzhan sect has just received a piece of news that Lu Zhengfeng secretly colluded with Chu Yang, the elder of the demonic sect. This is why the Left Alliance leader wants to stop him. Lu Zhengfeng, do you admit this or not?" After Fei Bin finished speaking, he looked at Lu Zhengfeng mockingly. "Yes, a real man dares to do and admit. I do know brother Chu Yang. He is my bosom friend in life. But we have never colluded with each other. We just made friends through music." Lu Zhengfeng is indeed an honest man and directly admitted it. Sure enough, his admission caused an uproar among all the martial artists again. And they all looked at him with shocked expressions. "Senior brother Lu, the Left Alliance leader hopes that you can see the error of your ways and kill Chu Yang. I in this way. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I will not do such despicable things." Before Fei Bin could finish speaking, Lu Zhengfeng directly refused. "Humph, stubborn. The Left Alliance leader has ordered that if Lu Zhengfeng refuses to correct his mistakes, then the 5 sacred sword sects will immediately clean up the sect and leave no one alive. Chu Yang is here. You want to capture me? Why make things difficult for my dear brother Lu?" After a loud shout, Chu Yang leaped down from the rooftop and came into the courtyard, looking down on the crowd with pride. And Chu Fian, who was still on the rooftop, showed a worried look on her little face after seeing Chu Yang go down. "Thank you, dear family members, for your support. I, the third one, am beyond words to express my gratitude. I bow and thank you." Chu Yang's appearance made all the righteous martial artists present stand up. They all picked up their weapons and looked at him warily. "Big brother Chu Yang, why did you show up? You shouldn't have come here." Lu Zhengfeng's pupils constricted, and he was extremely anxious when he saw Chu Yang appear. He looked even more nervous than when his wife and children were being coerced. "Ha ha ha, dear brother, we act with integrity and uprightness. What is there to fear? Even if we die here today, our brothers will have died a worthy death." After hearing Lu Zhengfeng's concern, Chu Yang felt a warmth in his heart. And then he burst out laughing loudly. This time, Lu Hao, who was in another corner of the rooftop of Lu's mansion, was speechless after hearing their conversation. If someone knew that they simply made friends through music, they might think there was something more between them. Does Chu Yang really have a connection with Lu Zhengfeng? Doesn't he know that these so-called righteous people are all hypocrites? Dongfang Bai, who was beside Lu Hao, let out a slight sigh and showed a hint of surprise in her eyes after seeing Chu Yang appear. Don't say that. There are good and bad people among the righteous. That Fei Bin is indeed a righteous person. But he acts like he has the imperial edict in his hand and his actions are extremely shameless. Similarly, not all of you in the evil sect are evil. What is righteousness and what is evil? You can't tell just by the camp a person belongs to. A slight smile curled up at the corner of Lu Hao's mouth. "Humph. Even if what you said makes sense, do you know those so-called hypocrites?" Dongfang Bai was angry, her small mouth pouting and retorting angrily. Lu Hao also curled his lips. Most of these so-called righteous people look sanctimonious and act as if they are taking on the responsibility of saving all sentient beings. They are truly hypocritical. "Senior brother Lu, since Chu Yang has appeared, if you kill him immediately, then I will go back and report to the Left Alliance leader. You will still be a member of our 5 sacred swords sect." Seeing Chu Yang appear, Fei Bin was also extremely overjoyed. Originally, he wanted to use Lu Zhengfeng to catch Chu Yang and see if he could catch this big fish. Who would have thought that the big fish would actually take the bait? There are so many fellow martial artists here. Even if Chu Yang is extremely powerful, he can't possibly be the opponent of all these people. Humph, dream on. I, Lu Zhengfeng, disdain to associate with you. Lu Zhengfeng looked at Fei Bin with a scowling face and angry eyes. At this time, the anger in his heart had almost reached its peak. Not only were his wife and children being coerced, but he was also being forced to do something he didn't want to do. "Senior brother Lu, everyone has the right to kill those who are evil. Why are you so stubborn?" Yi Buqun looked at Lu Zhengfeng's determined appearance and stepped forward to start persuading him. "Right, junior brother Lu, you might have been bewitched by this demon. Listen to this poor nun's advice and cut off your ties with Chu Yang." Master Dingyi also spoke up when she saw Lu Zhengfeng's family being coerced by the disciples of the Songzhan sect and Lu Zhengfeng being so stubborn. "Ha ha ha. You people claim to be righteous, but what kind of heroes are you for coercing my dear brother's family?" Chu Yang is here. If you have the guts, come and take my life. Chu Yang was full of heroic spirit. This was like issuing a challenge to the martial artist present. If they didn't accept it, they would surely be laughed at by others. Sure enough, in this tense atmosphere, Tianmin Taoist priest, the head of the Taishan sect, heard Chu Yang's words and directly drew his sword and rushed forward. He is known for being upright and would never tolerate Chu Yang. Demon, take this sword. Tianmin Taoist priest roared angrily, his voice filled with anger. Although both Tianmin Taoist priest and Chu Yang are first-class experts, there is still quite a gap in their realms. Facing Tianmin Taoist priest's attack, Chu Yang seemed to be very relaxed and easily avoided the sword. Just after Tianmin Taoist priest's attack missed, Chu Yang suddenly launched a counterattack. He suddenly slapped out a palm, which contained profound internal energy, and slapped it towards Tianmin Taoist priest's back. If this palm hit, Tianmin Taoist priest would surely be either dead or severely injured. Watch out, senior brother Tianmin. Seeing this, Yue Buqun quickly shouted out a warning, and at the same time, he used his lightness kung fu, and in just a few steps, he drew his sword and rushed in front of Chu Yang. With Yue Buqun's sudden intervention, Chu Yang's palm didn't hit firmly just now, but Tianmin still got a little injured. Tianmin Taoist priest's face was a bit pale at this time, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was injured by Chu Yang's palm force. Humph. Welcome. Chu Yang roared angrily. He swung his palm towards Yue Buqun and attacked. The palm wind was extremely fierce, but in a situation of 2 against 1, he was doomed to lose. He wasn't Dongfang Bubi and didn't have such high strength. Yue Buqun and Chu Yang had almost equal strength, but Yue Buqun's internal energy was deeper than Chu Yang's. Soon, Chu Yang fell into a disadvantage. After about half a cup of tea's time, Chu Yang was careless for a moment and was hit by Yue Buqun's palm on the back. Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out from Chu Yang's mouth and his face instantly turned deathly pale. And Ding Mian and Lu Bai, who were hiding in a corner of Lu's mansion, were extremely happy to see this situation. They had finally completed the task assigned to them by Zuolingchan. After this battle, the reputation of the Songzhan sect in the martial world will rise again. After seeing Chu Yang get injured, Lu Zhanyuan quickly stepped forward to support the tottering Chu Yang. Big brother Chu, that heart-rending shout was just like when a loved one passed away. Grandpa, Chu Fian, who was hiding on the rooftop watching the battle, showed an even stronger look of worry on her face after seeing Chu Yang get injured. She subconsciously jumped off the rooftop and then quickly ran towards Chu Yang. Grandpa, are you okay? Don't die. What will happen to Fei Fei if you die? Chu Fian looked at Chu Yang, who was a bit unsteady, with sobs and tears streaming down her eyes. Cough. After Chu Yang coughed up a bit of blood, he seemed to feel better, and there was again a hint of color on his face. Looking at Chu Fian's worried look, he lovingly stroked her little head. Don't worry, Fei Fei. Grandpa isn't that easy to die. Chu Fian was crying and crying. Her usually cheerful and mischievous look had disappeared completely. Grandpa, let's go. Let's stop fighting. Right? Big brother Chu. You take the child and go quickly. I don't believe that Fei Bin really dares to kill my whole family. Lu Zhanyuan supported Chu Yang, also looking extremely worried. After saying that, he turned his head and looked fiercely at Fei Bin. Unexpectedly, Fei Bin burst out laughing, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Lu Zhanyuan, you think too highly of yourself. Now you are a traitor who has colluded with the demon cult. What wouldn't I dare? Not only you, but Chu Yang and that little girl will also surely die today. What do you want to do? Fei Bin, the child is innocent. After hearing this, Lu Zhanyuan frowned tightly and angrily rebuked Fei Bin. Haha, innocent? Everyone has the right to kill those who belong to the demon cult. After Fei Bin finished speaking, Chu Fian was also scared at this time and was shivering in Chu Yang's arms. Disciples of the Songzhan sect, hear the order. The Left Alliance leader has ordered to behead Lu Zhengfeng's entire family and leave no one alive. No, I don't want to die. Lu Zhengfeng's youngest son was so scared that he wet his pants and started shouting and crying. Unfortunately, how would the disciples of the Songzhan sect care about the life or death of a child? Just as the disciples of the Songzhan sect were about to strike mercilessly, a voice resounded over Lu's mansion. What a big mouth, Left Alliance leader, dream on, pig, the Songzhan sect, just a bunch of clowns. If you dare to kill one, let's see. After the voice fell, Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai appeared in the courtyard the next second. At the same time, Lu Xian led 9 Xiaoao guards and quickly moved towards the Songzhan sect disciples who were holding hostages. Their strange and unpredictable movement skills made the disciples of the Songzhan sect only feel a blur in front of their eyes. Quickly kill them. Fei Bin only then came to his senses and saw shadows moving rapidly towards Lu Zhengfeng's family members. Immediately, he thought something was amiss and roared at the Songzhan disciples with great anxiety in his voice. Unfortunately, he was still too late. Almost simultaneously, as soon as his voice fell, the swords of the Xiaoao guards came down quickly. Each flash of the sword light was accompanied by the sound of songs on sect disciples falling to the ground. The songs on sect disciples fell one by one, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Some had their heads directly cut off, and some had their chests pierced through. The thick smell of blood immediately filled the air, making people suffocate. Fabian stared blankly at this scene, with horror and despair in his eyes. He never thought that these people who came and went like ghosts would be so powerful that they could wipe out the songs on disciples in the blink of an eye. The other martial artists fell silent after seeing this. The entire Lu family mansion fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that one could almost hear the breathing sounds of the people around. When Fabian had just said that he wanted to kill Lu Zhengfeng's entire family and the little girl beside Chu Yang, some of the more conscience-stricken martial artists present immediately felt ashamed. They didn't understand why the Songzhan sect was being so ruthless. Although the righteous and the demonic paths were incompatible like fire and water, but such a ruthless method was no different from the demonic path. For a moment, the topic of what was righteousness and what was evil became a difficult problem in their minds. After seeing Lu Hao and others appear and the Xiaoao guards instantly killing more than a dozen Songzhan sect disciples, they completely fell silent. And when Chu Yang saw Dongfang Bai, the hanging heart in his heart immediately let go, because no matter what, Dongfang Bai couldn't watch him die at the hands of these people. He would rather die at her hands. Sister Dongfang. Chu Fian was overjoyed to see Dongfang Bai. The little face that had been tearful and full of sorrow just now suddenly had a feeling of having survived a disaster. Dongfang Bai glanced at the two of them and didn't say anything. Lu Zhifeng saw that Chu Yang seemed to know that man and woman and curiously whispered, "Brother Chu, do you know them?" Because the appearance of this man and woman not only made everyone fall silent, even his own family was saved, and he wanted to find out so that he could go and express his gratitude. Lu Hao came out because he couldn't bear to see the methods of the Songzhan sect. It wasn't just to simply save Lu Zhengfeng's family. Lu Zhifeng regarded brotherhood as more important than the lives of his family members. Lu Hao couldn't criticize him for that. In Lu Hao's view, this man was either ignorant or a fool. Brotherhood was of course important, but weren't the lives of family members important, just like since ancient times? It has been difficult to be both loyal and filial. In special situations, one must make a decision. Which one would you choose? Lu Hao now regarded himself as the dean of the martial arts world. Whether the martial arts world was chaotic or not was up to his elder brother Hao. What were you people from the Songzhan sect shouting about here? Xiaoao Manor. Fabian came to his senses and recognized that they were from Xiaoao Manor. He stared fixedly at Lu Xian and the other 10 people, and a surge of anger welled up. His fist clenched tightly, and his veins bulged, as if he wanted to tear them apart. He even felt that the task assigned to them by Zhuo Lingchan might undergo a huge change after the people from Xiaoao Manor appeared. Ding Mian and the other person hiding in the dark frowned tightly when they saw the people from Xiaoao Manor appear. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Are you Lu Hao, the owner of Xiaoao Manor? Fabian took 2 deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. Then he turned to look at Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai. Yes, Lu Hao was as sparing of words as ever. The arrogant and disdainful expression that Fabian had just had was now on Lu Hao's face, looking at him like an ant. Only then did some of the people present who didn't know the situation realize that they were the Xiaoao guards in purple clothes, and some martial artists who had long heard of the fame of the Xiaoao guards kept their eyes lingering on Lu Hao. Lu Xian and the others. Among the people present, the most astonished was definitely Nundingi. Nundingi never expected that the young man who seemed harmless yesterday and followed Ning Zhangzhou would actually be the well-known owner of Xiaoao Manor in the martial arts world. Yi Buqun also looked at Lu Hao with astonished and curious eyes. He didn't know what purpose Lu Hao had come here for, but after seeing the Xiaoao guards take action, he could generally guess something. However, he wasn't very interested in these. What interested him the most was the strength shown by the Xiaoao guards. This was the second time he had seen the Xiaoao guards take action. Each of them was a master. He didn't have the absolute certainty of victory against any one of them. This made Yi Buqun couldn't help but recall in his mind that cassock that he both loved and hated. Lord Lu, why does your Xiaoao Manor always oppose my Songzhan sect? Now, in front of so many martial arts colleagues, you have killed many of my Songzhan sect disciples. I need a reasonable explanation. Fabian might have relied on Ding Mian and Lu by hiding in the dark to support him, or in front of so many people, he was certain that Lu Hao wouldn't act rashly. So he actually started to question Lu Hao. Noisy, why should I explain my actions to you? What are you? A cold light flashed in Lu Hao's eyes as he snorted coldly at Fabian. Fabian almost flew into a rage on the spot, but thinking about the skills of the Xiaoao guards and the others, he still forced down the anger in his heart. His brain quickly thought. And after a few seconds, he said righteously to Lu Hao, I am Fabian, the great Songnong Hand, one of the 13 protectors of the Songzhan sect. Do you know that your actions not only offend my Songzhan sect, but also offend my 5 sacred sword sects and all the colleagues present? Fei Bin's move was obvious. He wanted to tie everyone to his ship and make everyone present deal with Lu Hao together. After seeing that these words resonated with many people, he secretly rejoiced and continued to speak righteously. We are here to clean up the sect and eliminate traitors, but you have forcibly stopped us. What on earth is your intention? Could it be that there is some connection between your Xiaoyao manor and the people of the demon sect? Or do you want your Xiaoyao manor to become the common enemy of the entire martial arts world? Comma, 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 comma. Fei Bin's words quickly mobilized the emotions of some people. They stared at Lu Hao and the others with their swords drawn. However, Yue Buqun and Nundingi didn't act rashly, especially Yue Buqun. He was well aware of the strength of the people from Xiaoyao Manor. Moreover, there was also a mysterious Lu Hao. Since he dared to be so arrogant, he must surely have his confidence. After hearing Fei Bin's words, Lu Hao snorted coldly. His face remained expressionless as he looked at him with the eyes of looking at a dead man. Really giving you face. What is your songs on sect? So what if I have a relationship with the Sun Moon God sect, becoming the common enemy of the martial arts world? Do you even deserve that? One by one. Listen up today. Why Xiaoyao Manor is not afraid of becoming the common enemy of the martial arts world. My Xiaoyao Manor doesn't need others to point fingers at our actions. If you're not convinced, come and fight. As for you, you've already talked too much nonsense. Die. Lu Hao glanced contemptuously at Fei Bin, then stretched out two fingers. A dazzling sword chi with endless cold killing intent instantly burst out from his fingertips. Fei Bin was shocked to the extreme when he saw this. He wanted to resist, but it was already too late. That sword chi, like a sharp sword, with a powerful momentum and extremely fast speed, arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The next second, his eyes widened round, and the extremely sharp sword chi could even be seen in his pupils. Fei Bin didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was directly split in half by the sword chi. Fei Bin's body separated on both sides, and blood, intestines, and other internal organs scattered all over the place. The thick smell of blood immediately filled the air. Ouch! Some little nuns from the Hengshan sect turned pale after seeing this scene. Those who had just joined the sect even retched continuously. Innate expert. Forming chi into shape, he is an innate expert. It's possible to release internal energy to reach the first-class realm, but forming chi into shape is a unique characteristic of innate experts. Don't understand. Personal understanding. Don't spray. Everyone in the entire Lu family mansion was stunned, including Ding Mian and the other person hiding in the dark, among the entire righteous path of the martial arts world. The known innate experts might be Master Fa Zheng and Taoist Master Chengxiu, and they were both seniors over 50 years old. They never expected that a young man in his 20s would also reach this realm. Even the elusive and mysterious Dongfang Bubi was in his 30s. There were rumors in the martial arts world that he had reached the innate realm, but there were also those who said he hadn't. And he didn't even bother to come out and clarify. Lu Hao looked at the gazes of the people around him and snorted coldly. Yue Buqun was also stunned. He knew that Lu Hao was very powerful, but he never thought that Lu Hao would actually be an innate expert. All the songs on sect disciples hiding behind. Come out. Do you really want me, the Lord of the Manor, to invite you out? Lu Hao turned his head and looked towards a certain corner, shouting loudly with a sharp look in his eyes. Ding Mian and Lu Bai, who were hiding in the dark, were startled when they heard this. Then, after they exchanged glances, they led the disciples behind them and rushed out. Ding Mian and Lu Bai held their swords and maintained a certain distance from Lu Hao, glaring at him with their eyebrows furrowed. There were more than a dozen disciples of the Mount Song sect behind them. At this moment, they were extremely tense and looked a bit distracted. Lord of the Xiaoyao Manor, you bully our Mount Song sect like this. Do you think there is no one in our sect? After seeing Fei Bin, who had been split in half beside him, Ding Mian glared at Lu Hao, his voice filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Facing the imposing Ding Mian and Lu Bai, Lu Hao's expression was extremely calm. A mocking smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. You openly help the people of the demon sect. Do you really want to be an enemy of all the martial artists here? Lu Bai continued Ding Mian's words and also glared at Lu Hao, his voice full of accusations and threats. Obviously, like Fei Bin just now, he wanted the people present to deal with Lu Hao together. After all, there is strength in numbers, and even ants can kill an elephant. Unfortunately, they are not united ants. And Lu Hao is not a stupid elephant. Lu Hao looked at Ding Mian and Lu Bai indifferently, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. He slowly shook his head and said, Your Mount Song sect claims to be on the right path of the martial world, but your actions are completely contrary to those of the righteous people. What you do is even worse than that of the Sun Moon Divine cult. Lu Zhanyuan said that if one person makes a mistake, that's fine, but you shouldn't involve his family, and even less should you have the idea of harming two children. Are your actions more detestable than those of the demon sect? Lu Hao's words completely made everyone present fall into deep thought again. Some of them just thought that the actions of the Mount Song sect were too ruthless. Why should a person's guild implicate their family? Although good and evil are incompatible, many people still feel ashamed of harming a child. Of course, Lu Hao didn't expect these people to help him or anything. Instead, he wanted them to recognize their own actions. They all looked so self-righteous. Is this what it means to be on the right path of the martial world? As the dean of the martial arts world, he had the obligation to set things right. Those who didn't listen would just die. Lu Hao let out a contemptuous laugh and then continued. My Xiao manner acts above board and never does anything shady or despicable. As for what you said just now, I'll answer you now. Yes, I'm bullying your Mount Song sect for having no capable people. What can you do about it? Be an enemy of all the martial artists here. What a joke. Do you even deserve to? With all due respect, everyone present is a filthy person. Garbage. Lu Hao's words were extremely arrogant. His voice was full of confidence and domineering, as if everything was under his control. After saying that, he coldly looked around at the people around him. As his gaze swept across, the people around began to whisper to each other and discuss animatedly. Some of them were dissatisfied with his arrogance and thought he was too overbearing. Seeing Lu Hao being so arrogant and some people around starting to be dissatisfied with him, Ding Mian immediately started to stoke the fire again. Lu Hao, don't be too arrogant. Our Mount Song sect and all the martial artists here are not to be trifled with. Ding Mian shouted loudly while looking at those who were discussing animatedly. Fellow martial artists, Lu Hao has deviated from the right path, and the Xiao manner has become a heretical sect. Please join hands with us and kill this wretch together. After Ding Mian finished speaking, he exchanged glances with Lu Bai. Then, with firm expressions on their faces, they led the disciples of the Mount Song sect behind them and charged forward with their swords in hand. Kill. The Xiao manner has become a demonic sect and is no different from the people of the demon sect. Yes, the Xiao manner is so overbearing that they must not be allowed to harm the martial world. Kill them all. Quite a few people actually listened to Ding Mian's words. Or perhaps the Mount Song sect's reputation was not bad. More than half of the hundreds of martial artists rushed towards Lu Hao, who was standing in the distance at full speed. Lu Xian, leave none alive. Lu Hao sneered at the people rushing up and gave orders to Lu Xian and the other Xiao guards beside him. After saying that, he put his arm around Dongfang Bai's slender waist and prepared to watch the show. Lu Hao had no interest in these people at all. If Zhuo Lingchan or Yue Buqun had made a move, then he would have been willing to offer some guidance. Lu Xian was at the late stage of the first-rate level, and the other 9 were also at the early and mid stages of the first-rate level. It would be a piece of cake for 10 people to fight against dozens of small fries. Among these people, only Ding Mian and Lu Bai could be considered first-rate experts, and the others were not even worth mentioning in their eyes. At this time, Yue Buqun was no longer the ignorant Yue Buqun who wanted to show off. He knew the horror of the Xiao manner, and Lu Hao was a congenital expert. Going against him was like hitting a stone with an egg. So Yue Buqun didn't lead the disciples of the Huashan sect to rush up but chose to watch the battle. Ding Shitai, who had the same idea as Yue Buqun, didn't act impulsively either. The gap between congenital experts and them was too big, and what Lu Hao said might not be without reason. The Mount Song sect was really too ruthless. Moreover, the woman beside Lu Hao was the sister whom Yilin had just recognized. She didn't want the relationship between the Hongshan sect and the Xiao manner to turn into an irreconcilable situation. Just as Yue Buqun had expected, Lu Xian fought against Ding Mian and Lu Bai, the well-known 13 Taibao of Mount Song, while the other martial artists engaged with the other 9 members of the Xiao manner. Although they had a large number of people, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. The strange swordsmanship of the Xiao guards, combined with their strange footwork, every time they swung their swords, it was accompanied by the screams and falls of their enemies. Without exaggeration, their swordsmanship could almost reach the level of killing several people in a second. Of course, all of this was due to the blessing of the 9 swords of Dugu and the divine steps of Lingbo. Lu Hao had always been generous to his own people and had taught them these early on. Although they were still in the introductory stage, it was obviously sufficient to deal with these people. The battle situation became increasingly intense. The battle between Lu Xian and Ding Mian and Lu Bai had reached a level. Ding Mian and Lu Bai, although both first-rate experts in the Jianghu, felt unprecedented pressure when facing Lu Xian's 9 swords of Dugu. That swordsmanship was unpredictable, and every move made it difficult for them to defend. On the contrary, Lu Xian had not a single injury on his body and looked extremely calm. Obviously, he was using them to practice his sword moves. Otherwise, they would have already become the souls under Lu Xian's sword. And the other 9 experts of the Xiao manner were not to be outdone either. They cooperated tacitly, and their swordsmanship was equally extremely fierce. Their attacks were like violent storms, and their footwork was unpredictable. For a moment, The martial artist's screams echoed continuously, and the smell of blood filled the entire Lu mansion compound. Yue Buqun stood aside and witnessed all this. His eyes were full of shock and envy. Lu Xian, a mere Xiao guard, had such powerful strength that he could overpower Ding Mian and the other two. Even he himself couldn't fight against them so easily. At this time, the seed of his desire for strength in his heart was rapidly sprouting. Even if he had to give up some unnecessary things, with a loud bang, Ding Mian and Lu Bai were simultaneously sent flying backwards and fell heavily to the ground. They vomited mouthfuls of blood. And there was a long sword wound on each of their chests, exposing their white bones, and the blood couldn't stop gushing out. Just now, Lu Xian had reached a new level in his understanding of the 9 swords of Dugu. Obviously, he didn't want to continue playing with them. With a single move of the sword-breaking style, he directly sent the 2 of them flying, and the swords in their hands flew out of their grasp. At this time, the battle between the Xiao guards and those so-called martial artists had also reached its end. With the last scream, dozens of people who had aided the evildoers all fell under the swords of the Xiao guards. For a moment, the Lu mansion compound was like a living hell. Is this all? After seeing the battle end, Lu Hao yawned, loosened his hand from Dongfang Bai's waist, and walked lazily towards Ding Mian and Lu Bai, who looked extremely terrified. Where's your arrogance just now? Keep going. Lu Hao sneered at Ding Mian and the other 2 who were lying on the ground like dead dogs. You. The 2 of them spat out another mouthful of old blood, and the blood directly sprayed towards Lu Hao. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, his clothes would have been dirty. Don't worry. It won't be long before your sect leader's senior brother will go to hell with you. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he nodded at Lu Xian. Lu Xian held a sword in his hand and viciously swung it at the 2 of them. 2 heads immediately rolled off their bodies and rolled to one side. Blood spurted out like a fountain from their necks, staining the entire ground red. Their eyes were wide open, as if there was still a hint of unwillingness and panic before they died. Everyone around was stunned by this scene. They couldn't believe that these 2 highly renowned masters of the Songzhan sect in the martial world had died at the hands of a young man with no reputation. And Lu Hao actually dared to behead so many martial artists at the same time. Didn't he really fear becoming the public enemy of the martial world? Everyone fell silent for a moment. To those who were close to Zhuo Lingchan here, please convey a message for me. My Xiao Manor welcomes him to take revenge at any time, provided that he brings enough people. Otherwise, it would be too boring. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he also looked at Yue Buqun and Ning Zhangzi beside him, and a slightly evil and strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, Lu Hao turned around and walked towards Chu Fian. Little girl, you were crying and sniffling just now. Why do you seem to be gloating now? Lu Hao came to the side of Chu Yong and Chu Fian, reached out and stroked Chu Fian's little head. Big brother, these people are all not good people. You came to rescue us, so of course I'm happy. Chu Fian was a bit shy because of Lu Hao's action, but still smiled and said happily, You're such a shrewd little thing at such a young age. You can already tell the good from the bad. Lu Hao let go and looked down at the little girl in front of him, smiling faintly. This child is one of the most unforgettable characters. Chu Fian, who was naturally lively, cheerful, and mischievous, had been with her grandfather Chu Yong since childhood. But ultimately, she fell victim to Fei Bin's. Now, Lu Hao's actions could be considered to have fulfilled the dreams of some people. Of course, I'm very smart, and I'm not that young either. In a few years, I'll be old enough to get married. Big brother, how about I marry you then? Chu Fian said as she showed a cute smile and winked playfully at Lu Hao. Lu Hao rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, Dongfang Bai came to his side and looked at Lu Hao strangely. She's still a child. After hearing this, the corner of Lu Hao's mouth couldn't help twitching. Of course I know she's still a child. I didn't have any bad thoughts. After giving Lu Hao a suspicious look, Dongfang Bai glanced at Chu Yong beside Chu Fian and spoke calmly. Chu Yong, you colluded with the righteous people. I'm too lazy to deal with it now. We'll talk about it when you return to Haimuya. Hearing this, half of the worry in Chu Yang's heart dissipated. He respectfully bowed and clasped his fist towards Dongfang Bai. The subordinate will abide by the orders of the cult leader. Chu Yang's words shocked dozens of people around again. She is Dongfang Bubi. Thank you, dear friends, for using your precious hands to click the reminder for updates, add to the bookshelf, and give good reviews. I, the third, hereby express my gratitude. Yue Buqun never expected that the girl beside Lu Hao is the one that all righteous people wanted to kill, Dongfang Bubi, the cult leader of the Sun Moon Divine Cult. Dingy Shirtai never expected that Yilin's sister was actually that elusive great devil. For a moment, people around were whispering, but no one dared to step forward, because they all understood the relationship between Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai. Just Lu Hao and the Xiao guards were terrifying enough. Now, with Dongfang Bubi added, they wouldn't dare to step forward even if they were given 10 guts. Dongfang Bai coldly swept a glance around. and her imposing manner burst out from within. It was as if she had returned to that majestic cult leader role. I am Dongfang Booby. Do any of you have any objections? This sentence directly silenced everyone. It was terrifyingly quiet all around, and not even the sound of whispered could be heard. Dongfang Booby. At this time, Ning Zhangzi spoke up. She wasn't afraid and immediately voiced the inner heart. But it was rumored that Dongfang Booby was a man. Why are you a woman? Senior sister Ning, you may not know. I've always shown myself as a male, so almost no one knows that I'm a woman. Seeing that Ning Zhangzi was so curious, Dongfang Bai gave her a faint smile and explained. In her heart, Ning Zhangzi would eventually be her sister. Why should sisters make things unpleasant? After hearing this, Ning Zhangzi nodded faintly and didn't say anything more. Do any of you have anything else to say? Or do you want to come up and show off your meager skills? After Lu Hao finished speaking, he scanned around at the crowd, but no one dared to take a step forward. Since that's the case, then we'll leave. My Xiaoao Manor welcomes all of you to come and pick a fight at any time. The corner of Lu Hao's mouth curled up slightly. Then, he and Dongfang Bai swaggered out of the Lu Mansion gate with Lu Xian and the others. Brother Lu, after today's, surely the Songzhan sect won't let you off. You'd better quickly find a place to. After my injury recovers, the two of us will play the qin and shout together again. All right, Brother Chu, leave quickly. After Chu Yang greeted Lu Zhengfeng, he took Chu Fian and followed the steps of Lu Hao and the others. No one dared to stop them, unless they wanted Dongfang Bai to poke them with a needle. Just like this, the golden basin washing ceremony ended quietly after the entire Songzhan sect was wiped out and dozens of martial artists died. On that day, Lu Zhengfeng's entire family disappeared without a trace. After Ding Yixiaochuan and the others returned to the inn, they didn't know how to get along with Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai. After asking Yilin to say hello to them, the disciples of the Hengshan sect followed Ding Yi to Hengshan. Although Yilin was extremely reluctant, Ding Yixiaochuan was the master who had raised her, and she didn't dare to disobey her master's orders. Fortunately, Dongfang Bai promised her that she would visit her in Hengshan when she had time. Only then did Yilin happily go back with Ding Yi. The two of them now had their own lives. If Yilin was asked to leave Hengshan, she definitely wouldn't want to. So Dongfang Bai let her go back to Hengshan to visit her relatives when she was free. Hengshan probably wouldn't or didn't dare to stop her too much. This would be good for both of them. After Chu Fian and Chu Yang stayed in the inn where Lu Hao and the others stayed for one night, before dawn the next day, Chu Yang took the shrewd Chu Fian and set off back to Hamuya. After all, he was seriously injured now. If he was ambushed, it would be bad. It would be safer to get back to Hamuya quickly. Although he had contact with Lu Zhengfeng, since Dongfang Bai had spoken, the people of the Sun Moon Divine Cult wouldn't do anything to him. This time, the inn where Lu Hao stayed, which had been crowded with people, became sparsely populated again, because Lu Hao and the others set off back to Huayin with Yue Buqun and the others, since Dongfang Bai followed Lu Hao. Major matters in the cult were generally communicated by flying pigeons, and minor matters were handled by the cult elders themselves. She was happy to be at peace, although the cult elders didn't know what she was exactly doing. After all, Dongfang Bai was the cult leader, and they couldn't say anything. But when the news spread back to Hamuya, everyone's jaws would drop, just the day after Lu Hao and Yue Buqun and the others set off back. Yue Buqun suddenly greeted Ning Zhangzi and then left first and rushed back to Huashan. After learning this, Lu Hao showed a meaningful smile and didn't say much. Lu Hao naturally knew that Yue Buqun had figured it out. Return to Huashan a few days in advance and then strike with the knife. If he recovered quickly, he would be able to move freely in a few days, and Yue Buqun had been thinking and hesitating in his mind these days. But after seeing Lu Hao and the Xiaoao guard showing their might at the Lu Mansion, he couldn't hold back anymore. Just like this, Lu Hao and his group marched towards the territory of Huayin in a mighty and unhurried manner. In an inn 10 miles outside of Xiaoao Manor in Huayin County. This time, Xiang Wentian, the bright left envoy of the Sun Moon Divine Cult, was temporarily staying here, about half a month ago. Xiang Wentian got that Lu Hao of Xiaoao Manor had beheaded Yu Songhai and was taking care of injustices in the Jianghu. So he went to Huan with attitude. The reason he came here,